Chapter 75. Qin Shou. I have stumbled upon a quasi-imperial weapon. The inheritance belongs to me. How I choose to handle it is of no concern to Qing Tian Shengdi. Qin Shou replied with a calm demeanor. He discerned the unspoken implications of the Taichu Xingju's words, which merely hinted at a fear of discord should Qing Tian Shengdi object, or perhaps that the inheritance had already fallen into their hands, leaving him powerless to retrieve it. In the distance, Lin Shen listened intently to the exchange, his expression darkening. He longed to intervene, but feared that Qin Shou's thirst for blood had not yet waned, and he might be the next to be refined. After all, the image of Du Yi's demise was vividly etched in his mind, along with that of the quasi-imperial figure from the Western Desert. This madman dared to strike against even the quasi-imperial of Shima Lingshan. He had no doubt that should he reveal himself now, Qin Shou would not spare him. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Taichu Xingju noticed Lin Shen's silence, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then cast aside his reservations, flipping his palm to reveal a mountain of spirit stones compressed within a small space. A gust of spiritual energy surged forth, unleashing a tempest of rich aura that thickened the very air. Observing this, Qin Shou hesitated no longer. With a flick of his hand, he propelled the confined Yixiong and Qingyu towards the other side. Simultaneously, a rift opened in the space before him, revealing a stone statue towering nearly a meter high. The statue depicted an ordinary middle-aged man, yet the faint pressure emanating from it distorted the surrounding space. The entire transaction unfolded with unexpected smoothness. For reasons unknown, there was no sign of any quasi-imperial presence within Qing Tian Shengdi. Qin Shou's mind delved into the space holding the small mountain of spirit stones, confirming their quantity before a smile graced his face. Across from him, Taichu Xingju swiftly stowed away the statue of inheritance, uttering not a single word as he whisked away Yixiong and Qingyu. They just left like that. Qin Sha, who had remained silent beside Qin Shou, suddenly spoke up. Watching the departing figures of Taichu Xingju and his companions, a flicker of reluctance crossed his face. The quasi-imperial inheritance. It was truly sold off just like that. What is it? Does the ancestor desire this inheritance? Qin Shou turned to gaze at Qin Sha. It's merely a pity. Qin Sha waved his hand dismissively. His elder brother was a quasi-imperial, often imparting wisdom to him, making it far more valuable than the quasi-imperial inheritance. As for the quasi-imperial scriptures, he lacked nothing. Qin Shou chuckled at his words, choosing to remain silent as he tucked the spirit stones into his inner world. Damn it! In the distance, Lin Shen's expression darkened to a point where it seemed he could drip water. A glint of concealed malice flickered in his eyes as he regarded Qin Shou. The quasi-imperial inheritance had been sold off just like that, a monumental loss for Qing Tian Shengdi. What troubled him further was the absence of any quasi-imperial figures from the Forbidden Ground amidst the uproar of the quasi-imperial battle outside. Had even one of them appeared, the inheritance would not have been so easily surrendered. Little did he know, however, that within the Holy Ground's forbidden domain, a game of strategy was only just beginning. In the dimly lit space, 5 great tombs loomed. On one of the tombs, 2 gaunt figures resembling withered trees sat in meditation. Between them lay a chessboard, curiously devoid of pieces, yet countless small shadows were engaged in fierce combat upon it. A dense aura of profound laws enveloped the scene, but remained confined to the board. They resembled deities presiding over existence, observing the struggle of the pieces. At that moment, one of the figures spoke. Qinjian, you must understand what a quasi-imperial inheritance signifies for the Holy Ground. Of course I know, but that inheritance was obtained by my Qin clan's descendants. What concern is it of the Holy Ground? The elder known as Qinjian spoke indifferently, disdain etched upon his face. Isn't your Qin clan part of the Holy Ground? The opposing figure retorted, a hint of anger lacing his voice. As these words hung in the air, the space fell into an abrupt silence. The next moment, boom, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura swept through the entire forbidden domain. Qinjian's expression turned icy, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on the figure before him. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin Di, do you not recall that my Qin clan is also part of the Holy Ground? Then should not an explanation be given for the suppression and downfall of my Qin clan sages over these 3,000 years? Opposite him, Lin Di frowned, suppressing the overwhelming aura with a wave of his hand. This matter will be investigated thoroughly by me. However, your Qin clan's descendants' reckless handing over of the quasi-imperial inheritance must be accounted for. Lin Di's expression was one of indifference. Had it not been for Qinjian's obstruction, he would have already intervened to stop the two from Taichu Shengdi. Why would he stand idly by and watch the quasi-imperial inheritance be taken away? Accountable? Go to hell. Qin Shou roared, the might of the quasi-imperial surging forth as he struck towards Lin Di. Do you dare? Lin Di was both shocked and enraged. How could Qin Shou dare to strike within the forbidden domain? Without time to think, he retaliated, summoning a small cauldron to suppress the tumultuous waves, ensuring that the slumbering powerhouses would not be disturbed. Yet, he underestimated the ferocity of Qin Shou's attack. The terrifying force shattered the small cauldron, propelling it through the forbidden domain and into the outside world. The immense shock caused the entire forbidden domain to tremble violently. 2 of the 5 great tombs were instantly flattened, while the remaining 3 sustained massive cracks. Just as they seemed on the verge of collapse, a surge of internal power rose to restore them. Outside, in the void above, Qin Shou and the others were startled by the sudden commotion, their gazes fixated on the interior of Qingtianshengdi. The next moment, a small cauldron emerged from deep within the holy ground. A quasi-imperial weapon? Qin Shou's eyes sharpened. In the next instant, the quasi-imperial puppet that had been standing beside him suddenly vanished, reappearing before the small cauldron. Its hand rose, reaching out towards it. Boom! The void quaked as the small cauldron erupted with threads of quasi-imperial laws, its terrifying aura causing the surrounding space to explode. Yet in just an instant, this aura was quelled by the puppet. Subsequently, it grasped the small cauldron and returned to Qin Shou's side, presenting it with both hands. Qin Shou accepted the cauldron, inspecting it with a smile. Wonderful, I found a quasi-imperial weapon. Meanwhile, within the forbidden domain, Lin Di's expression shifted. He had lost connection with the quasi-imperial weapon. Such a grand item had vanished from his grasp. Chapter 76. The Lin Clan Ancestor Strikes. The imperial weapon left by the Azure Emperor. Has the Forbidden Land been breached? In the void, aside from Qin Shou, both Lin Shun and Qin Sha cast incredulous glances towards the direction of the Forbidden Land. Within that sacred ground lies the profound essence of the Holy Land. How could this be? Qin Sha's gaze flickered, an inkling of realization stirring within him, a glimmer of joy flashing through his eyes. At this moment, within the azure sky Holy Land, whether they were ordinary disciples or elders, all trembled in fear. They huddled in their respective abodes or other places they deemed safe, their eyes filled with terror. The horrifying battle that had erupted outside the Holy Land had left them aghast, yet under the Holy Land's protection. They merely adopted a spectator's mindset. However, the situation had changed. The terrifying aura emanating from the Forbidden Land was suffocating, threatening to crush everyone alive. What is happening? Is the Holy Land doomed? Someone whispered in despair. Under the oppressive aura of the Quasi-Emperor, an intense and inescapable fear surged within their hearts. Meanwhile, in the void above, Qin Shou was also taken aback by the tremendous commotion within the Holy Land. Yet, more pressing than that, was the Quasi-Emperor weapon he had acquired. A Quasi-Emperor weapon held a value exceeding 10 million top-grade spirit stones in the system. This was a substantial fortune. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he swiftly stowed the small cauldron into his inner world. With the puppet's confinement, there was no need to fear the Quasi-Emperor weapon causing chaos within. At that moment, Qin Sha, who was also in the void, noticed Qin Shou's action and was momentarily dumbfounded. Given their cultivation and status, it was evident to them that this small cauldron was a Quasi-Emperor weapon. Wasn't this the personal battle weapon of a Quasi-Emperor from the Lin clan? Qin Sha remained relatively calm, though a peculiar expression crossed his face. However, Lin Shun could no longer remain composed. This was the battle weapon of his ancestral elder. Disregarding his fear of the Quasi-Emperor puppet, he stepped forward and called out to Qin Shou fiercely, "Junior, this is the battle weapon of the Holy Land's ancestor. How dare you imprison it without permission? Release it at once, or the ancestor will not spare you upon emerging from seclusion." Qin Shou, upon hearing the reprimand, furrowed his brows. In the next moment, the Quasi-Emperor puppet beside him waved its hand, unleashing an invisible wave that surged forward. Bang! A spray of sacred blood accompanied by shattered teeth erupted, and Lin Shun fell silent, directly rendered unconscious. His body, under the weight of that terrifying power, transformed into a meteor and soared towards the heavens, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Silence reigned. Qin Shou exhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the depths of the azure sky Holy Land. In that instant, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire Holy Land trembled, the winds and clouds swirling violently. 2 formidable figures burst forth from the Forbidden Land, their overwhelming auras instantly enveloping the realm. Big brother. The elder has emerged from seclusion. Qin Shou gazed at one of the figures, his face lighting up with surprise. Not long ago, Qin Shou had gifted him 11 vials of the essence of life, of which he retained only 4, giving the rest to the leader. Now that the leader had emerged from his seclusion, it seemed he had refined those vials. Nearby, Qin Shou paused momentarily upon hearing Qin Shou's words. Apart from Qin Shou, he was aware that there existed another ancestor of the Qin clan known as Qingyun. His gaze shifted toward the 2 dried figures confronting one another, and a piece of information instantly materialized before him. Qingyun, great ancestor of the Qin clan. Cultivation level, 4th heaven stage, quasi-emperor. Age, 47,300 years. Quasi-emperors possess a lifespan of 50,000 years. Techniques and divine abilities. Little Green Emperor Scripture. Heavenly Slaying Secret Art. Lin Di, 3rd ancestor of the Lin clan, descendant of the Green Emperor. Cultivation level, 2nd heaven stage, quasi-emperor. Age, 43,009 years. Techniques and divine abilities. Ancient scripture of the Green Emperor. Great transformation of the azure sky. A quasi-emperor at the 4th heaven stage. Qin Shou regarded the ancestor Qingyun with surprise. He had presumed that Qin Shou's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the great saint realm, thus deducing that this great ancestor must be a quasi-emperor. However, he had only anticipated him to be at the 1st heaven stage, never expecting him to be at the 4th. With such a formidable presence in place, the oppression they faced could only imply that the Lin clan harbored even greater powers. At that moment, the 2 figures locked in confrontation sensed Qin Shou's gaze. Qingyun snorted coldly at the Lin Di across from him, his figure suddenly appearing beside Qin Shou and Qin Shou. Leader. Qin Shou promptly stepped forward. Ancestor Qingyun. Qin Shou also clasped his hands in respect. Qingyun's gaze passed directly over Qin Shou and fell upon Qin Shou. With a single glance, he discerned Qin Shou's cultivation level, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. 7th level of the Great Saint Realm? You're the Qin Shou that my second spoke of. He paused noticeably while uttering Qin Shou's name, his expression turning peculiar. Qin Shou beast. Which fool bestowed such a name upon this child? Qin Shou noted the other's expression and sighed inwardly. That old man, his father, perhaps had done so intentionally, bestowing such a name. If he were to achieve enlightenment in the future, wouldn't it tarnish his reputation? While he pondered, a thunderous shout suddenly erupted. Brat, where my battle soldiers? The Lin Di's expression darkened ominously, exuding an overwhelming quasi-emperor aura. Ever since he emerged from the forbidden area, he had been attempting to sense his quasi-emperor weapon. Yet, no matter how he tried to sense it, or even summon it with secret methods, he could find not a trace. Young one, have you seen a bright yellow small cauldron flying out from the forbidden area? The Lin Di's gaze abruptly turned towards Qin Shou. The commotion caused by a quasi-emperor weapon emerging from the forbidden area would have been substantial. Qin Shou and Qin Shou must have witnessed it. Or perhaps, his expression grew menacing as he contemplated. In response to the inquiry, Qin Shou maintained a calm demeanor. Small cauldron? What small cauldron? I have seen nothing. Turning to Qin Shou beside him, he asked, Ancestor, have you seen it? No, I haven't. However, the people from the Taichu's sacred land just left. They might know, Qin Shou replied, waving his hand with an expression of innocence. Lin Di observed the interplay between the two, his expression darkening. What had begun as mere suspicion had now solidified into certainty. It was Qin Shou who had suppressed his quasi-emperor weapon. Lin Di, we mean, do you believe that a descendant of the Qin clan has hidden your sacred weapon? Qingyun's expression turned grim as he glared icily at Lin Di. He had yet to settle accounts with this old man, and now he dared to wrongfully accuse his kin? Lin Di snorted coldly, refusing to respond to Qingyun's words. Instead, his gaze swept over the group before finally settling on Qin Shou. In a frigid tone, he proclaimed, You have slain a great sage of the Spirit Mountain sacred land and severely injured another quasi-emperor. Spirit Mountain will not let this go unpunished. Surrender my battle weapon, along with the imperial legacy you carry, and at this point his gaze flicked toward the quasi-emperor puppet beside them, and this quasi-emperor puppet as well. Hand these items over to the sacred land for safekeeping, and in return, the sacred land can protect you from Spirit Mountain's retribution. To relinquish everything in exchange for the protection of the Qingtian sacred land? Qin Shou nearly laughed in disbelief, his disdain unmistakable as he regarded Lin Di. I'm afraid that is unnecessary. The Lin clan has been quite persistent. Haven't you? From Han Li to Liu Dao, and now to Lin Chun, including the present Lin Di, you all covet the legacy that resides within me, seeking to seize it by force. This shall not be permitted. Lin Di stepped forward, an imperceptible aura emanating from him. The Qingtian sacred land could no longer allow these legacies to fall into the hands of other powers, especially given that Qin Shou possessed an imperial legacy. With such a legacy, combined with the insights left by the Azure Emperor, the Qingtian sacred land might just break free from its constraints and give birth to another legendary emperor. What? Do you wish to make a move? Qin Shou's demeanor remained unyielding. Beside him, Qin Zhan and Qin Sha wore expressions of stern resolve. Why not? Lin Chun replied impassively. With that, a small yellow cauldron appeared in his hand. The cauldron, with its 3 legs and 2 ears, appeared somewhat crude, as if hastily fashioned from yellow clay. Countless carvings of flowers, insects, and ancient ancestors adorned its surface. An overwhelming aura of imperial might instantly enveloped the group. Chapter 77. Cackling, we too possess imperial weapons. Imperial weapons. As Qin Shou sensed the terrifying imperial might permeating the space, his expression grew somber. The small cauldron in Lin Di's hand bore a striking resemblance to the one he had just subdued, yet the aura emanating from it was worlds apart. This pure imperial might was exponentially stronger than that of a quasi-emperor weapon. At the same time, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. After all, imperial weapons held far greater value than quasi-emperor ones. Xianxia? Beside him, Qin Zhan and Qin Sha both fixed their gaze upon the diminutive cauldron, their expressions darkened. After all, they were the pinnacle of power within the sacred land, esteemed ancestral figures, and thus recognized the artifact before them, the Xianxia cauldron. An imperial weapon left by the Azure Emperor, who had once wielded it to suppress an entire era. Noticing the change in countenance among Qin Shou and his companions, Emperor Lin revealed a hint of a cold smirk. Armed with the imperial weapon, he cast his gaze methodically over Qin Shou and the others, ultimately resting on Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, even if your cultivation is unparalleled, far surpassing my own, what does it matter? I possess the imperial weapon bestowed by the great emperor, a position of ultimate authority capable of subjugating all. As he spoke, his eyes shifted back to Qin Shou. Given that you are also of the sacred land lineage, should you surrender the great emperor's legacy and control of the puppet, I shall let bygones be bygones. Furthermore, the sacred land shall treat you fairly. Should any of your Qin clan manifest as a prodigy, they too may cultivate the emperor's scriptures. The tone of Emperor Lin was harsh, yet he prepared to extend another opportunity to the Qin clan. He desired the legacy and the quasi-imperial puppet, but was reluctant to sever ties completely with them. After all, Qin Zhan was a formidable figure at the 4th level of quasi-imperial power. A complete fallout would not bode well for the sacred land, whether by subjugating him or banishing him. Had it not been for the significance of the great emperor's legacy, he would not have felt the need to exert such pressure. Ridiculous. Emperor Lin, do you truly believe these treasures will ever return to your Lin clan? The imperial weapon is formidable, yet subjugating me will not be so simple. Do you dare to wager your life alongside mine? Qin Zhan's visage was fierce, emanating an aura of unbridled rage. He appeared ready to charge at Emperor Lin at any moment. However, in the face of Qin Zhan's intimidation, Emperor Lin exhibited no fear. He regarded Qin Zhan with a scornful smile. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Even if we were to perish together, the sacred land would still have its quasi-emperors. As with my Lin clan, in such a scenario, who would shield your Qin clan's progeny? Unable to intimidate, Qin Zhan felt a tinge of disappointment. After thousands of years, this old fool had grown quite audacious. Surrender the legacy, or I shall personally subdue you and take it by force, Emperor Lin stated once more, this time fixing his gaze squarely on Qin Shou. Meeting his stare, Qin Shou suddenly chuckled lightly. Old man, did you not just claim that your Lin clan boasts numerous quasi-emperors? Emperor Lin furrowed his brow. Aside from Qin Zhan and this puppet, does your Qin clan possess any other quasi-emperors? His expression was one of contempt. He was well aware of the Qin clan's capabilities, beyond Qin Zhan. The highest cultivation among them barely reached the level of a great sage. Indeed, there is. Qin Shou nodded earnestly. No sooner had he spoken than the space beside him rippled, and a figure emerged from within. Towering and robust, clad in a black robe, the figure bore an expressionless visage, identical to that of the quasi-imperial puppet. Moreover, the figure also grasped another shadow in its hand. This time, It was Lin Di's turn to be astonished. His gaze fixated on the newly emerged puppet, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Yet, moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Heaven favors my sacred land. 2 puppets of quasi-emperor caliber will undoubtedly bolster our foundation. As his laughter subsided, he ceased his rambling and summoned the Xianhuang Ding, unleashing a terrifying imperial might that cascaded downwards. It was as if an entire world had descended, and the overwhelming pressure instantly bore down upon Qin Shou and his companions. Damn it! Qin Zhan bellowed, stepping forward with all the momentum of the 4th layer of the heavenly barrier, preparing to withstand the oppression of the imperial weapon. Just then, a flash of crimson light erupted, dispersing the overwhelming imperial force in an instant. The 2 puppets stood at the forefront, a rusted long knife suspended above them. The scarlet radiance enveloped the group, severing all ties to the imperial might. This imperial weapon? Whether it was Qin Zhan, Qin Shou, or Lin Di facing them, all were taken aback by the scene. Staring at the long knife, which radiated a crimson glow and bore signs of rust, they found themselves at a loss for words. Was this not an artifact of quasi-emperor status? Although Qin Zhan and Lin Di had previously been in the Forbidden Grounds, they were well aware of the external circumstances. The rusted blade had previously exhibited only quasi-emperor prowess during the battle against the great sage of Ling Mountain. While it was somewhat stronger, it could not possibly be an imperial weapon. How could this be? Impossible. This is not an imperial weapon, Lin Di exclaimed coldly, as the Xianhuang Ding above him unleashed a torrent of mysterious yellow energy. The weighty pressure immediately bore down upon the ominous blade, inching closer to Qin Shou and his companions. Noticing this, Qin Shou furrowed his brow slightly. After all, the 2 puppets were merely at the 1st layer of the heavenly barrier. Even when combined, their efforts to counterbalance the force were somewhat strained. Ding, does the host wish to use spirit stones to enhance their cultivation? The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Enhance my cultivation? Absolutely not. Qin Shou immediately dismissed the suggestion. 120 million top-grade spirit stones would only allow him to ascend to the 4th layer of the heavenly barrier at most. He had a grander scheme in mind, one that could elevate him to the status of a 9-layer quasi-emperor, or even lead him to the path of the legendary Great Emperor. Besides, was there not a labor at his side? With that thought, he turned his gaze to Qin Zhan beside him. Great Ancestor, what are you waiting for? Go and deal with him. Huh? Oh. Qin Zhan, upon hearing the voice, finally snapped out of his astonishment regarding the imperial weapon. Ha ha ha. Lin Zai, did you ever expect this? We have our own imperial weapon. With a maniacal laugh, Qin Zhan stepped forward, channeling the formidable quasi-emperor laws into the ominous blade. Boom! In an instant, the crimson energy surged, and a blade of light cleaved through the mysterious yellow aura, slicing directly towards the Xianhuang Ding. Chapter 78. The ominous blade awakens, the ominous deity covered in red fur. The blade shimmered a crimson hue, akin to blood, slicing through the fabric of space and crashing heavily upon the Xiangyuan cauldron. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. The void shattered as the ultimate laws collided. Lin Di, along with the Xiangyuan cauldron, was violently sent flying by the blade's brilliance, shattering the space around him and plummeting into a deeper dimension. Ancestor, a voice cried out from afar, as a figure emerged to witness this horrifying scene. Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying imperial might engulfed him, causing his body to fracture once more, blood erupting like a dance, swept away by the overwhelming power, disappearing beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, beneath the battlefield, the entire Qing Tian sacred land was enveloped by a colossal protective shield, warding off the onslaught of imperial might. The sacred master of Qing Tian stood at the foot of the mountain gate, flanked by several saints, including Han Li. They gazed in shock and disbelief at the sight of Lin Di and the imperial weapon being struck away. The imperial weapon was cleaved asunder. Could it be that the ancestor has fallen? One of the saints, visibly anxious, voiced his concern. How could the ancestor, wielding an imperial weapon, possibly come to harm? The sacred master of Qing Tian snorted coldly. Though worry gnawed at his heart, his face maintained a facade of tranquility. His gaze turned to Qin Shou and his party in the sky, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. He had not anticipated that Qin Shou had concealed his strength so deeply. That seemingly rusted blade was, in fact, an imperial weapon. Had the Qing Tian sacred land chosen to coexist peacefully with the Qin clan from the outset, perhaps such turmoil could have been avoided. and this imperial weapon would have become a cornerstone of the sacred land. At that moment, a booming laughter resonated through the void. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill!" Qingyun exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he beheld the shattered space, his laughter bordering on madness. It felt as if a weight that had pressed upon him for countless years had finally been lifted. In his long life of several millennia, this was his first true grasp of an imperial weapon. Previously, even as a quasi-emperor, he had been regarded merely as a formidable enforcer in the eyes of the Lin clan, lacking the status and respect afforded to other ancestral figures of the sacred lands, simply due to the Lin clan's lineage as descendants of emperors who wielded imperial weapons. But now, the Qin clan possessed an imperial weapon as well. "Brother," Qin Shou lamented softly, sensing the weight of the moment. This was not the end. After today, the Qin clan would no longer endure humiliation. Qin Shou's expression remained serene, his gaze fixed upon the gradually mending space. Just as he spoke, a furious shout erupted from within the void. "Qingyun!" The furious voice echoed, causing the recently healed space to shatter once more. Lin Di, with the Xianxia cauldron hovering above him, stepped forth from the void. His face bore an icy demeanor. His eyes locked on Qingyun with unwavering intensity. Yet, he merely stared, refraining from making another move, as if he understood the futility of further action. "What now? You wretched spawn? Make your move." With a mocking expression on his face, Qingyun spoke in a manner so crude that it hardly befitted a prospective emperor. "What did you say? Do you truly believe that a single imperial weapon can stand against the sacred land of the azure sky, against my Lin clan?" The Lin emperor's countenance darkened swiftly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Qingyun. Wretched spawn? At several millennia old, he had never before endured such an affront. Whether he could contend with the sacred land remained uncertain, but subduing you would be a trivial matter. Qingyun's voice was equally frigid. Following his words, he reached for the ominous blade, unleashing an overwhelming imperial might towards his adversary once more. Even if he could not slay his opponent, delivering a few strikes to vent the grievances of millennia would suffice. "Very well. Since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish." The Lin emperor glared at the descending crimson light, his expression now entirely frigid. With both hands forming seals, a rich azure light enveloped him, and countless scriptures coalesced from thin air, surging into the imperial weapon before him. In the next moment, a gentle hum resonated. Time seemed to freeze, and the crimson blade hung, suspended in the air. Upon the Xianxia cauldron, a vague silhouette began to take shape. As the figure emerged, it seemed to become the very center of the universe. With a mere gesture, boundless laws of the Tao manifested, and a simple grasp shattered the crimson light that had the power to annihilate all. With a sigh, it felt as though a breeze had swept through, restoring tranquility to the void. At that instant, all eyes were drawn to this figure. The imperial weapon possessed a spirit. The divine being had awakened. Ha! Now they're doomed. The complete resurrection of the imperial weapon was tantamount to the presence of a half-emperor. What could the Qin clan possibly use to resist this? Within the sacred land, the azure sky sovereign and others looked on with exhilaration, their gazes filled with reverence for the ethereal figure above the Xianxia cauldron. Simultaneously, at the very moment the divine being of the imperial weapon emerged, a formidable presence surged from the Taichu sacred land, the southern barbarian mountains, the western desert spirit mountains, and the endless marshes of the northern Xian domain. The imperial weapons enshrined in the deepest sanctuaries sensed the aura of the Xianxia cauldron and seemed to awaken in response to a challenge, only to fall silent once more after a brief moment. The complete resurrection of the imperial weapon had not occurred on the continent for countless millennia. Who was the Xianxia cauldron battling against? Would an imperial war ensue? Another imperial weapon exuded an unfamiliar aura. In an instant, the Tiancang Continent became abuzz with activity. Among the numerous great powers, ancient beings awoke from their slumber, casting their gazes toward the sacred land of the azure sky. Countless beings prostrated themselves upon the ground, offering their reverence towards the sacred land. At this moment, above the sacred land of the azure sky, the divine being of the imperial weapon stood tall. Qingyun, wielding the ominous blade, retreated to stand beside Qin Shou, his expression gravely serious. The divine beings of the extreme imperial weapons typically remained in slumber, awakening under only two circumstances. The first was when they sensed imminent danger and roused themselves autonomously. The second occurred when a descendant of an emperor awakened them using their own bloodline, supplemented by imperial scriptures. Lin Di's ability to awaken the divine weapon was attributed to his lineage as a descendant of the Azure Emperor. Meanwhile, Qin turned his gaze towards Qin Shou beside him and thought, "Let us flee." He realized he could not fully revive the divine weapon. Qin Shou's lips twitched. This esteemed ancestor is quite decisive. It's no wonder he has survived to attain the status of a quasi-emperor. Shaking his head, he looked at Qin, who wore a calm expression, and remarked, "It is merely a divine weapon's spirit, not a true emperor. There is no need for alarm, esteemed ancestor." What? Qin's eyes widened in surprise. What has this young man consumed to speak so boldly? You may be untroubled, but I cannot bear the burden. Across from them, the divine spirit seemed to have heard Qin Shou's words, its gaze gradually shifting toward the group. A pervasive aura of ominousness surrounded them. Why had he never encountered this divine weapon before? The spirit of the Xianhuang Ding directly overlooked several individuals and focused on the one emanating the ominous energy. The weight of that malevolent aura startled even it. Great Emperor, these individuals have seized the opportunity of our Qing Tian Holy Land's inheritance and seek to disrupt the sanctity of our domain. I implore the Great Emperor to suppress these thieves and protect our holy ground. Beside the divine weapon, Lin Di bowed in reverence, his request lacking any semblance of modesty. The divine spirit furrowed its brow upon hearing these words, casting a deep glance at Lin Di. Though it lay in slumber, a fragment of consciousness remained awake, aware of all that transpired, and it recognized the falsehood in Lin Di's claims. Yet, he was, after all, a descendant of the Azure Emperor. With a sigh, it turned its attention back to Qin Shou and his companions, its voice emanating indifferently. Surrender the inheritance and depart from the Holy Land. As long as they relinquished the inheritance, it would refrain from taking action against them. Was it merely a divine weapon spirit, truly believing itself to be an emperor? Qin Shou scoffed coldly, fixating on the divine spirit. Though the ominous blade was not a true divine weapon and might not withstand the spirit's power, he possessed other means. Commander, expend 100 million top-tier spirit stones to summon a temporary emperor to crush this divine weapon spirit. Beep. Commander refuses and feels insulted. What? Qin Shou was taken aback. What does this mean? Is the system malfunctioning? The ominous blade grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents and has its own divine spirit. Hosts should conserve spirit stones to enhance cultivation. The system's tone was laced with arrogance and disdain. Before Qin Shou could respond, the ominous blade began to transform. A torrent of crimson energy surged forth as a figure slowly emerged from the void. It did not resemble a divine weapon spirit, but rather appeared as an ancient demon, covered in red fur, exuding a thick aura of foreboding. Chapter 79. The terrifying red-furred creature devouring the essence of the divine weapon. What is that? A divine weapon spirit? This ominous energy is truly terrifying. The crimson-haired deity stood above the ominous blade, its head and visage shrouded in a cascade of red locks, revealing only a pair of even more scarlet pupils. The aura it emitted instilled terror in all present. Even Qin and Qin Sha instinctively swallowed hard. Inching closer to Qin Shou, where could this lad have procured such a sinister imperial weapon? Is this the deity of the ominous blade? Qin Shou, too, wore a visage of uncertainty, gazing at the crimson-haired demon standing upon the blade. The dense aura of foreboding made even him, its master, feel a chill run down his spine. Yet, simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar connection with the entity, as if he could exert control over it. The spirit of an imperial weapon? Opposite them, the deity of the Xianhuang cauldron furrowed its brow, its expression grave. Having accompanied the emperor in countless battles for millennia, it had never encountered such a malevolent imperial artifact. After lying dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, let this emperor see what manner of being you truly are. With a low growl, the deity grasped with its palm, summoning the Xianhuang cauldron into its grasp, directing it toward the crimson-haired demon. Thousands of strands of Xianhuang energy cascaded downwards, and boundless extreme laws manifested in the void. An oppressive aura capable of collapsing eternity and subduing all filled the atmosphere in an instant. Cackling, the imperial weapon forged from the heavy Xianhuang essence, a substance of great replenishment, would restore my strength upon consumption. In the face of the descending myriad of Xianhuang energy, the crimson-haired demon displayed no fear. Rather, it exuded excitement. With a cackling cry, It conjured a tempest of crimson mist, enveloping the very space where the deity of the Xianxia cauldron resided. Boom! The terrifying sound of spatial explosions echoed as the two imperial deities clashed. The crimson mist roiled violently, obscuring half the sky, while it shielded all from sight. It also severed the fluctuations resulting from the fierce battle. One could only discern the horror of the conflict through the tumultuous swirling of the red mist and the tremendous detonations resonating from the void. "Where did you procure this weapon, my lord?" "It feels rather sinister," Qin Shou remarked, his brow furrowed and his countenance darkening as he stared into the swirling crimson mist. The cackling laughter resonated uncomfortably in his mind, leaving him unsettled. Though it had seemed ominous before, he had not anticipated such malevolence. The entity, cloaked in red hair and bearing an aura of doom, reminded him of a departed acquaintance. The visage of an old friend. "Rest assured, dear host, the system guarantees safety," the system's confident voice declared. "No matter how sinister, it shall remain under your control." "Is that so?" Qin Shou pondered, refocusing his attention on the crimson mist that veiled half the heavens. In the depths of an inscrutable connection, he could sense that the crimson-haired deity seemed exceedingly exhilarated, simultaneously growing stronger. On the other side, Emperor Lin had already retreated to the edge of the sacred realm, his gaze fixed intently upon the swirling red mist, his expression taut with anxiety and deep concern. At that moment, an incredibly furious voice pierced through the red haze, resonating in the void. "Damn it! Do you dare to consume my essence?" Accompanying this outburst was a thunderous explosion. Boom! The red mist writhed violently, and streams of mysterious yellow energy erupted, dissipating much of the mist and revealing the scene within. The ethereal figure of the yellow energy deity was etched with anger and astonishment. Opposite him, a red-haired demon clutched a sphere of yellow light, voraciously devouring it. This tableau flickered and was swiftly obscured once more by the red mist. Yet, the brief glimpse was enough to drain the color from many faces. "This is impossible. That demon is actually consuming the essence of a yellow energy deity? It cannot be. That demon could never be an imperial weapon deity." Emperor Lin's voice trembled with disbelief. How could there be such a disparity among imperial weapons? Does this imply that the Azure Emperor is inferior to the master of that rusted blade? Lin's incredulity was mirrored by the sacred lord and numerous sages within the sanctuary, their faces ashen and bodies trembling with abject terror. They could scarcely fathom the catastrophic repercussions for the Azure Sacred Land should the imperial weapon meet with disaster. Yet, regardless of their apprehensions and disbelief, the battle between the two imperial weapon deities raged on. Moreover, the intensity of the conflict escalated beyond previous levels, instilling dread. The shrouding red mist was continuously shattered, and the mere emanation of their power caused vast expanses of the void to collapse. After persisting for nearly half a day, the tumult began to wane, eventually calming entirely. In that moment, whether it be the figures of Qin Shou and Emperor Lin above, or the Azure Sacred Lord and others within the sacred realm, all eyes were riveted upon the center of the red mist. "It is over," Qin Shou murmured. No sooner had his words fallen than the sky covering red mist completely dissipated. The red-haired demon stood alone in the void, clutching not only the ominous blade, but also a small yellow energy cauldron. As for the deity of the yellow energy cauldron, it had vanished without a trace. Hiss! Did he truly consume it? A gasp of disbelief arose beside Qin Shou. Qin Zhan and Qin Sha's eyes widened like bells, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Impossible. The deity of the imperial weapon has fought alongside the emperor for countless years. How could it fall? On the other side, Emperor Lin roared in anger. A rich azure light emanated from him as the imperial scriptures activated, verses coalescing in the void, emanating the sounds of the great Tao, in an effort to summon the deity once more. However, instead of the resurrection of the imperial weapon deity, he was met with a wave of red mist. With a mere wave of his hand, the red-haired demon imprisoned it, subsequently bringing it before Qin Shou. After handing everything over to Qin Shou, the red-haired demon simply dissipated, returning to the ominous blade. From beginning to end, there was no communication with Qin Shou. Qin Shou gazed at the ominous blade, rusty yet increasingly crimson, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He subsequently stowed it away along with the Xian Huangding. Having completed these actions, he turned his gaze towards the sacred land. The imperial weapon had been dealt with. Now it was time to confront the entire Qin Tian sacred land. Chapter 80. The Demise of the Imperial Clan. What do you intend to do? The Lin Emperor lay ensnared in a shroud of crimson mist at Qin Shou's feet. As he witnessed Qin Shou's attention shift towards the Qingtian sacred land, an ominous premonition arose within him. With the imperial weapon and the Xianxia subdued, the Qingtian sacred land possessed no means to resist their opponent. Should the adversary truly seek retribution, today would mark the end of the Lin clan, and he would become a pariah among them. Even in death, he would bear no face before the emperor. What will I do? Care to guess? Qin Shou cast a cold glance at him, then effortlessly lifted him and imprisoned him within the king's hall of the inner world. After these actions, he resumed his steps, descending through the void towards the sacred land below. Young one, there are still 3 semi-emperors of the Lin clan within the sacred land, one of whom is at least at the 7th level of the heavenly barrier. Exercise caution. Behind him, Qin Zhan caught up with Qin Shou, a grave expression etched upon his face. Though the red-haired demon deity was formidable, it remained merely an imperial weapon deity, and it was uncertain if it could revive in the near future. Encountering the Lin clan's semi-emperor at this juncture, with the imperial weapon unable to resurrect, would pose a significant threat. Did the ancestor refer to those 3 in the Forbidden Zone? Qin Zhan mused. Perhaps they've long since fled. Qin Shou continued to stride, his expression serene. When the Xianxia was subdued, he had sensed through the red-haired deity that 3 auras within the sacred land had covertly twisted space to escape. However, the red-haired deity was preoccupied with suppressing the Xianxia and could not attend to it. Fled? Qin Zhan remained skeptical. Nonetheless, given the tremendous commotion outside, the absence of those ancient figures was indeed suspicious. During their conversation, the trio arrived before the grand portal of the sacred land. At that moment, the entire sanctum was enveloped by an immense formation, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. It was likely that even a semi-emperor would meet with fatal consequences if they rashly intruded. The Qingtian sacred lord and several others stood within the great formation, gazing towards Qin Shou and his companions across the barrier, their faces pale and filled with panic. Among them, one individual appeared especially terrified. Lingering at the back of the group, Lu Dao, the unfortunate soul who had nearly been crushed to death by Qin Shou, looked frail and ill, having barely recuperated from his injuries in the Forbidden Zone. Upon seeing Qin Shou again, the fear in his eyes was undeniable. Qin Shou, Qin Zhan, we could actually have a conversation. The Qin clan is also a branch of the sacred land. Our conflict will only benefit other powers. Do you truly wish to see the legacy passed down by the emperor wither away? If our 2 clans could set aside past grievances and engage in sincere cooperation, utilizing the 2 imperial weapons and the legacy of the great emperor, we could undoubtedly elevate the holy land of Qingtian to become the foremost sanctum of the Tiancang Continent. In that eventuality, both the Lin and Qin clans would ascend to become the paramount imperial lineages of this realm. The voice of the Qingtian Saint Lord quivered, as in just a few utterances, he painted a magnificent blueprint. Qin Shou, listening to his words, nearly burst into laughter. Even at this juncture, he still dared to weave grand illusions. With a mocking expression, he fixed his gaze upon the Qingtian Saint Lord and retorted, "These feats can certainly be accomplished without your Lin clan. Moreover, the imperial weapon of your Lin clan is currently within my grasp. Why would I need to collaborate with you?" The Qingtian Saint Lord was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet in the next instant, a cold smirk emerged upon his lips. Even in the absence of imperial weapons, my Lin clan possesses the presence of our quasi-imperial ancestors to exert control, as well as the imperial-grade formations bequeathed by our forefather, the Qingtian Emperor. To instigate chaos within the Holy Land is nothing but a delusion. Despite the disdain evident on his countenance, his voice betrayed a hint of underlying fear. "Is that so?" Qin Shou remarked, a sarcastic smile gracing his features. "The formations left by the great emperor are indeed formidable. If fully awakened, even wielding an imperial weapon, one might struggle to breach them in a short span. However," his voice trailed off as a small ding appeared in his hand. The ding, a deep yellow akin to clay, was the recently subdued extreme Dao imperial weapon, the Xianxia ding. Upon witnessing Qin Shou produce the Xianxia ding, the countenance of the Qingtian Saint Lord shifted dramatically. In the next moment, without any forewarning, he retreated in haste, fleeing toward the depths of the Holy Land. Nearby, Lu Dao and the others were slightly slower to react, but promptly followed suit. Qin Shou, however, remained unperturbed, merely observing their escape. He then took a deep breath, raised the Xianhuang Ding, and strode toward the grand formation. Effortlessly, he penetrated the formation, causing the vast luminous barrier enveloping the Holy Land to ripple gently, spreading like the surface of water, offering him no obstruction whatsoever. Behind him, Qingyun and the others quickly caught up, their expressions unperturbed, having anticipated this development. The imperial weapon, Xianhuang Ding, and the grand formation were both relics of the Qingtian emperor. Although the imperial weapon had lost its essence and the deity had dissipated, it still retained the Tao of the Qingtian emperor. Thus, traversing the grand formation was a mere formality. Once they entered the Holy Land, their divine senses unfurled, swiftly locating the positions of the Qingtian Saint Lord and the others. Without engaging in idle chatter, Qin Shou stationed a puppet to guard the entrance, and then, in a flicker, the group vanished, pursuing their target. At that moment, before the forbidden area deep within the Holy Land, the Qingtian Saint Lord, Lu Dao, Han Li, and 2 other sages knelt upon the ground, facing the forbidden zone. The incompetence of our junior disciples has allowed the Qin clan to wreak havoc upon the Holy Land, subduing our imperial weapons. In this life and death crisis, we beseech our ancestors to awaken and suppress the intruders, safeguarding the legacy of our Holy Land for millennia to come. The Qingtian Saint Lord implored, casting forth secret methods in an attempt to rouse the ancestors from their slumber. Please, ancestors, emerge and suppress the Qin clan. Please, ancestor, emerge from your seclusion and suppress the Qin clan. Lu Dao and Han Li exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with panic. The lunatic from the Qin clan, known as Qin Shou, has devoured the essence of the imperial weapon and has subdued the venerable Lin emperor. Should he enter the sacred land, he would undoubtedly not spare them. At this moment, only the ancestors within the sacred land could possibly quell this threat. However, regardless of their fervent calls and supplications, the forbidden zone remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Ancestor, are you truly abandoning the sacred land? The Lord of the Azure Sky, his countenance ashen, cried out towards the forbidden zone. This time, he received a reply. A detached voice resonated through the air. Child, rise. Your ancestor has arrived. Yet, upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the assembled quickly morphed into dread. They sprang to their feet, turning to face the source behind them. Surprised? Unexpected? Qingyun taunted. Qingyun, the ancestor. The Lord of the Azure Sky trembled, his visage darkening. What is the matter? Are you displeased to see your ancestor? Qingyun replied, arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What do you intend? The Lord of the Azure Sky stammered, struggling to suppress his fear, though his gaze was fixed upon Qin Shou. Among the 3, he feared not Qin Sha nor Qingyun, but rather this newcomer from the Qin clan. Qingyun and Qin Sha were at least ancestors of the sacred land, potentially refraining from committing heinous acts against it. However, this youth, newly arrived from the Qin clan, harbored no loyalty to the sacred land. Having consumed the essence of the imperial weapon, it was inconceivable that he would show mercy. Indeed, he was right in his assessment. Without further ado, Qin Shou raised his hand and directly subdued the group, imprisoning them within his inner world. The most formidable among them was the Lord of the Azure Sky, at the first level of the great sage realm. To Qin Shou, subduing them was effortless. Once this was accomplished, his gaze turned towards Qingyun and Qin Sha. The remaining members of the Lin clan, their disciples, will be a task for you 2 ancestors. Anyone associated with this lineage must not be spared. Qin Shou's voice was chilling. Once the deed is done, it must be thorough. No future troubles should be allowed. Concepts such as 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline, or families being annihilated and then biding their time for retribution, must be extinguished. Root them out completely. This ancestor knows better than you. Qingyun's expression remained impassive as he spoke, his gaze directed at Qin Sha. Without uttering a word, Qin Sha vanished, setting forth to eradicate the clan. Casting a glance at Qin Sha's departing figure, Qin Shou's attention shifted back to Qingyun. Ancestor Qingyun, shall we pay a visit to the treasury? The treasury of the Azure Sky sacred land is where I attained the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, even the legendary emperor. Chapter 81. The Azure Sky sacred land is in turmoil. Qin Sha stood high above, gripping a disciple of the Lin clan, using him as bait to trace the bloodline. In an instant, anguished screams echoed throughout the sacred grounds. Countless Lin disciples erupted into clouds of blood mist, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. From those at the physical and spiritual realms to those at the threshold of enlightenment, none related by blood to the Lin clan were spared. What is happening? Is that not the venerable ancestor Qin Shou? Is the Qin clan enacting vengeance? The Lin clan is doomed, and so is the lineage of the Saint Lord. This sudden upheaval left all disciples within the sacred grounds trembling in fear, watching helplessly as their fellow Lin disciples exploded in a blood mist. Some disciples and elders who had allied with the Lin clan turned ashen-faced, retreating to their abodes in an attempt to sever ties with the Lin clan. Qin Shou hovered in the void, his expression indifferent. He felt no remorse for the slaughter. The Lin clan had initiated the oppression, and the Qin clan had long been prepared for retaliation. His gaze surveyed the entire sacred ground, and his detached voice resonated in the ears of every disciple. Today, the Lin clan shall perish. Any disciple who reports those associated with the Lin clan will be rewarded with spiritual stones, elixirs, martial arts scriptures, and divine weapons. What? In an instant, the previously panicked disciples of the sacred grounds fell silent, their gazes directed towards the figure of Qin Shou in the sky, expressions filled with suspicion. Yet soon after, the eyes of some disciples began to flicker as they glanced at their companions. Within the Qin estate, Qin and Qin heir stared blankly at the sky. The events unfolding today left them in disbelief. The Lin clan had fallen. After enduring oppression for thousands of years and losing numerous clansmen, the Qin clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Qin Shou was executing a grand reckoning and chaos engulfed the sacred grounds, Qin Shou had already arrived at the treasury. Unlike his previous visit to the outer vault, this time he ventured directly into the core inner vault. In a vast space, countless premium spiritual stones were heaped together. With each breath, rich spiritual energy surged into his body, enough to instantly overwhelm a spiritual infant. Additionally, countless high-grade spiritual elixirs were neatly arranged on rows of shelves. Floating in the air were numerous luminous orbs, each containing formidable weapons. From their emanating auras, all exceeded the status of sacred weapons. Among them, one spear faintly exuded the aura of a quasi-emperor weapon. The treasures of the core vault were indeed incomparable to those of the outer vault. Qin Shou inhaled deeply, gazing at the accumulated wealth within the space, his expression one of delight. Beside him, Qin Zhan remained remarkably calm. Though these resources were abundant and immensely valuable, they held no significance for him. At his level, what he required were treasures that could replenish his vitality and restore his life force. However, such items had long been depleted. After all, within the Qingtian sacred ground, there were no shortage of ancient beings. Do not revel too much, young one. There are still 2 such treasures remaining. Swiftly gather them, and let us proceed to the next. With a nudge, we moved toward the exit of the treasure trove. Without hesitation, Qin Shou opened his inner world, unleashing a tempestuous draw upon the treasures before him. In mere moments, an abundance of riches was consumed. The entire vault soon lay bare, even the floor stripped of its adornments. Having collected the treasures, Qin Shou turned to follow, and the 2 exited the vault. Then came a second, followed by the third. After the 3 vaults had been completely emptied, Qin Shou's inner world brimmed with a terrifying aura of spiritual energy, the space nearly solidifying under its weight. When the 2 reappeared in the sacred ground, a scene of carnage unfolded before them. Blood stained the surroundings, a thick, metallic scent saturating the air. At that moment, Qin Shou's figure flickered into view before them. All has been slain. His expression was impassive, a malevolent aura radiating from him. Aside from the initial extermination of the Lin clan, he had subsequently eradicated many powerful individuals closely allied with them, following reports from certain disciples of the sacred ground. It could be said that the entire sanctum had lost nearly half its populace, including numerous kings and formidable beings, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Qin Shou surveyed the blood-soaked sacred ground and the trembling disciples who had survived, nodding in acknowledgement. Well done, esteemed ancestors. He refrained from demanding the complete annihilation of these ordinary disciples, for the grievances between the Qin and Lin clans bore no relevance to them. As for those affiliated with the Lin clan, it was merely a matter of ill fortune. Esteemed ancestors, I entrust the remaining matters to your capable hands. Qin Shou stated before departing. He had amassed a vast fortune and was eager to assess it, pondering whether these resources might elevate him to the status of a mythical emperor. That young man has gained tremendous benefits and hastens away quite swiftly. Qin Zhan observed Qin Shou's retreat with a sense of resignation. He then redirected his gaze toward the ravaged sacred ground, his expression growing grave. The Qin Tian sacred ground had been significantly weakened by this event. With resources depleted, the fate of the remaining disciples now posed a dilemma. Perhaps it would be best to disband? This thought flickered through his mind. In the central celestial domain, within the depths of the nether abyss, one of the three great forbidden zones, a pair of eyes opened in the darkness, gazing toward the eastern wilderness, devoid of any emotion. After a few moments, the eyes closed once more. A voice then resonated in the shadows. Qing Emperor, you truly possess remarkable patience. Your lineage is on the brink of annihilation, yet you remain unmoved. 1,000,000 years have passed, and the celestial gates are set to descend anew. I have concealed myself within this forbidden zone for hundreds of thousands of years, all to step into that realm, for this trivial matter of bloodline inheritance. As the celestial gate descends, this emperor shall emerge from the forbidden realm and settle all accounts. Chapter 82. 2 billion Supreme Spirit Stones, the Mythical Emperor. In the western desert, within the sacred land of Ling Mountain, an immense golden mountain towers majestically above the earth, intricately adorned with countless statues of great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. A profound radiance of Buddhist light illuminates the heavens and the earth, with concentric halos manifesting behind the figures. At the base of Ling Mountain, numerous figures can be seen paying homage, prostrating themselves with each step. Among them are both mortals and cultivators, their expressions imbued with deep reverence. At this moment, within a hidden chamber deep inside Ling Mountain, 3 silhouettes sit in meditation upon lotus platforms, their bodies suffused with a luminous Buddhist aura. As halos continuously form and dissipate behind their heads, these 3 figures, bearing compassionate visages, display striking resemblances yet represent different ages, one youthful, another middle-aged, and the last venerable. Before the 3, the disheveled figure of Wuchan stands pale and distressed. Amiba, the imperial lineage of the sacred land, which has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, has fallen. The Qin clan has committed heinous acts, desecrating our Buddha. They must be brought back to Ling Mountain to repent before our sacred seat. Indeed, they have defiled our Buddha and must be returned for atonement. Each of the 3 seated Buddhas spoke in turn, seemingly poised to determine the fate of the Qin clan. Dear brothers, the Qin clan possesses a malevolent imperial weapon that has even subdued the Xianxia cauldron left by the Azure Emperor. We must proceed with caution. Wuchan's expression is grave. He narrowly escaped the pursuit of 2 imperial puppets, paying the price of an imperial weapon and an arm to flee. However, after his escape, he did not return immediately to the Spirit Stones. Instead, during the outbreak of battle at the Sacred Land, he quietly returned, concealing himself among the stars to observe. Thus, he witnessed the resurgence of 2 imperial weapons. The red-haired demon seemed to embody all the world's malevolence, overpowering even the Azure Emperor's Xianxia cauldron and subjugating it. Yet, in response to his concerns, the 3 seated figures shook their heads. Wuchan, our Buddha's imperial weapons can counter all forms of evil, even against other imperial weapons. Furthermore, an imperial weapon cannot be revived twice in quick succession. This time, we must eradicate such malevolent weapons from Ling Mountain and reclaim the Qin clan to prevent their descent into the path of evil, which would plague the vast continent of Tiancang. Our Buddha is compassionate. The 3 imperial Buddhas joined their hands in prayer, their faces radiating a profound compassion for all sentient beings. As their voices faded, the 3 figures simultaneously dissipated, leaving only Wuchan standing in the secret chamber, his expression filled with concern. Though it is true that an imperial weapon cannot easily revive twice, he remains uneasy. After all, the Qin clan's progeny is exceedingly sinister. Who knows what other means they may possess? Yet, gazing at the departed silhouettes of his brothers, he can only hope they will suppress the Qin clan and bring them back to Ling Mountain. In the sacred land, within the Qin clan's estate, Wuchan silently invokes System. Tally all items within this realm and convert them into supreme spirit stones. In his dwelling, Qin Shou sits cross-legged upon the bed, his thoughts deeply focused. Ding! The system has received your command and is processing. 4 complete quasi-emperor weapons, 1 damaged, 16 saint weapons, 38 holy weapons. Elixirs, spiritual herbs, and ores. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, 300 billion, 50 million, 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones. All items and resources calculated into top-grade spirit stones. Total 20,760,003,001. Does the host wish to trade? Hiss, 20 billion, 7 million? Qin Shou gasped in astonishment. Although he anticipated a significant haul, the magnitude of this figure still took him by surprise. It is worth noting that he had sold a quasi-emperor inheritance and 2 flesh tickets for merely 12 million. 20 billion is equivalent to 20 quasi-emperor inheritances. If relying solely on the flesh tickets, he would need to capture 200. Ding, does the host wish to trade? Due to the large transaction volume, the system can offer the host 2 billion 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The system's voice urged, trade, convert all into cultivation. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Qin Shou instantly felt his inner world being swept clean. Following this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, transaction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 billion 100 million top-grade spirit stones. 19 billion 670 million top-grade spirit stones consumed. Exchange for the 5th stage of the mythic realm, Emperor cultivation level. Remaining 133 million top-grade spirit stones. Next realm, Emperor level 6. Requires 6 billion top-grade spirit stones. A series of voices resonated in his mind. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in Qin Shou's consciousness, bringing forth countless insights into the great Tao, as if he had practiced for eons, an overwhelming familiarity washing over him. Simultaneously, his blood surged like a roaring furnace. The pale golden blood gradually faded, returning to its purest crimson. The vibrations of the great Tao filled the space, as golden lotuses appeared and vanished, suffused with an aura of infinite auspiciousness. 5th stage of the mythic realm. Emperor, the holy body has reached perfection. Qin Shou's countenance glowed with excitement as he felt the terrifying power within him, a sense of mastery over all things rising from his heart. Extending his palm, the light within his hand flickered, birthing and annihilating countless small worlds. Life and death intertwined, an eternal cycle. Closing his eyes, a terrifying thought instantly enveloped the entire continent. Vivid images flashed through his mind. At the Qingyun Sect, that frugal father was arguing with the Grand Elder. In a certain Grand Sect's territory, a man and a dog were excavating a grave. Within the holy land of the Qin clan, disciples were calming the ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. Moreover, in the Taichu Holy Land, the southern barbarian Celestial Demon Palace and the northern Xian Alliance. Boldly, who dares to spy on us? Impudence. In the central Celestial Domain, within the 3 forbidden zones, pairs of indifferent, merciless eyes opened. Terrifying thoughts surged out of the forbidden zone, stirring up the winds and clouds. As vast expanses of void were instantaneously shattered. Sovereigns of the forbidden zone. In the chamber, Qin Shou opened his eyes, a glint of peculiarity shining through. He had long heard of the 3 forbidden zones in the central celestial domain. In the depths of the abyss of shadows, within the supreme forbidden zone and the divine ruins, ancient supremes lie in slumber. It is evident now that this is indeed true, and their numbers are not insignificant. Collectively, the 3 forbidden zones harbor no fewer than 10 of these formidable beings. A particular aura lingers in Qin Shou's mind, prompting contemplation, as he recalls a sensation he had just encountered in one of the forbidden zones. This feeling bears an inexplicable familiarity, as though he has encountered it somewhere before. Lost in thought, he suddenly furrows his brow and vanishes from his chamber. In the next moment, he materializes above the sacred land. A breath later, the figure of Qingyun appears. Upon seeing Qin Shou, a flicker of surprise crosses Qingyun's features. In the brief time they have been apart, he perceives a subtle change in Qin Shou, though he cannot articulate what it is. This fleeting sensation vanishes as he attempts to delve deeper into it. Qin Shou, noticing Qingyun's expression, chooses to disregard it, his gaze fixed ahead into the void. Moments later, the space before him splits open, and 2 figures emerge. Among them is Xianxia, who had departed earlier, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man with sharp brows and piercing eyes. The middle-aged man exudes a formidable aura, unmistakably of the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 83. The arrival of the celestial gate and the radiance of the Buddha in the west. In the void, the middle-aged man's gaze first sweeps over the sacred land below, before settling on Qin Shou and Qingyun. When his eyes fall upon Qin Shou, his pupils noticeably constrict. Yet he quickly regains his composure and redirects his attention to Qingyun, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. Qingyun, my old friend. It has been 20,000 years, and you are still alive. He remarks. Oomph. Qingyun scoffs in response. And you, Chun, seem to be thriving as well. What brings you to my Qing Tian sacred land, if not to seek a legacy? Qingyun's voice carries a chill, for he is well acquainted with the man before him. Xuandi, whose true name is Chun Haiyang, was an unparalleled prodigy of the North Xian alliance millennia ago. In their youth, they often clashed, each claiming victories in turn, existing as both rivals and allies. However, after attaining the quasi-emperor status, they largely remained entrenched in their own territories, leading to their separation over the years. Now, Chen's sudden appearance in the Eastern Wild inevitably raises suspicions regarding his intentions for a legacy. Indeed, I have come for a legacy, Xuandi replies with a hint of amusement. Though he clarifies, not to seize it, but to purchase it. His expression softens as he glances at Qin Shou. Purchase? Qingyun's brow furrows, and his gaze shifts to Qin Shou. He is not taken aback by Chen's self-proclaimed title of emperor. Though a quasi-emperor is not a true emperor, the title still carries weight. In this era devoid of true enlightened beings, claiming the title of emperor is not without merit. A quasi-emperor's legacy requires 100 million supreme spirit stones. Qin Shou acknowledges, meeting the eyes of both men with a calm nod. Previously, when he departed from Jianzhou, he had conveyed a message, proposing a trade for a quasi-emperor's legacy. However, at that time, the other party did not respond, leading him to believe his offer had been declined. To his surprise, despite his current prowess allowing him to easily subdue both parties, he felt that initiating this trade might not be appropriate, especially since the quasi-emperor's legacy held little significance for him. Upon hearing Qin Shou mention 100 million top-tier spirit stones, Xiandi did not hesitate. He simply waved his hand, summoning a luminous orb. Within it lay a mountain of spirit stones, compressed into a small space. Observing this, Qin Shou remained silent, retrieving a statue of the quasi-emperor and tossing it into the air towards his counterpart, while casually accepting the spirit stone orb. However, as he received the orb, a subtle change appeared on his face, and he cast a meaningful glance at Xiandi. 100 million and 20 million top-tier spirit stones. This was a considerable surplus compared to their initial agreement, mirroring the situation with the Taichu Holy Land. Meanwhile, Xiandi also stored the quasi-emperor's statue, but did not take his leave. Instead, he gazed at Qin Shou with a hint of regret. Young friend, achieving such greatness at a tender age is a testament to your unparalleled talent across the Tiancang Continent. Had you been born a millennium earlier, you might have had the opportunity to attain the Tao and enter that realm. Alas, he shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Having arrived at the eastern wilderness border long ago, he had witnessed Qin Shou's formidable prowess and recognized his status as a great sage. What realm? Qin Shou inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Unaware, are you? Xiandi was taken aback, and then turned his gaze towards Qingyun, assuming that Qin Shou must have known of the impending arrival of that realm. Noticing this, Qin Shou also looked at Qingyun, who appeared grave. After a moment of silence, Qingyun began to speak slowly. It is said that above the Tiancang Continent lies an immense and boundless world, which we refer to as the Celestial Realm. In ancient times, those who reached the mythical realm and became supreme emperors could pass through a celestial gate to enter that world, seeking the Tao and eternal life. However, at some point, the portal to the Celestial Realm was sealed. Even those who attained the status of emperor could no longer gain entry, forced to remain on the Tiancang Continent until their lifespans dwindled, dying with unfulfilled aspirations. This situation persisted until 1,000,000 years ago, when a sacred body emerged, achieving the Tao a second time and forcefully breaching the Celestial Gate, stepping into the Celestial Realm. Before entering, he left behind a prophecy. 1,000,000 years hence, the Celestial Gate shall reappear. Qingyun's expression was grave, and as he concluded, he cast a profound glance at Qin Shou. 1,000,000 years ago, a sacred body, achieving the Tao a second time? In an instant, Qin Shou grasped the implications of his words. When I initially received the great emperor's inheritance in the Hall of Kings, the spirit of the hall once spoke to me, recounting how that emperor achieved enlightenment a second time, and, in his later years, single-handedly pierced through the celestial gates to ascend to the higher realms. The Grand Saint Body, the celestial emperor, 1,000,000 years hence, the celestial gates shall reappear. The pathway to the upper realms will once again be opened. Qin Shou need not contemplate. When the celestial gates truly descend, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. At that time, all the beings on the Tiancang Continent, those alive, those feigning death, and those half alive, will emerge. They will vie for the opportunity to ascend, seeking eternal life. Young one, your cultivation is still too low. If granted another 10 or 20,000 years, perhaps you might qualify to compete. Alas, Qin patted Qin Shou's shoulder. A look of regret etched upon his face. This was also the reason he refrained from mentioning the matter to Qin Shou. With Qin Shou as current level of cultivation in the Great Saint Realm, once embroiled in such conflict, he would likely be eliminated in an instant. Even with imperial weapons and 2 quasi-emperor guardians, it would be of little use. Too low in cultivation? Qin Shou smirked. You've never witnessed a dragon's urination. Wait until my true powers are unleashed, and you shall be awestruck. My young friend, your profound fortune may afford you the opportunity to gain entry when the celestial gates descend, remarked the stern-faced Xian Emperor, a trace of a smile breaking through his demeanor. Such a prodigious talent, if not cut short, has a great likelihood of becoming a quasi-emperor or even achieving enlightenment. The Bei-Xian alliance bears no grievances with the Qin clan. It would be prudent to cultivate amicable relations during this opportunity. Should the other party truly attain enlightenment in the future, the Bei-Xian alliance would also benefit from this connection. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shou offered a non-committal smile. With his current level of cultivation, even should a supreme from the Forbidden Zone emerge, he held confidence in his ability to subdue them. He found himself genuinely anticipating the spectacle of the Celestial Gate's arrival. Perhaps, like the Celestial Emperor who pierced through the gates 1,000,000 years ago, he too could accomplish the same feat, having also attained enlightenment a second time. Ding. The host may doubt himself, but should never doubt the abilities of the system. If the host feels insufficiently powerful, then simply recharge further. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, all is achievable. The system's haughty voice echoed in his mind. Qin Shou's lips twitched slightly. Such familiar words. Insufficient strength merely implies he hadn't recharged enough, right? Spirit stones. Qin Shou murmured, his gaze suddenly shifting westward. A glimmer of Buddhist light illuminated his vision. Chapter 84. Friends from afar. Since they have come, let us bury them. Ah! The Western Desert Spirit Mountain has sent visitors. The radiant Buddhist light instantly captured everyone's attention. Qin, the Xian Emperor, and Jianzhou all turned their eyes towards the west. The Xian Emperor's expression shifted. He withdrew his gaze to address Qin Shou and the others. It appears the visitors from the Spirit Mountain are not here with benevolent intentions. It would be wise for both of you to temporarily retreat from the spotlight. With that, the Xian Emperor spoke, his tone laced with counsel, before leading Jianzhou to a distant vantage point to observe. He indeed holds a favorable view of Qin Shou, yet he would not involve himself in the enmity and conflicts between the two. After all, such a level of contention could easily entangle the Northern Domain Alliance. Young man, let us return to the sacred land, Qin said, his expression grave. He sensed 3 powerful quasi-emperors emanating from the Buddhist radiance, each as formidable as himself, with one even surpassing him significantly. With such strength, resistance would be futile. Their only hope lay in returning to the sacred land. Relying on the grand formation left by the Azure Emperor, supplemented by imperial weapons, to withstand the onslaught. Qin Shou, observing the elder's serious and urgent demeanor, smiled lightly and shook his head. No worries, merely 3 quasi-emperors. A friend from afar has arrived. Thus, we shall bury them. Bury them? Qin's expression froze as he stared at Qin Shou. Do you still have a hidden card? Or is that sinister imperial weapon capable of reviving once more? This time, Qin Shou disregarded his companion's inquiry, his gaze fixed firmly towards the west. The Buddhist radiance intensified, and 3 terrifying figures approached along the golden path. One was a youth, another a middle-aged man, and the last an elder. Above their heads hovered a golden bowl, exuding immeasurable imperial might. The trio had directly summoned imperial weapons upon their arrival. Such a terrifying commotion immediately stirred the entire eastern wilderness, even reverberating across the other 3 great domains. What was happening? The Western Desert's Ling Mountain was swift in action and grand in spectacle, with 3 quasi-emperors appearing together, bearing supreme imperial weapons. Were they declaring war against the Azure Sky Sacred Land? If this continued, the eastern wilderness would inevitably face destruction and be submerged. Countless cultivators were filled with dread, gazing blankly at the golden path extending from the west. some powerful figures from prominent clans stepped forth, employing great powers to whisk their entire families away from the eastern wilderness in fear of being buried alongside it. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the entire eastern wilderness, the three figures finally traversed the golden path and arrived at the azure sky, sacred land. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and the earth. The imperial might radiating from the golden bowl permeated the atmosphere. Without sin, without evil, without difficulty, Qingyun gazed at the three, his countenance profoundly serious as he slowly spoke. As a powerful being of the same tier, he naturally recognized these three. Without sin, without evil, without difficulty, the three ancestors of Ling Mountain. It is said they were formed from 3 drops of Amitabha's essence, known as the 3 bodies of Buddha, each possessing a cultivation level above the 4th stage of Quasi-Emperor. They are one of Ling Mountain's greatest treasures. Amitabha, we, the Buddha, are compassionate. The 3 Quasi-Emperors joined their hands in prayer, their indifferent gazes sweeping over Qin Shou and Qingyun. The Qin clan has committed heinous acts, wantonly slaughtering the imperial clan and desecrating our 2 Buddhas. Please accompany us back to Ling Mountain, to stand before the Buddha for 10,000 years, to listen to the Mahayana teachings, and to cleanse oneself of sins before continuing the pursuit of the great Tao. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shou remained silent, his gaze fixated with keen interest on the trio before him, or rather, on the imperial weapons hovering above their heads. Beside him, Qingyun let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Huh, after countless years, you still possess such audacity, Ling Mountain." The disdain in Qingyun's eyes was unabashedly evident, starkly revealing his contempt. It was obvious that Ling Mountain had instigated the series of events by seizing the inheritance first. Yet, these 3 had the audacity to confront them without a hint of acknowledgement of their own wrongdoing. Moreover, what business did the affairs between the Qin and Lin clans have with Ling Mountain? Was this not akin to a dog meddling in matters that did not concern it? Amitabha, the Qin clan has committed heinous acts, and for the sake of the continent's beings, I beseech you both to accompany the Qin clan to my Ling Mountain. The 3 quasi-emperors stepped forward, their imperial weapons radiating an overwhelming aura. Just as they were about to strike, a voice resonated through the void. Indeed, the Qin clan deserves to perish. As the voice echoed, the space nearby tore open, revealing 3 exceptionally aged figures who emerged. They appeared skeletal, resembling dried corpses, their chilling gazes fixed intently on Qin Shou and his companion. The Lin clan's ancient ones? Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing them. He had sensed a threat when these 3 had previously escaped, but he never anticipated they would strike at this moment. Facing the 3 from Ling Mountain was already formidable enough. Now, with the addition of these 3, was he not courting death? Qingyun, you slaughtered my Lin clan. And who would have thought retribution would arrive so swiftly? Today, you shall witness how your Qin clan meets its demise. One of the withered figures spoke, his voice icy as the depths of the abyss. That was your Lin clan's own doing. Last time, I allowed you to escape. This time, I shall ensure your annihilation. Qingyun's face darkened with malevolence. Though anxiety simmered within, his outward demeanor remained formidable. In the midst of this exchange, he discreetly extended a hand towards Qin Shou, signaling him to summon the imperial weapon, for he felt he could not withstand the onslaught without it. Noticing his gesture, Qin Shou refrained from producing the weapon. Instead, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront, his gaze icy as he regarded the 3 skeletal figures. Ah, everyone is gathered. These 3 were indeed the very presences he had sensed escaping from the forbidden ground earlier. Having ascended to the status of emperor, he had yet to apprehend them. But now they had delivered themselves right into his grasp. Observing Qin Shou's advance, the 3 ancestors of the Lin clan exchanged glances, their expressions growing even colder. Although they had been in slumber within the forbidden ground, a fragment of their consciousness had remained attuned to the outside world, allowing them to comprehend all that transpired. It was precisely this awareness that enabled them to flee when the imperial weapons were subdued, preserving their lives. Seizing the opportunity presented by the arrival of Ling Mountain to seek retribution, they dared to reveal themselves. Little beast, it is you. You're a malevolent entity that has consumed the essence of the imperial weapon, which has brought such calamity upon my Lin clan. Prepare to meet your demise. A cold voice thundered, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In an instant, he unleashed his power, the aura of a quasi-emperor erupting as he struck down towards Qin Shou. Be careful, kid. Qin Zhan's expression darkened, stepping forward in an attempt to shield Qin Shou from the impending blow. However, at that moment, a radiant light enveloped the space, intercepting him. Witnessing this, the elder of the Lin clan exhibited a fleeting glimpse of ferocity, his palm radiating an even more formidable energy. The space shattered beneath his grasp. A terrifying aura enveloping Qin Shou. Die, little beast. Once you are gone, I shall send your entire Qin clan to accompany you in the cycle of reincarnation. Or perhaps I should expedite your journey. Qin Shou regarded the Lin clan elder with an indifferent gaze. The overwhelming will of the ultimate path shrouded the surrounding space. The next moment, an explosion resounded. The Lin clan elder disintegrated into nothingness, his quasi-emperor blood spilling forth, transforming into a torrential river of crimson that collapsed the void. Qin Shou reached out, grasping the blood river, which vaporized and condensed into a viscous or the size of an infant's fist, slowly descending into his palm. Such a shocking turn of events rendered all present speechless. Hiss! This, he is dead, instantly killed. The crowd gazed in awe at the quasi-emperor's blood resting in Qin Shou's hand, gasping in astonishment. Qin Zhan, standing closest, even comically rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is there something unclean? Chapter 85. A fragment of thought from the Embark Emperor. In the void above, everyone looked upon Qin Shou with palpable fear, their hearts racing violently. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Could this young man before them be an emperor? How else could he have slain a quasi-emperor with a mere glance? In the distance, the two observing Xuandi were wide-eyed with astonishment. Xianxia, filled with reverence, discreetly swallowed hard, glancing at the Xuandi beside him. Master, is this esteemed Qin a true emperor? The Xuandi trembled at the words, rendered speechless. He was momentarily bewildered. What had he just witnessed? Recalling their recent exchange, he had previously addressed Qin Shou as a lesser being, suggesting his cultivation was inferior, having been born 10,000 years later. And yet, this was indeed a lowly cultivation? You killed him. Meanwhile, the remaining two elders of the Lin clan stared at Qin Shou, disbelief etched across their features. Umapa, the three quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain, clasped their hands in prayer, their brows furrowed with gravity. The brilliance of the imperial weapon above shone intensely, their expressions brimming with vigilance. What once seemed an effortless task of capturing them now felt like a tremendous relief for the emperor, casually tossing the quasi-emperor's blood to Qin Zhan at his side. Qin Shou's gaze swept over the individuals before him, his countenance remaining indifferent. This emperor, upon hearing those two words, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. Though they were poised emperors, capable of calling themselves such, the utterance from Qin Shou instilled within them an overwhelming sense of pressure. He spoke of a true emperor, an unparalleled mythic existence. No, it cannot be. You cannot possibly be an emperor. The heavens have yet to unleash a great calamity, and no one has attained enlightenment. How could you be an emperor? The two elders of the Lin clan bellowed in anger, retreating in fear. In the next moment, both unleashed a palm strike towards Qin Shou, fully revealing the formidable laws of the quasi-emperor realm. In an instant, the void erupted with a deafening roar, and the entire space around Qin Shou crumbled, unveiling a tumultuous maelstrom of vibrant chaos. After executing their attack, the two did not dare to linger, tearing through space to escape. Do you still think you can flee? Qin Shou sneered, casually sweeping his hand as the storm of the void reversed itself, stabilizing the collapsing space, which then began to heal. Having accomplished this, he leisurely raised his hand, reaching toward the direction of the two fleeing figures. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated. Thousands of miles away, the skies darkened and swirled as a colossal hand coalesced out of thin air, imprisoning a section of the heavens and seizing the two figures. No, get away from me. The two, gripped by horror, unleashed the laws of the quasi-emperor realm, attempting to shatter the great hand. However, even with one being at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, the unleashed laws could not budge this hand. In the next moment, the hand tightened. Bang! A horrifying explosion echoed, and a mist of blood dispersed in the void, transforming into a torrential rain of blood, accompanied by countless treasures cascading from the ether. Subsequently, this blood rain was refined, condensed into a mass the size of a human fist, pulsating with potent vitality. Above the sacred land of the azure sky, the shattered space allowed the fist-sized quasi-emperor's blood to drift forth, landing in Qin Shou's grasp. They're dead. Gazing at the orb of blood, emanating a terrifying essence in Qin Shou's hand, the breaths of all present grew heavy. Although no aura of an emperor radiated from Qin Shou, in this moment, they were undeniably certain that the youth before them was a genuine emperor. A supreme existence capable of reigning over the sky-blue continent for 100,000 years. Amitabha. In the air, the three quasi-emperors from the sacred mountain wore grim expressions. Caught in a dilemma, they had never anticipated that their fierce advance would lead them directly into the hands of an emperor. What now? Flee? Looking at the quasi-emperor's blood in Qin Shou's hand, they dared not entertain such thoughts. At that moment, after collecting the quasi-emperor's blood, Qin Shou turned his gaze toward the three. What was it that you said earlier? This emperor has forgotten. Could you kindly repeat it? The three paused, their expressions faltering. They regarded Qin Shou with wary eyes, remaining silent. However, the imperial weapon above their heads began to glow, a surge of imperial might gradually awakening. Oh, the imperial weapon is reviving? Qin Shou raised an eyebrow. Under his gaze, the radiance of this imperial weapon intensified profoundly. Ultimately, a golden Buddha materialized amidst the golden light. Seated gracefully upon a lotus pedestal, the golden Buddha towered 10 feet high, with ears cascading down to its shoulders and its eyes gently closed, exuding an air of majesty. The great emperor, Amitabha. The three quasi-emperors beheld the golden Buddha, their faces illuminating with expressions of astonishment. An imperial weapon deity? In the distance, the Xian emperor's countenance grew serious as he cast a peculiar glance towards this Buddha. He sensed a trace of aura distinctly different from that of a deity. After 1,000,000 years as a great era dawns, it is truly astonishing that my fellow cultivator has concealed his path to enlightenment from the forbidden zones. The Buddha joined its hands in prayer, its eyes opening to meet Qin Shou's gaze, as the void resonated with rumbling sounds. A fragment of Amitabha's thought? A flicker of intrigue passed through Qin Shou's eyes. He discerned that this was not the revival of an imperial weapon deity, but rather a fragment of consciousness concealed within the imperial weapon. The great emperor Amitabha still lives. Above, the great emperor Amitabha, upon hearing Qin Shou's words, did not refute. After casting a glance at the three quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain beside him, he turned his attention back to Qin Shou and spoke languidly. These three are my disciples from Ling Mountain who have unwittingly committed a grave offense. Might I take them back to Ling Mountain for reflection? Take them away? Qin Shou shook his head resolutely. To presume to take them with a mere statement was rather dismissive of his own standing. What do you wish to do? The brow of Amitabha furrowed, a heavy imperial might emanating from him. What do you mean? You should remain here. Qin Shou's expression hardened, his palm extending as he nurtured a world within it. Reaching out towards Amitabha, Amitabha's countenance shifted subtly as his form dissipated, merging into the golden bowl of the imperial weapon, leaving behind a resonant declaration in the air. As the great era unfolds, when my true form awakens, I shall seek you out for retribution. Chapter 86. Suppressing the Ling Mountain Quasi-Emperors, providing imperial blood for the sect? Seek me for retribution? Qin Shou snorted coldly, his hand descending to suppress the golden bowl imperial weapon. After sealing it, he directly drew it into his inner world. Having accomplished this, he turned his attention back to the three quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain. His indifferent, emotionless gaze sent tremors through their forms. Great Emperor, we bear no guilt. The three murmured, their eyes filled with trepidation. Their confidence in arriving here stemmed primarily from the fragment of the great emperor's consciousness hidden within the imperial weapon. Yet now, it had been so effortlessly subdued by the other party. Although merely a fragment of thought, it represented an existence of unparalleled stature. Great Emperor, we have offended you. Please grant us your mercy. The three bowed their heads in the air, trembling, too frightened to meet his gaze. You have offended this emperor. You should rightfully perish. However, considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I shall spare your lives. You shall be imprisoned in my sect, and each year you will offer a drop of quasi-emperor's essence. After 10,000 years, I shall grant you freedom. Qin Shou spoke with an impassive expression, lightly uttering these words. What? The three individuals initially felt a sense of relief upon hearing the first half of the statement, thinking that the current emperor was indeed benevolent. However, upon hearing the latter part, their defenses crumbled entirely. 1 drop of quasi-emperor's blood per year? For 1,000 years? This was no longer the demeanor of an emperor. It was akin to the reincarnation of a living hell. Even Qin Zhan and the distant Xian emperor wore somber expressions, their lips twitching in disbelief. That was the essence of quasi-emperor blood, not mere water. Even a powerful quasi-emperor would find it impossible to cultivate a single drop within a year. Moreover, considering the lifespans of those three, it was unlikely they would survive for 10,000 years. They were essentially being bled dry until death. It would be far better to perish outright. Even if one were the emperor of the age, such humiliation was intolerable. Furthermore, with the Buddha still existing in the world, did they not fear future retribution for their actions? The guiltless quasi-emperor, under immense pressure, spoke out in anger, disregarding any potential offense. After all, he was a quasi-emperor. Rather than be treated as a blood slave until death, it would be preferable to die at once. This was beyond their control. As for the Amitabha emperor, should he dare to come forth, this emperor would not hesitate to suppress him. At that moment, Qin Shou, displaying an air of indifference, raised his hand and directly subdued the three. His gaze then pierced through the void, directing itself towards the center of the western desert. At that moment, in the heart of the golden wasteland, the once majestic spiritual mountain, bathed in Buddha's light, had vanished, leaving behind a colossal pit. It appeared as if a great beast had opened its maw and devoured the entire mountain. Amitabha Emperor certainly fled swiftly. He had even relocated the entire spiritual mountain. Qin Shou mused to himself, retracting his gaze. He was nearly certain that the Amitabha Emperor lay dormant within the spiritual mountain. When he suppressed that fleeting thought, the opponent had effortlessly moved the entire mountain and concealed it. The reason for not emerging was likely to await the arrival of the Celestial Gate. At that moment, Qin Zhan and the Xian Emperor approached. Qin Zhan regarded Qin Shou, momentarily at a loss for words. Although Qin Shou was his junior, his newly revealed status as the current emperor left him uncertain about how to address him. In contrast, the Xian Emperor wore a look of reverence, respectfully clasping his hands in salute. He had encountered an emperor. The Xian Emperor lowered his head, feeling a twinge of anxiety, for his earlier words could be seen as disrespectful to the emperor. Qin Shou cast a glance at him, nodding slightly. Finally, Qin Zhan steeled himself, cupping his hands towards Qin Shou. Emperor, haha, there's no need for such formality. Simply calling me by my name suffices. Qin Shou replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand dismissively. I wouldn't dare. Qin Zhan's face bore a hint of respect. Although he was a senior, he would not take advantage of his age. Even if Qin Shou were inclined to do so, he would refrain from directly addressing the individual by name, as it would undermine the majesty of the emperor. Observing the respect etched upon the other's visage, Qin Shou sighed inwardly and chose to remain silent. With a deft motion of his hand, he summoned the essence of the two Lin clan quasi-emperors he had vanquished, manifesting their vital blood within his grasp. In an instant, a dense aura of vitality began to swirl through the air, exuding an ethereal mist. This essence should suffice to restore vitality to the bodies of the two ancestors, allowing them to ascend to even loftier realms. As he spoke, he extended the fist-sized orb of essence towards Qin Zhan. Quasi-Emperor's essence. Qin Zhan instinctively reached out to receive it, his eyes alight with brilliance. This orb of vital blood, combined with the small portion he had received earlier, now encompassed the essence of the three quasi-emperor ancestors of the Lin clan. Naturally, he understood that the reference to the two ancestors included the contribution from the second brother, Xianxia. He felt no discontent. On the contrary, he was elated. This was a testament that Qin Shou still held the Qin clan in regard. Thank you, Your Majesty, Qin Zhan declared, stowing away the quasi-emperor's essence, a gleam of joy illuminating his weathered features as he once again offered his respectful salute to Qin Shou. Beside them, Xian Emperor observed the scene with a tinge of envy, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. The Qin clan was poised for prosperity. With an emperor emerging from their ranks, they were destined to thrive for at least 100,000 years. The Tiancang Continent would now boast another imperial clan. Yet, it could not be said that another had emerged. With the annihilation of the Lin clan, the Qin clan was merely filling the void. At that moment, Qin Shou acknowledged Qin Zhan's reception of the quasi-emperor's essence with a nod. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Xian Emperor and spoke, "Since I attained enlightenment, my presence has gone unnoticed. Now, as the great era approaches, to bless the populace, I shall impart teachings in Xianzhou 1 month hence. At that time, All powers above Quasi-Emperor from the Northern Domain Alliance are welcome to attend. The declaration of the Emperor's teachings? Xian Emperor's expression shifted in astonishment. His eyes wide with disbelief, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Northern Domain Alliance will certainly make their way to Xianzhou to listen to the Emperor's teachings. To have the opportunity to hear a living emperor expound would be of immeasurable benefit to those of quasi-emperor status, potentially leading to profound realizations and advancements in their cultivation. Indeed, go forth. Qin Shou waved his hand dismissively. Xian Emperor once more bowed in reverence before gradually retreating, gesturing to the stunned Jianjiao and departing into the void. Once their figures had completely vanished, Qin Zhan spoke up, Your Majesty, do you truly intend to impart teachings? His gaze bore a hint of skepticism. Though their time together had been brief, he believed he had a fair understanding of Qin Shou, a figure not known for generosity. Such gratuitous teachings did not seem befitting of his character. Ancestor, feel free to spread the word. In a month, the Qin Sacred Land shall merge with the Qingyun Sect, and it will be known as the Qingyun Sacred Land. Simultaneously, I shall impart my teachings at the Sacred Land. Qin Shou chuckled softly. The teachings are free, yet those who come to listen surely do not arrive empty-handed. Who would dare come without offerings? Observing the situation at Ling Mountain, he suspected that the ancient emperors of Ur had survived through various means, perhaps hidden within the several forbidden zones. Currently, he was merely at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Although he had attained enlightenment twice, it was still insufficient. Should several supreme beings appear at once, it would pose a considerable challenge for him. This was a perfect opportunity to extract a substantial sum from those sacred lands and ancient clans. By accumulating enough spirit stones, he could elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Only then could he traverse the Tiancang Continent with confidence. Chapter 87. The Tremor of the Tiancang Continent. In the Qingyun Sect, the Qingyun Sacred Land. What kind of force is the Qingyun Sect? They intend to annex the Qin Sacred Land, thereby becoming the Qingyun Sacred Land? Could this news be genuine? A piece of information spread across the eastern wilderness and the entire Tiancang Continent, instantly shocking countless cultivators. The Qin Sacred Land is to be renamed, merging with that Qingyun Sect to become the Qingyun Sacred Land? This is absolutely true. The boyfriend of my uncle's second cousin's grandson works as a janitor in the Qin Sacred Land. He told me himself. Do you recall the terrifying battle that erupted in the eastern wilderness a few days ago? It is said that the Ling Mountain Sacred Land from the Western Desert sought to seize the heritage of the Qin Sacred Land, which led to the outbreak of conflict between the two sacred lands. Due to this battle, the Lin clan of the Qin Sacred Land was annihilated. In a large city-esque tavern, a multitude of cultivators surrounded a stout middle-aged man, all eyes fixed intently on him. What? The Lin clan has been exterminated? Is your news reliable, my friend? The Lin clan is an imperial lineage, descendants of the Qing emperor. How could they be wiped out? Moreover, if the Ling Mountain Sacred Land possesses such formidable strength, why have they not eradicated the Qin Sacred Land? Upon hearing the claim of the Lin clan's annihilation, some began to voice their doubts. The middle-aged man, facing skepticism, displayed visible displeasure. Clearing his throat, he cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. What do you know? The Qin Sacred Land is not solely represented by the Lin clan. There is also the Qin clan. Ling Mountain certainly wishes to seize the Qin Sacred Land. But at a critical moment, a great emperor emerged from the Qin clan. With a mere wave, he subdued 3 quasi-emperors from Ling Mountain. As he concluded, reverence shimmered in his eyes. Yet, the listeners were not at ease. The entire tavern fell silent, all mouths agape, staring blankly at the middle-aged man. A great emperor? My dear friend, this is utterly outrageous. A great emperor has not emerged on the Tiancang Continent for 100,000 years. If someone had attained enlightenment, how could we remain oblivious? More voices of skepticism arose. The others in the tavern wore expressions of disbelief. If someone had indeed achieved such an extraordinary feat, the heavens would shower blessings, and golden lotuses would bloom in the void. Such a grand spectacle would be visible to all but the blind. In the arena, there were numerous venerable cultivators who had lived for millennia, yet they had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. The earnest middle-aged man, once again questioned, became rather displeased and retorted, What reason would I have to deceive you? My uncle's second cousin's grandson's boyfriend is sweeping the grounds at the sacred land of Qingtian. He told me this himself. Furthermore, The emperor will be delivering a sermon at the sacred land of Qingyun in Xianxia a month from now. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the tavern once more. As they gazed at the middle-aged man's serious countenance, everyone exchanged glances, caught between belief and skepticism. Some individuals, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, discreetly exited the tavern and hurried back to their respective clans and sections. A similar scene unfolded across various regions of the Eastern Wasteland. And even in the northern Xian domain, southern Barbarian, and western desert, people were disseminating this information. The versions of the news were largely consistent, with the pivotal detail being that the emperor would indeed be preaching in a month's time. The news spread across the Tiancang Continent with astonishing rapidity. Within the three major domains, various factions, both large and small, had already set forth, carrying treasured resources and utilizing teleportation arrays to hasten their journey to the sacred land of Qin. In the Qin clan's estate, within a small courtyard, Qin Shou, Qin Sha, and Qin Yu sat facing one another. The news has already spread, and it seems the entire continent is now aware, Qin remarked, gazing at Qin Shou. 3 days had passed since the great battle, and during this time, he had dispatched numerous disciples to disseminate the news via teleportation arrays throughout the eastern wasteland. In the more distant western desert and southern barbarian regions, he personally accompanied Xianxia to ensure the message reached its destination. Indeed, Qin Shou replied with a slight nod. Then, recalling something, he inquired, "What of the Qingyun Sect in Xianzhou? I have already sent an heir to handle that personally." Qin Yu interjected, his gaze towards Qin Shou still imbued with astonishment. 3 days prior, upon learning that Qin Shou was none other than the current emperor, he had nearly fainted from shock. To think that this junior, a blood relative he had brought forth from the Qingyun Sect, was an emperor, a supreme being ruling over the Tiancang realm. Had it not been for the repeated confirmations from ancestor Qingyun, he would never have dared to believe such a fantastical truth. Unbeknownst to Qin Shou of Qin Yu's thoughts, he simply nodded in response to the latter's words. The next moment, his gaze swept across the three elders. "For this coming month, I would appreciate your assistance in relocating all useful resources from the sacred land of Qingyun to Xianzhou. As for the disciples of the sacred land, those with promising talents, once their character and loyalty have been assessed, may also be brought along to Xianzhou. I do not intend to accept all disciples from a sacred land, as even within a sacred domain, there will inevitably be those who merely languish in idleness. Therefore, retaining only the more gifted disciples would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. We understand what must be done." The three elders of Qingyun nodded in agreement, especially Qin Yu, whose heart was filled with indescribable excitement. The Qingyun Sect was his creation. Now, with Qin Shou establishing a sacred ground named after Qingyun, it was indeed a source of great honor for him. The three individuals swiftly departed to arrange for the relocation. Qin Shou sat upon a stone bench, watching as their figures faded from view, then turned his gaze towards the horizon, in the direction of the central heavenly domain. When he first ascended to the throne, he had spread his thoughts, enveloping the entire continent. Within the forbidden zone of the central heavenly domain, he sensed a familiar aura. At that moment, it had only felt familiar, but now, upon seeing that Amitabha was still alive, he could confirm it. The Azure Emperor, transformed into the forbidden zone. He believed that if the immortal sect truly descended, they would emerge from the forbidden land at the first opportunity to seek him out. And Amitabha, two mighty emperors in battle. Qin Shou's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering within them. In Xianzhou, an elder and a young man emerged from space. One old and one young. The youth was handsome, yet a shadow of gloom lingered between his brows. At this moment, he gazed towards the direction of the Qingyun Sect, his eyes filled with both hope and concern. "It matters not. Do you not fancy that girl named Lu Qingqing? If you marry her, you will establish a connection with the sacred ground, which would be a tremendous opportunity for our Yun family," the elder remarked with a cold smile. Although the authenticity of the news remained uncertain, it did not deter them from taking a gamble. If it were true, they could forge a bond with the Qingyun Sect before the news reached Xianzhou, thus linking themselves with the sacred ground. Chapter 88. A Bold Marriage Proposal? At the Qingyun Sect, Qin Wudi stood before a cliff, his gaze directed towards the horizon, a hint of worry clouding his expression. That rascal Qin Shou. It's been ages since he sent any news. Could he be suffering at that Qingyun sacred ground? A few days prior, he had sensed a terrifying aura in the skies above the eastern wilderness, leaving him deeply unsettled. Though he did not know who was engaged in battle, he understood that such powerful beings could only belong to the two great sacred grounds. And Qin Shou had conveniently gone to the Qingtian sacred ground to vie for the position of the Holy Sun. It was hard not to worry. Brother, the sect leader, with the elder present, he should be safe. The Grand Elder comforted. Previously, the elder mentioned that there are strong protectors from the Qin clan in the sacred ground, so I believe Qin Shou's safety is not a concern. As he spoke, the conversation shifted. Let us discuss that girl Qingqing. Qin Wudi's expression darkened. The paternal emotions he had carefully cultivated dissipated in an instant. He looked at the Grand Elder with mild exasperation. Lu Shan, let the younger generation handle their own affairs. The young man, Qin Shou, has grown bold. I can hardly contend with him, let alone act as a superior. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, fell silent, somewhat abashed. At that moment, a disciple of the sect appeared before them, respectfully cupping his hands towards Qin Wudi and announcing, Sect Master, 2 individuals have arrived at the mountain gate, claiming to be from the Yun family of Linzhou, seeking an audience. Linzhou, the Yun family? Both Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder furrowed their brows in unison. Linzhou, neighboring Xianxia, is rich in resources, and the Yun family reigns as its dominant force, boasting a king of the enlightened realm among its ranks, making it a truly formidable clan. However, there has been no prior interaction between the Qingyun Sect and the Yun family. What could have prompted such an unexpected visit? Please escort them to the guest hall of the sect. I shall arrive shortly. Qin Wudi instructed the disciple with a nod. Once the disciple departed, he exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder, both reflecting a shared perplexity. With little time for speculation, they stepped into the air and departed from the sect master's peak. Moments later, they arrived outside the guest hall. Upon entering the hall, they beheld an elderly man and a young lad seated within. The elder appeared somewhat gaunt, his gaze sharp and indifferent, exuding a formidable aura. The young man was strikingly handsome, though his lips bore a certain sharpness, and a shadow lurked in his brow, creating an unsettling impression. As Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder approached, only the young man rose to greet them, while the elder remained seemingly glued to his seat, his eyes barely opening. Showing no sign of movement, Qin Wudi frowned slightly, but refrained from comment. He and the Grand Elder proceeded directly to their seats before addressing the visitors. Esteemed friends of the Yun family, what brings you to the Qingyun Sect? At the sound of Qin Wudi's inquiry, the elder slowly opened his eyes, casting a brief glance at both Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder, before managing a smile. I am Yun Lu. I have come to the Qingyun Sect to discuss a matrimonial proposal. A matrimonial proposal? Both Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder were taken aback simultaneously. Indeed, Yun Lu affirmed with a smile, gesturing towards the young man beside him. This is my junior, Yun Xing, a prodigy of our Yun family. He and your sect, Lu Qingqing, share mutual affections, and I have come to formally propose. What? Lu Qingqing? The Grand Elder could no longer maintain his composure, his gaze immediately shifting to the young man named Yun Xing, finding him increasingly disagreeable. Retracting his gaze, he quickly sent a message to a disciple stationed outside the hall, instructing them to summon Lu Qingqing. At that moment, Yun Lu spoke again, a hint of arrogance threading through his voice. Indeed, as the foremost family in Linzhou, I trust that Sect Master Qin would not decline such an offer. Should you agree? The Yun family is prepared to provide an exorbitant betrothal gift. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, 20 artifacts of the Divine Palace realm, 5 artifacts of the Void Treading realm, and 1 royal divine weapon. Additionally, we shall offer 300 bottles of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs of Divine Palace realm or higher, along with ores. An exorbitant betrothal gift? Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder listened with disdain as the other party announced their betrothal gifts. How trivial. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, a king-grade divine weapon, and over 20 Divine Palace artifacts. How impressive can that be? It is worth noting that the last time, that insufferable brat Qin Shou left behind a substantial fortune. Now, every core elder of the Qingyun Sect possesses a king-grade divine weapon. However, noticing the silence between them, Yun Lu mistakenly believed that his exorbitant gifts had left the others speechless, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Xianxia is a poverty-stricken place. The Qingyun Sect has clearly never encountered much in terms of wealth. Such meager resources are inconsequential to the Yun family, yet they appear so astonished. Behind Yun Lu, a young man named Yun Xing wore a joyful expression, convinced that this engagement was assured. At that moment, Lu Qingqing entered the hall, clad in her ethereal blue gown, her demeanor as cold as ever. Upon entering the grand hall, she greeted Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder with a bow before turning her gaze to the two from the Yun family. Miss Qingqing. Upon catching Lu Qingqing's eye, Yun Xing's face broke into a smile. Yun Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging her. The girl's beauty was indeed commendable, and Yun Xing marrying her would not bring shame. Lu Qingqing merely nodded in response to Yun Xing, then redirected her gaze towards her father. The Grand Elder, foregoing any pleasantries, directly inquired, Qingqing, this esteemed elder claims that you and that young lord are mutually affectionate, and he now seeks your hand in marriage. I ask you, will you accept? The Grand Elder's tone lingered, tinged with a hint of annoyance. Mutually affectionate? With him? Lu Qingqing's eyes hardened as she turned to Yun Xing, her expression devoid of warmth. She recognized him, having encountered him only twice. There was no basis for such mutual affection. In contrast, Yun Xing stepped forward with sincerity etched on his face. Miss Qingqing, since our last meeting, I have been utterly captivated by your grace, unable to find rest at night. I have sought the ancestors' permission to propose, wishing to join you as partners in pursuit of the Tao. He had crossed paths with Lu Qingqing twice months ago during his travels in Xianxia, and her beauty and cool demeanor had indeed captivated him. Even if the rumor were false, he would willingly join her as a partner. Thank you, young Master Yun, for your affections, but Qingqing is solely devoted to her cultivation and currently has no intention of seeking a partner. Lu Qingqing's expression remained impassive and without hesitation. She declined as soon as he finished speaking. This, Miss Qingqing Yun Xing's expression shifted slightly, eager to respond, but he was immediately interrupted by the Grand Elder. Enough. The Grand Elder waved his hand, turning to Yun Lu with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Esteemed Elder, I apologize, but it is clear that there is no mutual affection here. Yun Lu's expression darkened, and a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. He directed his gaze past the Great Elder, fixing it upon Qin Wudi, his voice taking on a subtly frigid tone. Master Qin, have you truly not reconsidered? In his eyes, the Qingyun Sect was merely a third-rate sect. Were it not for the yet unverified news, such a force would hardly have the standing to seek a connection with his Yun family. To his astonishment, despite personally coming to propose, he was met with rejection. Qin Wudi sensed the chill emanating from Yun Lu's eyes, a mocking smile creeping into his heart. Was he attempting to force a marriage? This sect has no need for further deliberation. Gentlemen, please take your leave. With a wave of his hand, he issued the order to dismiss them. Although the Yun family was formidable, with a sage to oversee them, the Qingyun Sect was not to be trifled with. Possessing abundant resources, martial arts, and divine weapons, while they might not yet rival the Yun family, they would not abandon their talented disciples simply out of fear. Furthermore, ever since that insufferable brat Qin Shou departed for the sacred land of the sky, he had planned to nurture the girl Qingqing as a future leader. How could he possibly consider marrying her off? Master Qin, are you truly not considering it? You must be aware of the strength of my Yun family. This girl would not suffer in our household. Surely, it is better than remaining in the confines of a small sect like Qingyun. Yun Lu rose from his seat, an aura emanating from his peak void realm presence. A formidable pressure surged towards Qin Wudi and his companions, the intent to coerce unmistakable. Just then, a furious roar pierced the air. You dare to seek death with your insignificant peak void realm? Before the echoes of the voice faded, two towering figures materialized out of thin air. Their ferocious presence eclipsed that of ancient beasts, instantly engulfing Yun Lu. Chapter 89. The Emperor of the Age. Shocking Qin Wudi for 10,000 years. Within the Grand Hall, the two figures appeared abruptly. As they materialized, an aura as terrifying as an ancient divine mountain descended upon Yun Lu, forcing him to kneel in an instant. Bang! The ground beneath him shattered, blood splattering and staining the surroundings. This sudden turn of events left everyone in the hall in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at the newcomers. Until a scream broke the silence. Who are you? How dare you treat me this way? Qingyun Sect, do you not fear my Yun family? Yun Lu knelt, his face pale, wailing in despair. The overwhelming pressure rendered him immobile, and he felt as though his bones were being crushed inch by inch under the weight. The boundless agony threatened to engulf him. Meanwhile, Qin Wudi and the Great Elder wore bewildered expressions, cautiously observing the two sudden arrivals, paying no heed to Yun Lu's lamentations. They did not recognize these two. The Qingyun Sect had no such powerful beings. Gentlemen, who are you? Qin Wudi rose to his feet, his expression grave as he inquired. Upon hearing his words, the figure in the center of the grand hall retracted their imposing aura and turned to face Qin Wudi. In the next moment, they stepped forward in unison, clasping their hands in respectful acknowledgement. Qinda, Qin Heir, pays his respects, my lord. Qinda and Qin Heir displayed utmost reverence, not deigning to look down upon Qin Wudi despite his lower cultivation level. After all, he was the progeny of the great emperor. Even as a mere mortal, with the great emperor's guidance, one could be nurtured into an unparalleled powerhouse. My lord? Qin Wudi was even more bewildered. Beside him, the grand elder mirrored his confusion. Noticing their perplexity, Qinda hastily clarified, "It is Master Qin Yu who sent us." Master Qin Yu? Qin Wudi's understanding finally dawned, and he relaxed his guard. However, he soon felt an unsettling dissonance. The two individuals were capable of suppressing and binding a being at the pinnacle of the void realm with their mere presence. They were at least Enlightenment realm experts. Even if they were dispatched by Master Qin Yu, there was no reason for them to address him as my lord. Contemplating this, he felt a tickling sensation in his mind, as though he were on the verge of awakening a deeper understanding. Just as he was about to inquire further, Qinda interjected, "My lord, how shall we deal with these two? And what of the Yun family?" As he spoke, his gaze flicked disdainfully towards the kneeling Yunlu, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He and Qin Heir had arrived at Qingyun Sect quite some time ago, but they refrained from making their presence known as Qin Wudi was engaged in conversation with Yunlu. They had intended to wait until the discussion concluded before making their appearance. Little did they expect that this old fool, Yunlu, would seek to impose his will through force. How audacious! He truly lacked the foresight. Qin Wudi cast a glance at the pitiable Yunlu, furrowing his brow. After a brief silence, he spoke coldly, "Dispose of them. I wish to see them no more." "Did you hear that, Heir?" Qin turned to his companion. "Qin Heir. The Lord wishes to see them no more." "Understood," Qin Heir replied with a detached nod. He then seized Yunlu and the other two, vanishing without a trace. Watching the three depart, Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder quietly shook their heads, offering a moment of silent tribute for the Yun family. Subsequently, Qin Wudi shifted his gaze to Qinda, esteemed senior. "What business does Master Qin Yu have in sending you here?" He refrained from directly addressing Qinda by name, recognizing the weight of his cultivation. However, the term esteemed senior startled Qinda considerably. He quickly lowered his head. "You may simply call me Qinda, my lord." "Master Qin, you have sent me to Xianxia to convey a message to you, my lord. The decree of the great emperor shall merge the holy land of Qingtian and the Qingyun Sect in 1 month's time, establishing the holy land of Qingyun. Please prepare accordingly." Qinda relayed this all at once, only to suddenly notice the surrounding silence. Raising his head, he found both individuals before him gazing at him in stupefied astonishment. The atmosphere had grown still. After a prolonged moment, Qin Wudi finally regained his composure. Staring at Qinda, he inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "The emperor? To merge with the Qingtian Holy Land? Establish the Qingyun Holy Land?" The mere utterance of these words left him utterly astounded. The title of emperor alone evoked a sense of breathlessness within him. However, from the implications of his companion's words, it seemed there existed a living emperor who intended to establish the Qingyun Holy Land. This revelation left him in a state of bewilderment. The expression on Qin Wudi's face was peculiar. Wasn't this esteemed individual the offspring of the emperor? How could it appear that he was unaware of such a momentous fact? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, he earnestly nodded. Indeed, the emperor suppressed the rebellion of the Qingtian Holy Land and the approaching quasi-emperor from the Lingshan Holy Land. He shall return to Xianxia in a month's time to establish the Qingyun Holy Land and deliver teachings for 3 days. Truly, he was an emperor of the current age. Observing the serious demeanor of Qinda, both Qin Wudi and he inhaled sharply, feeling as if their hearts might leap from their chests. Yet simultaneously, he grasped a crucial point from the conversation. Returning to Xianxia? Did this imply that the emperor had originated from Xianxia? Chapter 90. The Migration of the Holy Land. A grand scene. Days passed. The news of the emperor's emergence, the suppression of the Lingshan quasi-emperor, and the establishment of the Qingyun Holy Land began to spread throughout Xianxia. However, all who received this information wore expressions of skepticism. Impossible. It was nothing short of a fantastical tale, as if mocking their ignorance. How could the Qingyun Sect possibly have any connection to such an entity? Those in Xianxia scoffed at the news. Yet, as they voiced their dissent, they instinctively avoided uttering the words emperor. They could question the Qingyun Sect's ascendance to a holy land. But when it came to the emperor, they dared not show the slightest disrespect. Regardless of whether the emperor had truly emerged, they did not dare to dismiss him. The presence that loomed over the heavens and the earth, should they offend it, would surely lead to their demise. But just as they were engulfed in doubt, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly transpired. A low hum resonated through the air. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, the sky above Xianxia split apart. It was not a mere crack, but a massive gash stretching for thousands of miles, nearly cleaving the entire sky in two. The dark void within appeared as if an immense, insatiable beast from the heavens had opened its gaping maw to devour everything below. What on earth was happening? Why had the sky fractured? At that moment, both cultivators and mortals across Xianxia stood frozen, their gazes fixed upon the vast chasm above, their eyes gradually filling with panic. Could it be that their earlier doubts had provoked the emperor, bringing forth divine retribution? However, the anticipated punishment did not manifest. Instead, from the fissure in the void, an enormous entity began to emerge. It is a divine mountain, majestic beyond compare, adorned with numerous palaces. The mountain ascends from the void, gliding towards the Qingyun Sect, casting vast shadows upon the ground. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth mountain emerge, each colossal peak materializing in succession, nearly aligning in a straight line. Oh, what a sight! This is the Qingyun Sect. They are indeed headed towards it. Those of considerable cultivation could distinctly perceive a silhouette beneath each divine mountain, as those figures bore the weight of the mountains aloft. Upon observing the direction of the mountain's movement, a realization dawned upon them. A possibility emerged. The news of the Qingyun Sect becoming a sacred ground is indeed authentic, and if the Qingyun Sect's elevation to a sacred site is true, then the rumors of the emperor's emergence must also hold merit. Hiss! Contemplating this possibility, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of the onlookers. Some cultivators dispatched from other great states, upon regaining their composure, immediately employed secret methods to relay the information back to their respective families and sections. They turned and raced toward the Qingyun Sect, wishing fervently for 8 additional legs to hasten their journey, with the first individual leading the charge. The other cultivators surged toward the Qingyun Sect with fervor. Those with greater strength soared into the sky, while others, unable to fly or eager to reach their destination swiftly, dashed toward the teleportation array within the city. In the blink of an eye, the location of the teleportation array became a thronging mass, teeming with individuals. Let me go first. I am a prodigy in cultivation. Get lost. I am of the Xiandan realm. Allow me to pass. Xuandan realm. Step aside. I am of the spirit infant stage. Make way. My uncle's distant relative's grandson's boyfriend is sweeping floors at the Qingyun Sect. I must enter first. Countless cultivators clustered around the teleportation platform, each vying to be the first to board and journey to the nearest city of the Qingyun Sect. Some even offered prices for spirit stones that were 100-fold higher than usual, yet they remained obstructed. Had there not been formidable guardians at the teleportation platform, a conflict would likely have erupted by now. Ah, what a commotion this has stirred. Above, beneath the divine mountains, the bearers, powerful figures, glanced down at the throng of cultivators below, their faces revealing a hint of satisfaction. These individuals are all cultivators from the Qin clan, possessing the ability to peer into the heavens. Originally, transporting these divine mountains required no such effort. They could simply be drawn into the inner world. However, with the emperor establishing the Qingyun sacred ground, it is a momentous event for the Qin clan. Naturally, it must be executed with grandeur. Thus, they elevate these divine mountains and floating islands, parading them through the streets, creating a spectacle. Meanwhile, above the Qingyun Sect, the esteemed Qin heir, and the venerable elder Qin Wudi, having received the news in advance, stand aloft, gazing into the distance at the approaching divine mountains and floating islands. Their movements are swift. Qin and Qin heir exchange satisfied glances, as these developments align perfectly with what their uncle Qin Yu had previously assured them. The entire relocation process is to be conducted with great grandeur. This is merely the beginning. Unlike the 2 individuals present, Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder were expressions of utter astonishment, even with prior mental preparation. The sight of the colossal divine mountains, each 100 times larger than the peak of the Qingyun Sect, is enough to evoke a profound sense of dread. From a considerable distance, an overwhelming sense of pressure descends upon them. Below, countless disciples of the Qingyun Sect gather at the sect's entrance, their gazes fixed upon the horizon. The enormous shadow gradually comes into view, sending ripples of excitement through their hearts. Is the sect truly to become a sacred land? I will be a disciple of the sacred land. It is said that the emperor himself will deliver teachings at the sect. If I could meet the emperor, I would gladly accept a significant elevation in my cultivation. Some murmur in excitement, their eyes shining with uncontainable fervor, their bodies trembling with anticipation. Yet, as soon as these words are uttered, the surrounding peers cast disdainful glances at the speaker. In a secluded corner, a young man clutches his broom tightly, his excitement surpassing that of anyone else. In the future, I, Kai Kun, shall be the sweeper of the sacred land. If this were to reach my hometown, it would surely become a source of pride for the village. Meanwhile, the distant divine mountains finally drift closer to the sect. In the void, Qin Da and Qin Air approach, beginning to command the placement of these divine mountains around the Qingyun Sect. A thunderous roar erupts as the mountains descend, crashing onto the earth with a terrifying sound. The immense commotion sends tremors throughout the entire Xianxia. Gazing out, the towering divine peaks encircle the entire Qingyun Sect. While Qin Wudi and the others remain in shock, they are unaware that the previously abyss-like rift is once again stirring with activity. Massive warships emerge from within, resembling mobile fortresses of war. A multitude of them, numbering in the thousands, fill the skies. On the ships, figures of cultivators stand resolute. In an instant, a terrifying aura envelopes the entirety of Xianzhou, causing the very air to feel as though it has solidified. In the far distance, the Xianzhou cultivators who had soared through the skies are left dumbfounded. As they watch warships glide overhead, their faces turn pale and they hastily descend to the ground. Void warships. Are the occupants powerful beings from the sacred land? So many. The Qingyun sacred land has truly relocated. Some manage to speak, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Chapter 91. Qin Wudi. My son is the emperor? In the void, the densely packed warships anchor, casting a shadow over the entire Qingyun sect. Is this the Qingyun sect? The ancestral ground of the emperor? Such barren spiritual energy, and some individuals possess such low cultivation. On the warships, some disciples of the sacred land gaze down at the Qingyun sect with expressions that are hard to decipher. Are they astonished? Envious? It is unclear. In times past, such a desolate place would hardly have garnered their attention. However, when this location is adorned with the illustrious aura of an emperor's ancestral ground, the situation transforms entirely. An emperor's ancestral land. At the forefront, on a warship, Qin Tian and his sister stood at the edge, gazing down at the sect below. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The scene of Qin Shou joining them in the trials of the King's Hall was still vividly etched in their minds, as if it had transpired but yesterday. Yet now, that very individual had astonishingly metamorphosed into an emperor, ruling over the Tiancang Continent, vanquishing the Lin clan, and suppressing the Ling Mountain Holy Land, a quasi-emperor. This stark contrast was, even now, somewhat beyond their comprehension. As they pondered the situation concerning the Qingyun Sect, Qin Wudi, atop the sect, wore an expression of shock. Are these all disciples of the Holy Land? Qin Wudi surveyed the densely packed warships, swallowing hard. Even if each vessel bore 1,000 souls, the total number across thousands of ships would exceed several million. The Qingyun Sect, including all its miscellaneous duties, barely counted over 100,000 individuals. At that moment, however, Qin spoke nonchalantly. My lord, the Holy Land underwent a thorough cleansing not long ago. These disciples represent merely half of the original contingent. With the fall of the Lin clan, ancestor Qin Shou conducted a grand reckoning. Those affiliated with the Lin clan, friends and foes alike, were all ruthlessly exterminated, accounting for a substantial portion of the total. Qin Da's tone was devoid of concern. Yet his words sent tremors through Qin Wudi and the others, their eyes widening in horror. These disciples are merely half of what was once the Qin Tian Holy Land. This implies that the cleansing resulted in the slaughter of millions of disciples and powerful beings. A chill crept into their hearts at this realization. The wrath of an emperor, indeed, stained the heavens with blood. Naturally, Qin Wudi attributed the extensive purging to that emperor, deepening his unexplainable reverence for the figure. Suddenly, As if recollecting something, he began scanning the warship for familiar faces. Where are ancestor Qin Yu and that mischievous brat, Qin Shou? Just as he contemplated inquiring of Qin beside him, the space before him warped. In the next instant, several figures materialized out of thin air. 3 elders and 1 youth. At the forefront stood a young man, strikingly handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes. It was none other than Qin Shou. "You rascal!" Qin Wudi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. But then he shifted his gaze past Qin Shou to the 3 figures behind him. Among them, he recognized only Qin Yu. The others were strangers. However, anyone standing alongside Ancestor Qin Yu was surely of the same caliber. Without further thought, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Ancestor Qin Yu, esteemed Signor." Yet, witnessing Qin Wudi's actions, the expressions of Qin Zhan and the others shifted noticeably. A gust of wind swept through, causing the 3 individuals to simultaneously retreat, unwilling to bear such a tribute. How could they? This was the biological father of the great emperor, though they too were esteemed ancestors of the emperor. Aside from Qin Yu, they had long lost count of how many generations had passed. In the realm of cultivation, once one surpasses 10 generations, the bloodline becomes exceedingly thin, far inferior to that of a direct progenitor. Observing that the 2 venerable ancestors had stepped back, Qin Yu, too, dared not linger. He was well aware of the nuances of human interaction. Yet, this left Qin Wudi utterly bewildered. He gazed at the empty space before him, then turned to the 3 retreating figures, his mind filled with questions. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Qin Yu stepped forward, clearing his throat. Ahem. "Wudi, there is no need for such formalities. Why is the ancestor being so courteous?" Qin Wudi pondered, feeling somewhat lost. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Shou waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Father, you and the esteemed ancestors should step aside. I must commence the construction of the Holy Land." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudi furrowed his brow. What did this brat just say? He intends to build the Holy Land? Before he could fully comprehend Qin Shou's statement, the voices of Qin Yu and the others chimed in. "Yes, great emperor." The 3 of them bowed in unison to Qin Shou, their tones unmistakably respectful. At the utterance of those 3 words, Qin Wudi's south body froze in place. He turned stiffly to the 3, then shifted his gaze to Qin Shou. Once he confirmed that the 3 words were indeed a response to Qin Shou, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The ancestor referred to his own son as the great emperor? When did he lose his senses? Without further thought, he appeared before Qin Yu, his expression grave as he scrutinized him. "Ancestor, what did you just say?" "Donotiist. Although that brat possesses talent and the demeanor of a great emperor, he cannot simply ascend to that title. Besides, bestowing such a title upon my son would only bring him misfortune, to be tied to the great emperor's fate. How can my son bear such a burden?" It wasn't just him. Even the grand elder nearby was taken aback, his eyes darting anxiously as if fearing a bolt from the heavens might suddenly strike. Qin Yu and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, bemused by their expressions. Without further ado, they swiftly withdrew to a distance. Observing their departure, Qin Shou cast one last glance at the distant warships. Then, his gaze turned impassive. Extending his hand downward, he grasped, causing the entire Qingyun Sect to be lifted and compressed into a small space. With a flourish of his hands, countless runes materialized from the air, cascading toward the earth below. In the next moment, a resounding rumble echoed. The ground within a radius of thousands of miles began to undulate as if it were a surface of water. The sacred mountains, previously relocated by the Qin clan as formidable adept, began to shift rapidly, dispersing in various directions. Golden patterns emerged, interlinking these sacred peaks. Simultaneously, under the influence of an inexplicable force, the islands gradually ascended into the sky. As the terrain was transformed, these sacred mountains and floating islands served as the focal points for a grand formation. At the moment this formation took shape, it appeared as though a tempest swept across the eastern wilderness. The spiritual energy of the entire Xian province was instantaneously drained, while energies from distant realms, even throughout the entirety of the eastern wilderness, began to flow steadily towards this location. Furthermore, directly above the grand formation, in the corresponding expanse of the cosmos, celestial bodies shifted, cascading down the power of myriad stars like a radiant waterfall connecting heaven and earth, pouring into the land below. Almost there. Qin Shou murmured as he gazed down at the sacred ground. With a single hand, he reached towards the center of the sanctum. A resounding roar echoed as the earth trembled, and a colossal peak surged from the ground, ascending like a celestial pillar piercing the clouds. Concurrently, he flung open a towering gate, standing at the edge of the grand formation, serving as the entrance to the sanctum. Flanking the gate were two monumental stone statues, each 100 feet tall. In mere moments, a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy, enveloped by the power of the stars, was established, surrounded by sacred mountains. With ethereal mists swirling, colossal islands hovering, and the force of the stars converging, it surpassed even the former Qin Tian's sanctum. Observing the sanctuary he had constructed, Qin Shou nodded in satisfaction. With a single step, he appeared before Qin Wudi and the others. At that moment, Qin Wudi stared at his son, utterly astounded. He muttered in disbelief, "No, you can't be serious. You truly are an emperor." Chapter 92. Establishing the sacred ground, the mysterious existence in the starry sky. Qin Wudi's eyes widened, fixated on his son, filled with astonishment and incredulity. The power Qin Shou had just displayed was nothing short of extraordinary. With a mere gesture, mountains shifted, colossal islands floated, and even the celestial energies from beyond were summoned down. In the blink of an eye, a sanctuary was created. Such earth-shattering prowess he had never witnessed before. This compelled him to question whether his son might indeed be an emperor. Yet, considering Qin Shou's age, this fleeting thought wavered. What emperor is merely in their 20s? Observing the ever-changing, captivating expressions on Qin Wudi's face, Qin Shou merely smiled gently. He then cast his gaze around, encompassing Qingyun, Qin Shou, and the warships anchored in the void. In a calm, yet profoundly authoritative voice, he proclaimed, "From this day forth, I establish the Qingyun sacred ground. You shall all be disciples of the sacred ground." Initially soft-spoken, his voice gradually intensified, ultimately resounding like the voice of the Tao, transcending Xian province, traversing the eastern wilderness, and enveloping the entirety of the Tiancang Continent. Accompanying this declaration was an overwhelming imperial might. In an instant, countless beings across the Tiancang Continent trembled, bowing in reverence towards Qin Shou. Simultaneously, within the sacred lands and forbidden zones, pairs of eyes opened, gazing in the direction of Xianxia. The current emperor, is this a display of power directed at us? The Qingyun sacred land, what a remarkable place. Just wait until the immortal gate descends, and you shall provide me with some essence. In the depths of the nether abyss, a pair of icy eyes blinked open, and a terrifying aura of killing intent made the entire forbidden zone quiver. Those who resided in the forbidden zone felt this murderous intent, their faces contorted with fear, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground. At that very moment, in a distant expanse of starry sky, a colossal star shrouded in black mist echoed with murmured voices. The current emperor, has a witness to the immortal realm reappeared. 1,000,000 years ago, that individual foretold that the immortal gate would descend in this era. It seems I too must return. The voice reverberated throughout the cosmos, transforming into a thunderous roar that shook the great star. A similar scene unfolded across various corners of the starry expanse. In an instant, due to a single utterance from Qin Shou, the previously tranquil and silent starry sky erupted into turmoil. Underlying currents surged, and a storm was imminent. Above the Qingyun sacred land in Xianxia, the multitude of warships that had been suspended in the void had vanished. Countless disciples were arranged into the major peaks of the sacred land. Qin Shou also retrieved the small space that had previously confined the Qingyun Sect disciples, handing it over to Qin Yu and the Grand Elder, instructing them to make appropriate arrangements for the disciples within. After delegating all matters to the elders, he assumed the role of a detached overseer, waving his hand to summon Qin Wudi, and they vanished without a trace. Moments later, the two appeared at the very center of the sacred land, atop the divine peak. Within the imperial palace, Qin Shou and Qin Wudi stood opposite each other. With no one around, Qin Wudi finally voiced the question that had filled him with astonishment. "Kid, have you truly become the emperor?" Upon speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Shou, revealing his palpable tension, even his breath becoming heavy and labored without him realizing it. Observing his father's anxious yet expectant demeanor, Qin Shou revealed a faint smile before slowly nodding. "Indeed, I am the emperor." His voice was calm, as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. However, these few words struck Qin Wudi like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. Breath in, breath out, feeling dizzy is normal. After several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure. In the next moment, he stepped forward, grasping Qin Shou's arm with both hands, squeezing here and thumping there. The Emperor. These two words were something he had never dared to dream of, and now he was witnessing a living embodiment of it, his own son. Ah, our ancestral grave truly must be smoldering with dark smoke. Qin Wudi grasped Qin Shou's arm while expressing his astonishment. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's expression darkened. Had he not restrained all of his energy, that last moment could have led to his father's demise. Subtly shaking off Qin Wudi's grip, he cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Father, please remain calm. I have brought you here to present something. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 4 figures materialized within the grand hall. 3 monks and a gaunt old man. These were none other than the 3 imprisoned quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain, along with the Lin Emperor. Looking at the sudden appearance of these 4 individuals, Qin Wudi appeared utterly bewildered. A gift for him? 3 monks and an old man? At this moment, the 4 captives also noticed the 2. The 3 quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain fixed their gaze upon Qin Shou, their expressions shifting slightly. Meanwhile, the Lin Emperor erupted in furious protest. You dare to imprison me, a junior? The Lin clan shall not let this go unpunished. If you wish to avoid retribution upon your Qin clan, it would be wise to release me at once. His enraged voice reverberated through the space, immediately drawing the attention of the other 3. The 3 quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain turned their heads towards him, a hint of unusual expression evident on their faces. It seemed this unfortunate soul was unaware that the Lin clan had already been annihilated. Furthermore, the individual before them was an emperor, the supreme being of the Tiancang Continent. Unless the Qing Emperor were to return, even if the Lin clan still existed, it would merely face another slaughter. At that moment, the Lin Emperor also sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him, turning to discover the 3 quasi-emperors of Ling Mountain. You, Wu Zui, Wui Wunan. How is it that you are here? His astonishment was palpable. As a quasi-emperor himself, he recognized these titans of the Ling Mountain Holy Land. However, how could this be? He immediately discerned that, like him, these 3 were also in a state of confinement and suppression. The 3, Wu Zui, displayed expressions of bitter helplessness. They were bound and unable to move, only able to chant a Buddhist phrase. Ignoring the Lin Emperor, they turned their gaze towards Qin Shou, their demeanor filled with reverence. Great Emperor, Ling Mountain did not intend to offend. Might we be allowed to take our leave? Great Emperor. This proclamation rendered the Lin Emperor utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the 3 Wu Zui. How could this junior, who was evidently merely a grand sage, possibly be an emperor? His gaze shifted back to Qin Shou, and only then did he realize that the aura emanating from him was akin to an unapproachable sun. A mere glance sent his spirit into disarray. Qin Shou disregarded the Lin Emperor's astonished gaze and addressed the Wu Zui trio in a calm voice. I have stated before that I shall grant you your freedom after 10 millennia. Great Emperor. The faces of the Wu Zui trio turned anxious upon hearing this. 10 millennia, by then, their lifespans would scarcely endure that long. Would they be granted freedom only after their corpses had departed? At this moment, however, Qin Shou paid no heed to the others. Instead, he nonchalantly raised his hand and grasped at the 4 individuals. Boom, boom, for resounding explosions echoed through the air. A thick, blood-red mist erupted from the bodies of the 4 quasi-emperors, including Emperor Lin. The dense essence, exuding a terrifying vitality, was forcibly drawn from their forms, coalescing in the air into a small river of blood. A cry of dread escaped Emperor Lin's lips, while the faces of the other 3 turned ashen. The sensation of their fundamental essence being brutally extracted instilled within them an overwhelming fear and agony. Qin Shou opened his palm, and the river of blood gathered above it, condensing until it transformed into a mass of blood the size of a fist. You have drawn half of my essence. Emperor Lin's face was as pale as parchment, gasping for breath as he gazed at Qin Shou in terror. Ignoring him, Qin Shou turned and infused the quasi-emperor's essence into Qin Wudi, sealing it within his heart. Was this, you rascal? Qin Wudi exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, he felt a warm surge enveloping his body, as if he possessed an inexhaustible source of vitality and strength. With each heartbeat, a gentle warmth radiated from his heart, coursing through him and revitalizing his being. It's nothing, just a bit of quasi-emperor essence. Qin Shou waved his hand dismissively. He then grasped the 4 incapacitated individuals and, with a single step, transported them to a shadowy hall behind the imperial palace. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a grand formation, imprisoning the 4 within it. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Qin Wudi stood in a daze for a long while, eventually regaining his senses and swallowing hard as he gazed in the direction Qin Shou had departed. Quasi-Emperor Essence. Those 4 were all Quasi-Emperors? Chapter 93. A month's time. Arrival of various powers. Time flows like water, ever moving eastward. It has been over 10 days since Qin Shou established the sacred land of Qingyun. During this brief period, the entire eastern wasteland, and even the Tiancang Continent, experienced tremendous upheaval. Countless cultivators hurried toward Xianxia by various means, akin to a pilgrimage. Some traversed the void, while others utilized teleportation arrays. At this moment, beyond 1,000 miles from the Qingyun mountain range, throngs of figures had gathered. They were cultivators from Xianxia and nearby states. Due to their proximity, they arrived here ahead of others. However, as the area within 1,000 miles of the Qingyun mountain range was designated as a forbidden zone, they dared not venture closer, opting instead to observe from a distance. Even at such a distance, as long as their cultivation level was not too low, they could still behold the immense sacred land. Shrouded in dense clouds and mist, the divine mountain and spiritual island appeared intermittently, alongside a colossal gateway that pierced the clouds, evoking awe in their gazes. Is that the sacred land of Qingyun? The great emperor of this era resides there. Such earth-shattering power can likely only be wielded by an emperor. Someone murmured, their voice filled with astonishment. A month ago, the news declared that the great emperor would deliver a sermon in the Holy Land. If only I could be present, it would be a moment of enlightenment, leaving me with no regrets in life. A frail, aged figure squeezed through the crowd, gazing longingly toward the Holy Land, an expression of yearning filling his eyes. As his words escaped, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with all eyes turning to the elder. Their gazes mirrored the same desire, yet they collectively shook their heads. How could mere lowly cultivators like them hope to hear the great emperor's teachings? Without the cultivation of a saint, even catching a glimpse of the emperor would be a daunting task. While the crowd murmured among themselves, the void above them suddenly split apart. 2 figures, shrouded in mist, emerged from the rift in space. The Holy Land of Qingyun. What a remarkable feat, as the power of the stars enveloped the entire sacred ground. The 2 figures gazed at the vast expanse of the Holy Land and the cascading starlight waterfall, their voices filled with awe. Then, before the watchful eyes of all below, they stepped forward into the void, making their way towards the Holy Land. From the Holy Land of Taichu, we come to pay our respects to the great emperor. To celebrate the establishment of the Holy Land, we present 10 supreme spiritual veins and a package of enlightenment tea. The voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the Holy Land. The presence of the formidable figures from the Holy Land of Taichu was astonishing. 10 supreme spiritual veins and a package of enlightenment tea. What a grand gesture. Below, the multitude of cultivators looked on with envy and reverence as they watched the 2 figures approach the magnificent Holy Land. Supreme spiritual veins and enlightenment tea. These were treasures they could only dare to dream of at night. Just as their astonishment began to settle, the recently healed space above them once again fractured. 2 more figures emerged, cloaked in mist like the previous ones, their features obscured. The Northern Xian Alliance comes to pay homage to the great emperor. In celebration of the establishment of the Holy Land, we present 15 supreme spiritual veins, a shard of deep-sea essence, and 3 drops of the immortal elixir. The Qingyun Sect comes to pay respects. The Wen clan comes to pay respects. The Nangong Ancient clan comes to pay respects. The Southern Barbarian Demon clan comes to pay homage to the great emperor. To celebrate the establishment of the Holy Land, we present 30 supreme spiritual veins, a longevity blood fruit, and a piece of celestial gold. 1 figure after another stepped forth from the space, their voices ringing out across the heavens. Below, the ordinary cultivators stood in stunned silence. The powers that had arrived, aside from a few major holy lands, were primarily ancient clans and venerable sects with millennia of history. It was only after the announcement of the demon clan's arrival that a few individuals displayed expressions of surprise. They recalled how a powerful member of the demon clan once sought to seize the inheritance obtained by the Qin clan in the Holy Land of Qingtian. And many were aware of the unusual relationship between the Qin clan and the current Great Emperor. Now, at this moment, the audacity of the demon clan to come forth ignited a flicker of anticipation within them, as their eyes sparkled with the thrill of spectators witnessing a grand event. Meanwhile, within the Holy Land of Qingyun, in the Imperial Palace, in a meditative posture, Qin Shou slightly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the void toward the world beyond the sacred land. The myriad of voices resonated clearly in his ears. Indeed, a hint of a smile graced Qin Shou's face, yet it gradually faded upon hearing the mention of the demon clan. He had not forgotten the misdeeds they had committed previously. His eyes shifted, briefly resting on a nearby birdcage, which contained a small black bird no larger than the palm of his hand. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes once more. It was not yet time for him to make an appearance. The matters of reception would naturally be handled by revered figures like Qin Zhan and others. Meanwhile, at the grand entrance of the Qingyun sacred land, Qin Zhan stood at the forefront, flanked by Qin Sha, Qin Yu, and a host of others, all wearing smiles as they gazed at the numerous guests approaching through the void. With each congratulatory remark that reached their ears, their smiles grew ever more radiant. It is worth noting that during its peak, the Qingyun sacred land boasted merely a few hundred supreme spiritual veins. Yet today, they were set to receive no fewer than 100, not to mention an array of other rare treasures. Before long, the foremost representatives of the Taichu sacred land had arrived at the entrance. They descended from the air and approached the mountain gate on foot, eschewing divine powers in favor of a humble, pedestrian approach, imbued with a sense of reverence and anticipation akin to a pilgrimage. As the two individuals from the Taichu sacred land ascended the steps, they shed the mist that had enveloped them, revealing a formidable middle-aged man and an elderly figure with white hair. They halted before Qin Zhan, the elder with white hair offering a respectful salute. "Qin Zhan, my friend, congratulations," he exclaimed, his gaze subtly sweeping over the colossal stone statues flanking the mountain gate, his expression growing solemn as he discerned their true nature. The use of puppet guardians at the gates, especially those of the quasi-emperor realm, was indeed a lavish display. "Ha, Daoist Taisu, you are too kind. It is enough that you have come. There is no need for gifts," Qin Zhan replied with hearty laughter, extending his hand toward the white-haired elder. Zhao Tai Su momentarily gasped, though he quickly regained his composure. With a wave of his hand, several luminous orbs appeared before him, containing the previously mentioned gifts. Qin Zhan, seeing this, accepted them without hesitation. He then turned his gaze toward Qin Sha, standing nearby. "Second brother, please escort these two inside and ensure they are well taken care of." Qin Sha nodded and led the two guests into the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sacred land. As Qin Zhan watched them enter, he redirected his attention to the other powerful figures advancing from afar, initiating a new round of gift-giving. At this moment, the interior of the sacred land was unusually tranquil. Whether it was the original disciples of the Qingyun Sect or those who had migrated from the Qingtian sacred land, they stood quietly in place, listening to the sounds emanating from outside the sacred land. The gifts bestowed upon them were nothing short of astonishing. Setting aside other treasures, even those exquisite spiritual veins were enough to leave them in awe. The emperor, within the tranquil bamboo grove, stood a solitary figure. Lu Qingqing, adorned in a flowing azure gown, gazed towards the towering sacred peak at the heart of the Holy Land, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Since the moment she learned that the contemporary emperor, who had become the talk of the realm, was none other than Qin Shou, it had been over half a month, and she still struggled to come to terms with it. It felt as if she were caught in a dream. How could the very same person who had once spied on her while she bathed and subsequently received a thorough beating from her have ascended to the status of an emperor? The absurdity of having physically subdued an emperor was hard to fathom. Yet, as the sounds of audiences continued to echo from the outside world, she had no choice but to accept the veracity of it all. Qin Shou was indeed an emperor, and she had truly struck him. The clamor of audiences gradually subsided after a considerable time, ceasing as no more formidable beings approached. After receiving an impressive array of congratulatory gifts, Qin Zhan led the visiting strong ones into a grand hall. Within this magnificent chamber, there were 18 figures in total, 6 quasi-emperors and 12 great saints. Undoubtedly, the strong from the Tiancang Continent numbered more than these. However, many ancient beings, nearing the end of their lifespans, remained confined in self-imposed isolation and could not venture forth. The assembly of powerful figures above a dozen great saints rendered the hall unusually quiet. Each individual instinctively restrained their aura, wary of offending the emperor. Yet, amidst the crowd, a tall elder clad in crimson robes, with golden hair, bore a look of concern. He was the quasi-emperor from the demon clan, ancestor Jin Yan, whose true form was a majestic golden crow. Upon emerging from his seclusion and learning that the demon clan had offended a contemporary emperor, he was nearly driven to madness. Thus, his visit was primarily to offer his apologies rather than to extend congratulations. The others in the hall were evidently aware of the situation and kept their distance from the quasi-emperor, fearing that they might inadvertently draw the emperor's wrath upon themselves. Among the remaining 5 quasi-emperors, one shook his head and approached Jin Yan. Fellow Taoist Jin Yan, there is no need to be overly concerned. Since the emperor has not ventured into the southern barbarians, it is unlikely he will hold a severe grudge this time. As Xian Emperor spoke, he silently expressed relief. For his disciple, Jianjiu, had also been present, but fortunately had not taken action. Otherwise, he too would be wearing a troubled expression. Ancestor Jin Yan cast a glance at Xian Emperor and nodded faintly. He had indeed considered this point, which emboldened him to come to the Qingyun Holy Land. Otherwise, even with 1,000-fold courage, he would not have dared to step even a single pace beyond the southern barbarians. Witnessing the fates of the Qingtian Holy Land and Lingshan Holy Land, where individuals were dealt with on the spot, further solidified his apprehension. Since the emperor had not sought retribution against the southern barbarians, he was hopeful that as long as he maintained a respectful attitude, there might still be a chance for redemption. Just as he contemplated this, the space within the hall suddenly warped. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in an even grander palace. In the air at the forefront of the palace, a handsome young man sat cross-legged, surveying those below. Such a terrifying display. The crowd's faces were filled with horror, a sentiment shared even by several quasi-emperors. Despite their standing at the quasi-emperor level, they found themselves unable to react, having been transported here in an instant. Among them, the Xian Emperor was the first to regain composure. He stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I pay my respects to the great emperor." The others, awakened by his voice, followed suit, bowing in reverence. "We pay our respects to the great emperor." Above them, Qin Shou's gaze swept across the assembly, and he waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive formalities. As he spoke, cushions materialized from thin air, landing before each person. "Sit." At his command, the powerful beings complied, taking their seats. Only the ancient ancestor of the demon clan, Jin Yan, remained standing. "Great Emperor, the demon clan has committed offenses. I beseech the great emperor to impose punishment." He lowered his head, his demeanor one of profound respect, refraining from requesting clemency and instead seeking atonement. The surrounding quasi-emperors and great sages held their breath, their gazes cast downward, yet their attention sharpened, eager to discern how Qin Shou would address the demon clan. "Demon clan, is this what you refer to?" Qin Shou, seated in the void, fixed his gaze upon Jin Yan, his expression inscrutable. He extended his hand, and a birdcage materialized within it, containing a small black bird trembling in the corner. Upon seeing the bird within the cage, Jin Yan's countenance darkened. He recognized it at once as the transformed form of the Kunpeng, imbued with its unique aura. The Xian Emperor and others around felt a chill run through them, silently mourning for Jin Yan. At that moment, Jin Yan stepped forward, kneeling before the great emperor. "The demon clan wishes to submit and follow the great emperor, seeking only the continuation of our legacy." "What?" Jin Yan's sudden act left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. All heads turned upward, eyes wide with disbelief. "The demon clan submits to the great emperor?" The other 5 quasi-emperors exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing with admiration for the old man's audacity. Above, Qin Shou narrowed his eyes, studying Jin Yan with interest. "Oh, you seek to submit to me?" "The demon clan sincerely wishes to submit. I implore the great emperor to accept us," Jin Yan replied, bowing his head. As he extended his hands, a small space appeared, revealing an abundance of radiant treasures within. "This is the accumulated wealth of the demon clan over the past several 100,000 years, offered to the great emperor." Jin Yan did not hesitate. He had considered all possible retreats before arriving here, with the celestial gates about to descend. The slumbering supreme beings within the forbidden zone would soon awaken. At that time, to compensate for their own needs, they would likely unleash a wave of slaughter. And their prominent sects would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Only the great emperor of the current age can stand against those of supreme status. The demon race now submits. Perhaps they might still seek a glimmer of hope. Chapter 95. The arrival of the Immortal Gate and the return of the emperors. Within the imperial palace, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Shou, their expressions grave yet hopeful. Everyone was eager to know whether Qin Shou would accept the allegiance of the demon race. Above, Qin Shou did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to the small space in the hands of ancestor Jinyan. He could somewhat discern the other's intentions. Originally, he had planned to journey to the southern barbarians. However, since the other party had brought all their resources, accepting the demon race was not out of the question. It was fortuitous, as the Holy Land was also in need of several guardian spirit beasts. Agreed, Qin Shou spoke calmly, gesturing with his hand to summon the small space into his possession. Thank you, Great Emperor. Ancestor Jinyan, bowing deeply, exhaled a heavy breath. Rise. Qin Shou nodded. He imposed no restrictions upon Ancestor Jinyan. A mere seventh-layer quasi-emperor posed no threat as long as he remained present. However, once Ancestor Jinyan stood, his expression turned solemn. The next moment, a weighty voice emanated from his lips. I, Jinyan, from this moment forth, shall lead the demon race in allegiance to the Great Emperor, daring not to harbor any treachery. Should I defy this pledge, may I perish and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. As his voice echoed, characters materialized in the void. Once his words fell silent, the characters dissipated, and an unseen force descended upon Ancestor Jinyan. A great Tao oath? This old fellow is taking it to such lengths? The nearby Xian Emperor and several other quasi-emperors, including Zhao Taishu, gazed at the vanishing characters with grave expressions. The great Tao oath, once made, binds one to the constraints of the Tao. Should one violate it, they would indeed meet the dire fate as foretold by the oath. Even Qin Shou above was somewhat taken aback, casting a more probing glance at Ancestor Jinyan. Just as he was about to speak, a frown creased his brow as his gaze pierced through the hall to the realm beyond the Holy Land. In the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air, appearing above the Holy Land. As his eyes surveyed the skies, he witnessed the void gradually fracturing. A spatial rift was expanding at an exceedingly slow pace, as if something within the space sought to emerge. Strands of peculiar, immensely pure energies, resembling spiritual essence, seeped from the fissure. Upon contact with the spiritual essence of this world, a terrifying roar erupted, conjuring a fearsome storm around the rift. Boom! The dreadful clamor resounded like thunder, echoing across the entire Tiancang Continent. What is this? Qin Shou regarded the rift, which continued to expand slowly, his expression one of astonishment. He sensed that the aura permeating the rift would instantaneously obliterate even a quasi-emperor upon contact. Ding! A portal to another world has been detected. System upgrading in progress. The system upgrade has been completed, version 20. The host can exchange for a cultivation level above that of the Great Emperor. The portal to another world, the Immortal Gate? Qin Shou's expression froze, startled by the series of announcements from the system. Indeed, what the host sees now is the Immortal Gate. By spending immortal source stones, one can exchange for cultivation levels beyond that of the Great Emperor. Immortal source stones for cultivation? Qin Shou disregarded the latter part of the system's statement. This was clearly something of the immortal realm. Where would he acquire such stones? At that moment, the figures of Ancestor Jinyan and others appeared in the void, accompanied by Qin Zhan and Qin Sha. They gazed at the fissure above, their expressions filled with doubt, and a possibility flashed through their minds. The Immortal Gate has truly descended. Once they regained their composure, Ancestor Jinyan immediately looked toward Qin Shou, respectfully stating, Great Emperor, I wish to return to the southern barbarian region to relocate the demon disciples to the sacred land. I seek your permission. With the Immortal Gate's arrival, chaos is imminent. He feared that the demons, far away in the southern barbarian region, might encounter trouble before the Great Emperor could intervene. Go ahead, Qin Shou replied without objection, waving his hand in dismissal. At this moment, Xuandi, Zhao Taishu, and other quasi-emperors also clasped their hands in respect towards Qin Shou. Great Emperor, we too must hasten back to the sacred land and take our leave. After speaking, they turned and departed in a hurry. Qin Shou watched them leave without saying anything, his gaze shifting towards the central heavenly domain. In his perception, The spiritual energy of that realm was exhibiting a terrifying upheaval. The immortal gate has descended. We have been hiding in this dark and forbidden zone for hundreds of thousands of years, and we have finally awaited this moment. Once we step into that place, we shall attain longevity. In the darkness, pairs of ominous eyes opened, seemingly piercing through the void to gaze upon the fissure in the eastern wilderness. Their expressions filled with extreme excitement. Rumbling, the forbidden zone trembled as a terrifying figure emerged. The great emperor of this era, the time for reckoning has come. At the same moment, in the western desert, the sky was filled with golden Buddhist light as a massive spiritual mountain shattered the void, appearing on the Tiancang Continent. Above the spiritual mountain, a colossal Buddha's phantom sat cross-legged on a lotus platform, slowly opening its tightly shut eyes. In the outer starry sky, a terrifying figure, shrouded in black mist, awakened, casting its gaze towards the Tiancang Continent. The immortal gate has descended. My opportunity has arrived. With a single step, the figure vanished into the starry expanse. A wave of terrifying aura surged forth, plunging the entire Tiancang Continent into chaos. In the eastern wilderness, Qin Shou stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling the rise of formidable auras, his brow furrowing slightly. Great turmoil is approaching. Great Emperor. Beside him, Qin Zhan and Qin Shou wore grave expressions, having sensed the terrifying aura. Esteemed ancestors, please return to the Holy Land. This place is unsafe. Qin Shou refrained from responding to their words and merely waved his hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two departed. As they were leaving, Qin Zhan unexpectedly produced a small spatial artifact and handed it to Qin Shou. Inside were congratulatory gifts recently received from several major Holy Lands and ancient clans. Qin Shou accepted it without hesitation. Once the two had departed, he turned his gaze toward the horizon. In the next breath, a formidable figure descended from the skies. Qin Clan's Emperor, you have annihilated my lineage. Today, I have come to settle the score. A young man clad in a blue robe stood in the void, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Shou. At the same moment, boundless Buddhist light emanated from the western desert. A colossal Buddha manifested, descending upon Xianxia. Compassionate Buddha, I beseech you to return my 3 disciples from Ling Mountain. Chapter 96. The Onset of Dark Turmoil. An overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped Xianxia and the entirety of the eastern wilderness. As the supreme of the Forbidden Zone emerged, what a dreadful presence. It seems to be emanating from the direction of the Qingyun Holy Land. Is an imperial battle about to erupt? Numerous cultivators exchanged alarmed glances, sensing the impending doom. Above the Qingyun Holy Land, Qin Shou stood in the void, his expression unyielding in the face of the oppressive momentum from 2 emperors. He simply observed them in silence. Qin Emperor, Pinnacle Emperor Cultivation. By sacrificing his Tao fruit, he fell from the imperial throne. Expending vitality allows for a final leap, briefly restoring his pinnacle cultivation. Amitabha Emperor, Pinnacle Emperor Cultivation. By sacrificing his Tao fruit, he fell from the imperial throne. Expending vitality allows for a final leap, briefly restoring his pinnacle cultivation. Pinnacle Emperor Cultivation. Qin Shou murmured to himself. Qin Emperor, you have annihilated my legacy. Did you not foresee the reckoning? The Qin Emperor spoke first. His face devoid of warmth, his voice as cold as the depths of the abyss, seemingly freezing the very space around them. Meanwhile, the Amitabha Emperor's immense form transformed into a 3-zhang-tall figure, seated upon a golden lotus platform. With hands clasped, a thunderous voice emanated from his mouth. Friend, hand over my imperial weapon and the 3 disciples, and I shall depart at once, refraining from entangling myself in your grievances. Huh! Qin Shou scoffed at their exchange. Qin Emperor, Amitabha, the Lin clan has offended the imperial might and deserves their fate. As for the 3 quasi-emperors from Ling Mountain, they too have transgressed against me and must face a punishment of 10,000 years. After that, I shall naturally grant them their freedom. Oomph. The Qin Emperor snorted coldly. Since you have annihilated my legacy, I shall ensure you experience the taste of your own legacy's destruction today. Compassionate Buddha. The Amitabha Emperor's hands remained clasped, and the lotus platform beneath him erupted with terrifying Buddhist light. You too, having fallen from your thrones and barely clinging to existence, dare to suppress me? Qin Shou replied with indifference. Oomph. The mere 5th-tier deity, even if we do not ascend to that realm, can still suppress you. The Azure Emperor proclaimed coldly. Undishinya dirifayin oha. A colossal azure hand emerged, darkening the void, and struck directly at Qin Shou. Even the sacred ground below was engulfed in its shadow. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, conjuring verses to summon his imperial weapon. Buddha's compassion, Amitabha, he intoned softly as he thrust forth a palm, causing countless imperial laws to coalesce into a magnificent golden lotus. The lotus and the azure giant hand descended upon Qin Shou in a synchronized assault. Qin Shou scoffed at the impending dual onslaught. He then stepped down forcefully. Boom! The void exploded, obliterating all laws. The immense golden lotus was instantly shattered, and a cataclysmic torrent ensued. Concurrently, his right fist clenched, transforming into a vivid crimson energy that surged forth, delivering a powerful strike. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The ferocious force instantly shattered the descending azure hand. The laws crumbled, order dissipated, and a terrifying abyss was created in the sky. In the outer cosmos, a great star trembled as it plummeted toward annihilation. A perfected holy body, a second attainment of the Tao. The divine abilities were effortlessly crushed. And the Azure Emperor gazed at Qin Shou, his expression growing slightly grave. More importantly, his earlier summons of the imperial weapon had yielded no response whatsoever. Not even a hint of its return, let alone any semblance of awareness. Nearby, the Amitabha Emperor frowned as well, his three-zhang golden body radiating an increasingly brilliant light. At the moment he had unleashed his power, he too had attempted to sense his imperial weapon, but to no avail. Azure Emperor, Buddha Emperor, in your current state, you are no match for me. Exhausting your essence to ascend to the imperial rank may present a chance, Qin Shou stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the two. He understood their futile attempts to summon their imperial weapons. For the ominous blade of suppression rendered such endeavors laughable. That sinister entity, growing stronger in the face of adversity, was no idle threat. Unexpectedly, the Azure Emperor let out a chilling laugh. You speak truthfully. In my current state, I indeed cannot suppress you. However, you will not be able to protect this sacred land. The celestial gate descends, and the supreme beings of the forbidden zones emerge, requiring the essence of life to replenish themselves. The entire Tiancang Continent, and even the outer realms, shall become the banquet for the supreme. You will not be spared. A contemporary emperor's essence is sufficient to rival the life force of the entire continent. Upon uttering these words, the Azure Emperor regarded Qin Shou with a cruel expression. As if in response, the moment his voice faded, several ominous roars resonated through heaven and earth. Then, a terrifying presence surged forth from the central heavenly region's forbidden zone. Numerous fearsome figures emerged from the depths of the abyss. After countless years of waiting, the celestial gate had finally descended. The figures exchanged glances, and with a silent understanding, dispersed in several directions, stepping into the void. As the Azure Emperor articulated, they have slumbered for countless years, their lifespans long since depleted. Upon their revival, they require a substantial infusion of life essence to restore themselves. After enduring myriad years, with the celestial gates now manifesting, they must once again subject the multitude of beings in this realm to suffering. Soon, darkness began to spread. Above the southern barbarians, a figure emerged from the void, his gaze devoid of warmth. He extended his hand downward, seizing numerous entities from their hiding places, which exploded in midair into a myriad of crimson mist. An overwhelming quantity of life essence was refined. Following this, the Northern Domain Alliance and the Western Desert were beset. Several supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones unleashed their might, and wherever they passed, countless powerful beings were consumed, transformed into sustenance for the Supremes. Even those quasi-emperors, concealed deep beneath the earth and shielded by grand formations, were drawn forth one by one, unable to escape their grim fate. Some attempted to resist, but their struggles were fleeting, easily quelled. In the Northern Domain Alliance, a quasi-emperor unleashed a dazzling sword light. Yet, in the face of the Supremes, it only culminated in bitter defeat. His body shattered alongside the sword light, subdued by the Supreme. A mere quasi-emperor of the seventh heaven was as insignificant as an ant shaking a tree. The Stone Emperor, dismissive, devoured all beings of saintly rank and above, his withered form slightly rejuvenating. Darkness engulfed the entirety of Tiancang Continent, plunging countless cultivators into a state of terror. What has transpired? The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones unleash such slaughter, Are they not fearful of the karmic retribution? Great Emperor, where are you? Save us. Countless cultivators lamented, their hearts filled with dread. Some directed their cries toward the azure cloud sacred land. The tumult of darkness. Indeed, the day the celestial gates descended marked the onset of great chaos. Within the azure cloud sacred land, the myriad powerful beings from various races who had come to offer their congratulations gazed in horror at the void beyond. They had yet to depart due to their well-meaning intentions, thus fortuitously preserving their lives. However, should the great emperor prove incapable of contending with the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, their demise remains inevitable. Master, in the throng, Xianxia's expression reflected urgency. His master had departed from the eastern wasteland, returning to the northern domain alliance, though uncertainty lingered. In the void, Qin Shou's expression was frigid. He distinctly heard the cries of those cultivators and comprehended the calamities unfolding across the Tiancang Continent and beyond the cosmic expanse. The sudden arrival of the celestial gates and the emergence of the Supremes caught him unawares. At this moment, opposite him stood not only the Azure Emperor and Amiba Emperor, but also two others, two Supremes who had emerged from the depths of the underworld abyss. The Spirit Emperor and the Golden Crow Emperor. As the Golden Crow Emperor, a sovereign of the demon race, stepped forth from the Forbidden Zone, he paid no heed to the demons of the southern barbarians, instead making his way directly to Xianxia. Our Buddha embodies compassion. Amiba Emperor joined his palms, his visage reflecting a profound sympathy for the world. Ah, such compassion! Qin Shou sneered, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, lingering momentarily on the Azure Emperor. Among these four, only the Azure Emperor belonged to the human race. Perceiving Qin Shou's scrutiny, the Azure Emperor spoke in a chilling tone. Qin Emperor, there is no need for your mockery. Once, this emperor was also a sovereign of the human race, a guardian of the beings inhabiting this realm. Yet, were you to occupy my position, you might well make a similar choice. Before the allure of immortality, all are supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones. Chapter 97, The Pinnacle Emperor, overpowering the supreme of the Forbidden Zone. Before the prospect of eternal life, all are supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones. As the Azure Emperor uttered these words, his expression bore an icy severity. He had once been a protector of this realm, revered by countless souls. Now, however, he had become the epicenter of dark turmoil. Qin Shou, upon hearing these words, refrained from rebuttal. Each individual harbors their own aspirations. Immortality is indeed a formidable temptation, particularly for those of immense cultivation who have reached the pinnacle. The statement holds truth were one to find themselves in that position. They too might transform into a supreme being of the Forbidden Zones. Alas, fortune does not favor me. The system prompts, trade all resources within the internal world to enhance cultivation. Ding, scanning resources and items. 313 top-tier spirit veins, equivalent to 12,300,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. 2 imperial weapons, valued at 5 billion top-tier spirit stones. The combined worth of quasi-imperial weapons, great saint weapons, holy weapons, spiritual herbs, and ores amounts to 20 billion top-tier spirit stones. Upon completing the trade, the host will receive 37,300,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. Spending 30 billion top-tier spirit stones will elevate cultivation to the apex of the Emperor realm. The system's voice resonated continuously. In an instant, Qin Shou felt his cultivation surge dramatically. Countless insights into the great Tao flooded his mind. Uniquely, this enhancement brought forth numerous divine abilities and celestial techniques. Just then, the Golden Crow Emperor stepped forward, his voice chillingly cold. Qin Clan Emperor, it seems your misfortune is your own doing. By consuming your life's essence, we can restore greater power and have more time to await the complete arrival of the Immortal Gate. Is that so? Qin Shou retorted, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes on the Golden Crow Emperor. Consume me? Perhaps I should roast you instead. With that, the ominous blade appeared in his hand. In a single step, he closed the distance, standing before the Golden Crow Emperor. At the zenith of his cultivation, he brought down his blade. Sizzle. A scarlet aura, thick with foreboding, enveloped the space, engulfing the Golden Crow Emperor. The Pinnacle Emperor? The Golden Crow instinctively gasped as he sensed the explosive aura emanating from Qin Shou. Yet, as the scarlet blade descended, he had no time for further thought. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial might surged forth from him. The golden lotus of the great Tao manifested, surrounded by boundless principles. Extending his hand, a great sun arose within, poised to block the impending attack. Clang! Boom! The clash of metal reverberated, sending the Golden Crow Emperor flying, shattering vast swaths of the void. The cataclysmic roar echoed across the entire Tiancang Continent, resonating even through the outer cosmos. In a distant land, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones, engaged in their ruthless slaughter, momentarily paused, their gazes directed towards the eastern wasteland. Could it be the Pinnacle Emperor? It seems that the Golden Crow and his companions have encountered formidable resistance. Amidst the vast expanse of stars, the Stone Emperor raised his hand, extinguishing constellations, crushing a hidden quasi-emperor above and refining them into the essence of life. On another front, a figure draped in black mist traversed the celestial expanse. Any life star, regardless of its cultivation level, was mercilessly obliterated and transformed into potent elixirs. Wherever this shadow passed, silence reigned supreme. At that moment, sensing the aura emanating from the celestial continent, it halted, its cruel and covetous gaze fixated upon the land. The Pinnacle Emperor, above the Holy Land. The terrifying storm subsided, and the Golden Crow Emperor was forced back for miles, wielding a resplendent golden iron rod that radiated an overwhelming imperial might. The Pinnacle Emperor. So you are indeed the Pinnacle Emperor? The countenance of the Golden Crow Emperor darkened ominously. Had he not shattered his confinement and executed the ultimate leap, forcibly elevating his cultivation to its zenith, he might have perished under that previous strike. However, the repercussions of that ultimate leap were even graver. Following this ascension, he would no longer be able to seal his powers. This meant that if he could not ascend to the immortal gate in this lifetime, he would utterly deplete his lifespan, facing death and dissolution of his essence. In the distance, the Azure Emperor, Amitba, and the Spirit Emperor also wore expressions of astonishment. Qin Shou had concealed his cultivation, deceiving them all. Suppressing the Pinnacle Emperor's might was impossible unless they were willing to risk everything. Old Golden Crow, did you not intend to devour this emperor? Come forth. At this moment, Qin Shou spoke coldly. The ominous blade in his hand erupted with a more terrifying aura, charging towards his opponent. Simultaneously, his left fist clenched, and the Celestial Emperor fist was unleashed once more, emanating an aura that sought to suppress all, crashing towards the forehead of the Golden Crow Emperor. Damn it! Qin Emperor, do you truly believe this emperor cannot contend with you? The Golden Crow Emperor bellowed. A colossal, three-legged divine bird's phantom rising behind him. The golden iron rod in his grasp burst forth with blinding radiance. A layer of golden flames ignited from thin air, collapsing the void and enveloping everything in a consuming inferno, striking down upon the ominous blade. At the same time, he unleashed a palm strike, colliding with the Celestial Emperor fist. The Golden Crow clan was renowned for their formidable physique. He did not believe it could be inferior to that of a human saint. Boom! The void erupted once more. The clash of imperial weapons and the collision of fists and palms unleashed a cataclysmic wave of destruction that swept through the entire space. A figure was once again propelled through the chaos, shattering vast swathes of the cosmos. The Golden Crow Emperor's entire arm shattered, revealing horrifying fissures, with imperial blood spilling forth. Collapsing the void, the terrifying commotion caused the entire eastern wasteland to tremble violently, resulting in a cataclysmic earthquake. The earth was torn asunder, revealing dreadful chasms. With a successful strike, Qin Shou relished in his triumph over a beleaguered foe, without granting the great Emperor of the Golden Crow a moment's respite. The ominous blade was raised high, transforming into a colossal entity. It descended like a celestial pillar, intent on subduing the opponent. Beneath the edge of the blade, the fabric of reality fractured, the laws of existence crumbled, and the aura of death enveloped the great Emperor of the Golden Crow. How could he be so terrifying? The great Emperor was filled with dread. Despite his own exalted status as a peak emperor, he found himself wounded after only 2 brief encounters. There was no time for further contemplation. His imperial weapon erupted with the essence of imperial law, striking against the blood-red imperial weapon that approached. Simultaneously, he cast a glance towards the distant figures of the Azure Emperor and the Spirit Sovereign. Azure Emperor, Spirit Sovereign, why do you not intervene? Should this emperor fall, you shall not fare any better. Chapter 98, Terrifying Combat Power, slaying the great Emperor of the Golden Crow. Boom! Qin Shou's blade descended, colliding with the ominous blade and the golden iron staff. The clash of these two colossal weapons reverberated like thunder, drowning out the voice of the great emperor of the Golden Crow. The void shattered, and the great path lamented. The golden iron staff was instantly overwhelmed, and the great emperor's body erupted with further cracks. Scalding imperial blood spilled forth, collapsing a portion of the heavens. Azure Emperor, Spirit Sovereign, will you truly remain spectators? The great emperor roared in fury, suffering grievous wounds. A hint of crimson aura clung to him, exuding a faintly ominous presence. However, the distant Azure Emperor and his companions remained unmoved, showing no intention of offering assistance. Their gazes towards Qin Shou turned gravely serious. Qin Shou paid them no mind. Their lack of intervention suited him just fine. Once he dealt with the Golden Crow, he could engage in meaningful discourse with them. With this thought, he pressed forward, embodying the principle of striking down a drowning dog, positioning himself before the great emperor of the Golden Crow. His hands spread wide, fingers forming a mountain, encompassing myriad paths, and he brought it crashing down upon the opponent's head. Concurrently, the ominous blade radiated an even more intense crimson aura, subtly coalescing into the silhouette of a red-haired demon. Under the ferocity of his assault, the great emperor of the Golden Crow found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, observing the Azure Emperor and his companions still indifferent. His heart brimmed with hatred. Damn it! The great emperor cursed inwardly, recognizing the ferocity of Qin Shou's attacks. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. He frantically burned his essence, transforming into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky. Attempting to flee, Qin Shou scoffed, pursuing closely behind. The two engaged in a fierce chase, swiftly exiting the realm of Tiancang and entering the vastness of the starry cosmos. Wherever they passed, space twisted and stars vanished. Ultimately, the great emperor of the Golden Crow could not escape Qin Shou's grasp, being struck down into a realm of chaos. Just as Qin Shou prepared to deliver the final blow, a terrifying aura surged forth from the chaos. Golden divine flames surged forth, engulfing the ancient starry sky. Following this, a massive three-legged divine bird emerged from the chaos, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Is this the true form of the great emperor of the Golden Crow? Qin Shou's brow furrowed in concern. Before me stands a colossal three-legged divine bird, towering to an immense height. Its body cloaked in resplendent golden feathers that radiate boundless divine light. Truly, it is a magnificent creature, far too large to be contained. Holy body, do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? The gigantic Golden Crow looms in the starry sky, its wings stirring slightly, igniting a tempest of golden flames. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's lips curled into a chilling smile. Indeed, it is a matter of life and death. These individuals seek to slay him, transforming him into a life-giving elixir, and he shall show no mercy in return. With that, he stepped forward, vanishing from his original position in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before the three-legged Golden Crow, his ominous blade raised high. A scarlet mist, imbued with a foreboding aura, swiftly enveloped the entire starry expanse, shrouding the Golden Crow. With a fierce cry, the Golden Crow unleashed a torrent of golden flames from its beak. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, causing the void to convulse violently as vast swathes of crimson mist were incinerated. Yet, in the next moment, a massive hand emerged from the crimson haze, piercing through the golden flames to seize the Golden Crow by its neck, akin to grasping a mere chick. How dare you? The Golden Crow Emperor seethed with fury, feeling an overwhelming humiliation. It struggled violently, its terrifying imperial might sweeping across the cosmos, causing countless stars to tremble and fall, extinguishing entire star realms. What is there to fear? Qin Shou retorted with a cold laugh, his hand tightening around the neck of the Golden Crow. Boom! The hand constricting the Golden Crow's neck erupted with terrifying power. Blood mist erupted as the imperial body shattered. The Golden Crow Emperor's neck crushed in an instant. Ah! The Golden Crow Emperor screamed in agony, its imperial blood spilling like rivers, collapsing vast stretches of the starry sky. Nevertheless, Qin Shou did not relent. The ominous blade surged with crimson mist, advancing toward the decapitated Golden Crow. The Emperor would not perish so easily. Even when severed, it merely sustained grievous injuries, which could be mended with the expenditure of some vitality. Just as the crimson mist was about to envelop the Golden Crow Emperor, an unexpected development occurred. Stop! A frigid voice resounded through the cosmos. A chilling sword light tore through the starry expanse, accompanied by a terrifying aura that struck fear into hearts. Alongside the sword light came an enormous hand that obscured the heavens, along with a myriad of Buddhist radiance. 3 imperial-level divine powers, imbued with a sense of annihilation, descended upon Qin Shou. Should he persist in slaying the Golden Crow Emperor, he would likely be struck by these 3 divine forces as well. Even if he did not perish, he would be gravely wounded. Oof. Qin Shou scoffed, unperturbed by the 3 assaults, as if he had anticipated this encounter. His ominous blade continued its descent, the scarlet, foreboding light swiftly cleaving the Golden Crow Emperor's entire head asunder. The laws of the Emperor trembled, and within the instant, the divine soul contained therein was nearly extinguished. Simultaneously, he trembled, and 2 indistinct shadows emerged from his form, swiftly coalescing into 2 figures identical to himself. This was a secret technique, the transformation of 1 into 3. It manifested in his mind as he ascended to the pinnacle of the great Emperor realm, a combat secret art that allowed him to create 2 avatars, each possessing 80% of his own formidable power. As the 2 figures appeared, 3 blossoms of the great Tao materialized above their heads, radiating an overwhelming imperial might. Together, they unleashed a punch that instantly obliterated the 3 incoming divine attacks. This is impossible. Mere avatars, yet they possess such terrifying combat prowess? At the edge of the starry sky, the 3 from the Azure Emperor slowly revealed themselves, gazing in astonishment at the 2 avatars. Previously intimidated by Qin Shou's displayed prowess, they had refrained from intervening, aiming to let the Golden Crow Emperor and Qin Shou mutually exhaust themselves before reaping the rewards. However, upon witnessing the imminent peril facing the Golden Crow, they were compelled to act. Yet, they had not anticipated that Qin Shou possessed such means. The avatars, derived from his main body, bore the same peak cultivation. Humph! My main body has long been prepared for you. I initially intended to deal with that Golden Crow before seeking you out, but since you have intervened, let us engage in battle, the 2 avatars declared. Stepping through the void, they advanced with a fearsome imperial aura towards the 3. Though they were merely combat avatars, they shared Qin Shou's intellect and were versed in all his combat techniques and divine abilities. Sutras circled around them, the laws of the great Tao surging forth, obliterating vast expanses of the starry sky in their wake. In response, the 3 from the Azure Emperor wore expressions of icy disdain. Could mere avatars created from a combat technique truly rival our peak Great Emperor status? The Spirit Emperor was the first to strike, unleashing a fierce shout as a radiant light enveloped him. In the next moment, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm once more. A terrifying imperial aura emanated from him, echoing with myriad wails. Without further ado, he wielded a black battle knife, channeling terrifying Tao principles as he struck towards the 2 avatars. The starry sky silently tore open, revealing an abyss of darkness. At that very moment, the Azure Emperor and Amitabha also launched their assaults. Like the Spirit Emperor, they too reached their peak Great Emperor cultivation. One unleashed a torrent of azure light, while the other recited Buddhist verses, manifesting a golden giant Buddha illusion, simultaneously advancing toward the 2 avatars. A fierce clash erupted between the 2 sides, with various divine techniques and secret arts colliding. The 2 avatars, adorned with flowers of the great Tao, drew upon the past and future, their combat strength surging dramatically. For a time, they fought evenly against the 3 peak Great Emperors. Meanwhile, Qin Shou's true body stood atop the remains of the Golden Crow Emperor, quietly observing the battle. His gaze remained fixed on the Golden Crow's decapitated form, which floated in the starry sky, still not entirely lifeless. The fracture in the neck pulsated with an endless torrent of blood, desperately striving to reassemble the severed head. Holy body, do you truly intend to slay this emperor? I have emerged from the Forbidden Zone without having harmed a single human. Release me, and I vow never to exit the Forbidden Zone again. The remnants of the Golden Crow Emperor's fractured soul cowered within his corporeal form, pleading for mercy from Qin Shou. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou remained impassive, offering no response. Instead, he raised his palm and pressed down with resolute force. Boom! The colossal form of the Golden Crow Emperor shattered in an instant. An immeasurable tide of imperial blood pierced the void, transforming into a vast ocean of crimson. With a grasp of his hand, Qin Shou constricted the blood sea, rapidly refining it until it coalesced into a pulsating orb of red light, brimming with vitality, an elixir of life for those of the Emperor realm. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shou began to refine this potent life elixir. The transformation of energy into 3 pure forms required vast amounts of essence, which the elixir would perfectly replenish. Having dealt with the Golden Crow Emperor, he turned his gaze toward the battlefield. His eyes shimmered with a chilling light, and a slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of merciless delight. Chapter 99, Spirit Sovereign. I was betrayed by my allies. On the Tiancang Continent, the moment the Golden Crow Emperor was vanquished, the sky suddenly darkened. Rain began to fall, each drop transforming into a scarlet river upon reaching the earth. The heavens wept blood. An emperor had perished. In the southern barbarians, northern mystics, and western deserts, the surviving lower-tier cultivators gazed skyward, allowing the sanguine rain to drench them, their faces etched with terror. Could it be that a contemporary emperor had fallen? Yet, as time passed, the initial expressions of horror and despair gradually gave way to glimmers of hope. Surely, it must be an emperor who intervened to slay the rebellious supreme of the Forbidden Zone. They preferred to believe that a current emperor had acted decisively to eliminate the threat of the Forbidden Zone supreme. At Qingyun Holy Land, Qin and Qin Shou wore expressions of deep concern. They were acutely aware that there were 4 on the side of the Forbidden Zone supreme, while Qin Shou stood alone. Meanwhile, in the starry expanse, witnessing Qin Shou's triumph over the Golden Crow Emperor, the 3 figures engaged in battle with 2 incarnations of the Azure Emperor were visibly shaken. You truly killed the Golden Crow? The Azure Emperor unleashed a palm strike, sending one of the battling incarnations flying, his gaze fixed intently upon Qin Shou, laden with gravity. May the Buddha be merciful. The Amitabha clasped his hands, his face a mask of compassion. Those who take lives are destined to be taken in turn. If you seek to slay this emperor, you must be prepared for death. With the fall of the Golden Crow, it was now your turn. Qin Shou's expression remained cold as he willed away his 2 incarnations. His gaze slowly traversed the 3 figures, ultimately resting upon the Spirit Sovereign. Among them, the imperial weapons of the Azure Emperor and Amitabha had already been subdued, sold to the system. Only the Spirit Emperor possesses an imperial weapon on the scene, endowing him with somewhat superior combat strength. Upon noticing Qin Shou's gaze, the Spirit Emperor's expression subtly shifted. The next moment, he let out a disdainful snort. Humph! Holy body, having slain the Golden Crow, you must have suffered considerable depletion. I do not believe you still possess the strength to contend with us. As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word us, clearly alluding to the Azure Emperor and Amitabha Buddha beside him. After all, it was their passive observation that had led to the fall of the Golden Crow. Now, with Qin Shou fixated upon him, if the Azure Emperor and the other harbored any ulterior motives, he would find himself in a precarious situation. The Azure Emperor and Amitabha Buddha discerned the underlying implication in the Spirit Emperor's words, yet they paid it no heed, their expressions fiercely locked onto Qin Shou. Holy body, that method of dividing your physical form should not be employable again in such a short time, correct? Do you truly believe you can stand against the 3 of us alone? The Azure Emperor's words were laced with a terrifying killing intent. He doubted that Qin Shou's extraordinary technique could be executed twice in quick succession. Nearby, Amitabha Buddha's gaze flickered, lost in contemplation. Whether or not I can, why not test it and find out? Qin Shou replied with a cold smile. Upon finishing his words, 3 flowers coalesced above his head, and his aura surged violently. With a single step, the void shattered, and his figure materialized before the 3. The ominous blade was unleashed, enveloping the trio in a thick, crimson aura. Simultaneously, his left hand rose, conjuring a colossal golden palm imprint that descended upon them. You seek death. Arrogance. The 3 roared in unison, astonished that Qin Shou dared to strike, attempting to confront 3 formidable emperors of the same realm single-handedly. In their fury, they unleashed their terrifying divine abilities. The Spirit Emperor wielded an ancient seal that released a formidable imperial law. The Azure Emperor gestured with his hands, manifesting the Tao. As Azure ancient characters swiftly coalesced before him, collapsing the ages. Amitabha Buddha radiated boundless light, his body seemingly forged from celestial gold, extending a hand to meet Qin Shou's descending palm. Boom! In an instant, The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, plunging the universe into darkness. The catastrophic waves generated by the collision reverberated throughout the starry expanse. Countless stars shattered, transforming into cosmic dust, as entire star domains extinguished, becoming desolate voids. Yet amidst this tide of destruction, Qin Shou stood firm. The ominous blade in his grasp blazed with brilliant red light, severing the Spirit Emperor's imperial law. Simultaneously, the golden palm imprint crushed the Azure Emperor's Azure characters and sent Amitabha Buddha reeling. This is impossible. The three retreated to a distance, gazing at Qin Shou with expressions of astonishment. They had not held back in their previous assault, yet they were utterly overwhelmed by a single strike from him. The Spirit Emperor, clutching the ancient imperial weapon, wore a face of disbelief. He noticed a white scar appearing on the imperial weapon, a testament to the damage inflicted during the recent clash. After all, this was an imperial weapon, forged from celestial gold. Its might is undeniable, and its hardness is unparalleled. Yet, astonishingly, after just a single collision, it has sustained damage. Nothing is impossible. There are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. You have grown old. Qin Shou's voice was frigid. The sacred body, in its grandeur, could rival an emperor, and coupled with his current pinnacle of cultivation, he naturally surpassed these individuals by a considerable margin. With that, he surged forth once more, enveloped in a terrifying aura, advancing towards the three. Damn it! The Spirit Emperor bellowed upon witnessing Qin Shou's approach. He turned to the Celestial Emperor and Amitabha, exclaiming, "Both of you, cease your concealment. This time is either his death or our demise. If we slay him and refine the life elixir, we shall endure until the celestial gates fully open." With that declaration, he hurled his imperial weapon once more, unleashing a radiant brilliance aimed at Qin Shou. However, upon seeing the Spirit Emperor strike, the Celestial Emperor and Amitabha did not follow suit. Instead, without hesitation, they turned and fled into the depths of the starry expanse. Indeed, they departed, without a second thought. In the vastness of the cosmos, the figures of the Celestial Emperor and Amitabha flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. The sudden turn of events left the Spirit Emperor momentarily stunned, causing the terrifying aura emanating from him to falter for an instant. Then, with a resounding crash, the cosmos trembled as his summoned imperial weapon was cleaved away by a scarlet blade's radiance, dimming in brilliance. Alongside him, he was also repelled by the ensuing cataclysmic shockwave, hurtling thousands of miles and shattering vast expanses of space. Coughing, the Spirit Emperor's complexion paled as he stood amidst the fractured void. Ignoring his injuries, he fixed his gaze intently in the direction the Celestial Emperor and Amitabha had fled. "Celestial Emperor, you old bald donkey, you have betrayed me." His voice, filled with unrestrained fury, shattered the stars. They ran. Those two scoundrels. How dare they abandon him so callously? Silent, they had effectively sold him out. Rage filled the Spirit Emperor's eyes, turning them crimson. Before he had initiated his grand move, he had specifically acknowledged them, never anticipating such shamelessness from the two. Without further thought, he pivoted, seizing the opportunity created by the distance from Qin Shou, and vanished into another part of the cosmos. Faced with a monstrous adversary like Qin Shou, the previous trio had faltered under a single strike. Now, he remained alone. Should he stay and await his demise? On the opposite side, Qin Shou, wielding the ominous blade, bore an expression of astonishment. He had certainly not expected the Celestial Emperor and Amitabha to flee so decisively. What of the pride of the Peak Emperors? In a 3-on-1 scenario, they should have at least put up a fight. Yet, upon witnessing the Spirit Emperor's intent to escape, his expression swiftly turned icy. With a single step, he vanished, reappearing before the unfortunate Spirit Emperor. Without a word, he swung his blade. In an instant, a towering scarlet light coalesced in the void. Like a blade cleaving through the heavens, it struck directly at the approaching Spirit Sovereign. "Holy body, do not overstep your bounds." The Spirit Sovereign's countenance darkened, his expression as if the very essence of despair dripped from him, and he roared in defiance, meeting the assault with his imperial weapon. Yet, having been previously wounded by Qin Shou, he found himself ill-equipped to withstand the full force of Qin Shou's strike. With a thunderous crash, both he and his imperial weapon were cleaved from the void. The terrifying power emanating from the imperial weapon caused his body to erupt, tiny fissures spreading across him like a spider's web, instantly covering his form. Moreover, from the shattered wounds, Tendrils of crimson mist clung to him like a malignant growth, preventing any chance of healing. Imperial blood scattered across the starry expanse, its potent essence wafting through the atmosphere. Spirit Sovereign, do you believe you can still escape? Qin Shou, wielding the ominous blade, stood resolutely before the Spirit Sovereign, his gaze chilling. Holy body, do you truly wish to force this upon me? Countless beings have devoted themselves to the pursuit of immortality for eons. Now that the celestial gates have opened, immortality lies within our grasp. Why not join forces and step into the celestial realm together? That way, even upon reaching the upper realms, we shall have each other's support. The Spirit Sovereign's face darkened further, his eyes fixed on Qin Shou with an ominous glare. As he spoke, a surge of sanguine energy erupted from him, dispersing the crimson mist that clung to his wounds and assailed his body. There is no need for an alliance. I would feel far more at ease knowing you are dead. Qin Shou responded with an air of indifference, deriding the Spirit Sovereign's words. The Spirit Sovereign felt a weight in his heart, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Qin Shou, and realized that today would not end well. Yet, he refused to concede, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Holy body, there is no deep-seated enmity between us. Why must we resort to total annihilation? If you grant me a path to survival, I swear an oath upon the great Tao that I shall never oppose you." Huh! Qin Shou scoffed at the suggestion, deeming the Spirit Sovereign a fool. Killing him now would prove far more beneficial than any oath. Wishing to end the conversation, he summoned the 3 flowers atop his head, his aura surging violently. The ominous blade radiated a blinding crimson light as it lunged once more at the Spirit Sovereign. Aware that reconciliation was no longer an option, the Spirit Sovereign's eyes flickered with malice. He unleashed a torrent of vital energy, his aura visibly swelling. Without reservation, he ignited his own essence, preparing for a desperate battle. His body rapidly expanded, becoming grotesquely large and emanating an overwhelmingly potent presence. The two clashed once more, their terrifying auras resonating throughout the universe, instilling dread in countless beings. Meanwhile, in a secluded area deep within the starry expanse, 2 figures concealed themselves upon a shattered celestial body, their gazes penetrating the fabric of space toward the battleground. May the Buddha's compassion prevail. Spirit Sovereign, your sacrifice for our sake embodies great righteousness. Amitabha clasped his hands in prayer, his countenance reflecting benevolence. Beside him, the Azure Emperor's lips twitched slightly, now realizing the old monk's hypocrisy. Had it not been for his keen perception of the old man's peculiar behavior, he might have already found himself alongside the Spirit Monarch, remaining behind as a barrier. The sacred body, the Azure Emperor murmured to himself, as he sensed the distant yet palpable aura of a fierce battle reverberating through the starry expanse. His expression turned gravely serious. The might of Qin Shou surpassed his expectations. Azure Emperor, what course of action shall we take now? Amitabha Buddha inquired, restraining the radiance of his Buddha light as he directed his gaze towards the Azure Emperor. After their extensive ascension, they had expended a considerable amount of vitality, leaving them with little time left. They had initially believed they could slay the sacred body and refine it into a life-restoring elixir to replenish themselves. However, the sacred body's strength was extraordinary, making it utterly impossible. Without the life-giving elixir in their current state, it was highly likely they would not survive until the celestial gate was fully opened. Upon hearing this, the Azure Emperor's expression also grew somber. Yet in the next moment, his gaze fixed intently on Amitabha Buddha. Old monk, your Spirit Mountain sacred land should still harbor numerous formidable beings, correct? Compassionate Buddha, what are you implying, my friend? Amitabha Buddha's brow furrowed slightly. Old monk, in the pursuit of longevity, some sacrifices of inconsequential individuals are, regrettably, unavoidable. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in the Azure Emperor's eyes, his face displaying an extreme indifference. Compassionate Buddha, the Spirit Mountain's sacred land is my heritage, and those disciples are also my disciples. Do not speak recklessly, my friend. Amitabha Buddha's expression darkened with anger. He carried the Spirit Mountain sacred land with him, having not been annihilated by the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone. Now, with the Azure Emperor's words, he clearly understood the implication behind them. After rejecting the Azure Emperor's proposition, he ceased to regard him any further. Utilizing his great power, he distanced himself from the location. The Azure Emperor observed Amitabha Buddha's departure without attempting to hinder him, merely scoffing lightly. Subsequently, His expression turned cold and foreboding. Moments later. He carefully concealed his presence and stealthily made his way towards the Tiancang Continent. He was in dire need of substantial life essence to replenish himself. The formidable cultivators from the outer starry skies and the Tiancang Continent had been largely hunted down. Only the eastern wasteland remained untouched. In order to prolong his life, he could no longer afford to be overly concerned. He needed to seize the opportunity while the sacred body was entangled with the spirit monarch to hasten back to the eastern wasteland. Once he retreated into the starry skies afterward, no matter how formidable the sacred body might be, it would be impossible for it to locate him. Chapter 101. Qin Shou's backup plan, the Supreme of the Infinite. Tiancang Continent. Eastern Wasteland, Azure Cloud, Sacred Land. You rascal, you wouldn't be in any trouble, would you? Within the sacred land, Qin Wudi stood beneath the mountain gate, his gaze cast skyward, a hint of worry lurking in his eyes. Qin Shou was battling alone against 4 Supremes, and the uncertainty of the situation truly gnawed at his heart. To others, Qin Shou was a contemporary emperor, the sole existence capable of contending with the forbidden zone on the Tiancang Continent. Yet in his eyes, Qin Shou was merely his son, that unworthy little rascal. Fear not, the emperor's cultivation is unparalleled. Even when facing 4 Supremes simultaneously, he can hold his ground. Moments ago, a rain of crimson fell from the heavens, likely a portent of the emperor's slaying of the supreme being from the forbidden zone. Beside Qin Wudi, Qin Zhan offered words of comfort, yet the gravity etched on his face mirrored his inner turmoil. He too was beset by uncertainty. The outcome of Qin Shou's solitary battle against 4 Supremes was unpredictable. The recent blood rain could very well be a harbinger of ominous events. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an unsettling anxiety began to rise within him. At that moment, in the void outside the sacred land, a figure clad in azure suddenly emerged. This apparition emitted no overwhelming aura, yet caused the countenances of those present in the sacred land to change dramatically. The Azure Emperor, Qin Zhan's face drained of color, instinctively gasping in alarm. His gaze fixated on the figure above, his body trembling slightly. As an ancient relic of the former Azure Sky sacred land, he had indeed encountered the Azure Emperor before. In truth, he had recognized him the moment he appeared above the sacred land. But wasn't the Azure Emperor engaged in a fierce battle with the great emperor in the outer celestial realm? Why had he returned so abruptly? A foreboding intuition surged within Qin Zhan. Nearby, Qin Wudi and the other powerful figures who had come to extend their congratulations wore expressions of horror. They may not have known the Azure Emperor personally, but they recognized him as a supreme of the Forbidden Zone. The sudden return of a supreme from the outer realms could only spell trouble. At this moment, the Azure Emperor's gaze shifted, landing upon Qin Zhan, his expression devoid of emotion. You, a 4th-tier quasi-emperor of the Qin clan? The sacred body that annihilated my bloodline inheritance shall today witness the slaughter of his legacy. The Azure Emperor's voice was frigid. Without further ado, he extended his hand, pressing down upon the sacred land below. Boom! A terrifying imperial might surged downward like a tidal wave. A colossal azure hand coalesced from the void, enveloping the entire sacred land as though a new realm was descending. Buzz! As a massive hand descended, a gigantic barrier of light materialized above the sacred land. Countless symbols shimmered on its surface, coalescing into thick chains of order that secured the sacred land with unyielding strength. Boom! The azure hand crashed against the barrier, unleashing a tempest of horror. The barrier flickered wildly, the chains of order groaning under the immense strain. Oof! A mere imperial-grade formation dares to obstruct me? The Azure Emperor scoffed, his palm trembling as he clenched it fiercely. Bang! In an instant, the entire formation was crushed to dust. The great hand pressed down further, reaching for Qin Zhan and the others. The overwhelming pressure rendered everyone immobile. It was over. The faces of all within the sacred land turned ashen, as if drained of life. Before the might of the great emperor, even Qin Zhan, a 4th-tier quasi-emperor, felt no inclination to resist. Just as they believed they were destined to be crushed by the Azure Emperor, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A gray stone palace suddenly ascended from the heart of the sacred land. As the palace trembled, it unleashed a terrifying aura that shattered the Azure hand. The expression of the Azure Emperor subtly shifted, his gaze fixated on the rising gray edifice. In his sight, the gray palace ascended to match his own height. Subsequently, An ancient figure emerged from within the palace. Azure Emperor, it has been a long time. The aged figure stood above the small palace, gazing down at the Azure Emperor, his face betraying an enigmatic emotion. Lord Wujidi, what is this? Do you intend to obstruct me? The Azure Emperor's brow furrowed, an unusual color flashing across his visage. Azure Emperor, the master has left this old man in the sacred land as a precaution to safeguard its security. You should depart. As long as I am here, you shall not set foot in the sacred land. The elder, referred to as Wujidi by the Azure Emperor, suddenly wore a grave expression. 1,000,000 years ago, he too was a supreme being within the Forbidden Zone. However, as his lifespan waned and he emerged from the Forbidden Zone to incite a dark upheaval, he was quelled by that formidable figure and sealed within the Palace of Kings to guard its legacy. Eventually, as his life force dwindled, he sacrificed himself to transform into the spirit of the palace. Wujidi, do you believe that in your current state, you can hinder me? The Azure Emperor's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Wujidi. Though I am but a soul now, I can still delay you for a time. When the master returns, your departure will be impossible, Wujidi replied coldly. You are forcing my hand. Today, I shall ensure your complete dissolution, declared the Azure Emperor, his expression turning icy. His body trembled as boundless imperial might surged forth. He manifested his own grand path, conjuring a mystical yellow cauldron that enveloped endless rules of the Grand Tao, bearing down upon Wujidi. He could not afford to relent. Otherwise, he would not receive the essence of life to sustain himself and would meet his demise regardless. Witnessing this, Wujidi extended his hand, and the Palace of Kings beneath him surged in size, transforming from a small palace into a celestial palace, colliding with the descending mystical yellow cauldron. Boom! The two forces collided, producing an earth-shattering roar that shook the very heavens. The immense commotion resonated even into the outer starry void. Amidst the clash, the mystical yellow cauldron conjured by the Azure Emperor shattered, and the Palace of Kings was sent tumbling into the void. However, although it fell into the void, the Palace of Kings appeared to have sustained no significant damage. Imperial weapon. The Azure Emperor's expression turned cold as he surveyed the Palace of Kings. He discerned that the entire palace was forged from celestial gold and had fused with the soul of a supreme being, its power exceeding that of an ordinary extreme Tao imperial weapon. It was akin to a unique emperor in its might. Meanwhile, within the sacred land, Qingyun and the others observed this scene with a sense of relief, exhaling deeply. While they were astonished by the emergence of the Palace of Kings, they were reassured that it was capable of withstanding the Azure Emperor's assault. Perhaps it is indeed possible to endure until the return of the great emperor. Azure Emperor, you ought to depart. The master is about to return. Delay will leave you no chance to escape. The Wang Hall once more ascended into the skies, the voice of the supreme Wujia resonating from within. Upon hearing this, the Azure Emperor's countenance darkened further, his voice icy as he uttered, "It is merely an unconventional imperial weapon. Do you truly believe that I cannot subdue you?" Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when a more frigid voice abruptly echoed through the space. "You may indeed be capable of overcoming him, but alas, time is not on your side." Chapter 102, Slaying the Azure Emperor, Journey to the Three Forbidden Zones. In the void, a figure emerged from the ether. As this figure appeared, strands of crimson mist unfurled, saturating the air with a thick aura of malevolence and foreboding. The great emperor has returned. In the sacred realm, Qingyun and others beheld this figure, their expressions alight with fervor, elation illuminating their eyes. This wretched lad. Qin Wudi exhaled deeply, his mind evidently easing. In the heavens, Qin Shou, wielding the ominous blade, gestured with his empty hand, causing the Wang Hall to shrink to the size of a palm, materializing before him. "My lord." The silhouette of the supreme Wujia hovered in the air, respectfully saluting Qin Shou with an expression of reverence. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded slightly. His gaze then shifted to the Azure Emperor, and he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with an icy chill. "Azure Emperor, you are indeed audacious." He had left the Wang Hall behind to guard against the arrival of other supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones seeking to plunder the Qingyun sacred land. Little did he expect that rather than encountering other supreme entities, he would instead be confronted by the Azure Emperor. This individual, after fleeing, had not sought refuge but instead aimed to annihilate the Qingyun sacred land. One must admit, his audacity is remarkable. On the opposite side, from the moment Qin Shou appeared, The Azure Emperor's expression became exceedingly grave. Upon closer inspection, a trace of trepidation flickered in his eyes. The sacred body, where is that fellow, the spirit sovereign? The Azure Emperor's gaze was fixed intently upon Qin Shou's face. The latter had battled alongside the spirit sovereign beyond the realm, and now upon his return. What the spirit sovereign? The spirit sovereign? What is your opinion? Qin Shou's eyes glinted with cruelty as he flicked his palm, revealing an ancient seal that materialized in his grasp. The seal was a pale white, adorned with faint crimson fissures. Although it appeared somewhat damaged, it still emanated a trace of imperial aura. Upon witnessing the ancient seal in Qin Shou's hand, the Azure Emperor's heart sank instantaneously, even his breath growing heavier. That was the spirit sovereign's imperial weapon. The loss of the imperial weapon signified the demise of the spirit sovereign. But how could this be? How much time has passed? A pinnacle emperor has fallen, just like that? The spirit sovereign is dead? The Azure Emperor remained skeptical, yearning for confirmation from Qin Shou. The spirit sovereign is indeed deceased. Fear not. I shall now escort you to reunite. Qin Shou spoke coldly, with a decisive step. A thunderous sound erupted from the void as the ominous blade in hand glowed fiercely, surging towards the Azure Emperor like a tide. The terrifying aura caused the Azure Emperor's complexion to shift dramatically. Great transformation of the azure sky, he bellowed, his palm sweeping forth as he conjured the principles of a universe. A realm resembling a paradise emerged, with intertwined paths and divine chains of order enveloping it, akin to a true world. As the Azure Emperor thrust his hand, this realm collided with the oncoming crimson tide in a cataclysmic clash. Boom! Amidst the dull roar, the entire void trembled with a dreadful force. Two terrifying powers collided, unleashing an endless storm of destruction. Within the void, light flickered and energy surged forth. Qin Shou remained motionless, steadfast in his position, the ominous blade radiating an eerie red light, as if capable of devouring all. Meanwhile, the Azure Emperor was forced to retreat. The blossoming world he had summoned crumbling inch by inch under the tidal wave. The principles of a universe faded, and with a resounding explosion, it completely disintegrated, transforming into an endless maelstrom of chaotic space. Damn it! The Azure Emperor exclaimed in horror, his blood surging within as fissures appeared across his body. His face was a mask of shock, although he had long known he was no match for the sacred body. He never imagined that, as a fellow pinnacle emperor, he would be unable to withstand even a single blow from his adversary. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, transforming into a streak of azure light as he sped away into the distance. Attempting to escape, Qin Shou observed the fleeing Azure Emperor with icy indifference, taking a step forward and instantly vanishing from his position. His speed surpassed that of the Azure Emperor, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up. With a fierce sweep of the ominous blade, the void was violently torn apart, revealing a pitch-black rift that seemed to rend the very fabric of the world. An endless darkness surged forth from the fissure, as if it could consume everything. Sacred body, do you dare? The Azure Emperor roared, feeling the threat of death looming. He desperately channeled the principles of his own path, as boundless rules surged through the cosmos. Ancient characters formed scriptures, emanating an overwhelming might that could crush eternity. Yet, all of this appeared to be in vain. The crimson blade descended, tearing apart everything he had conjured. The principles collapsed, and the scriptures disintegrated. Alongside his very being, he was ripped asunder by that single strike. Imperial blood spilled forth, and a torrent of essence surged upwards, momentarily collapsing the earth into a crimson sea. The Azure Emperor cried out in anguish, his bisected form striving to draw together at the center. The rolling blood energy enveloped him, attempting to reassemble beneath the protective veil of the principles. But in the next instant, an endless red mist enveloped him. An extremely ominous and bizarre force invaded his body. The sounds of his lament gradually diminished, and within moments ceased entirely. All that remained in the air was a swirling mass of red mist, within which a red-haired demon subtly flickered into view. Qin Shou stood in the void, coldly observing this scene, his expression devoid of any emotion. Upon witnessing the complete downfall of the Azure Emperor, he extended his palm towards the blood mist, extracting a fist-sized orb of radiant energy. The dense essence had yet to dissipate when he swiftly absorbed it into his inner world. Thus, yet another supreme being from the Forbidden Zone had perished. The Azure Emperor was dead. The Emperor truly possessed the might to vanquish the Supreme. Within the sacred land of Qingyun, those who had been vigilantly observing the grand battle inhaled sharply, feeling their bodies weaken and their limbs tremble. Although there had previously been ominous signs of a supreme's demise, nothing compared to the shock of witnessing the scene before them. It turned out that even an emperor could meet his end at the hands of another. At this moment, in the void, after collecting the Azure Emperor's essence, Qin Shou did not return to the sacred land, but instead directed his gaze towards the central celestial domain. After a brief silence, he took a step forward, and a golden pathway materialized beneath his feet as he proceeded towards the central celestial domain. His aura was unrestrained, the majesty of the emperor resounding with an astonishing presence. What could the emperor be planning? Was he intending to breach the Forbidden Zone? With the supreme being emerging from the Forbidden Zone and unleashing a tide of slaughter, was the emperor set to settle accounts? In the sacred land, as they watched Qin Shou depart, everyone was taken aback. That scoundrel, murmured Qin Wudi, clenching his fists unconsciously. His eyes filled with concern as he gazed at Qin Shou's receding figure. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the Tiancang Continent, countless surviving cultivators also lifted their eyes skyward. They beheld the golden pathway stretching across the two realms, their gazes infused with awe. Particularly among the cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland, their reverence was tinged with boundless gratitude. It was because the emperor resided in the Eastern Wasteland that they had been spared from calamity and had not been devoured by the Suprema. In the central celestial domain, within the three great forbidden zones, several supremes remained, having not stirred the dark turmoil, and they opened their eyes. Their solemn gazes turned towards Qin Shou. Whispers of murmured voices echoed. The Sacred Body, Chapter 103, Reckoning, Vanquishing the Stone Emperor. In the void, as Qin Shou traversed the golden pathway, the terrifying imperial might surged for millions of miles, akin to a celestial sovereign in procession. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he made no stops, directly exiting the eastern wasteland and descending upon the central celestial domain. Shortly thereafter, his figure appeared above a vast abyssal forbidden zone, the abyss of the underworld. The immense chasm exuded a chilling darkness, resembling a gateway to an unfathomable realm. The abyss of the underworld. The Old Stone Emperor was in for a dire fate. From the two major forbidden zones, Taishang and Xianxia, several divine thoughts resonated. A multitude of anxious gazes seemed to collectively exhale in relief. Observing the current demeanor of the sacred body, it was evident that a thorough reckoning was imminent. However, this bore no consequence for them. They had not ventured beyond the forbidden zones, nor had they instigated the dark upheaval. The previous emperors, the Golden Crow Emperor, the Azure Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, and the Stone Emperor, had all emerged from the abyss of the underworld, unrelated to the Xianxia and Taishang forbidden zones. Qin Shou stood above the void, his demeanor cold and detached as he gazed down into the vast abyss below. Earlier, 3 sovereigns had emerged from this forbidden zone. Among them, the Spirit Emperor and the Golden Crow Emperor had departed for the eastern wilderness, while the third, a predatory sage from the southern barbarians, lingered in the northern Xian domain. At that moment, a towering golden figure ascended from the depths, approaching Qin Shou with deliberate steps. The Stone Emperor was enveloped in an aura of imperial might, his expression grave. Although he had not ventured to the eastern wilderness, he was acutely aware of all that transpired there. The Golden Crow, the Spirit Emperor, and the Azure Emperor had all fallen, vanquished by the young man before him, instilling in him a palpable sense of trepidation. After all, the strength of the Stone Emperor was not vastly different from that of the 3 fallen sovereigns. If Qin Shou could slay the Golden Crow, he could undoubtedly do the same to him. Taking a deep breath, the Stone Emperor slowly spoke. Saint Body, what are your intentions? You have already slain the Golden Crow and the Azure Emperor. Do you now seek to annihilate the Forbidden Zone entirely? His voice was heavy with a profound sense of caution. Qin Shou, impassively fixated on the Stone Emperor, remained silent for a considerable time before coldly replying. What else would you expect? Stone Emperor, you surely haven't forgotten the deeds you just committed? Upon hearing this, the Stone Emperor's expression darkened instantaneously, realizing that Qin Shou had indeed come to settle accounts. Nevertheless, he retorted, I have merely eliminated a few insignificant insects. Furthermore, I have not set foot in the eastern wilderness. Now that the Immortal Gate is about to descend, are you truly prepared to instigate a war in the Forbidden Zone, pitting yourself against the 3 great territories? Huh, Qin Shou scoffed. The 3 great territories? Do you truly believe they would rise against me for your sake? The Stone Emperor was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter this assertion. The Forbidden Zone had slumbered for countless years, merely awaiting the arrival of the Immortal Gate to seek eternal life. Who would stand against this harbinger of doom for someone so inconsequential? Enough talk. It is time for you to depart. Qin Shou's tone was frigid. As his voice fell, his vital essence surged, and 3 blossoms of the Tao materialized above his head, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. He sought a swift resolution. With a single step, he appeared before the Stone Emperor, his right fist coiled and unleashed. Boom! The space erupted with a thunderous roar. The area before his fist collapsed instantaneously, a terrifying force surging forth. Dare you challenge this emperor with mere physical might? The Stone Emperor's gaze turned icy. Witnessing Qin Shou's reliance solely on his corporeal strength without invoking any mystical abilities, he felt a profound insult. Born of divine stone, forged over millennia, his body was harder than any imperial weapon. He had never encountered an opponent who could match his physical prowess. In response, he extended a hand, transforming it into a hue of purple gold, radiating an extraordinarily potent force. Boom! The fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Amidst the thunderous roar, a muffled groan subtly emerged. In the next instant, the towering figure of the Stone Emperor was violently hurled away. As he retreated through the void, each footfall detonated fragments of space beneath him. With horror, he gazed at Qin Shou, a tempest of disbelief surging within him. How could this be? His corporeal form was unable to withstand Qin Shou. On the other side, Qin Shou paid no heed to the other's astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, he struck fiercely, his blood surging, fists raining down in succession. Bolstered by the formidable amplification of the 3 flowers, he relentlessly ground the Stone Emperor into the earth. Saint Body, you have gone too far. The Stone Emperor roared, his form cracking under Qin Shou's onslaught, fissures spreading ominously across his body. It seemed on the verge of catastrophic rupture. A sight most terrifying. He waved his hands, summoning a circular halo behind him, from which an endless radiance erupted. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth, his unique imperial path law. With the emergence of this halo, the Stone Emperor's presence surged dramatically, and with a single punch, he sent Qin Shou reeling backwards. This emperor possesses methods of amplifying combat prowess as well. He bellowed, his already colossal frame swelling to a height of 3 zhang. His body became resplendent, resembling a small mountain of jade. With fists the size of grinding wheels, he struck downwards, exuding a terrifying pressure aimed squarely at Qin Shou. A secret technique for augmenting power? Qin Shou observed the Stone Emperor's inflated form, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light emanated from his hand as the ominous blade manifested, cleaving directly towards the incoming fist. Bang! Crack! 2 resounding noises echoed. The Stone Emperor's entire arm was severed in an instant. Even under the sheer force, his body was flung away, crashing against the abyssal walls below. The entire nether abyss trembled in response. The Stone Emperor's eyes widened as he spat a mouthful of milky blood. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his severed right arm. He could hardly fathom that, despite the strength of his physique, he had been disarmed by a single stroke. What of their supposed corporeal confrontation? Why had he drawn his blade so suddenly? Qin Shou, however, had no time to entertain the Stone Emperor's shock. His form flickered and reappeared before his opponent, delivering another decisive slash. Swoosh! The scarlet blade, light, tore through space, striking the Stone Emperor directly. In an instant, the Stone Emperor's entire form was cleaved in 2. The halo of divine light shattered, and his imperial law dissipated. Yet, in the next heartbeat, boom, a deafening explosion resonated as the 2 segments of his body erupted, and from the annihilating energy, a phantasmal shadow darted away into the distance. Still wishing to flee, Qin Shou scoffed, pressing down with his palm to suppress the destructive force unleashed by the explosion. Then, extending his hand, he grasped towards the direction of the escaping shadow. Rip! A vast expanse of space was torn asunder, ensnaring the elusive figure within its grasp. In the next instant, the very fabric of space shattered, reducing that shadow to mere wisps of azure smoke. Thus, the Stone Emperor fell. The Stone Emperor is dead. The human sovereign of this era was truly formidable. In the 2 great forbidden zones of Taishang and Xinyu, the supreme beings who had been silently observing the battlefield inhaled deeply. They were astounded by the might of Qin Shou, as even a supreme being could not withstand the onslaught for but a moment before being slain. Simultaneously, a sense of melancholy crept into their hearts. They, too, had once been revered by all beings of heaven and earth, willingly transforming into forbidden zones, slumbering for countless years in pursuit of immortality. After enduring the long wait for the descent of the celestial gates, they were ultimately cut down with such alarming haste. Chapter 104. The Spiritual Crystal Veins Beneath the Abyss of the Underworld. At the moment of the Stone Emperor's demise, intense waves of divine consciousness erupted from the two great forbidden zones. However, these waves quickly subsided into silence. Qin Shou merely cast a dispassionate glance towards the two forbidden zones. After withdrawing his gaze, he focused on the abyss below. At this juncture, the entire forbidden zone lay in ruins from the recent battle. The ground had collapsed, terrifying fissures spiderwebbing across the terrain. What was once a pitch-black, unfathomable abyss had transformed into a colossal pit, its depths now choked with debris. At that moment, as Qin Shou gazed upon the shattered forbidden zone, he suddenly extended his hand towards the depths below. A colossal hand materialized out of thin air, forcefully plunging into the abyss. Thunderous rumbles resounded as the earth trembled, cracking open even more horrific rifts. A massive spiritual vein, imbued with a soft golden glow, was extracted from the depths of the earth by this great hand. The instant the spiritual vein emerged onto the surface, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy erupted in the air. Qin Shou clenched his palm, causing the immense spiritual vein to shrink instantaneously, transforming from 1,000 miles in length to merely a foot long, compressed within a confined space. This vein was purer and more refined than the finest spiritual veins. As he withdrew his hand, he cradled the compressed spiritual vein, resembling a golden dragon gliding gracefully. He sensed within it an abundance of vitality, far surpassing that of the finest spiritual veins, and his eyes glimmered with contemplation. It appeared that the supreme beings of the forbidden zones had managed to endure for tens of thousands, even millions of years, thanks to this very spiritual vein. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the spiritual crystal vein, which can be traded with the system for enhanced cultivation. Spiritual crystal vein? Qin Shou paused momentarily upon hearing this. He was aware that the highest quality spiritual stones on the continent were the finest spiritual stones, but he had no knowledge of what spiritual crystals were. Nonetheless, this so-called spiritual crystal vein was indeed purer and more refined than the finest spiritual veins. Moreover, it contained a unique aura that the finest spiritual veins lacked. Recalling the words of the sovereign during the descent of the celestial gates about exchanging for higher realms of cultivation with celestial source stones, he pondered, could this so-called spiritual crystal vein be related to celestial source stones? Sensing the thoughts within Qin Shou's heart, the system's voice resonated once more. Host has discerned correctly. The spirit crystal vein is a supreme spiritual vein that has absorbed the celestial essence from the higher realms, resulting in its transformation. The host may utilize spirit crystals to exchange for celestial source stones from the upper realm, thereby enhancing their cultivation. 10,000 spirit crystals can be exchanged for a single low-grade celestial source stone. Upon completing its explanation, the system automatically illuminated the interface, presenting a series of exchange details before Qin Shou's eyes. The hierarchy of cultivation in the upper realm is classified as follows: Flying Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Celestial Immortal Realm, Profound Immortal, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor. The first level of the Flying Immortal Realm requires 100 low-grade celestial sources. The second level requires 200 low-grade celestial sources. The True Immortal Realm demands 10,000 low-grade celestial sources. The Celestial Immortal Realm is impoverished. Qin Shou swiftly disregarded the latter information, his gaze fixated on the foremost line. Immortals? Are all beings in the upper realm immortals? Qin Shou's heart surged with shock. This was his first encounter with information pertaining to the upper realm. Although it merely delineated various cultivation stages, it held significant relevance for him. His gaze descended to the first line of exchange information. Flying Immortal Realm, 100 low-grade celestial sources. A slight furrow formed on Qin Shou's brow. Low-grade celestial sources must indeed represent the most rudimentary level of celestial source stones in the upper realm. According to the system's prior assertion, 10,000 spirit crystals are required to exchange for one celestial source stone. Thus, to elevate his cultivation, he would need a minimum of 100,000 spirit crystals. Contemplating this, his gaze turned to the golden little dragon cradled in his palm. System, how many celestial sources can this vein be exchanged for? Ding. Due to severe depletion, the spirit crystal mine can only be exchanged for 300 celestial sources. Does the host wish to proceed with the transaction? 300 celestial sources? At this revelation, Qin Shou's eyes sparkled with delight. He was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Transaction. The exchange celestial sources directly enhanced his cultivation. As the words left his mouth, the spirit crystals in his hand vanished into thin air. Ding. The host has consumed 300 celestial sources, ascending to the second level of the flying immortal realm. Buzz. A tremor coursed through Qin Shou's body as an indescribable surge of formidable power erupted from within, engulfing him entirely. The surrounding space crackled with ominous sounds, as if it could not withstand this force, and was on the verge of collapse. The heavens darkened, storm clouds swirled, and a colossal eye faintly emerged. Countless chains of order manifested, binding towards Qin Shou. Concurrently, a terrifying pressure surged forth from the space around him, attempting to suppress the momentum emanating from him. This is the eye of the heavenly path, the manifestation of the laws of the heavenly Tao. How could this be? What extraordinary entity has arisen that even the heavenly Tao seeks to materialize and suppress? In the two great forbidden zones, Tiancang and Xianxia, waves of divine consciousness trembled wildly, as one silent eyes opened once more. The supreme beings, sensing the aura of the heavenly Tao, peered through the confines of the forbidden land skyward, their eyes filled with astonishment. In that very moment, the entire continent erupted in chaos. Countless cultivators prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear. Even across the vast expanse of distance, they could perceive the terrifying eye in the heavens. A profound sense of dread surged within them, as though they were being scrutinized by the specter of death. The oppressive force of the celestial path weighed heavily upon them. Above the forbidden zone, Qin Shou furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the sky. Having ascended to the second level of the immortal realm, he acutely felt the constraints imposed upon him by this world. It was an intangible pressure, stifling the growth of his strength, as if this realm could not accommodate such a formidable presence. After a brief silence, he retracted his aura, rendering himself inconspicuous, akin to an ordinary mortal. As his essence diminished, the celestial phenomena above also faded away. The immense, emotionless eye gradually waned, dissolving into the fabric of space. Observing this, Qin Shou exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, his advancement in cultivation was indeed a cause for celebration. Casting one last glance at the ruins of the abyss of the underworld, he turned and stepped into the void, not departing from the central celestial domain, but rather heading towards the other two forbidden zones. In contrast to his previous stride along the golden path, this time he emanated no extraordinary aura. With just a few steps, he traversed the boundless distances of space, appearing above the supreme forbidden zone. At that moment, two pairs of eyes within the zone focused intently on the arriving Qin Shou, their expressions laden with gravity. After a brief pause, the space of the forbidden zone split open, and two figures emerged. One was an elderly man, frail, yet exuding a powerful aura of swordsmanship. The other was a woman clad in simple attire, possessing an exquisite beauty. Simultaneously, another figure emerged from the divine ruins, crossing the expanse of space. The three stood opposite Qin Shou, their faces marked by vigilance and seriousness. Saint Body, you have slain the Stone Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and quelled the abyss of the underworld. Now you arrive at our supreme forbidden zone with what intentions? Inquired the elderly figure. We have not stepped out of our forbidden zone, nor have we harmed your human race, spoke the supreme being from the divine ruins. They had remained silent for countless years, merely awaiting the arrival of the immortal gate to enter that realm. Even if some had exhausted their lifespans, they had not emerged from the forbidden zone to incite dark turmoil. Otherwise, the combined forces of the two forbidden zones would not consist of merely three individuals. From the ancient times to the present, all dark disturbances have been instigated by the abyss of the underworld. Chapter 105. Plundering the two forbidden zones. Cultivation at the third level of the immortal realm. There is no need for concern. I have not come to trouble you. Qin Shou declared, hands clasped behind his back, regarding the three supreme beings before him with an expression of calm indifference. You are not here to trouble us? The three supreme beings exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their unease. After a moment, the elderly supreme once again inquired, then what brings you here, esteemed friend? His gaze remained fixed upon Qin Shou, scrutinizing his reaction. Beside them, the two others exhibited the same trepidation, not daring to exhibit a modicum of negligence. This young sovereign of the current era, possessing a combat prowess that defies the heavens, could undoubtedly be deemed the greatest since antiquity. With his singular might, he has vanquished numerous supreme beings and quelled a realm of forbidden zones. It is likely that only the great perfected saint body from 1,000,000 years past could be compared to him, although they were 3 in number. They harbored no hope of victory against Qin Shou. The purpose of this emperor's visit was to utilize the spiritual veins beneath the forbidden zone. Observing the trio, Qin Shou dispensed with pleasantries and directly articulated his intent. Do you require the spiritual veins? At these words, the expressions of the three instantly darkened. Exchanging glances, they discerned a reluctance mirrored in each other's eyes. Clearly, they understood that the spiritual veins Qin Shou referred to were not mere ordinary spirit stone mines, but rather the deeply buried spiritual crystal veins foundational to the forbidden zone and their reliance since the ancient slumber. Should they relinquish the spiritual crystal veins, they would forfeit their chance to continue their repose, a fate tantamount to discarding their very lives. What? Are you unwilling? Qin Shou's gaze narrowed slightly as he observed their hesitance. Have you not slumbered all this time in anticipation of the celestial gate's arrival? Now that it is upon us, are you not prepared to depart? Or do you wish to remain as a forbidden zone, waiting to incite turmoil in the future? His inquiries, delivered with a gradually chilling tone, left no room for ambiguity. Given his current prowess, he could easily resort to force, but he considered himself a man of reason. Resorting to violence was reserved for when the opposing party was unwilling. The three supreme beings of the forbidden zone, confronted with Qin Shou's increasingly frigid demeanor, silently lamented their plight. They felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, rendering even these sovereigns somewhat breathless. Consequently, they dared not hesitate further and nodded toward Qin Shou. If it is what you require, take it without reservation. With that, they stepped aside. Upon witnessing this, a satisfied expression graced Qin Shou's face. He extended his hand toward the depths of the supreme forbidden zone with a resounding rumble. The earth trembled, fissuring to reveal a colossal chasm. Shortly thereafter, a spiritual crystal vein, albeit smaller than the previous one, was drawn forth from the depths of the ground. The three sovereigns beheld this spectacle, their eyes betraying a hint of reluctance, yet they dared not make any move. Qin Shou glanced at the spiritual vein, now ensnared in his grasp and shimmering with a faint golden radiance, nodding in satisfaction. He stowed the vein into his inner world and turned to address the trio once more. This emperor does not take your possessions without recompense. Based on my calculations, the celestial gate will be fully formed within 6 months, at which point you may attempt to breach it. With these words, he turned and departed, heading toward the divine ruins of the forbidden zone, where the last spiritual vein awaited. As Qin Shou vanished from sight, the three supreme beings exhaled in relief. Among them, the one hailing from the divine ruins gazed in the direction Qin Shou had taken, his lips twitching slightly. Alas! I hope the celestial gate can truly take shape within 6 months, sighed the supreme being. Having lost the spirit crystal vein, they could no longer remain in slumber. Once they stepped out of the forbidden zone, their lifespans dwindled at a normal pace with each passing moment. They could only hope that the celestial gate would materialize before their lifetimes expired, granting them the chance to traverse that path. Meanwhile, high above the divine ruins forbidden zone, Qin Shou had unearthed the spirit crystal veins. At this moment, he held 2 small spirit veins resembling golden dragons in his hands, suspended in midair. Master, how much cultivation can these 2 veins be exchanged for? Beep. The system estimates that the combined worth of the 2 veins is 300 celestial sources. This can elevate the host's cultivation to the 3rd stage of ascension. Only 300? Qin Shou furrowed his brow. However, upon observing the veins, which were evidently smaller than those from the abyss of Yom, he felt a sense of relief. Let's exchange them. As soon as he spoke, the spirit veins vanished from his grasp. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of power within him. Having just attained the 2nd stage of ascension, his cultivation soared yet again. Within his 100 meridians, it was no longer spirit energy that surged, but a higher tier of celestial spiritual energy. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the 3rd stage of ascension. From now on, you shall unify the heavens and reign over myriad realms. Assault the celestial realm. Seize the celestial sources and claim dominion. Stop. Qin Shou's expression became quite peculiar. His face darkened. The system had taken on a rather strange demeanor. Unlike a proper system at all. Host, the celestial gate is about to open completely. The system suggests that you can ascend to the upper realm through the celestial gate. There are numerous celestial sources in the upper realm. The upper realm, Qin Shou murmured to himself, offering no reply. With a single step, his figure gradually became ethereal before vanishing above the forbidden zone. At that moment, in the upper realm, within an immense and boundless celestial city, powerful auras lay in wait. And rich celestial spiritual energy wafted through the air. In the center of the city, a grand plaza housed several armored figures guarding an altar. Above the altar, a portal shimmered in and out of visibility. Higher still, 2 indistinct figures stood, gazing intently at this portal. Suddenly, one of them spoke. With the celestial gate descending to the lower realm this time, I wonder how many will be able to pass through and ascend. The celestial city has not welcomed fresh blood in quite some time, replied the other, nodding faintly. Indeed, though the lower worlds are as numerous as the grains of sand. The celestial realm is vast, and the celestial city has not seen an ascendant in ages. The celestial realm is immense, home to countless celestial cities, noble clans, and sections. For those in the lower realm wishing to ascend, there are 2 methods. The first is to pass through a projection of the celestial gate, ascending to these grand cities or sections. The second is to rely on extraordinary strength to forcibly break through the barriers between realms, randomly materializing in some part of the celestial realm. The second method is suited for those with extraordinary talent and formidable power. However, this approach is fraught with peril, for should fortune turn against them and they fall into the treacherous realms of the celestial world, they may very well meet their demise on the spot. The only instance he is aware of, from 1,000,000 years ago, involves a certain Lord Gu Xianxia, who ascended through this very means. Contemplating this, the individual's thoughts momentarily halted, seemingly struck by a revelation. His gaze fixated upon the portal below. It is said that a powerful being has calculated the coordinates of that realm. This time, they will dispatch individuals to descend into that world alongside the celestial gate. Chapter 106. The celestial gate shall open. In the vast expanse of the Tiancang Continent, at the sacred land of Qingyun, a throng of people gathered before the portal, their eyes anxiously fixed on the direction of the central heavenly domain. The tumult of battle had subsided, yet another supreme being had fallen. Uncertainty loomed regarding the fate of the emperor. At the forefront of the crowd, Qin Zhan wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed with concern. The emperor had ventured alone into the forbidden zone, evidently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the supreme being of that domain. Now that the battle had calmed and a supreme being had perished, it remained unclear whether it was the supreme being of the forbidden zone or another. Beside Qin Zhan, Qin Wudi remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly directed towards the central heavenly domain, not shifting a fraction. Although Qin Shou had previously exhibited terrifying prowess, he was now confronting 2 formidable forbidden zones alone, within the enemy's stronghold. No one could predict if unforeseen circumstances might arise. Elder brother, can't you ascertain the situation in the forbidden zone? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Qin Shou appeared hesitant, cautiously glancing at Qin Zhan. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals instantly turned their attention to Qin Shou, their expressions laden with intrigue. Indeed, Qin Zhan, as a quasi-emperor, could extend his consciousness to the central heavenly domain with but a thought. Even if he couldn't peer into the interior of the forbidden zone, surely he could discern what lay beyond its borders. However, faced with the collective gaze of the crowd, Qin Zhan shook his head. I cannot see. In former times, with his cultivation, he could indeed project his thoughts into the central heavenly domain. Yet now, with the imperial battle raging, the very fabric of reality was in turmoil, and the extreme laws had distorted the void, transforming it into an even more terrifying forbidden zone. He had already made attempts, but as soon as his thoughts approached that region, they were instantaneously obliterated, rendering any vision impossible. At this juncture, it seemed he could only await in silence, hoping for the emperor's triumph. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence, their hearts brimming with anxiety. Yet, when their gazes returned to the heavens, they were suddenly struck dumb. A figure was descending from the sky, clad in a flowing azure robe. He moved with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. The great emperor. After a brief pause, someone exclaimed in delight. Qin Shou's return signified his victory in the Battle of the Forbidden Zone, and it was highly probable that he had quelled the threat entirely. The sword of Damocles that had loomed over them was finally lifted. That wretched lad. Before the crowd, Qin Wudi exhaled a profound sigh of relief. His tightly clenched fist finally relaxing, the knuckles paling. In the distant void, Qin Shou gazed at the multitude within the sacred land, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a single step, his figure dissipated into the ether, only to reappear before the assembly of onlookers. Great Emperor, we welcome your triumphant return. The myriad powerful beings lingering in the sacred land knelt in reverence. Qin Zhan and his companions also bore expressions of deep respect and awe, though their numbers were few. Their voices resonated with a might akin to a mountain's roar or a tempest's crash. Among them, only Qin Wudi exhibited a countenance of concern and tension. Inching closer to Qin Shou for a careful examination. Upon confirming that Qin Shou was unscathed, he patted his shoulder in relief. In response, Qin Shou merely smiled. Turning his gaze toward the assembled powerful beings of various clans, he casually waved his hand. Rise. The Forbidden Zone has been subdued by this emperor. You may depart with peace of mind, returning to your respective families and sections. At these words, the powerful beings from various clans trembled with astonishment. One among them exclaimed, "The Emperor's divine might protects our human race." This was soon echoed by others, chanting, "The Emperor's divine might." Throughout the ages, the human race has seen many emperors, yet none had ever fully eradicated the Forbidden Zone. Indeed, some emperors in their twilight years had ventured into the Forbidden Zone, becoming the harbingers of chaos. Finally, the long-standing Forbidden Zone, which had existed since the primordial era, was vanquished. How could this not evoke their shock and excitement? Go! Qin Shou gestured once more. The powerful beings of various clans, upon hearing this, bowed deeply once again. They then rose and hastened towards the sacred land's exit. Those from the eastern wilderness, being under the protection of an emperor, exhibited anxiety but remained composed. In contrast, those from a northern Xian and western desert displayed palpable distress etched upon their faces. The eastern wilderness had not been trampled by the Forbidden Zone's supremacy, yet the conditions in the other three domains remained uncertain. Sighing softly as he observed their departure, Qin Shou extended his consciousness across the entirety of the Tiancang Continent, acutely aware of the dire circumstances in the three domains. It could be said that the formidable ones had been annihilated. Practitioners above the Tao understanding realm had been nearly exterminated. Regrettably, he had been entangled with the Qing Emperor and three other sovereigns at that time, unable to divide his attention. Otherwise, do not blame yourself. Human strength has its limits. You have vanquished the supremacy of the Forbidden Zone and quelled its chaos. This is already a commendable effort. Qin Wudi consoled from beside him. At his words, Qin Shou nodded faintly. In truth, he felt no guilt, merely a sense of reflection. The upheaval had transpired too swiftly. The sudden arrival of several sovereigns had caught him off guard. Had he not gathered sufficient spirit stones to enhance his cultivation, he too might have met a dire fate. At that moment, Qin Zhan stepped forward. Great Emperor, with the arrival of the Immortal Gate, may I have the opportunity to tread its path? His expression was grave. His gaze fixed anxiously upon Qin Shou. His lifespan was nearing its end. Even though he had previously received the life spring water from Qin Shou, it merely restored a fraction of his vitality, prolonging his existence for a brief moment. No matter how much he advanced in cultivation, without reaching the Emperor realm, extending his lifespan further would prove exceedingly difficult. Now that the Celestial Gate was descending, he harbored thoughts of entering it, even if he could not attain immortality. Reaching the upper realm would render his life worthwhile. The Celestial Gate. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou cast his gaze toward the fissure in the sky above the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the spatial crack had expanded from its original size of 1 zhang to nearly 100 zhang in width. Inside the fissure, darkness prevailed, yet strange energies occasionally surged forth, clashing with the spiritual essence of the surrounding space, resulting in resounding explosions. The space surrounding the crack was also undergoing violent distortions. It seemed that the Celestial Gate was on the verge of fully opening, likely within less than half a year. Observing the expansive crack, Qin Shou's expression grew solemn. The rate of expansion was significantly faster than he had previously surmised, and it appeared that the acceleration of its formation was increasing with the passage of time. Retracting his gaze, he turned to Qin. Rest assured, ancestor, if the celestial gate is indeed real, we shall all have the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. Qin Shou spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words were imbued with immense confidence. Ever since his cultivation had reached the flying immortal realm, he could vaguely sense the existence of another vast world. Even if the celestial gate did not descend, he believed that with his strength, he could breach the barriers between the realms and enter the upper world. On the opposite side, upon hearing Qin Shou's unwavering conviction, Qingyun's face instantly brightened with relief. Even Qin Sha, Qin Yu, and even Qin Wudi, who stood nearby, were filled with excitement. Did this mean they too had a chance to ascend to the upper realm? Qin Shou observed the expressions of those around him, choosing not to voice his thoughts, for he had already formulated plans in his heart. Meanwhile, as the powerful beings of various clans dispersed, news of the stabilized Forbidden Zone swiftly spread across the continent. The surviving cultivators knelt in the direction of the Qingyun Sacred Land. The renown of Qin Shou, the contemporary emperor, reached its zenith in an instant, surpassing many human emperors since the primordial age. The pacification of the Forbidden Zone was an achievement worthy of being inscribed in the annals of human history. For the next 100,000 years, the Tiancang Continent would belong to the Qingyun Sacred Land. At the Taichu Sacred Land, the quasi-emperor Zhao Taishu and the Sacred Master stood atop a peak, gazing into the horizon, lost in thought. The Taichu Sacred Land was fortunate to be situated within the eastern wilderness, having evaded the attention of the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone, allowing them to survive. Upon hearing the news of the Emperor's pacification of the Forbidden Zone, they were initially surprised, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, given the battle prowess of that contemporary emperor, it was not surprising that he could quell the Forbidden Zone. After a long silence, Zhao Taishu suddenly withdrew his gaze, turning to the Sacred Master beside him. Master, with the Celestial Gate's arrival, I hope our old quasi-emperors will take a chance to venture forth. From now on, I entrust the Sacred Land to you. Zhao Taishu's voice was grave, yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. Those of their kind, poised on the brink of imperial realms, found their lifespans nearly exhausted. Without self-sealing, their time was limited. Now, with the Celestial Gate descending, the prospect of stepping into the higher realms offered a glimmer of hope for extending their lives. He yearned to take that risk. Who does not desire immortality? Moreover, following the dark turmoil, even the most formidable of the ancient clans and sacred lands had either perished or suffered devastating losses. In such circumstances, the Taichu Sacred Land, devoid of imperial contenders, would not be significantly impacted. The ancestral figure was somber, yet did not intervene. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the starry expanse, a colossal ancient Buddha emanated a tranquil aura. Not far from this figure sat a being shrouded in an ominous mist. At that moment, a pair of eyes flickered to life within the black haze, and a voice, devoid of emotion, echoed forth. The Celestial Gate is on the verge of opening. This time, I shall step into the higher realms. Ancient Xianxia, await my arrival. Chapter 107. The Seedling of the Divine Tree of Life. The Celestial Gate fully unveiled. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Following the pacification of the Forbidden Zone, a fleeting tranquility enveloped the entire Tiancang Continent. Aside from the eastern wilderness, the remaining 3 realms had suffered near total annihilation, leaving only a handful of survivors. However, with the Celestial Gate's arrival, many of those who had survived, after tending to their sects and families, hastened towards the eastern wilderness. At this moment, these powerful figures either congregated in a grand city near the Qingyun Sacred Land or settled in the wilderness outside the sacred domain, subsisting on wind and dew, meditating beneath the vast sky. Some were eager to witness whether the Emperor Qin Shou would dare to traverse the Celestial Gate, while others contemplated following in his footsteps into the Divine Realm. The Celestial Gate was about to open, miles away from the Qingyun Sacred Land, outside a modest wooden cabin. Zhao Taishu stood silently with an elderly man, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. At that moment, the fissure in the void had elongated to over 100 miles and widened several miles. No longer cloaked in darkness, it now radiated a faint luminosity. Vague outlines of an ancient path became discernible, strewn with bleached bones. Was it the route to the higher realms? Zhao Taishu's expression grew solemn. The bones littering the ancient path filled him with a sense of dread. The road to immortality is not easily traversed. These must be the remnants of past failures. Taishu, perhaps you and I may become mere bones along that path, the elderly man remarked, his voice calm. The old man, lean and with skin that appeared parched and sagging, exuded an air of profound resignation. He resembled a corpse that had just clawed its way out of a coffin, yet his countenance bore an eerie tranquility, as if he had long since ceased to care about life or death. Zhao Taishu gazed at the elder and merely smiled. His expression, though still grave, betrayed no fear. Even in the face of downfall, to collapse upon the path of seeking truth would render this life worthwhile. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if, with the formidable strength of the Holy Body Emperor, he can traverse the celestial path and step into the upper realm. Zhao Taishu remarked, turning his gaze toward the direction of the Qingyun sacred land, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, within the Qingyun sacred land, atop the central imperial palace, Qin Shou sat cross-legged in the void, a sapling of about a foot in height hovering before him. The sapling, vibrant green and shimmering, appeared as though sculpted from exquisite jade. Despite its youthful stature, it exuded an overwhelmingly potent and, one might say, somewhat terrifying vitality. Is this the seedling of the tree of life? Indeed, such a powerful life force. Qin Shou gazed at the translucent sapling before him, his eyes filled with awe. He sensed that, were it not for the grand formation enveloping the imperial palace and the precious jade flooring beneath, this vitality would likely summon forth spiritual herbs and plants. Ding! The tree of life is a celestial root, a singular entity among the myriad of realms, naturally not an ordinary thing. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting satisfaction. He had just exchanged 10 billion exquisite spirit stones for this. Suddenly, the sapling began to stir. A tender little face emerged on the trunk, reminiscent of an infant's arm, while two sturdy roots moved as if walking in the void. Greetings, master. The sapling approached Qin Shou, its branches swaying, the child's face on the trunk blinking its round, sparkling eyes, emitting a childlike voice. Qin Shou's eyes widened in astonishment at the sapling's series of actions. Not only could this little creature walk and speak, but more importantly, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from it. Earlier, he had been captivated by the immense vitality, but now he discovered that this small being possessed the cultivation of a mythical realm emperor, a mere seedling with the strength of an emperor. If this were to spread, the remaining great saints and quasi-emperors of the eastern wilderness would surely be filled with shame. However, after a brief moment, Qin Shou's expression returned to tranquility. After all, if even plants could attain sentience and transform into spirits, it was not inconceivable for such a celestial root to exhibit some extraordinary traits. Master? Noticing Qin Shou's prolonged silence, the sapling's tender voice called out again, its round eyes gazing timidly at him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou blinked, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the crystalline sapling before him. Very well, you may call me elder brother from now on. He felt that the title master was somewhat unfamiliar, and elder brother sounded more appealing. Okay, elder brother, the sapling pronounced somewhat clumsily. Qin Shou did not mind and nodded in acknowledgement, intending to say more when suddenly his brow furrowed. A faint humming resonated through the space. In the external realm, the immense fissure in the heavens has now ceased its expansion. Within the chasm, a celestial path, strewn with white bones, is vividly unveiled before the eyes of all cultivators in the eastern wilderness, emanating a terrifying and ominous aura. The celestial gate has been irrevocably opened. Chapter 108. The Supreme as the Pathfinding Stone, entering the celestial gate. The celestial gate has indeed opened. Countless cultivators gazed at the vast rift in the sky, their expressions momentarily frozen in shock before erupting into chaos. It has opened. The celestial gate has opened. Could the ancient path within lead to immortality? There are so many bones. Could they possibly be the remains of those from the Emperor realm? Some gazed into the ancient path within the spatial fissure, their faces filled with astonishment and doubt. The celestial gate has opened. The holy body has not deceived us. In the central heavenly domain, three supremes stood above the forbidden zone, their eyes fixed upon the rift in the eastern wilderness, sparkling with intensity. Exchanging glances, their figures gradually faded into nothingness. In just a few breaths, they materialized before the void fissure in the eastern wilderness. Is it the celestial path or the path of the Yellow Springs? As they felt the terrifying aura emanating from within the fissure and beheld the multitude of ancient bones covering the path, their expressions grew exceedingly grave. He stood quietly in the air, neither entering nor departing. The appearance of the three individuals astonished several powerful beings in the eastern wilderness. Are those the Supremes from the Forbidden Zone? Did not the Emperor claim that the Forbidden Zone had been pacified? Outside the small wooden cabin, two quasi-emperors from the primordial Holy Land were taken aback, and Zhao Taishu's face even betrayed a hint of fear. However, considering they were in the eastern wilderness, and that the Qingyun Holy Land was merely 10,000 miles away, he soon regained his composure. Since the Emperor had declared the Forbidden Zone pacified, it must be true. Even if a Supreme from the Forbidden Zone remained, with the Emperor present, they would not dare to cause turmoil. Beside Zhao Taishu, the frail elder spoke calmly. In contrast to Zhao Taishu's apprehension, he appeared remarkably composed. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the direction of the Qingyun Holy Land. The Celestial Gate has opened. The Emperor should be making an appearance soon. Meanwhile, within the central imperial palace of the Holy Land, Qin Shou had stored away the sapling of the Tree of Life and slowly rose to his feet. His previous conjecture had been that the Celestial Gate would open within 6 months, yet only 3 months had passed. Exiting the palace, Qin Zhan had long awaited outside. Upon seeing Qin Shou, he immediately spoke in a hushed tone. Emperor, the Celestial Gate has opened, and a Supreme from the Forbidden Zone has appeared. Very well. Qin Shou replied with a slight nod. If the three Supremes enter the ancient path of the Celestial Gate obediently, all is well. Should they attempt any underhanded tactics, I could easily crush them. Regardless, the Forbidden Zone will no longer exist in this world. Observing Qin Shou's demeanor, Qin Zhan chose to remain silent. Together, they stepped into the void, moving towards the Holy Land beyond. Along the way, countless disciples within the sacred land gazed at the two figures in the void with immense reverence. My dear, he has ascended to the status of emperor. In a secluded courtyard surrounded by bamboo groves, the Grand Elder and Lu Qingqing stared blankly at the sky. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with regret and remorse. Had he exerted himself at that time, he might have become the father-in-law of the emperor by now. Lu Qingqing, on the other hand, wore a complex expression. Even now, she could not comprehend how that scoundrel, who once peered at her while she bathed and received a severe thrashing, could transform into the emperor, revered by countless cultivators and capable of quelling the dark turmoil. She found it impossible to reconcile the stark contrast between those two disparate images, realizing they belonged to the same individual. In the void, Qin Shou sensed the peculiar gaze and turned his head towards the direction of the bamboo grove. Upon spotting that familiar figure clad in green, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qingqing, Your Majesty, what is it? Qin Zhan inquired curiously beside him. Following Qin Shou's gaze towards the bamboo forest. Nothing. Qin Shou shook his head. Retracting his gaze, he stepped forward, and his figure vanished into the void in an instant. Behind him, Qin Zhan bore an unusual expression as a gust of wind swept by, scattering his figure. In the next moment, both figures materialized in the outside world, arriving beside the three supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones. The three supreme beings were taken aback. Upon recognizing Qin Shou, their expressions suddenly turned grave, tinged with a hint of wariness. There is no need for alarm, esteemed ones, since I did not strike against you in the past. I certainly shall not do so now, Qin Shou stated with an unperturbed demeanor. His gaze swept past the three supremes, focusing instead on the immense fissure in the heavens. Ancient road, bone of the dead. The sight before him furrowed his brow, an overwhelming aura of killing intent pressing upon him. It appeared that the path to the upper realm would not be easily traversed. As Qin Shou contemplated silently, his eyes grew increasingly profound. The three supreme beings observed Qin Shou and, sensing his tranquil aura, allowed their wariness to wane slightly. At that moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Zhao Taishu and an elder approached, traversing the air, and bowed respectfully beside Qin Shou. We pay our respects to the emperor. As they knelt, their peripheral vision discreetly glanced at the three supreme beings, their hearts filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the emperor's presence, they would not have dared to approach. Indeed, Qin Shou withdrew his gaze from the void's fissure and nodded slightly at the two individuals. Subsequently, he turned his attention back to the three supreme beings. Esteemed ones, the path to the immortal realm has opened. It is time to set forth. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet, to the ears of those surrounding him, it resonated like thunder. Especially for the three supreme beings, their bodies trembled, and their expressions darkened visibly. The path to immortality was strewn with countless bones. Even a fool could see it was fraught with danger. To have them enter first was tantamount to sending them as mere sacrificial pawns. What? Do you not wish to proceed? Qin Shou spoke softly, casting a sidelong glance at the three individuals. A faint aura emanated from him, enveloping them. Boom! The three supreme beings trembled violently, their faces paling instantly, a look of horror etched upon them as they staggered back several steps in the air. Their gazes towards Qin Shou morphed into one of utter dread. That mere trace of aura made them acutely aware of death's proximity. It was a presence far beyond what a mythic realm emperor ought to possess. In contrast to the three supremes' terror, Qingyun, Zhao Taishu, and even some powerful cultivators from the eastern wilderness were equally astonished. They did not perceive the aura radiating from Qin Shou. Yet the mere glance he directed at the three supremes was sufficient to instill such fear in them, rendering their faces ghostly pale. What had the emperor done to the three in the Forbidden Zone? How could a mere gaze evoke such fear? Qingyun and Zhao Taishu were inwardly astounded. Qin Shou paid little heed to their expressions, his gaze coldly scrutinizing the three supreme beings. His decision to spare them was partly motivated by such intentions. Whether the path to immortality was perilous could only be discerned through exploration. Upon encountering Qin Shou's somewhat frigid gaze, the three supremes' faces grew even whiter. "We shall enter," the emaciated supreme declared, his voice heavy with gravity. The other two remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the elder's words, though a sense of melancholy lingered in their hearts. It was unimaginable that these esteemed supremes, once sovereigns of this realm, were now reduced to acting as mere stepping stones for others. Taking a deep breath, the three exchanged glances, their expressions regaining composure. Then, an immense and terrifying aura surged from them. Ethereal lotuses blossomed in the void, accompanied by the essence of the Tao. The three ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor's level once more, their formidable imperial might enveloping the entire Tiancang Continent. With no hesitation, they summoned their imperial weapons. With a single step, they traversed the spatial rift, stepping into the path of immortality strewn with bones. Chapter 109. Upon the path of immortality, fearsome beasts arise. The three supreme beings crossed the spatial divide, entering the rift and treading upon the path of immortality. In that moment, countless cultivators who had been monitoring the path erupted in fervor, their gazes fixed intently upon the heavens. They've entered. Look, someone has stepped into the path of immortality. A voice cried out from the eastern wilderness, excitement radiating from their features, mingled with envy and anticipation. Although some lesser cultivators could not see the ancient road within the rift, it did not deter them from joining in the excitement. High above, Zhao Taishu of the Taichu Holy Land and the emaciated elder wore expressions of tension, their eyes locked on the three supremes. After all, their own fates were intertwined with this endeavor. If even the supremes could not prevail, it seemed that their own paths as quasi-emperors would lead to certain doom. Qin Shou regarded the path of immortality, his expression slightly grave. A wisp of divine consciousness silently clung to the trio. Severed at the moment they stepped onto the celestial path. The connection to oneself was abruptly cleaved by an unseen force. At that moment, on the celestial road, what had transpired here? Even if one were to aggregate all the formidable beings above the Saint Realm from the ancient times of the Tiancang Continent, it would not amount to this multitude. The three sovereigns gazed in horror at the skeletal remains that sprawled before them. The proximity of the sight was far more shocking than their previous distant observations. Just as the outside world perceived, the space they occupied was replete with the essence of death. Broken weapons lay scattered, battle banners tattered and skewed into the ground. Bones littered the area, some belonging to humanity, while others were of gargantuan size, their origins unknown. Perhaps due to the relentless passage of time, some remains had long since weathered, covering the ground with a thick layer of bone dust. The atmosphere conveyed a sense that this was not a pathway to the celestial realm, but rather a descent into the netherworld. The trio proceeded with utmost caution, their imperial weapons suspended above, emanating myriad laws of power to safeguard their beings. Their divine consciousness unfurled to encompass every inch of the surrounding space. Thus, They advanced slowly toward the direction where the path of bones extended. However, after traversing a certain distance, they encountered no immediate peril. Instead, they began to sense a familiar and peculiar aura emanating from the space around them. It was the unique essence contained within the spirit crystal vein from the Forbidden Zone, now even more potent. What an exquisite fragrance! Could this be the true essence of celestial spirits? The three inhaled deeply, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. This aura brimmed with vitality, a richness 1,000-fold greater than that of the spirit crystal vein. Yet as they marveled, they remained oblivious to the pairs of bloodthirsty eyes that opened in the void around them. In the next instant, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. The space warped, and a massive paw, covered in black scales, emerged from the void, lunging directly toward the trio. This is bad. The three were startled. Among them, the woman clad in white reacted first. The sword-shaped imperial weapon above her trembled, and a terrifying beam of sword light sliced toward the beast's paw. The other two were not slow to respond either, their imperial weapons resonating as they unleashed extreme laws to subdue the beast's claw. Boom! A cataclysmic roar erupted, warping the space and creating rippling waves. The skeletal remains that were relatively intact nearby were instantly reduced to powder by the shockwave. The colossal paw was forced back, shedding several black scales. As the residual waves dissipated, a 100-foot-long black serpent with 2 heads emerged before them. One of its forepaws dripped blood, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. Yet, in the blink of an eye, its wounds healed completely. At that moment, it fixed its enormous, lantern-like eyes upon the trio, filled only with the essence of slaughter, devoid of wisdom, fierce and bloodthirsty. The three individuals gazed in astonishment at the wounds on the beast's claws, which had already healed. They had not held back during their recent confrontation. While they had not exerted their full strength, the combined might of their imperial weapons should have been sufficient to leave even a peak emperor of equal rank reeling. Yet, the black dragon before them had merely shed a few scales. Furthermore, they discerned that this space was significantly more resilient than the celestial Tiancang Continent. There, they could effortlessly tear apart the fabric of space, a mere thought capable of shattering stars. However, their earlier assault with imperial weapons had only caused the space to warp and ripple, failing to rend it asunder. With a fierce roar, the black dragon lunged once more at the trio, a malevolent aura enveloping them. Its claws shimmered with a chilling radiance, leaving faint black scratches in their wake. Simultaneously, several colossal beast silhouettes emerged from the surrounding space. Among them were monstrous spiders, their human heads adorned with enchanting faces, as well as a gigantic serpent rivaling the black dragon in size, and a massive skeleton assembled from countless bones. 4 ferocious beasts charged toward the 3 supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone, the terrifying presence causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Damn it, why are there so many? Bellowed the Supreme of the Divine Ruins, as an ethereal shield descended from the imperial weapon hovering above, enveloping him. With both hands raised, he unleashed a barrage of formidable divine techniques aimed at the black dragon. Meanwhile, the other 2 did not remain idle. The woman in plain garments manifested her own path, conjuring myriad runes that coalesced into a lethal sword array. The emaciated elder directly transformed into a massive furnace, drawing the human-headed spider into its depths. Violet flames radiated immense heat, and chains of order intertwined within, seeking to refine the creature. The trio battled against the 4 beasts on the path to immortality, their terrifying energies permeating the rift in space, resonating across the celestial Tiancang Continent. The conflict had erupted. What a horrifying presence. What could possibly lie within? Above, Zhao Taishu of the primordial Holy Land remained silent, his expression grave. The terrifying fluctuations emanating from the rift filled them with trepidation. If even 3 supreme beings required immense effort to contend with such entities, how could they, mere quasi-emperors, ever hope to traverse the path to immortality? Unless Zhao Taishu subtly turned his gaze toward the man who had remained composed throughout the turmoil. Only if this emperor intervened could the obstacles be cleared. Noticing Zhao Taishu's scrutiny, Qin Shou said nothing. He meticulously attuned his senses to the energy emanating from the rift, realizing that it consistently resided beyond the pinnacle of mythic realms. A faint understanding dawned upon him. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Taishu and the others, he took a slow step forward, moving toward the celestial rift above. Chapter 110. Raising a hand to crush the black dragon, the celestials of the upper realm. It is the Emperor. Is the Emperor about to venture into the path of immortality? As they witnessed Qin Shou stride toward the spatial rift, all the cultivators below were instantly taken aback, with Qin and the others wearing grave expressions. They remain unaware of the mysteries that lie within the celestial path. Yet the protracted battle among the three supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones suggests that it is far from ordinary. Although the Emperor possesses formidable might, it is prudent to consider the possibility of even more terrifying entities lurking within. At this moment within the celestial path, the fierce clash between the three supreme beings and the four fearsome beasts has escalated to a boiling point. The entire expanse of the celestial path is scattered with extreme Tao rules, and a tempest of terrifying energy sweeps through, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. As one gazes upon the ground, the skeletal remains have all vanished, reduced to dust by the violent upheaval of the battle. The three supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones find themselves in a precarious position, encircled by the four monstrous beasts, enduring relentless assaults. Their divine abilities, even those of imperial artifacts, inflict mere superficial wounds upon the beasts, while each strike from the beast sends tremors through their bodies, leaving deep gashes. What manner of monsters are these? Are they celestial beasts from the upper realm? The supreme being of the divine ruins bellows in fury, his voice laced with palpable astonishment. One of his arms has been shattered, his body stained with blood, and his aura has significantly waned. The celestial path is fraught with peril. Countless heroes have perished along its way. It seems that I, too, must remain here. Beside him, the emaciated elder from the supreme, Forbidden Zone wears a pallid expression. While his body bears no overt signs of injury, his aura has plummeted to its nadir, even more so than that of the supreme being of the divine ruins. They have relied on extreme elevation to briefly ascend to the pinnacle of imperial might. Yet, this constant drain of energy renders their already dwindling reserves nearly untenable. In merely a fleeting moment, their vitality begins to fade, threatening to plunge them from the apex of imperial power. At this juncture, upon a colossal white bone at the end of the celestial path, two ethereal presences, transcending the mundane realm, stand silently. Both appear youthful, their striking features exuding an air of elegance. With haughty expressions, they peer through the fabric of space, observing the distant tumult of battle. Are these the formidable beings hailing from that individual's homeland? Their lifeblood depleted, they cannot even subdue four beasts of the pseudo-celestial realm. It is truly perplexing how such a world could produce such prodigies. One youth remarks nonchalantly, casting a disdainful glance at the beleaguered trio of supreme beings. The other, maintaining a stoic demeanor, simply nods in acknowledgement. In a realm below, it is already a remarkable feat for a singular prodigy to emerge every million years, necessitating boundless fortune. Thus, it is only natural for this world to languish. A million years prior, that prodigy ascended from the lower realm and, in a mere few 100,000 years, rose to prominence. This time, the projection of the celestial sect has descended to the lower realm, having expended significant resources to do so, aiming to seek out an individual of similar constitution to that prodigy. Yet now, it seems that such an endeavor may no longer be requisite. As the two converse, their gazes once more drift toward the distant battlefield. However, this fleeting glance causes their expressions to sharpen with intrigue. In the distant battlefield, amidst the fierce clash between the three supreme beings and the ferocious beasts, a young man clad in a blue robe approached from the direction of the spatial rift. Upon seeing him, the two individuals paused momentarily, sensing something extraordinary about the advancing youth. His vitality surged like the midday sun, far surpassing the waning life force of the three aged figures. Such overwhelming vigor. Could it be a physique reminiscent of those from a million years ago? The two celestial beings exchanged glances of astonishment. On another front of the battlefield, the three sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone also caught sight of Qin Shou, the holy body. All three furrowed their brows, a hint of wariness flickering in their eyes. They did not believe that Qin Shou had come to lend assistance. After all, due to the actions of the Azure Emperor and the Stone Sovereign, the relationship between the Forbidden Zone and the human race had grown adversarial. They were compelled to venture forth by the pressure of the holy body. Calmly, Qin Shou walked along the celestial path, his feet hovering an inch above the ground. His gaze transcended the battlefield ahead, focusing on two figures standing atop a skeletal remains at the end of the celestial road. The aura emanating from them surprised him. It was distinct from that of the heavenly Tiancang Continent, incongruous and repelled by the lower realm's heavenly principles. Celestial beings from the upper realm. Bei Gongyu, disciple of the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Cultivation level, first stage of true immortal. Due to forcibly descending to the lower realm and suffering from the suppression of the Tao, his cultivation has regressed, and he can barely exhibit the strength of a first-stage flying immortal. Li Yun, disciple of the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Cultivation level, third stage of true immortal. Due to forcibly descending to the lower realm and suffering from the suppression of the Tao, his cultivation has regressed, and he can barely exhibit the strength of a third-stage flying immortal. True immortals from the Qingyun Immortal Sect. The celestial gate opened merely to allow practitioners from the lower realms to ascend. How could beings from the immortal realm appear? Qin Shou murmured to himself, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Just as he pondered, a tremendous beastly roar erupted ahead. In the battlefield, the black dragon broke free from the three supreme beings, unleashing a terrifying aura as it lunged towards him with a fearsome howl. Its claws, glinting with cold light, tore through the fabric of space, reaching out to seize Qin Shou. Seeking death, Qin Shou's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand to confront the black dragon. In the next moment, a tendre explosion ressonnetait. The 100-foot-long body of the black dragon was obliterated in an instant. Flesh and blood scattered across the ground, the pungent scent of blood instantly saturating the air. Hiss! How terrifying! How could this be? The holy body, such a horrifying spectacle, left the three sovereigns in the distance utterly astounded, their eyes filled with reverence as they regarded Qin Shou. Previously, the three of them had joined forces and wielded imperial weapons, managing only to shed a few of the dragon's scales. How could such a ferocious entity be crushed so effortlessly by the holy body? After exchanging glances, the three of them swiftly repelled the remaining three ferocious beasts and turned to charge toward Qin Shou. After such a prolonged battle, they had expended tremendous energy and were on the brink of exhaustion. Although they were uncertain whether the sacred body would offer them protection, they could not afford to dwell on such concerns at this moment. Soon, they approached Qin Shou, noticing that Qin Shou did not drive them away. The three felt a surge of joy and hastily cupped their hands in a bow, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Qin Shou merely acknowledged them with a slight nod, remaining silent. The trio, recognizing the unspoken understanding, withdrew quietly to the side, their gazes reflecting a deepening reverence. On the battlefield, three fierce beasts cautiously regarded Qin Shou, hesitating to advance. Though lacking in intellect, they instinctively sensed that this human was formidable, having witnessed his earlier display of power. For a moment, an eerie calm enveloped the celestial path. Qin Shou cast a glance at the three beasts before redirecting his attention to the end of the celestial road. He was eager to uncover the motivations behind the descent of two celestial beings from the upper realm, even at the cost of their cultivation levels. At the end of the celestial path, the two celestial beings were also observing Qin Shou, their expressions filled with intrigue. In the instant Qin Shou made his move, they had sensed a trace of celestial energy, a being from the lower realm, yet to ascend, possessing the cultivation of a celestial? Fascinating, truly fascinating. How could a denizen of the lower realm harness the ethereal energy of the upper realm? A spark of curiosity flickered across Bei Gongyu's face as he turned to his companion, Li Yun. Brother Li, shall we investigate? Perhaps we have found the individual our sect seeks. Chapter 111. Unrivaled in the mortal realm, conquering celestials with a gesture. What is the sacred body observing? Along the celestial path, three supreme beings from the forbidden zones stood to one side, observing Qin Shou's unwavering gaze towards the end of the celestial road. They were filled with astonishment. Following his line of sight, they beheld a vast expanse of white bone powder, devoid of anything else. Just as they were about to retract their gaze, they were suddenly struck dumb, their pupils widening in shock. In their line of sight, two figures abruptly emerged, exuding an aura of terror that was suffocating. Could these be individuals from the celestial path? A thought flickered in their minds, causing their bodies to tremble violently. At that moment, the two celestial beings approached the group. They completely disregarded the three supreme beings from the forbidden zones, their focus landing squarely on Qin Shou. After appraising him for a moment, Bei Gongyu, with a hint of arrogance, spoke in a measured tone. You must be the strongest in this little world, capable of achieving celestial status in such a realm. That is indeed a testament to your genius. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou furrowed his brow at Bei Gongyu, but refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Meanwhile, the three supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones were left utterly astonished. What? A celestial? They could scarcely believe their ears, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe as they gazed at both Qin Shou and Bei Gongyu. The implications of these two statements were monumental. Not only did they acknowledge that the two were celestial beings descended from the upper realm, but they also asserted that the sacred body had attained immortality. Indeed, this explanation holds water. If the sacred body had not become an immortal, how could it possibly manipulate these supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones at will? At that moment, Bei Gongyu, noticing Qin Shou's silence, furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure dancing in his eyes. Young one, do not presume that achieving immortality grants you the right to arrogance. The mere celestial ascendance is commonplace in the upper realms, a mere stepping stone at best. I inquire of you, are you the ancient sacred body? Bei Gongyu's tone sharpened, inquiring with the authority of a superior. Despite Qin Shou's defiance in the lower realm to attain immortality, he still regarded him with a measure of disdain. How could a lower realm immortal be compared to one from the upper realm? Without experiencing the purifying trials of the upper realm's laws, even if one reaches the same level, they cannot be considered a true immortal. Though he had forcibly descended to the lower realm and suffered damage to his foundation, he still possessed the confidence to subdue the opponent with his current first tier of celestial ascendance. The mention of the ancient sacred body caused a peculiar expression to cross Qin Shou's face. Beside him, the three supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones trembled slightly, instinctively turning to gaze at Qin Shou. Bei Gongyu noted their reaction. Following their gaze to Qin Shou, his suspicions confirmed. Qin Shou did not deny it, merely responding with indifference. What if I am, and what if I am not? As he spoke, he regarded Bei Gongyu and the others, a hint of confusion swirling within him. Had the immortal beings of the upper realm descended at great cost merely to search for the ancient sacred body? That would be splendid. Upon hearing Qin Shou's veiled admission, a faint smile finally graced Bei Gongyu's face. Even Li Yun, who had remained silent until now, displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in his indifferent gaze. He had not anticipated that their sect's mission would proceed so smoothly, arriving at the path of immortals only to find their target. As long as they could bring the individual before them back to the immortal sect, they would reap substantial rewards. At that time, not only could they restore their damaged foundations, but they might also have the opportunity to significantly elevate their cultivation, even ascending to the celestial realm. With this in mind, he commanded Qin Shou, since you are the ancient sacred body, come with us. Come with you? Why should I? Qin Shou's expression remained impassive. I am a disciple of the Taishan immortal sect from the upper realm, tasked with bringing you back to the sect. Do not be ungrateful. The Taishan immortal sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Hao Tian immortal domain. Being valued by the sect is a blessing for you. Otherwise, as a mere lower realm individual at the celestial ascendance level, even with decent talent, you would likely not survive a month should you venture to the upper realm alone. Bei Gongyu scoffed, his disdain for the lower realm radiating from his demeanor. What is this Taishan immortal sect? I have no interest in it. You have mistaken the person, Qin Shou retorted, casting a cold smile at Bei Gongyu. From his tone, it seemed that the so-called Taishan immortal sect sought to recruit him as a disciple, willing to expend considerable resources to send their disciples to the lower realm. However, the sensation that these two individuals conveyed to him seemed to transport him back to the Taishan immortal sect, as if they were bestowing upon him a form of charity. Indifferent? That was not a choice he could make. Opposite him, Bei Gongyu and Li Yun's expressions darkened instantaneously. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, immediately pressing down upon Qin Shou. How dare a mere lower realm cultivator display disrespect towards the immortal sect? Prior to descending to the lower realm, the higher echelons of the sect had declared that as long as the ancient sacred body was found, it must be brought back to the immortal sect, alive or dead. Since he was unwilling to return alive, then his corpse would suffice. Bei Gongyu's voice was frosty as he raised his hand to confine the space, unleashing a terrifying swordlight. The resilient space of the immortal path was instantly torn apart beneath the swordlight, carrying an aura of annihilation as it descended upon Qin Shou. To possess merely the strength of the first level of the Ascendant Realm was tantamount to courting death. Qin Shou's expression turned frigid, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Fixating on the incoming sword light, he raised his hand and effortlessly crushed it. Then, in a flash, he appeared before Bei Gongyu. With a swift motion, he extended his hand downwards. Boom! An unfathomably terrifying aura erupted, causing the space beneath his palm to collapse violently. The overwhelming force was unleashed upon his opponent. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire immortal path. Before Bei Gongyu could react, he was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere dust. This astonishing turn of events left all present momentarily stunned. From Bei Gongyu's strike to Qin Shou's counterattack, culminating in his decisive kill. It transpired in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, the celestial being who had descended from the upper realm was vanquished by Qin Shou. Gulp. The three supreme beings from the forbidden zones behind him were momentarily dazed, swallowing hard. That was a celestial being, a being from the upper realm, a level they could only dream of attaining. And yet, they had just witnessed the sacred body slay one with a single blow. Audacious! How dare you slay a disciple of the immortal sect? A thunderous shout filled with rage erupted, as Li Yun's face turned icy, his murderous intent palpable. He could hardly fathom that this denizen of the lower realm possessed such formidable combat prowess, capable of dispatching Bei Gongyu with a mere strike, leaving him no time to intervene. Chapter 112, Slaying Celestials. Audacious! How dare you slay a disciple of the immortal sect? Li Yun's voice, brimming with fury, reverberated through the space, a tsunami of murderous intent enveloping Qin Shou. Yet, Qin Shou remained unfazed, completely indifferent to the threat. Instead, he frowned at the figure he had just crushed, for he did not sense the annihilation of Bei Gongyu's soul. As he pondered this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, lifting to focus on the space behind Li Yun. In the next moment, he beheld the distortion of space there as a figure began to coalesce. Damn it! You wretched creature! Dare you slay me? The furious, venomous roar echoed throughout the space. Bei Gongyu's entire visage contorted into a grotesque mask, his malevolent gaze fixated intently on Qin Shou. Had he truly survived? Qin Shou regarded Bei Gongyu with an expression of intrigue, entirely unfazed by the vitriol directed his way. His curiosity was piqued not by the insults, but by the enigma of how his adversary had managed to escape from his grasp. At that moment, even Li Yun wore a perplexed expression as he regarded Bei Gongyu. Junior brother Bei Gong, he began, his tone laced with concern. Senior brother Li, help me slay this wretched creature. I demand his demise. May his flesh turn to dust, his soul be cast into eternal torment, suffering through the ages. Bei Gongyu bellowed, his voice tinged with a desperate frenzy. He had truly come perilously close to death. Had it not been for a precious artifact that safeguarded his life, he would have been reduced to mere ash beneath that fatal strike. Yet, even with the talisman's protection, he harbored deep resentment. The artifact had taken him tens of thousands of years to acquire, and it could only be used once. Thus, that single blow from Qin Shou had obliterated a lifetime of painstaking accumulation. Li Yun observed Bei Gongyu's fierce countenance, his brows knitting together in concern. He then turned to Qin Shou, his gaze icy and penetrating. You dare lay hands on a disciple of the immortal sect? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Surrender and accompany me back to the upper realm. Perhaps you may yet have a sliver of hope. Otherwise what? Qin Shou interjected coolly, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. After his initial strike, he had no intention of relenting. Preposterous. Accompany you back to the upper realm? Who knows what fate awaits there? Given their attitudes, it is entirely plausible that upon arrival, I would be seized for experimentation. Foolish boy, I am extending you an opportunity. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? Li Yun's expression darkened, his gaze growing even more frigid. However, he refrained from immediate action, recognizing that bringing a living saint body back could yield greater rewards for the sect. Huh? Qin Shou scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. In the next instant, his countenance turned frigid, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. You should be more concerned for your own safety. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. With a single step, the void shattered beneath him as he lunged toward Li Yun, a crimson glow flickering in his grasp. An ominous blade materialized, and the sanguine light cleaved through the fabric of space as it descended. Destruction, a sinister energy enveloped Li Yun. How audacious! Li Yun exclaimed in fury, astonished that Qin Shou had the audacity to strike first. Once he regained his composure, an inexhaustible bloodlust surged within him. He extended a finger, channeling his murderous intent into a beam of sword light that surged toward the descending crimson blade. Clang! A thunderous roar erupted as blade met blade. The very fabric of this realm torn asunder, a cataclysmic tempest unleashed. Li Yun was sent flying by the sheer force of the strike, his form colliding with the distant path of the immortals, shattering vast expanses of space in his wake. Yet unlike past encounters, Qin Shou did not pursue his advantage to mercilessly strike down a fallen foe. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the rift in reality that had been torn open. Through the fissure, a glimpse of an ethereal realm, abundant with spiritual herbs, could be faintly perceived at its end. It seemed tantalizingly close, yet infinitely distant. The celestial realm, perhaps? Qin Shou mused. In the next moment, the crack sealed and all visions vanished. Meanwhile, at a distance along the celestial path, Li Yun finally stabilized his form. Damn it! Li Yun raised his palm, glancing at his bleeding fingertip, his expression turning somewhat grave. His gaze traversed the space, landing upon the rusted blade in Qin Shou's hand. It was that very rusted knife that had, astonishingly, pierced through his celestial body in a single strike. Not only he, but others were equally astounded, even horrified. How could it be? Senior brother Li Yun. Bei Gongyu's face was a portrait of shock. Previously, he could attribute his own defeat to carelessness. However, now, senior brother Li's strength surpassed his by 2 minor realms. And yet he had been struck down in a single blow, despite being prepared. Likewise, the 3 supreme beings who had retreated to the entrance of the celestial path wore expressions of disbelief. The might of the holy body exceeded their imagination. 2 celestial beings from the upper realm had not even managed to unleash a single move against their opponent. The celestial space they could not tear apart with all their might was effortlessly shattered in the hands of the holy body, akin to the realm of Tiancang. They felt that had they been at the center of the storm moments ago, they would have been instantly obliterated. At that moment in the distance, Qin Shou also drew his attention back from the projection of the celestial realm. However, he did not gaze at Li Yun, but rather directed his focus toward Bei Gongyu. Who was closer? What do you intend to do? Bei Gongyu sensed Qin Shou's gaze, and his expression shifted, a flash of alarm crossing his eyes. What are you doing? Having spared your life a moment ago, I now wish to see if you possess any means of survival left. Qin Shou sneered, his demeanor indifferent. With that, he vanished from his position, reappearing before Bei Gongyu in an instant. The ominous blade in his hand surged with a terrifying crimson light as he swung it down. You dare seek death? Bei Gongyu's complexion changed drastically, yet the shock in his eyes transformed into a murderous intent in an instant. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, far surpassing the strength he had previously exhibited by several times, even a dozenfold. As this aura surged, his flesh began to rupture, revealing horrific wounds. Deep pot, Bei Gongyu bellowed, raising his palm to directly crush Qin Shou. Boom! The space before Qin Shou shattered instantaneously, a dreadful force pressing down upon him, intent on grinding him to dust. Forcing an increase in power? Qin Shou discerned that Bei Gongyu had employed some secret technique to forcibly enhance his strength. Thus, he suffered the greater suppression of the heavenly Tao, resulting in his body fracturing. Foolish! Qin Shou let out a cold snort, 3 flowers coalescing atop his head, his aura surging dramatically. Entirely indifferent to the terrifying pressure emanating from his surroundings. The ominous blade erupted with an even more fearsome presence, cleaving through space as it struck towards Bei Gongyu. The shadow of death instantaneously enveloped him. Beast, do you dare? Halt! From afar on the celestial path, Li Yun's voice rang out in furious admonition. A black long sword appearing in his hand, exuding malevolence as he unleashed a dark sword light towards Qin Shou. Yet, halfway through its trajectory, a shadow identical to Qin Shou intercepted it, also crowned with 3 flowers and wielding immense power in its fists, shattering the sword light effortlessly. Simultaneously, the Tao body was obliterated by the fragmented sword light. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, Li Yun found it too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the scarlet blade descended. Sizzle. Boom. The void fractured, and the celestial path trembled. Unimpeded, the rusty blade easily cleaved Bei Gongyu's body in twain. The terrifying force that followed utterly annihilated the two halves, reducing them to wisps of azure smoke. Following the destruction of Beigongyu, the Crimson Blade's momentum remained unabated, directly cleaving the celestial path and carving a horrifying abyss into the ground. This time, it was a true death. Qin Shou stood with his blade, gazing at the dissipating wisp of azure smoke. At this moment, he genuinely felt that the other's soul had been completely severed. Suddenly, he extended his palm, reaching towards the place where Beigongyu had fallen. Crack! Boom! The space shattered once more, countless treasures cascading from within, exuding a rich aura of celestial spirit. These items were all relics from Beigongyu's realm. However, with their master's demise, most treasures have been destroyed alongside the inner world, leaving only a fraction behind. Without lingering, Qin Shou waved his hand, drawing everything into his own inner world. After completing this, he finally turned his gaze towards the distance, settling on Li Yun, whose face was a mask of dark, murderous intent. Chapter 113, pressing Li Yun to the ground. At the end of the celestial path, Li Yun's expression was frigid, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Shou. The overwhelming killing intent was nearly palpable. You truly killed him. Li Yun's words were ice-cold, each syllable dripping with chilling certainty. He sensed that Beigongyu had indeed fallen completely, dead beyond resurrection. He could not fathom that what was presumed to be a simple sect task would culminate in such a demise. Slain by one they had looked down upon from the lower realms. Facing this, Qin Shou regarded Li Yun's murderous demeanor with an expression of uncanny tranquility. Since you've made a move against me, you are now my enemy. An enemy must be eliminated. Now, it is your turn. His voice was devoid of emotion. The ominous blade in Qin Shou's hand trembled slightly as he began to take measured steps towards his opponent. With each stride, his killing intent intensified, gradually coalescing into a formidable pressure that bore down upon Li Yun. Li Yun sensed the terrifying aura. His heart trembled slightly, and a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming rage surged within him, and a chilling presence erupted outward, dispersing the momentum that Qin Shou had gathered. What trickery is this? A mere lowly individual from the lower realm. Do you truly believe you can defy the heavens? Witness as I suppress you in honor of my junior brother, Beigong. Li Yun bellowed, a murderous intent filling the air. He stepped forward, and a colossal shadow of a killing deity rose behind him, nearly filling the entire celestial path. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to twist violently. On the brink of collapse, slash! Li Yun roared, swinging his black killing sword, unleashing a torrent of blinding sword light. The shadow of the killing deity followed suit, raising its hand, and a sword materialized instantaneously, aimed to deliver a devastating blow upon Qin Shou. A trivial skill. Qin Shou scoffed, as a massive figure emerged behind him, the manifestation of a sacred body, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. Unlike previous instances, this time the celestial aura radiated strongly, resembling the true immortal king from above. The appearance of this phenomenon sent tremors through the space, resonating with a fearsome energy. Simultaneously, Qin Shou raised his ominous blade, launching a scarlet arc of light toward Li Yun. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color, and boundless celestial energy surged outward in all directions. The void twisted and shattered, and the celestial path split open, revealing gaping abysses. Puffed! Li Yun coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. He felt an indescribable force emanating from the killing sword. His body struck as if by a heavy blow, sending him hurtling backward. At the same time, the shadow of the killing deity that had coalesced behind him was torn apart by the immortal king, dissipating into the air. This is impossible. Li Yun screamed in shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The last time he had been careless and was sent flying by a single strike, but this time he had exerted all his strength. How could it still be like this? He was a true immortal, even though he was forcibly brought to the lower realm and suppressed by the heavenly Tao, with his foundation weakened. He could still unleash the power of a 3rd-level ascendant, which should surpass that of an ordinary 3rd-level ascendant. How could he now be unable to contend with a wild immortal from the lower realm? There is nothing impossible if you were truly at the true immortal realm. Perhaps I would harbor some trepidation. Yet a mere 3rd-level ascendant dares to proclaim, "It can subdue me?" Qin Shou's expression remained indifferent, wielding the ominous blade, his oppressive aura astonishing. However, upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Li Yun's face shifted in surprise. True immortal realm? How'd he know? How could you discern my cultivation? Li Yun's expression grew grave, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he scrutinized Qin Shou. The other party was merely an ascendant. How could he possibly perceive his true realm? How could he know? Heh! Qin Shou let out a cold laugh, offering no answer to Li Yun's inquiry. The ominous blade in his hand billowed with crimson mist, blood red as if saturated with life. An incredibly sinister aura accompanied the blade's light, aiming directly at Li Yun. Simultaneously, a colossal hand emerged from the Celestial King's manifestation behind him, descending like the firmament itself, aimed at his opponent. You seek your own demise. Do you truly believe that I am powerless against you? Li Yun, gazing at the incoming scarlet blade of light and the oppressive hand from above, wore an icy expression and bellowed in fury. In the next moment, his aura surged violently, escalating at an exponential rate. Yet, simultaneously, his body began to fracture, fissures resembling spider webs appearing all over, with celestial blood splattering forth, giving the impression that he might shatter entirely at any moment. Clearly, he employed the same secret technique as Bei Gongyu, forcibly augmenting his cultivation, surpassing even Bei Gongyu in magnitude. However, the corresponding celestial repression he faced was far more formidable. As his cultivation soared to the 6th level of the celestial ascension, Li Yun raised his palm and directly crushed the incoming scarlet sword light. He then reversed his hand and struck the Celestial King's descending palm with a forceful blow. Boom! The two palms collided, producing a thunderous roar. The Celestial King's hand was obliterated, disintegrating into countless motes of light. However, Li Yun was not unscathed. The powerful recoil forced him down into the ground. His already fractured arm now bore even greater cracks, seemingly on the brink of exploding. Celestial blood splattered the ground, creating small craters along the celestial path. Yet, Li Yun paid no heed to this. His aura surged once more to a new level, shattering the ground beneath him, and his figure instantaneously vanished from his original position, reappearing before Qin Shou. Li Yun roared. He raised his palm, a terrifying aura coalescing, with the principles of the Tao manifesting as he pressed down towards Qin Shou's head. He had elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of the celestial ascension. With this strike, he was confident he could obliterate Qin Shou entirely. However, just as this thought took shape, his expression drastically changed. Chapter 114, Control, Ruthless Measures. Boom! The void trembled, and an aura, even more powerful and terrifying than Li Yun, surged forth. Qin Shou's vital energy soared, and in an instant, 3 blossoms of the Tao materialized above his head. His aura erupted, more formidable than Li Yun's at the 7th level of the celestial ascension. How could this be? Li Yun was horrified. He could not fathom that Qin Shou possessed such a method to enhance his combat prowess, and to such a staggering extent. Qin Shou's expression remained indifferent. Under the surge of his heightened power, he unleashed a punch. Boom! The golden fist shattered myriad paths, exhibiting unparalleled dominance, and directly obliterated Li Yun's palm with a single strike. Simultaneously, his entire body surged like a meteor, shattering layers of space, and hurtled towards the end of the celestial path. Finally, he crashed violently into the ground at the terminus. The dreadful force caused the celestial path to tremble violently, dark fissures spreading rapidly, threatening to fracture entirely. Cough, cough, cough. Li Yun lay in the massive crater he had created, coughing violently. The shattered remnants of his right arm were enveloped in a layer of celestial light, seemingly attempting to reconstitute itself into a new arm. However, how could Qin Shou allow him any time for resistance? Before his arm had even coalesced, Qin Shou's figure had already appeared above the deep pit. Wait, stop, fellow Taoist! Li Yun exclaimed in horror, sensing the impending aura of death, and hurriedly shouted. Qin Shou remained expressionless, ignoring him entirely. The ominous blade materialized in his hand, adhering to the principle of striking a drowning dog, seizing the opportunity to take his life while he was in distress. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive blow. The crimson-tinged blade light, infused with a sinister aura, swept across the entire path of immortality. Li Yun's complexion turned pale in an instant, in a panic. He could only summon his killing sword to defend himself. In the next moment, the red-black blade light descended, colliding with the black killing sword. Crack! Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a sharp sound of fracture mingled. In the horrified gaze of Li Yun, The black killing sword was cleaved in two. The ominous blade continued its relentless momentum, striking directly at him. In an instant, his corporeal form was reduced to dust. Under the onslaught of annihilation, Li Yun's immortal body was torn apart in the blink of an eye, disintegrated into azure smoke. Even the path of immortality below was severed, exposing the unfathomable abyss beneath. The violent power of the laws below churned, intent on obliterating all tangible forms. Yet, as Qin Shou beheld this scene of destruction, there was no smile upon his visage. Rather, he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he struck out, colliding with the seemingly empty space ahead. Crack! Bang! The fabric of space shattered, and a somewhat ethereal figure was yanked forth. Ah, quite swift in your escape. Those from the upper realm indeed possess some means of survival. Qin Shou regarded the figure with an unusual expression. First, Bei Gongyu had evaded death through mysterious means, and now this Li Yun had done the same. Although it was merely a fragment of his soul, if allowed to escape, it would not take long for him to coalesce a physical form and restore himself. What do you intend? Li Yun's soul was confined, his voice filled with terror, even madness glimmering in his eyes. Qin Shou was exceedingly powerful, instilling a deep-seated fear within him. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the helplessness and dread Bei Gongyu had felt when confronted with death. Surrender the resources you have stored in your inner world, and then we shall discuss the affairs of the upper realm. Do not think of refusing, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to employ force and take matters into my own hands. Qin Shou spoke plainly, his gaze cold and indifferent. Previously, he had subdued Bei Gongyu, resulting in the shattering of his inner world, and had acquired only a meager portion of resources. Now that Li Yun had escaped with a fragment of his soul, it instead brought him joy. This signified that he might potentially seize all of the other party's resources. You desire resources? Li Yun looked at Qin Shou, and upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Subsequently, he spoke with a sense of eagerness. Fellow Taoist, I can offer you all the resources at my disposal. However, with my cultivation, I am merely a lowly practitioner in the upper realm, possessing scant resources that are utterly inadequate for your advancement. If you so wish, I can escort you back to the Xianxia Immortal Sect. With your innate talent and combat prowess, you are certain to garner the admiration of the sect's higher echelons, who would bestow upon you abundant resources. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word regarding the happenings here. As for Brother Bei Gong, he merely fell victim to a temporal storm during his time in the lower realm. Li Yun's voice flowed incessantly, fearful that Qin Shou would deny him the opportunity to speak. It was not until he had finished that he cast a nervous and apprehensive glance at Qin Shou. Qin Shou's countenance remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Open your inner world and surrender your resources. At these words, Li Yun's expression visibly darkened, as if he had foreseen Qin Shou's decision. Yet, he remained undeterred, attempting to persuade further. My friend, the Xianxia Immortal Sect is one of the 10 great sects of the celestial domain. Joining would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Enough. Qin Shou interjected, frowning sharply. He extended his palm, a sphere of golden divine fire erupting from his hand, directly seizing Li Yun's soul. A piercing scream echoed through the celestial path, as wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his soul. Li Yun's visage twisted in agony, his cries resonating with the torment of soul refinement that rendered him desperate. He yearned to struggle, yet his soul was ensnared and immobile, forced to endure this inhumane suffering. At the entrance of the celestial path, the three supreme beings observed this brutal spectacle, collectively gasping in horror, feeling a chill run down their spines. Truly, it was as if one's very soul was being roasted upon the flames. Who could withstand such torment? Merely witnessing from afar, they felt their own souls racked by waves of terror and pain. Their gazes towards Qin Shou were once again consumed by profound dread. In this moment, they felt immense relief that they had not instigated a dark upheaval, had not laid hands on the human race, and had not offended him. Otherwise, it might very well have been one of them being subjected to such fiery torment. The anguished wails continued to reverberate throughout the space. Li Yun's soul contorted, his face resembling that of a malevolent spirit. In mere moments, his essence had become increasingly ephemeral, on the brink of dissolution. I will give it to you. Please stop, he cried out hoarsely, his voice laced with pleading and profound fear. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Shou did not relent. Instead, the golden divine flames upon his palm blazed ever more fiercely. I am willing to open my inner world and surrender all resources to you. Moreover, all information regarding the upper realm. Please stop. Halt. Li Yun's voice was filled with despair, echoing with an unbearable shrillness. At these words, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in Qin Shou's eyes. Nonetheless, he did not cease at once. He continued to scorch Li Yun until his soul teetered on the brink of collapse, before finally dispersing the golden flames and retracting his hand. After a brief pause, as Li Yun's anguished wails gradually subsided, a dispassionate voice emerged. Very well. Now open your inner world. You have but this one opportunity. At that moment, Li Yun's soul was contorting and becoming increasingly transparent, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. Faced with Qin Shou's demand, he dare not resist or utter another word. Yes, I will open my inner world at once. With that, a fissure of considerable length appeared before him. Instantly, an overwhelming essence of celestial energy surged forth from the rift, radiating a brilliant light. Chapter 115, Scavenging Resources. The portal to the upper realm at the end of the immortal path. In the space, a fissure of notable size manifested before Li Yun. The dense celestial energy poured out, swiftly enveloping the entire area. The inner world. Qin Shou observed this with narrowed eyes. Without hesitation, he extended a thread of divine consciousness through the entrance into the other's inner world, transforming it into an avatar within. In an instant, a vast expanse, stretching tens of thousands of miles, unfolded before him. The atmosphere was dim and lifeless, save for a central area where several resources were heaped together. The most striking among them was a mound of milky white stones, towering over a meter in height, emanating a rich celestial aura. Surrounding this were numerous vials of elixirs, various celestial herbs, and 5 immortal weapons. The essence radiating from these artifacts indicated that they were intended for use by those in the Ascendant Realm. These must be the celestial sources. Qin Shou's gaze fixated on the mound of milky stones, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though he had never encountered a celestial source before, the stones appeared similar to spirit stones, and their internal celestial energy confirmed their significance. A cursory examination revealed that this pile of celestial sources was certainly in the tens of thousands. Without hesitation, he manifested a colossal hand of divine consciousness and proceeded to gather all the resources in one fell swoop. In the external world, Qin Shou beckoned with his hand, and a radiant orb emerged from Li Yun's inner world, settling in his grasp. After a casual glance, he stowed it away within his own inner realm. My friend, now that you have taken the resources, may I be released? Li Yun stared in disbelief as Qin Shou appropriated everything from his inner world, stammering his words. Release you? Qin Shou's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he struck. His fingers transformed into claws, seizing Li Yun's soul head. A terrifying wave of divine consciousness pierced into his soul sea. You dare not, Li Yun's face paled in horror. Before he could finish his sentence, a scream erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, a cascade of images and information flashed through Qin Shou's mind. The Celestial Realm, the Haotian Celestial Domain, and the Taixin Celestial Sect. 1,000,000 years ago, the prodigious figure known as the ancestral holy body, Gu Xianxia, ascended. In less than 500,000 years, he attained the status of Celestial Emperor, only to mysteriously vanish thereafter. 1,000,000 years ago, the Xianxia Emperor, Qin Shou murmured, astonishment etched upon his face. He has confirmed that the transcendent being who ascended 1,000,000 years ago is indeed the same person as his master, who imparted the imperial scriptures to him in the royal hall. Astonishingly, it took less than 500,000 years after his ascension to achieve the rank of immortal emperor. This revelation elucidates why the so-called Taixin Immortal Sect would expend considerable resources to send disciples to the mortal realm in search of the ancient sacred body. As he pondered this, he cast a glance at Li Yun, whose eyes had become vacant due to soul-searching. Frowning slightly, he exerted a forceful tremor through his palm, dispersing Li Yun's consciousness and utterly extinguishing him. Whether it was one life taken or two, once he had initiated his actions, he could not afford to let the other party escape. After eliminating Li Yun, Qin Shou shifted his gaze towards the end of the immortal path. There, a hazy expanse of white materialized, revealing the outline of a portal at its farthest edge. After a moment of silence, he lifted his foot and proceeded in that direction. In the distance behind him, the 3 supreme beings recoiled at the entrance, astonished by Qin Shou's brutal methods. At that moment, upon witnessing his approach towards the end of the immortal path, their bodies quivered. The trio exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in their eyes. A moment later, the woman in plain attire, who had remained silent, stepped forward. We have exhausted our strength. Remaining here would lead to our demise. Why not take one last gamble? Moreover, since the sacred body has previously aided us, we can trust it will not harm us now. With that, she took the lead, chasing after Qin Shou. In truth, Qin Shou had saved their lives. Had he not arrived to subdue the Black Flood Dragon, they would likely have perished at the hands of the four beasts long ago. Friend Bing Huang is right. With the strength of the sacred body, should it wish to kill us, fleeing would be futile. The supreme being of Qin Shou and the emaciated elder hurriedly followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, every action and expression of the three was meticulously observed by Qin Shou. However, he paid them no heed. His steps remained steady as he advanced towards the end of the immortal path. Expanding his consciousness, he meticulously scanned every inch of his surroundings, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, along the way, all he encountered was an expanse of white, with a thick layer of bone powder blanketing the ground, a testament to the countless powerful beings who had fallen here. The stark whiteness imparted a perpetual sense of death lurking nearby. The immortal path was not long. With Qin Shou's cultivation, he reached its terminus in no time, halting before a modest portal. The portal stood merely 3 zhang tall and around 1 zhang wide, adorned with intricate patterns that radiated a soft white light, akin to small jade-white dragons dancing across its surface. Beyond the portal lay a fantastical realm of vibrant colors. Chaotic void currents, temporal storms, interspersed with flashes of annihilating thunder, wove together an enchanting tapestry of hues. Though seemingly beautiful, it concealed boundless peril. Is this the immortal gate? Will crossing it lead to the higher realms? Qin Shou gazed intently at the kaleidoscopic expanse beyond the portal, his expression enigmatic. He sensed a familiar aura in that place, one that belonged to the realm of immortals. The realm of immortals lay just beyond the portal. At this moment, 3 supreme beings had also arrived, standing 100 paces behind Qin Shou, hesitating for a moment before slowly approaching. We pay our respects to the holy body. The 3 of them bowed in unison towards Qin Shou, their expressions filled with reverence. It was evident that after witnessing Qin Shou slay 2 celestial beings from the upper realm, they had placed him above themselves, side by side with the celestial beings. Upon hearing their words, Qin Shou turned to look at the 3, speaking in a calm tone. Do you wish to enter? The 3 of them trembled in unison, raising their gazes to Qin Shou. They had not anticipated such directness from him. However, at this juncture, they did not deny it. We 3 are utterly exhausted and seek longevity. This is the only path remaining for us. We hope the holy body will allow us entry. Since you wish to enter, I shall not hinder you, Qin Shou replied with a nod. He then stepped aside, his gaze fixed upon the 3, as he too was curious to see whether anything else lay beyond the tempest within the portal. Upon witnessing Qin Shou's voluntary concession, the 3 felt a wave of relief wash over them, gratitude evident on their faces. Thank you. They once again bowed deeply to Qin Shou. Subsequently, they turned their attention towards the portal, gazing into the terrifying storm that raged within, their expressions growing somber. The aura emanating from within the storm sent shivers down their spines. Nevertheless, the trio did not hesitate further. Gathering their resolve, they even burned their scant remaining essence. Stepping forth into the portal, boom! The storm raged, swiftly engulfing the 3. Chapter 116. The Fall of the Supreme, 2 Emperors Hidden in the Stars. Boom! The 3 supreme beings stepped into the portal. The horrifying tempest surged forth, instantly swallowing them whole. Temporal chaos washed over them, as small worlds flickered in and out of existence within the turbulence, wrapping the trio in its embrace. Terrifying black lightning flashed, descending directly upon their heads. Suppress. The 3 did not show weakness, as their ultimate imperial weapons hovered above them, unleashing their strongest combat power, evolving their innate paths to their utmost limits. Orderly divine chains manifested around their bodies, and intricate symbols coalesced in front of them. The symbols exuded a formidable suppressive force, while the divine chains pierced through the void, seemingly capable of locking down and subduing the swirling, chaotic storm. Yet, even so, the 3 dared not relax, their faces still etched with solemnity. In the space, Their consciousness could only extend a mere 3 paces around them. Beyond that, they would be swept away by the turbulence. Thus, they remained ever vigilant. And so, the trio continuously evolved their paths, refining the orderly divine chains to seal the space, cautiously advancing forward. No danger? Outside? Qin Shou observed the gradually vanishing figures of the three as they ventured deeper, a slight frown forming on his brow. Those turbulent storms of space could be effortlessly subdued by him. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered within his heart, as if an even greater crisis loomed ahead. At that moment, the trio navigating through the turbulence had already traversed a considerable distance without incident. They could faintly sense the presence of another world at the very edge of the space. "Ha ha! I can feel the aura of the upper realm," exclaimed the emaciated elder in exhilaration. "It is indeed the upper realm, and I shall soon set foot in it." Though his body had become increasingly withered, resembling a desiccated corpse, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. From a humble cultivator, he had spent thousands of years attaining the pinnacle of the emperor level, becoming an unparalleled existence reigning over the heavens. After enduring countless years in seclusion during his twilight years, the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm had finally arrived. The other two companions also displayed a flicker of joy, instinctively relaxing their vigilance. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. The void quaked, and an overwhelming force materialized from thin air. This power was extraordinarily formidable, effortlessly shattering the defenses of the imperial weapon, causing the intricate order of divine chains to unravel, and the runes to dissipate. Before the trio could react, they were hurled away like kites severed from their strings. Imperial blood was shed, only to be obliterated by the turbulent storm. What is happening? The three widened their eyes, their faces etched with terror as they gazed ahead. That force was too terrifying, capable of easily breaking through the defenses laid by the imperial weapon. They had been sent flying with no means to resist. Although they were not gravely injured, the experience was enough to instill dread within them. Under their anxious watch, the space ahead suddenly warped violently. Countless turbulent currents began to rotate in unison, forming a colossal vortex. At the center of the vortex, a fissure slowly opened, emanating waves of terrifying energy. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." One of them, the supreme being of the divine ruins, shouted in alarm, turning to flee, with the others hastily following suit. Alas, they were a moment too late. A massive black hand emerged from the fissure, ensnaring the three of them along with an entire expanse of space. Damn it! The trio struggled, the imperial weapon vibrating and unleashing boundless light in an attempt to shatter the space. However, the entire area was bound by an overwhelming force. Even the turbulent storm was rendered still. It was beyond their capacity to shake. Thus, the black hand slowly retracted into the fissure, taking the three with it. As it departed, the fissure rapidly sealed, and the space returned to its original state, the turbulence sweeping through as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, a hidden crisis lurked. It seems that the upper realm is not so easily accessible. Outside the celestial gate, Qin Shou regarded the vanished trio with a grave expression. The aura emanating from that great hand was unmistakably that of a transcendent being. With such entities guarding the realm, how could ordinary emperors ever hope to pass through? He gazed at the portal for a moment, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Ultimately, he refrained from taking a step forward, instead turning back towards the exit of the celestial path. He yearned to ascend to the higher realms, but not at this moment, nor through this portal. After all, the other side of the celestial gate likely led to the Qingyun immortal sect, and having slain 2 of its disciples, entering through here could spell trouble. Furthermore, there were matters left unresolved in the Tiancang Continent that required his attention and time. Unbeknownst to Qin Shou, at the very instant he turned to leave, a pair of eyes slowly opened amidst the chaotic void deep within the portal. At the entrance of the celestial path, Qin Shou paused slightly, standing beside a fissure in space. An ethereal figure emerged from within him, swiftly blending into the surrounding space. As he watched the apparition vanish, a mysterious smile crept across Qin Shou's lips. He then took a step forward, exiting the spatial rift and returning to the Tiancang Continent. The moment his figure materialized, Zhao Taishu and the various powerful beings outside, who had been anxiously watching, trembled in astonishment. It was the Emperor. He had emerged. How could this be? Was even the Emperor unable to traverse the celestial path? Were the three sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones? Had they ascended to the higher realms, or? As they beheld Qin Shou's figure, countless thoughts flashed through their minds, their expressions shifting dramatically in a fascinating display. Among the distant, powerful cultivators of the eastern wilderness, looks of disbelief were evident on their faces as well. Yet, only a handful, including Qin Zhan, breathed a sigh of relief. That little rascal is fine. Qin Wudi murmured to himself, his previously tense demeanor gradually relaxing. The overwhelming aura of battle emanating from within the celestial path had unnerved him, and he had been worried about Qin Shou's safety. Now, seeing his son emerge unscathed, he could finally set his mind at ease. As for why he had not traversed the celestial path, it mattered little to him. As long as his son was safe, that was enough. At this moment, Qin Shou's figure vanished at the entrance of the celestial path, reappearing before the group. Bow before the emperor. Zhao Taishu and the others promptly paid their respects. Qin Wudi hurried forward, meticulously examining Qin Shou to ensure he was unharmed. Qin Shou looked at his father, a mix of exasperation and warmth in his eyes. He then gestured to Zhao Taishu and the others, saying, "There is no need for such formalities." They straightened up, their gazes fixed on Qin Shou. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Taishu finally spoke, "Emperor, what lies within the celestial path?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shou regarded them for a moment before responding calmly. "The obstacles within the celestial path have been cleared by me. However, beyond the celestial gate flows a tempest of void with your current cultivation. It is utterly impossible for you to pass through." Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Zhao Taishu and the others felt a heaviness settle in their hearts, their faces visibly expressing despair. "Even you, Emperor, cannot cross? Then, what are the three sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones?" Zhao Taishu asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. "They are dead," Qin Shou replied flatly, although he was uncertain whether the three individuals had perished. Being seized by the hand of the celestial realm would likely yield no favorable outcome. With that said, he disregarded the others, gesturing to envelop Qin Wudi and the others, vanishing into thin air. Dead? In the void, Zhao Taishu and the elderly man stood frozen, their hearts stirred by the mere mention of Qin Shou's words. Those were three peerless emperors. Dead? The two remained silent for a considerable time, yet their resolve remained unshaken as they made their way towards the rift in the sky, eager to behold the so-called celestial gate. Since the emperor had declared that any obstructing entities had been eliminated, they presumed that as long as they did not enter the celestial gate, they would encounter no peril. Following behind them were several saints and great sages from various clans, all ascending towards the heavens. As this group proceeded along the path to the celestial realm, in a certain dark expanse of the outer cosmos, two pairs of eyes slowly opened. In an instant, a terrifying imperial might surged forth, shattering the remnants of the stars below. Amitabha and the figure shrouded in black mist stood in the darkness, their gaze piercing through the fabric of space towards the direction of Tiancang Continent. The celestial path had been unveiled, heralding the outbreak of a cataclysmic battle. Now that the conflict had subsided, it was presumed that the reigning emperor had departed from Tiancang Continent, heading towards the higher realms. After a million years of waiting, this sovereign was finally poised to embark upon the celestial road. The shadow's voice was hoarse, and their form trembled slightly with excitement. "I, the Buddha, am compassionate. This monk ascends to the higher realms solely to impart the teachings, enlightening beings and alleviating the suffering of the world." Amitabha joined his hands in prayer, a visage full of compassion. Yet, the radiance emanating from him was no longer the golden glow of yore, but rather interspersed with strands of blood-red hue. Chapter 117. The appearance of Amitabha and the mysterious emperor. Is this truly the celestial path? Such a peculiar aura. At the entrance of the celestial road, Zhao Taishu and the others appeared astonished, their eyes fixated on the thick layer of bone dust on the path. Following a fierce battle, nearly all the skeletons along the celestial road had been pulverized, resulting in a thicker accumulation of bone powder on the ground. Furthermore, they sensed a faint, ethereal energy brimming with vitality. The dense, morbid aura of the bone dust blended together, creating a rather bizarre sensation. Zhao Taishu and the elder inhaled deeply and stepped forward, venturing deeper into the celestial path. The powerful beings who followed closely behind mirrored their every step. As the group delved further, the ethereal energy within the space intensified. However, similarly, the deeper they ventured, the more dilapidated the celestial road became, strewn with devastation. The earth had cracked, revealing dark abysses that bore witness to the prior conflict's horror. Especially near the end, the entire celestial road was cleaved in two, severed by some terrifying force. This sight filled them with dread. What kind of power could possibly rend the celestial road asunder? Without taking too long, the group arrived at the terminus of the celestial path, halting before a portal. Is this the fabled immortal gate? Gazing upon the towering portal, standing 3 zhang high and 1 zhang wide, adorned with intricate Taoist patterns, the onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. Within the portal, a tempestuous void storm raged, accompanied by the occasional thunderous crack of dark divine lightning that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even without stepping inside, the aura emanating from the gate instilled a profound sense of dread. The immortal gate is a threshold only the emperors may traverse, Zhao Taishu murmured, his expression one of despair. With eternal life beyond reach and the myths of old remaining unattainable, we are but ants in the grand design. Beside him, a gaunt quasi-emperor mirrored his sentiments, his eyes filled with a deep-seated reluctance. In an instant, he appeared markedly older, a wisp of a morbid aura beginning to emanate from him. Although Qin Shou had declared that no one of quasi-emperor stature could pass through the immortal gate, a flicker of hope had lingered in his heart prior to their arrival. Now, witnessing the gate and the terror it embodied, all hope was irrevocably extinguished. It became clear that the arrival of the immortal gate did not signify an open invitation to all. They were destined to be mere embellishments along the path to immortality. Akin to dust upon the ground, as despair began to take root, a formidable presence suddenly descended from behind, rapidly approaching. The expressions of all present shifted, and they turned their gazes in unison. Illuminated by the radiance of the Buddha, a towering golden figure strode forth. Could it be the great Emperor Amitabha? What brings him here? Zhao Taishu regarded the approaching golden Buddha with mounting gravity, particularly as he discerned the tendrils of bloodlust entwining around him, sending a tremor through his heart. He had long believed that Amitabha, alongside the spirit emperor and others, had been subdued by the contemporary emperors. Never did he anticipate that the Buddha still walked among mortals, now appearing upon the path to immortality. Such palpable karmic burdens. Had the Buddha also participated in the dark upheaval? The gaunt quasi-emperor felt a shudder of trepidation. If this were indeed the case, their predicament was dire. At that moment, Amitabha had arrived before them. Greetings, O Buddha Emperor. Zhao Taishu and his companion led the group in a respectful bow, their faces alight with reverence. Regardless of Amitabha's past actions or potential involvement in the turmoil, he stood as an emperor now. To harbor any disrespect would be tantamount to courting death. Compassionate Buddha, esteemed benefactors, do you seek to ascend to the blissful realm of the immortals? Amitabha's gaze swept across the assembly, his hands clasped in prayer. As he spoke, a glimmer of intensity flickered in his eyes, a hint of crimson barely perceptible. At his words, Zhao Taishu and the others trembled. Zhao Taishu hastily replied, "We possess but shallow cultivation, lacking the strength to traverse the tempestuous void. We dare not entertain such aspirations." He then stepped aside, clearing the path to the immortal gate. "Dear friends, if you are unable to cross the tempest, allow me to escort you forth," Amitabha offered with a compassionate countenance. However, upon hearing this, the countenances of Zhao Taishu and the others shifted dramatically, a supreme being embroiled in dark turmoil and the slaughter of innocents. They could hardly believe in the goodwill of one another. There was only one plausible explanation. The others sought to refine their very souls. Yet before they could react, an overwhelming aura descended upon them. A figure shrouded in black mist materialized, its presence even more formidable than that of Amitabha. "Ha ha," the figure sneered. "The old monk remains as hypocritical as ever. You sacrificed an entire sacred mountain for a handful of life essence. Why pretend to be so benevolent?" The shadow's voice dripped with scorn as it regarded Amitabha. "You sacrificed the entire sacred mountain? How astonishing." Zhao Taishu and his companions felt their hearts skip several beats upon hearing the shadow's words. The sacred mountain was the foundation of their legacy. How could he have refined the entire sanctum? May the Buddha show compassion. The beings of the sanctum have not perished. They merely continue to exist in a different form. They shall attain eternal life within my Buddhist realm. Amitabha's countenance reflected profound compassion, his aura radiating as he summoned the figures of the disciples from the sacred mountain behind him. How laughable! The shadow scoffed before turning its gaze toward Zhao Taishu and his companions, sparing no words as it raised its hand to strike. In that very moment, Amiba also acted, a colossal golden hand reaching forth in a bid to intercept. This is dire. Zhao Taishu and his companions wore expressions of despair, paralyzed by the overwhelming power, helplessly watching the two hands converge. Just as they braced themselves for the inevitable, they were astonished to find the hands suspended in mid-air, seemingly ensnared by an unseen force. Suddenly, a vague figure emerged from the spatial void, gradually solidifying. The Great Emperor. Chapter 118. Is Qin Shou the Celestial Emperor? The Great Emperor, Zhao Taishu exclaimed, his face alight with surprise at the imposing figure stepping forth from a void. Nearby, the emaciated quasi-emperor and other powerful beings exhaled in relief. Qin Shou remained silent, casting a casual glance at the gathered assembly. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly dissipated the colossal hands conjured by Amiba and his companion. After accomplishing this, he shifted his gaze toward Amiba and his companion, his expression indifferent. It is you? You have not ascended to the upper realms? Amiba's demeanor darkened, his visage transforming into one of palpable displeasure the moment Qin Shou appeared. Old monk, I have awaited you for a long time. Qin Shou's voice was icy. As he spoke, his gaze lingered momentarily on the swirling black mist beside Amiba. He had anticipated Amiba's arrival on the path of immortality and had long since left this corporeal form awaiting him. The black mist, however, was an unforeseen variable, though it posed no concern. Yet, as his gaze settled on the black mist, it began to churn violently, like a billowing cloud of smoke intent on consuming the space around it, exuding an aura of profound terror. At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the air. Xianxia, is that you? How would you be here? As the voice reverberated, the swirling black mist dissipated, revealing a figure shrouded within. This apparition was nothing but a skeletal form, devoid of flesh, its bones gleaming like white jade, resembling a mere skeleton. Yet, within its eye sockets flickered two ghostly blue flames, attesting to its life essence. Xianxia, this emperor? Qin Shou gazed at the bony figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Was this being deranged? But upon further reflection, it became apparent that it possessed no brain at all. Beside him, Amiba also regarded the skeleton with suspicion. Their earlier encounter in the starry expanse had been a precaution against Qin Shou, unaware of the true appearance of their companion. Now, it appeared that its mind was equally impaired. The skeleton, however, paid no heed to the bewildered expressions of those present. The ghostly flames in its eye sockets surged violently, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on Qin Shou. Xianxia, even in ashes, I would recognize you. Not only your visage, but even your soul's aura remains unchanged. Ha ha! For the sake of defeating you, I have taken on this ghastly form. 1,000,000 years. It has been, through all these years, I have never ceased to ponder my ascent to the upper realm in search of you. The skeletal jaw opened and closed, emitting a chilling voice laced with boundless hatred. In an instant, the temperature of the entire space seemed to plummet. Zhao Taishu and the others, huddled in a corner, instinctively recoiled, their faces marred by shock. Their eyes darted between the skeleton and Qin Shou, their hearts stirred by immense turmoil. They recognized Xianxia as the legendary saint from 1,000,000 years ago, known as the Great Emperor of Xianxia, unmatched in combat prowess. In his later years, before his vitality waned, he had single-handedly breached the gates of immortality to ascend to the upper realm. Yet now, this skeletal figure claimed that the Qin clan's emperor before them was none other than the Great Emperor of Xianxia from 1,000,000 years past. They instinctively felt it was impossible. However, they could not dismiss the fact that this Qin clan emperor had recently emerged as the scion of a small sect, rapidly evolving into a being that commanded the heavens and earth. How would they reconcile this? As they pondered, a sense of dizziness enveloped them, a peculiar itch of confusion lingering in their minds. The Great Emperor of Xianxia? Amiba's expression mirrored their astonishment, his gaze locked on Qin Shou. In his era, the Great Emperor of Xianxia had already ascended, and thus he had never laid eyes upon him. At this moment, he could not discern the truth of the skeletal being's claims. Faced with the multitude of gazes, Qin Shou furrowed his brow. He was certain that he was not the Great Emperor of Xianxia. If there were any connection, it was merely that he had inherited certain legacies from the Temple of Kings. Xianxia, it has been 1,000,000 years. Today's meeting is the result of fate. In the ancient firmament, you shall also taste the torment that I have endured for 1,000,000 years. The skeletal figure, noticing Qin Shou's silence, spoke again, his voice chilling to the bone. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. With a single step, his bony hand reached out menacingly towards Qin Shou. Between his 5 fingers coiled a dense, ashen energy, capable of sapping one's vitality. Even the surrounding space seemed to decay upon contact with this aura. Has he surpassed the pinnacle of the great emperor? How intriguing! Qin Shou regarded the encroaching deathly energy with an impassive expression, merely executing a casual palm strike. Boom! The space erupted into a fearsome tempest. Before the skeleton could draw near, he was swept away by the force of the strike, crashing heavily onto the celestial path. The already fractured path was further marred by a substantial crater and several deep fissures. In the blink of an eye, the confrontation had concluded. Witnessing Qin Shou so effortlessly dispatch a peak powerhouse, all present lost their composure, especially Ba, whose countenance reflected disbelief. As a fellow peak powerhouse, he could comprehend the terror of Qin Shou more than the likes of Zhao Taishu. The aura unleashed by the Bone Sovereign had undoubtedly transcended the realm of the great emperor. Yet even so, he was effortlessly sent flying by a mere flick of Qin Shou's hand. Is Qin Shou even human? Qin Shou cast a fleeting glance at Ba before redirecting his gaze towards the gaping pit where the skeleton lay. In the pit, the skeleton was helplessly sprawled amidst rubble and dust, its once resplendent, jade-like bones now dulled and lifeless. Additionally, fine cracks marred its skeletal form, appearing as though they could shatter at any moment. Upon seeing Qin Shou, the skeleton refrained from roaring in defiance, instead rising calmly from the ground. With each slight movement, fragments of bone fell away. Qin Shou stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the pit, gazing down upon the skeleton like an emperor, his eyes devoid of warmth. His corporeal manifestation possessed half the cultivation of his true self, though his earlier strike appeared nonchalant. It was sufficient to obliterate a great emperor at the peak. This skeleton, though slightly stronger than an ordinary peak great emperor, was nearly extinguished by a single blow. How familiar this scene is. In the pit, the skeleton gazed up at Qin Shou, the moment echoing 1,000,000 years past. Back then, his adversary had also looked down upon him, akin to an invincible sovereign. 1,000,000 years ago, he too was an unparalleled prodigy. Yet he was born in the same era as Qin Shou. No matter how monstrous his talents, he was always overshadowed by his rival. From their initial encounter in the Xiandan realm to the Ling Ying, Shun Gong, and even to the threshold of emperorhood, he had never triumphed over Qin Shou. Even the final battle at the Nine Heavens, he suffered a devastating defeat. For the subsequent 100,000 years, he lived in the shadow of his rival. In his quest to surpass Qin Shou, he had even transformed himself into this grotesque, inhuman form, seeking an alternative path to enlightenment. Unanticipatedly, the outcome proved to be even more brutal, with the opponent effortlessly suppressing him. I am unaware of why you have mistaken me for the Celestial Emperor. I am merely myself, and no one else. Qin Shou gazed down upon the skeleton, his voice devoid of warmth. The skeleton, upon hearing this, scrutinized Qin Shou earnestly. The same visage, the same physique, the same ethereal essence. It shook its cracked head, the soul fire within its eye sockets flickering uncertainly, dimmer than before. He chuckled. It seems you have lost something. Perhaps. He is you, yet you are not him. After uttering some nonsensical words, he directly sat cross-legged at the bottom of the pit. Go ahead. For 1,000,000 years, regardless of whether you are him or not, I have ultimately lost for 1,000,000 years. A hint of self-mockery and reluctance seeped through his calm voice. Chapter 119. The Suppression of Two Emperors, the Qingyun Sect of the Immortal Realm. Make your move. The skeleton sat in the depths of the great pit, no longer intending to struggle. With Qin Shou's cultivation, a mere wave of his hand could render him half dead. Such power left him with no means to resist. Qin Shou, upon hearing this, regarded the opponent without holding back, raising his hand to suppress him. Boom! The terrifying force instantly expanded the pit before him several times, reducing the skeleton within to mere ash. The soul fire extinguished, it fell into complete oblivion. Observing the utterly obliterated skeleton, Qin Shou's expression remained tranquil. He had no intention of searching for the soul to unravel the connection between himself and the Celestial Emperor. As he had previously stated, he was simply himself, not another. Retracting his hand, he turned his gaze towards Amitabha. Oh no! Amitabha's countenance shifted dramatically upon meeting Qin Shou's gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, he vanished, instantly retreating towards the entrance of the immortal path. Oof! Seeking to flee now? Qin Shou scoffed coldly and reached out towards the fleeing figure. In an instant, space reversed, leaving Amitabha without any power to resist. He was seized by an overwhelming force and swiftly relocated before Qin Shou. The radiance of Amitabha dimmed and dissipated, revealing his true form. Clad in a moon-white cassock, he appeared emaciated, his skin marked by deep wrinkles, giving him an exceedingly aged appearance. At that moment, he looked at Qin Shou with astonishment. He chuckled. "Old monk, you established the sacred mountain, imparting the great vehicle Buddhist teachings, urging your disciples to save the world with compassion, yet you have committed great slaughter. Tiancang, Tiancang, Tiancang. Ah." Qin Shou fixed his gaze on Amitabha, observing the karma tainting him, a sneer evident in his eyes. He could scarcely believe the ruthlessness of this fellow. In his quest to concoct a life-altering elixir, had sacrificed the entire sacred mountain. What do you intend to do? Emperor Qin, I previously had some unpleasantness with you. However, I have never slain a human to concoct elixirs. Do you truly wish to eradicate me? Amitabha's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable, for he had sacrificed the entire sacred mountain out of necessity. Those disciples dedicated themselves to the Buddha, aspiring to ascend to the Pure Land. Annihilation? Indeed, I seek total annihilation. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Shou's mouth, revealing a chilling disdain. Were they merely displeased? Without further ado, he tightened his palm, and an immense force surged forth, pressing downwards. Boom! The Amitabha Buddha did not utter a single sound before exploding. The crimson imperial blood instantly stained the entire expanse. In the distance, huddled in a corner beside the immortal gate, Zhao Taishu and others were startled, their bodies trembling at the sound of the explosion. They gazed towards Qin Shou, their eyes filled with fear, swallowing hard. Another one has perished. Their voices trembled, saturated with shock. In a brief moment, two supreme emperors had completely fallen. Qin Emperor is now invincible, Zhao Taishu murmured to himself. Suddenly, a flicker of inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Shou, unable to avert his eyes. In the next moment, amidst the astonished looks of those around, he strode directly towards Qin Shou. The emaciated elder, also a quasi-emperor of the primordial Holy Land, seemed to grasp the situation and promptly followed in Zhao Taishu's wake. The remaining powerful figures exchanged glances. Yet none dared to take a step forward. In the distance, Qin Shou sensed the movements of Zhao Taishu and the elder, but paid them no mind. He gazed at the imperial blood that had erupted from the Amitabha Buddha, gesturing forward with his hand. Instantly, all the imperial blood converged, condensing above his palm, refined into a fist-sized essence. This could be considered a fitting use of resources. Qin Shou observed the essence of imperial blood and stowed it away with a flip of his hand. While these items held little value for him now, they remained treasures for others. Once he completed this task, he turned to face those behind him. The emperor, Zhao Taishu, and the emaciated elder knelt in unison, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. What is it? Qin Shou's voice was calm. Zhao Taishu looked at Qin Shou, his demeanor somewhat restrained. Yet he still inquired softly, I wish to ask, will the emperor be heading to the upper realm? What concern is that of yours? Qin Shou's brow furrowed slightly, already discerning their intentions. If the emperor travels to the upper realm, might we request the emperor to take us along? Zhao Taishu's face was filled with respect, his voice tinged with supplication. Having witnessed the might of this contemporary emperor, he had no doubt of the man's ability to traverse the immortal gate and reach the upper realm. You wish for me to take you to the upper realm? Qin Shou's expression remained impassive, but he coldly added, have you forgotten that the primordial Holy Land once sought to seize my legacy? I have shown immense mercy by not pursuing the matter with the primordial Holy Land. On what grounds do you believe I would take you to the upper realm? Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, the two men instantly paled. After exchanging glances, they fell silent. At that moment, they truly wished to eliminate anyone who dared to confront Qin Shou. With a fleeting glance at the two individuals, Qin Shou chose to disregard them, his figure gradually fading into oblivion. Observing his departure, Zhao Taishu and his companion fell into a contemplative silence. Soon after, they rose in unison, hastening towards the exit of the celestial path. Their intent was to return to the Taichu sacred land to rectify matters and locate the wretched child for a thorough reprimand. As they departed, the powerful figures from various factions also began to disperse from the Celestial Gate. Some aged silhouettes turned back to gaze at the Celestial Gate, their eyes filled with a profound sense of unwillingness and despair. In the vast expanse of the celestial realm, amidst the majestic celestial mountains and spiritual domains, the thought lingered, had they truly perished? How could this be? With their cultivation at the true immortal realm, even under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, they should possess the strength of the ascendant realm. How could they fall in the lower realms? The Qingyun Immortal Sect had expended considerable resources, even suffering backlash from several immortal lords, merely to send those two to the lower realm. What could possibly exist in that diminutive world to cause the downfall of ascendants? An edict was issued. Within the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Immortal Sect, a search for ascendants was mandated, and upon the discovery of an ancient sacred body, they were to be promptly escorted back to the sect. Within a grand hall of the Qingyun Immortal Sect, a figure sat majestically upon a throne, a commanding voice resonating beyond the confines of the sect. Chapter 120. The World Tree, True Immortal Realm Level 3. In the Qingyun Sacred Land, within the Central Imperial Palace, Qin Shou sat cross-legged upon a mat, slowly opening his eyes. Simultaneously, the space before him warped, and a figure emerged from within, seamlessly merging with his own essence. The Celestial Emperor, the ancient Celestial Emperor. Do we truly bear such resemblance? Qin Shou murmured to himself, his expression imbued with complexity. That skeletal figure was, after all, a transcendental being, surpassing even the pinnacle of emperors, thus incapable of deceit. He recalled the words exchanged with that figure during the transmission of the Imperial Sutra in the King's Hall of Tianzhu Mountain. We shall meet again. Would they indeed meet again? A flicker of brilliance ignited in Qin Shou's eyes. Perhaps he bore a resemblance to the Celestial Emperor, yet regardless, he was solely himself now, possessing independent thoughts, neither an incarnation nor a shadow of another. Shaking his head, he dismissed such musings, plunging his consciousness into his inner world. Like those of others, his inner realm manifested as an expansive gray space. However, due to his elevated cultivation, the extent of his inner world was somewhat larger, encompassing an area of 100,000 miles. At the present moment, at the heart of his inner world, the spoils of slaying Beigong Yu and his companion, the celestial essence, celestial weapons, and various celestial herbs, lay piled together, exuding a rich aura of celestial energy. A small tree nestled atop the heap of celestial essence, its robust roots firmly anchored, drawing in the abundant celestial energy. As if sensing Qin Shou's presence, the flourishing branches of the life tree quivered in excitement. Big pot, you have returned. The trunk of the life tree manifested a human-like visage, with large, round eyes gleaming towards the direction of Qin Shou, its expression brimming with delight. Subsequently, it withdrew its two tree limbs from the celestial essence and scampered towards Qin Shou with short, eager strides. As Qin Shou approached, a branch extended towards him, cradling an enchanting essence, and joyfully proclaimed, "Great pot, please enjoy this delicacy." Observing the essence presented before him and glancing at the innocent visage of the divine tree, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Qin Shou's eyes. "Great pot." The life divine tree, noticing Qin Shou's hesitation to accept the essence, instantly displayed a look of unease and disappointment. The trunk swayed as the branch, still holding the essence, began to retract slowly. Witnessing this, a smile emerged on Qin Shou's face, and before the branch could withdraw entirely, he reached out and grasped the essence in his hand. "My elder brother will cherish this," he declared, gently caressing the crown of the little tree. "Hey!" The life divine tree trembled. Its previously dimmed eyes suddenly sparkled with light. It scampered onto Qin Shou's shoulder and settled there. He chuckled. Turning his gaze towards the small tree rooted on his shoulder, Qin Shou's expression brimmed with joy. He sensed the rich life force emanating from the divine tree as it took root, flowing through its roots and branches, merging into his being. Even with his current cultivation and physique, he felt a delightful sensation. This feeling was truly delightful. The life divine tree withdrew its gaze and turned to survey the gray, lifeless inner world. Regrettably, this inner realm was not the true world. Qin Shou sighed softly. This desolate inner world was tolerable for a brief sojourn. But remaining here for an extended period, even with the life divine tree's boundless vitality, would likely lead to withering. Ding. The host may spend spirit stones to exchange for a world divine tree, as two of the greatest spiritual roots of heaven and earth. The life divine tree embodies immense vitality, while the world divine tree encompasses the power of the world, yielding world essence that can evolve into a small world. Should the host possess both divine trees simultaneously, the inner world can transform into a genuine realm. This would enable life to thrive, potentially giving rise to new existence, becoming a truly independent and perfect life world. World divine tree, a world that can evolve into perfection and birth life. Qin Shou found himself momentarily stunned by the system's words. In the next instant, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. Given his current cultivation, he could indeed evolve a world, but it would likely mirror the inner world, incapable of nurturing life. If the system's assertion held true, acquiring the world divine tree was imperative. System, could you estimate how many essence sources I could obtain from those celestial soldiers and herbs? Ding. 6 celestial soldiers from the flying immortal realm. 2 celestial soldiers from the true immortal realm, damaged, with celestial herbs and pills valued at a total of 18,100 inferior essence sources. In addition to the existing 52,010, the host will possess 71,110 inferior essence sources after the transaction. 71,110 inferior essence sources. Qin Shou repeated the figure, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he reached out and summoned over 100 celestial sources from the heap ahead, which landed in his hand before being tossed onto the life divine tree resting on his shoulder. Hee, thank you, Big Pot. The life divine tree instantly displayed a look of delight, extending its branches to absorb the celestial sources into its crown. Qin Shou smiled and once again directed his gaze towards the pile of celestial sources, as well as the celestial soldiers and celestial herbs. Exchange everything. Upon redeeming the world divine tree, all remaining celestial sources were to be utilized to enhance his cultivation. Beep. The host has traded all resources, acquiring 70,000 lower grade celestial sources. Exchanging for a seedling of the world divine tree consumes 100 celestial sources. Exchanging to elevate cultivation to the true immortal realm, 3rd level, consumes 63,900, leaving 6,000 lower grade celestial sources. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. In an instant, Qin Shou felt an explosive surge of celestial spiritual power within him. Countless insights into the rules emerged in his consciousness, as if he had practiced for countless millennia, feeling incredibly familiar. Boom! The inner world trembled, and space instantaneously expanded outward, growing from 100,000 miles to 300,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a small tree, equal in size and lush green to the life divine tree, materialized out of thin air, floating in the air. True immortal realm, 3rd level. Qin Shou, sensing the explosive growth of power within, displayed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. With a slight wave of his hands, an even greater rumble resonated through the space. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards the small tree hovering not far in front of him. The exterior of the small tree appeared quite similar to the life divine tree, albeit smaller, with an exceptionally sturdy trunk and root system. It floated serenely in midair, while the surrounding space continuously warped. One could observe small worlds being birthed and then annihilated in an instant, a cycle of life and death repeating endlessly. Is this the world divine tree? Qin Shou mused, his eyes reflecting curiosity. It indeed seemed extraordinary. Even the aura it exuded was capable of creating space. Suddenly, the floating world divine tree shifted slightly. In the midst of Qin Shou's curious gaze, a tender little face slowly emerged from the trunk. It looked at Qin Shou with a somewhat bewildered expression. Moments later, it softly called out, "Master. From now on, call me Big Brother." Qin Shou gazed at the world divine tree, nodding in satisfaction. After experiencing the wonders of the life divine tree, he was no longer astonished by the world divine tree. Yes, Big Brother. The world divine tree swayed its branches, its pronunciation far more articulate than that of the life divine tree. As it spoke, its gaze involuntarily drifted towards the life divine tree perched on Qin Shou's shoulder, revealing a glimmer of curiosity. At that moment, the life divine tree also wore a look of intrigue. Its eyes widened, staring at this entity that bore a striking resemblance to itself. In the next instant, it stood upright from Qin Shou's shoulder, striding towards the world divine tree. Extending a branch, it patted the other's crown. "Call me second pot." The voice, tender yet exceptionally earnest, captured the attention of the world tree, which instinctively turned its gaze toward Qin Shou. Chapter 121. Before departing for the immortal realm, call me Ergua. The life tree extended its branches, resting them upon the crown of the world tree, wearing a serious expression. The world tree, somewhat bewildered, fixated on the life tree before glancing back at Qin Shou. Noticing Qin Shou's lack of response, it reluctantly uttered, Erwo. Yes. Splendid. The life tree beamed with delight, entirely oblivious to any underlying awkwardness. After patting the world tree once more, its crown swayed slightly as a branch coiled around a fragment of immortal essence, presenting it to the world tree. This is a delectable treat. A delicate aura of celestial energy emanated from the essence, instantly captivating the world tree's attention. "Is this for me?" it exclaimed in astonishment. The world tree sensed that this milky stone must be an extraordinary treasure, stirring a primal yearning within its being. Indeed, the life tree generously nudged the immortal essence forward. "My brother gave me 100. I still have 99 left to spare." "Thank you, second brother." The world tree expressed its joy and eagerly accepted the offering. Qin Shou stood quietly aside, observing the scene with a hint of amusement. He then beckoned to them. "All right. You two come here. I have something to ask." The two little ones turned in unison to face Qin Shou, then dashed toward him. Big brother. Big brother." Qin Shou chuckled at their enthusiasm, but quickly sobered, asking earnestly, "Can you two facilitate the evolution of this small world into a true world, one capable of birthing life on its own?" Upon hearing this, confusion clouded the faces of the two beings, as if they did not comprehend Qin Shou's inquiry. Witnessing this, a shadow of disappointment crossed Qin Shou's features. "Could it be that I have encountered swindlers?" "System?" Qin Shou called out. "Could you clarify?" "Beep. The system never sells counterfeit goods. It operates on the principle of trust. Both trees are mere saplings, having only awakened a trace of ancestral memory. The host can allow them to absorb immortal essence to enhance their cultivation. Once their cultivation is elevated, the world tree will ultimately yield a world seed, and the ancestral memories will awaken." The system's resolute voice echoed within his mind. "Is that so?" Qin Shou remained skeptical, turning to meet the clear, naive gazes of the two trees, his expression darkening once more. Nevertheless, he was not averse to the idea. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the remaining 6,000 fragments of immortal essence into the space before him. "These are all for you. Absorb them well and elevate your cultivation." Upon hearing this, the two saplings gazed at the small pile of immortal essence, their eyes widening in astonishment. Without uttering a word, they lunged toward the essence and took root upon it. Qin Shou watched as the two individuals rushed towards the immortal source without so much as a greeting, feeling somewhat speechless. He shook his head slightly, his figure gradually fading away, dissipating within the inner world. In the outside realm, within the imperial palace, Qin Shou reopened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the hall. "You little rascal, your father is here." Accompanying the voice, a figure strode in confidently. Qin Wudi remained his boisterous self, showing no signs of being intimidated by Qin Shou's formidable cultivation. Upon entering the grand hall, he plopped down directly on the floor opposite Qin Shou. Qin Shou glanced at Qin Wudi, who had taken a seat on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. With a wave of his hand, a meditation cushion materialized beside him. Qin Wudi, seeing the cushion, promptly shifted his position onto it. "Father, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Qin Shou inquired directly, casting a casual glance towards the hall's entrance. "What? Can't I come here unless there's something urgent?" Qin Wudi retorted with a hint of annoyance. After a brief pause, he continued, "Several ancestors sent me to inquire about your intentions regarding ascending to the upper realm. Is that so?" Qin Shou chuckled, his gaze drifting toward the hall's entrance. "Ancestors, you might as well come in and speak. It's cooler inside." Outside, Qin Zhan, Qin Sha, and Qin Yu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had sent Qin Wudi to gather information, only to have him inadvertently expose their intentions. Upon hearing Qin Shou's invitation, they hurriedly made their way into the hall. "Your Majesty." The three approached Qin Shou, offering a respectful salute before standing awkwardly. Although they were nominally ancestors, their blood ties had long since weakened, preventing them from acting as freely as Qin Wudi did. "Ancestors, you arrived just in time." I have matters to discuss with you. Qin Shou stated, rising from the cushion. What is it, your majesty? The three asked in unison, momentarily taken aback, with Qin Zhan quickly inquiring. Do you three wish to ascend to the upper realm? Qin Shou asked directly. Ascend to the upper realm? The three exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. Of course. They wished to go. Otherwise, they would not have sent Qin Wudi to gather information. Observing their expressions, Qin Shou immediately discerned their desires. If you wish to ascend, please prepare yourselves. I shall bring you along when I depart. If you do not wish to go, I will leave resources to assist you in breaking through your cultivation and extending your lifespans for several millennia. His tone remained calm, offering them two choices. We are willing to follow your majesty to the upper realm. The three exclaimed in unison without hesitation, particularly Qin Zhan and Qin Sha, who had little time left and would merely await death if they remained in the lower realm. Very well. Ancestors, return and make your preparations. I will notify you when the time comes. Qin Shou nodded slightly, then waved his hand towards the three individuals. Seeing this, they did not linger any longer and turned to exit the imperial palace. You reckless youth, are you truly intent on taking the ancestors to the upper realm? As he observed Qin Sha and the others departing, Qin Wudi suddenly inquired. Indeed, Qin Shou affirmed with a nod, then fixed his gaze upon Qin Wudi, stating, Father, you too shall ascend. In truth, had he adhered to his original plan, he would not have considered bringing these individuals to the upper realm. After all, their cultivation at the true immortal realm was still insufficient. They would struggle to protect their own lives, let alone care for others. However, with the world divine tree now in existence, once its cultivation advanced and it awakened its inherited memories, it would be capable of evolving into a true world. At that time, he could gather everyone and encompass them within this world. Chapter 122, The Divine Tree Breakthrough, Giving Birth to the Perfect Seed. Time flowed by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, the Tiancang Continent appeared remarkably tranquil, at least on the surface, although some powerful beings attempted to ascend through the spatial rifts in the sky. Their ambitions were swiftly quashed upon witnessing the terrifying storms within the Immortal Gate. Aside from a few minor cultivators below the Saint Realm who met their demise at the entrance to the Immortal Path, no significant disturbances occurred. At this moment, before the gate of the Qingyun Sacred Land, Zhao Taishu of the Taichu Sacred Land and a gaunt elder stood quietly. Before them, two figures were bound. Yi Xiong and the Taichu Saintess, Yi Qingyu. They were ensnared by spiritual ropes, kneeling on the ground in a state of utter disarray. Their gazes were fixed upon the interior of the Qingyun Sacred Land Mountain Gate, their eyes filled with reverence and trepidation. Yi Qingyu's eyes reflected an exceedingly complex array of emotions. Ancestor, Yi Xiong turned his head, casting a pleading look at the two elders behind him. He had learned of Qin Shou's ascension to emperor while at the Taichu Sacred Land. During this time, he had kept an exceedingly low profile, scarcely emerging from his cave dwelling. Initially, he had felt fortunate to have preserved his life, but unexpectedly, the two elders had sought him out, delivering a merciless beating before binding him and bringing him to the Qingyun Sacred Land. You wretched scoundrel! Zhao Taishu glared at Yi Xiong, snorting coldly, his expression darkened. Were it not for this fellow, perhaps the emperor would not have refused to take him to the upper realm. Yi Xiong's heart plummeted upon receiving such reprimand. His earlier attempt to thwart that young man had solely been motivated by a desire to reclaim the inheritance of the sacred land. Moreover, at that time, he had been unaware that the other party was a true emperor. Otherwise, even with the courage of an immortal, he would not have dared to act. His intentions had always been for the benefit of the sacred land. Yet now faced with a crisis, the elders were contemplating sacrificing him to atone for his transgressions, leaving him feeling despondent. Zhao Taishu remained expressionless. Beside him, the emaciated quasi-emperor let out a faint sigh, but refrained from speaking. In the pursuit of immortality, sacrificing certain things or individuals was, regrettably, unavoidable. He gazed toward the entrance of the mountain, where an elder of the Qingyun Sacred Land, with a tone laced with civility, spoke. Esteemed friend, could you kindly relay a message to Taoist Qinzhan? Inform him that the Taichu Sacred Land has come with a sinner to make amends. The emaciated quasi-emperor spoke gently, suppressing all his imposing presence. Even though the elder before him was merely at the void realm, he did not dare to exert pressure through authority, and thus addressed him as a fellow Taoist. Daoist Qingyun is currently in seclusion, and as a mere mountain guarding elder, I am unable to meet him. Please do not trouble me further, esteemed senior. The elder's expression grew strained as he regarded the individuals before him. They had been blocking the mountain gate for half a month. Initially, he had attempted to deliver their message. However, Daoist Qingyun was a supreme being at the quasi-emperor level, far beyond the reach of someone of his humble stature. He could only convey the message to Sect Master Qin Wudi, and how the Sect Master chose to handle the matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Esteemed friend, Zhao Taishu's countenance darkened slightly, and he was about to voice further concerns when suddenly, the space ahead warped, and a figure materialized out of thin air. Ancestor? We greet you, Ancestor. The mountain-guarding elder's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the newcomer, and he bowed respectfully. Daoist Qingyun, Zhao Taishu exclaimed, his expression brightening with joy. Indeed, Qingyun acknowledged with a slight nod towards the elder before turning his gaze to Zhao Taishu and the others. When his eyes fell upon the bound Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyu, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Sensing Qingyun's gaze, Zhao Taishu stepped forward. Daoist Qingyun, these two have offended the emperor. I have brought them to confess. Might I implore you to convey this to the emperor? His voice was low, laced with anticipation and anxiety. He fixed his gaze intently on Qingyun's countenance. However, Qingyun merely shook his head, his expression devoid of warmth. Taishu, you should return. The emperor will not take you to the upper realm. He paused slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the bound Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyu. Since the emperor did not pursue the matter with your Taichu sacred land previously, it indicates that the incident is in the past. There is no need for such drastic measures. To seek the emperor's forgiveness by bringing along sect elders and holy maidens is, while understandable, still somewhat contemptible. Daoist Qingyun, we have known each other for tens of thousands of years. Please intercede on our behalf with the emperor. Zhao Taishu's anxiety was evident as he moved closer, eager to plead for Qingyun's assistance. Yet, before he could finish, Qingyun raised a hand to interrupt him. I have come forth to fulfill the emperor's decree. Return now. Do not linger further and disturb the emperor's tranquility. With a dismissive wave, Qingyun turned away, entering the sacred land without another glance at the group. Zhao Taishu opened his mouth, yet in the end, nothing emerged. He watched helplessly as Qingyun vanished into the sacred land. The emperor's decree. It was indeed the emperor's will. How could this be? With a single statement, Qin's words completely extinguished their hopes. Alas, since this is the will of the emperor, it cannot be altered. Brother Taisu, let's depart. The emaciated figure of the quasi-emperor, who had remained silent, let out a deep sigh, his expression filled with desolation. As he spoke, he gestured to envelop Yi Xiong and the others in a swirling motion, turning to descend the mountainside. By chance, his gaze flickered to the heavens above. The spatial rift no longer appeared as vast as before. Over the course of a year, it had gradually diminished. Perhaps, in a little while, it would close completely. Within the imperial palace, Qin Shou withdrew his gaze from the mountain gate, his countenance devoid of emotion. Originally, with the potential to transform the inner world into a tangible reality, it would not have been unthinkable to bring Zhao Taisu and the others to the upper realm. However, the actions of these two in binding Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyu had precisely dissuaded him from this notion. One could only wonder if they would regret this reason if they were to discover it. Shaking his head, he cast aside such trivial matters and immersed his consciousness into the inner world. In the dim and misty expanse, Qin Shou's figure gradually solidified. His gaze swept across the central area where two small trees, nearly a yard tall, took root. Their branches were lush and verdant, their trunks crystalline, emanating a powerful aura that permeated the space. Beneath the tree of life, a small spring flowed gently, exuding a rich vitality. Surrounding the world tree, the space remained distorted, with countless miniature worlds in the throes of birth and demise. A year had passed. It was time for the world to evolve. He mused as he regarded the two divine trees. In this brief span, the remaining celestial essence had been completely absorbed, and the two divine trees had grown significantly. Their emitted aura nearing the pinnacle of the great emperor's level. He calculated that it would not be long before these two would awaken. However, just as this thought arose, a rustling sound echoed suddenly. Both divine trees began to sway, their emanating aura surging instantaneously, reaching the absolute apex of the great emperor's level. Subsequently, on their thickest branches, the life force and world power converged frantically, coalescing into a light orb the size of a fist. Chapter 123. Evolution of the Life World. Life Source Seed? World Source Seed? Qin Shou gazed at the two gathered orbs of light, a spark of joy igniting in his eyes. During this year, he had gleaned some information from the sovereign regarding the evolution of the two divine trees, to manifest a reality capable of birthing sentient beings. One must possess a flawless world source seed, nourished by a life source seed. When the world source seed awakens, merging it with the inner world will facilitate the transformation of the inner realm into a genuine life world. And now, with the divine trees breaking through and crystallizing the source seeds, it signified the potential to evolve into a life world. The two divine trees swayed gently, their life essence and the power of the world continuing to converge. Notably, the tree of life had not only produced the initial seed, but had also condensed new life seeds anew. 1, 2, even 100. Eventually, the branches became adorned with a multitude of these seeds, each the size of a fist, exuding a rich aura of vitality. In contrast, the world tree possessed only a single seed, into which all the world's power frantically gathered, being devoured by it. In the end, the seed, which had originally been the size of a fist, swelled to the size of a head. After a brief moment, the surging power gradually subsided. Faces emerged on the trunks of the two divine trees, retaining their original innocent and clear expressions. Upon seeing Qin Shou, their faces instantly lit up with joy. Big brother! Big brother! A flash of light flickered, and their towering forms swiftly diminished, reverting to their original height of about a foot. With their short legs, they scampered to Qin Shou's side, one on each shoulder. Qin Shou smiled at the two little beings that had taken up residence on his shoulders. He then extended his hands, gently lifting each tree down to stand before him. Little Qin, little Jia, I ask you, were the seeds just condensed the life seeds and world seeds? Qin Shou inquired earnestly. Little Qin and little Jia were the names he had given to the two divine trees for ease of communication, names he had chosen casually. After a moment of silence, little Qin replied, Do you want a big pot? Little Qin will give it to you. And me, I will give it to big brother too. The world tree, not to be outdone, stirred its branches and quickly spoke up. As it did, a branch curled around the head-sized world seed and presented it before Qin Shou. This is a perfect seed, big brother. You can use it to evolve a flawless world of life. At that time, we can always reside within big brother's world. Indeed, little Qin nodded in full agreement. The 1-foot-tall tree trembled, its leaves rustling. One by one, emerald green seeds floated forth, densely suspended before Qin Shou. They remembered that Big Brother had previously asked if it was possible to evolve a true world of life, and now they willingly presented these seeds. Good children. Qin Shou gazed contentedly at the multitude of life seeds and the head-sized world seed before him. Although, as their master, he could take these treasures without their consent. The understanding displayed by the two little beings brought him immense joy, a feeling akin to a proud father witnessing his child's filial piety. With a sweeping motion of his palm, he gathered all the seeds into his possession. He then instructed the two little ones, You should step aside for now. Big brother will soon evolve and nurture a true world of life. With that, he gestured, opening the inner world to send them out into the external realm. Having completed these tasks, Qin Shou settled cross-legged in midair. With a wave of his hand, the world source seed he had just retracted reappeared before him. The gray source seed emanated a terrifying power of the world, causing the surrounding space to warp incessantly under its influence. Qin Shou gazed at the world source seed with an expression of intrigue. In the next moment, he summoned the life source seeds, nearly 1,000 of them, which spread out densely in the space around him. As the life source seeds emerged, the world source seed immediately emitted a subtle pull, absorbing the vitality that overflowed from the life source seeds. Too slow. With a swift motion, Qin Shou reached out towards the life source seeds. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the life source seeds erupted, filling the inner world with an immense surge of life essence. Gather. With a pointed finger, Qin Shou commanded the thick, terrifying life essence to coalesce into a vibrant green river of life, which rushed into the interior of the world source seed. Thunderous roars echoed. As the world source seed was inundated with this copious life essence, it began to swell. Bathed in rich gray radiance, it transformed into a phantom of a world. The terrifying power of the world spread out, causing the entire inner world to tremble, fracturing into dreadful spatial rifts. Under the pressure of this world phantom, it seemed on the verge of collapse. Oof. Merge for me, Qin Shou snorted coldly, with a slight shift of his thoughts. Countless chains of order extended within the inner world, binding the phantom of the world that had evolved from the world's source seed. Although it would soon be shattered. In the next moment, new chains formed, securely entwining the world phantom and pulling it underground, merging it with the inner world. Throughout this process, the inner world collided with the phantom, unleashing an even more terrifying storm. The inner world fractured further, with fissures sprawling like a spider's web, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet, even so, Qin Shou did not relent. With a flourish of his hands, symbols materialized from thin air, and a sacred body manifestation rose behind him. Potent spiritual energy surged forth, suppressing the spatial realm of the inner world while also generating more chains of order, thoroughly drawing the phantom underground. Buzz. At the moment the phantom descended into the depths, a resonant hum filled the air. Subsequently, the inner world erupted with even more terrifying activity. The entire space shook violently. First, the fissures in the space began to heal, and then the ground beneath him transformed into fertile earth. Rising from near to far, towering peaks and rivers emerged across the landscape. Soon after, clusters of verdant grass and trees sprouted from the ground, flourishing. Instantly, the once lifeless gray space transformed into a vibrant tableau of life. Is this the true world after evolution? Sitting cross-legged in the void, Qin Shou gazed at the dramatically transformed inner world, his eyes reflecting astonishment. The world before him, apart from the absence of living creatures, bore no semblance of difference from the outside realm. The air was imbued with a delicate essence of life, far more profound than that of the outside world. The entire realm had expanded from the original size of 300,000 miles to 500,000 miles. And even now, it continued to grow at a gradual pace. Most significantly, at the moment the world's evolution reached completion, he sensed that he could harness the world's power to enhance his own capabilities, leading to a substantial increase in his combat prowess. With this world, my assurance of stepping into the higher realms has increased. Qin Shou mused. After a year of anticipation, the inner world had finally transformed into a true realm of life. It was now time to depart. Chapter 124. Settling the Sacred Land's People, Departing. In the Imperial Palace, Qin Shou withdrew his consciousness from the inner world and slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, a cheerful voice rang out before him, "Big brother." Two little ones stood obediently in front of him, gazing up with eager eyes. With a gentle smile, Qin Shou lifted the two children. "Big brother has matters to attend to. You two should explore the inner world and see your new home," he remarked, opening the inner world to let the two divine trees enter. After sealing the entrance, he turned his gaze towards the palace exterior, his divine sense expanding to envelop the entire sacred land in an instant. Then, he reached out and grasped the space before him. With a resounding crash, the space shattered, and several figures were pulled forth. Qin Zhan, Qin Sha, Qin Wudi, and Qin Tianyi, siblings all of the Qin clan. As they materialized, confusion marked their faces. But upon recognizing their surroundings and the seated figure of Qin Shou, they instantly relaxed. "Your Majesty, do you require our assistance?" Qin Zhan was the first to recover, stepping forward to clasp his hands respectfully towards Qin Shou. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the others who had just appeared, a vague understanding forming in his mind. The others in the hall were also gazing at Qin Shou, having learned of his impending ascension to the higher realms, and that he would be taking some individuals with him. Rising from his meditative position, Qin Shou addressed the gathered crowd with a calm demeanor. "I intend to leave for the higher realms in the coming days." Indeed, at his words, a collective tremor coursed through the assembly. A few, after the initial surprise, fell into a contemplative silence. Moments later, Qin Yu stepped forward, accompanied by Qin De, Qin Er, and the siblings Qin Tianyi. "Your Majesty, we have deliberated. I, with my old bones and a few little ones, shall remain here. The foundation we have established in this lower realm requires guardianship." Qin Yu spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a sense of reluctance, yet marked by sincerity. Behind him, Qin De and Qin Er nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Qin Shou filled with deep reverence. The circumstances of the upper realms were uncertain, and their cultivation was insufficient. Accompanying this young emperor would only serve to hinder his progress. Once again, this sacred realm in the lower world can be regarded as the heritage of the Qin clan, and it is essential to leave someone behind to oversee it. Qin Shou observed the individuals before him, noting their serious expressions, and he nodded slowly. Very well. However, given your current cultivation levels, managing the sacred land may prove to be somewhat challenging. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a sphere of blood, the size of a fist, materialized, suspended in the air. In an instant, a rich, golden light illuminated the entire hall. Above the blood, a colossal figure of a Buddha began to take shape. Is that the blood of an emperor? Amitabha, the great emperor? Qin Zhan focused intently on the figure, quickly recognizing it as that of Amitabha Buddha. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded lightly. He then pointed, and the imperial blood was instantly divided into 6 portions. 5 of these portions accurately flew toward Qin Yu and his companions, merging seamlessly into their bodies. Boom! The 5 felt a tremor course through them, as strands of terrifying power flowed within. Among them, the aura of Qin Tian and his sister suddenly surged, elevating them to a new level of strength. They had broken through. Meanwhile, Qin Da and Qin Er felt their own energies roiling violently, sensing that the tribulation of a sage was imminent. The expressions of the group shifted, their gazes fixed intently on Qin Shou. Qin Yu was somewhat less affected. After all, the ancestor Qin Zhan had previously bestowed upon him a few drops of imperial blood, so although he was astonished to receive it again, he adapted more swiftly. In contrast, Qin Da and Qin Er were profoundly shaken. They had not anticipated that they would also be granted such a treasure as imperial blood. Overwhelmed with astonishment, they hurriedly bowed to Qin Shou, exclaiming, "Thank you, great emperor. There is no need for such formality. It is merely imperial blood, nothing more." Qin Shou waved his hand, storing away the remaining portion of blood. After completing these actions, he pointed again, and a flash of golden light surged into Qin Yu's forehead, slowly forming a peculiar mark there. Qin Yu felt a resounding echo in his mind, his consciousness extending to connect with 2 cold figures. These were 2 extraordinarily formidable presences, standing like statues at the gates of the mountain. Are these the 2 quasi-emperor puppets? Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked towards Qin Shou. Throughout this time, he had learned that Qin Shou possessed 2 quasi-emperor level puppets stationed outside the sacred land to guard the entrance. But now, was Qin Shou entrusting these puppets to him? Qin Yu, the ancestor, the sacred land will henceforth be under your guardianship. Should you encounter insurmountable foes, you may come to the imperial palace for assistance. Qin Shou stated calmly. He no longer had use for the 2 puppets and could not take them to the upper realm. Since Qin Yu wished to remain, it was only fitting to entrust them to his care. Yes, I understand. A flicker of excitement crossed Qin Yu's eyes. That was the power of a quasi-emperor. He never imagined that he, a mere sage, would be able to wield quasi-emperor combat prowess. Very well, proceed. In another realm, diligently cultivating, I await the opportune moment. Should the chance arise, I will descend to retrieve you. With a mere gesture from Qin Shou, several radiant beams of light soared forth, entering Qin Yu's being. Finally, he waved his hand, ushering a few individuals out of the imperial palace. After their departure, his gaze turned to the remaining 3, Qin Zhan, Qin Sha, and Qin Wudi. With a flicker of thought, a grand spatial entrance, approximately 10 feet wide, materialized before him. "Father, esteemed ancestors, please enter my inner world," he urged, intending to embark for the upper realm today. However, upon witnessing the spatial entrance, Qin Zhan and the others were momentarily stunned. Through the portal, they beheld a verdant realm, earthy soil, towering mountains, and lush flora, even a sun suspended in the azure sky. Is this truly an inner world? Each of them had crafted their own inner worlds, yet those were merely vast, lifeless spaces. To call an inner world was a misnomer. It was simply an enlarged storage space. Yet, what lay before them was undeniably a world, indistinguishable from the outer heavens. "Son, is this your inner world?" Qin Wudi inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Indeed, Qin Shou replied with a subtle nod. Upon receiving confirmation, the 3 were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of profound curiosity. Could it be that upon reaching the pinnacle of the great emperor level, one could evolve the inner world into a genuine realm? With this curiosity in their hearts, they stepped through the portal and into the inner world. As Qin Shou observed them enter, his thoughts stirred, and the entrance promptly sealed shut. In an instant, he found himself alone within the imperial palace. Qin Shou stood in contemplation for a considerable duration. Ultimately, a hazy shadow emerged from his form. The apparition swiftly solidified within the space, transforming into another Qin Shou. The doppelganger glanced at the original before turning away to settle onto a nearby meditation mat. Crossing his legs and closing his eyes, plunging into silence. It is time to depart. Qin Shou cast one last glance at the projection before averting his gaze and stepping forth, vanishing from the imperial palace. Following his exit, an overwhelming array of formidable formations enveloped the entire palace. Chapter 125, Arrival in the Celestial Realm, the Ascendant Miner. In the eastern wilderness, atop Tianzhu Mountain, the sky appeared low, thick clouds enveloping the mountain, as if one could reach out and touch the heavens. Suddenly, the fabric of the void was torn asunder, and a figure emerged from the spatial rift. Tianzhu Mountain. It is astonishing to find myself back here so soon. Qin Shou reflected on the desolate mountaintop. Nostalgia flooding his thoughts. It had barely been over a year since his last visit. In this brief span, he had ascended from the sage realm to the third level of true immortality. After a moment, he composed himself, directing his gaze toward the celestial dome above. Ascending from here should allow me to bypass the Tai Xian immortal sect, he mused, his expression turning solemn. He arrived at Tianzhushan with the intention of ascending to the upper realm, seeking to evade the Tai Xian immortal sect. Contemplating this, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, they abruptly opened, radiating a terrifying brilliance. With a single hand raised, he swept it across the fabric of space. The sound of tearing echoed as the space was ripped apart like tattered cloth, revealing a pitch-black fissure soaring 100 zhang high. Witnessing this, Qin Shou did not falter. Instead, a more formidable aura enveloped him. With his hands clawing forward, he tore into the obsidian void. A thunderous roar erupted upon contact, and the entire expanse trembled violently. Chains of divine order materialized out of thin air, intertwining in the space before Qin Shou, attempting to obstruct his advance. Oof! With a cold grunt, Qin Shou shook his hands, effortlessly shattering all the chains of divine order. Unimpeded, his hands plunged directly into the abyss, gradually tearing it apart. Another thunderous explosion resonated, as dark, destructive divine lightning fell from the sky, cascading down in a torrential downpour. The void quaked, and the space above Tianzhushan shattered in an instant. Engulfed by the onslaught of divine lightning, a colossal uproar emanated from Tianzhushan, quickly spreading across the entire eastern wilderness and even the vast Tiancang Continent. What was happening? Wasn't he that, in the direction of Tianzhushan, such a terrifying aura? Could it be that a treasured artifact was emerging? Across the eastern wilderness, countless cultivators gazed at the darkened void above Tianzhushan, their faces etched with fear. The overwhelming presence instilled a primal dread within them. The fabric of deep space was torn, and the order of the heavenly Tao descended. Was it an emperor? Was he departing? Above the Taichu Holy Land, two ancient figures stood suspended in the void, staring blankly towards Tianzhushan, their eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance. If only they could follow. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of a mountain beneath the immortal path, a black dog clad in floral shorts stood upright, hands on hips, gazing excitedly towards Tianzhushan. Ha! That wretched fellow has finally departed. Once I return to my clan and break the seal, my cultivation will surely soar. Boy, I hope I don't encounter you in the upper realm. Cackling with glee, the dog relished the prospect of seizing the boy's treasures and stripping him bare. Beside him, a disheveled old Taoist wore an equally exhilarated expression, emitting peculiar laughter. They exchanged glances and eagerly stepped out of the mountain, ascending into the air towards the immortal path. At this moment, above Tianzhushan, the black divine lightning enveloped the expanse, transforming it into a prison of thunder. Qin Shou remained unfazed, exhaling forcefully, disperse. The terrifying sound wave shattered the void. The torrential divine lightning, which had been raining down, momentarily halted in response, only to be swept away by the overwhelming aura that followed. Qin Shou gazed at the dissipating destruction, divine thunder, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he stepped into the spatial rift. With his hands surging with vital energy, he thrust them forward as if seizing tangible objects, violently tearing them apart to the sides. A resounding rip echoed, and the dark void was forcefully split open once more, revealing a deeper layer of resplendent space. A booming sound reverberated as a terrifying void storm surged forth, rushing directly towards the torn aperture. The destructive aura instantaneously annihilated the space surrounding Qin Shou, forming a colossal spatial black hole. Merely a spatial storm, he commanded with a calm expression, raising his hand to suppress it. The entire expanse trembled slightly, and then all the storms ceased abruptly. In this direction, Qin Shou focused his mind, and within his consciousness, a vast shadow of a world gradually emerged. That familiar aura resonated with the sensations he had perceived on the immortal path. The immortal realm. Following this faint resonance, he stepped forward in the space, advancing deeper with each stride. Wherever he passed, the raging spatial storms quieted, subdued by the terrifying aura he emanated. Time slipped by unnoticed. Was an hour, 2 hours, or perhaps a day or two. Within his divine sense, the aura belonging to the immortal realm grew increasingly potent. At last, an endless white boundary appeared in his sight, spanning across the void and blocking his path. Through the boundary, he could vaguely discern a world brimming with immortal spiritual energy. Towering ancient trees and an abundance of spiritual herbs flourished within. Is this the immortal realm? Qin Shou stood in the void, gazing at the world beyond the boundary, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He then slowly approached, extending a hand to press against the white boundary. A wisp of immortal spiritual energy seeped through his palm into the boundary. In the next moment, a massive vortex emerged on the boundary, instantly drawing him into its depths. Immortal Realm, Haoyan Immortal Domain, Purple Sun Mountain Range. Hurry up, no slacking off. Dig faster. If you don't unearth at least 30 immortal sources in a day, you won't eat tonight. In the central region of the mountains, a somewhat vacant area was dotted with enormous caverns, from which numerous figures continuously entered and exited. These individuals appeared gaunt and pallid, their forms frail and weary. Each time they emerged from the mine, they held a milky, white, immortal source, which they submitted to a guard stationed outside the cavern. Surrounding the mining site, many cultivators clad in purple robes stood watch. Whenever they saw someone pause or slow down, they would crack their whips, striking the offenders. No slacking or playing dead. You ascended from the lower realms. And as long as you work for my Purple Sun Sect at the mining site for a millennium, you will naturally be allowed to leave after that. Moreover, you will receive some immortal sources to help you successfully transform the spiritual energy within your bodies into immortal spiritual energy. A middle-aged man clad in an opulent robe stood at the edge of the crowd, disdainfully flinging a celestial ascendant aside before bellowing at the remaining individuals. At his words, the emaciated ascendants displayed expressions of indignation, only to quickly revert to a state of numbness, bowing their heads and resuming their previous actions. A pitiful lot. The middle-aged man surveyed the faces of the crowd, pleased by their suppressed fury, and let out a cold snort. But suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The void above the middle-aged man's head split open without warning, and a figure plummeted from within. A size 42 foot precisely landed upon his head. Chapter 126, Robbery. Surrender all celestial sources. The size 42 foot descended from the heavens, directly crashing onto the middle-aged man's skull. Thud! A cry of agony echoed as he was forcefully driven to the ground. This unexpected occurrence left everyone present in a state of shock, momentarily unable to react. Whether they were ascendants or disciples guarding the area, they stood transfixed, gazing at the figure that had descended from the sky and the middle-aged man pinned beneath its foot. Is this the celestial realm? Qin Shou's gaze swept across the scene, observing the immense caverns on the mountainside and the gaunt, disheveled individuals surrounding him. A sense of familiarity arose from deep within him. This was not the celestial realm he had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a site for mining spiritual stones and metal veins from the lower realms. At that moment, the disciples finally regained their composure and converged upon Qin Shou. One of them shouted boldly, "Who dares to intrude upon the mining grounds of my Ziri sect and harm others? Release Brotherly at once." Ziri sect? I mean it. Qin Shou felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Release Brotherly. Seeing Qin Shou unmoved, a disciple stepped forward, raising his voice once more, his eyes betraying a chilling intent to kill. Simultaneously, a voice filled with fury erupted from beneath their feet. "Damn it, I will kill you." Below, Li Shoutsai, filled with rage, unleashed a powerful aura, attempting to shake Qin Shou off. Qin Shou's focus sharpened, and he unleashed an even more formidable force from beneath his feet. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, creating a deep pit. Li Shoucai was violently thrown back, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as his body sank into the earth, leaving only half his head exposed. Kill me? Qin Shou fixed his icy gaze upon Li Shoucai, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Confronted with Qin Shou's chilling stare, a flicker of panic emerged in Li Shoucai's eyes, his heart racing with astonishment. He had discerned that Qin Shou was an ascendant, a prodigy from the lower realms who had independently shattered the fabric of space to ascend. Yet, even such a prodigy newly ascended should possess only the strength of a celestial being. How could he be so terrifying? To recognize that he is indeed at the second level of the true immortal realm, and yet finds himself utterly powerless against this young man, is astonishing. Is this truly a newly ascended cultivator? At this moment, the surrounding ascended beings who had been enslaved gazed at Qin Shou with expressions of shock. However, after the initial surprise, their faces betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. How foolish to believe that one could command respect in the celestial realm as easily as in the lower world. Little do they realize that here they are but ants. Having offended the immortal sect, they are destined for a life of misery. The ascended being who had previously been cast away by Li Shoucai looked at Qin Shou with intense jealousy. He had been a ruler in the lower realm, a breathtaking prodigy who had exerted every effort to ascend, only to find himself reduced to the status of a lowly miner. Why should this individual, having just ascended, possess such formidable power? At this moment, he fervently wished for a powerful figure from the Purple Sun sect to descend and crush Qin Shou, relegating him to the same fate as himself. Meanwhile, Li Shoucai, who had been planted in the ground, regained his composure and fixed his gaze upon Qin Shou, speaking in a relatively calm tone. Young man, do you realize the calamity you have provoked? The Purple Sun sect is the most formidable immortal sect within a radius of 100,000 miles, boasting countless powerful beings and an ancient ancestor who reigns supreme. You still have a chance to retract your actions. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, a mere thought from the ancestor could lead to your demise. However, you must be an ascended cultivator as well, right? To break through the spatial barriers and ascend based on your own strength demonstrates your extraordinary talent. If you wish, I can recommend you to the sect, allowing you to join the immortal sect. Once you become part of the sect, I trust that any transgressions you have committed will be overlooked. With your innate abilities, you need not toil alongside these miners. As he spoke, the undertones of coercion and temptation were unmistakable. Join the Purple Sun sect? Qin Shou narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at the disheveled individuals around him. He discerned that these were all ascended cultivators, captured for the purpose of mining. Ascended beings, how ironic. After years of arduous cultivation to ascend to the upper realm, they now find themselves enslaved as miners? Upon meeting Qin Shou's gaze, the other ascended beings promptly lowered their heads, revealing expressions of shame and humiliation. Only the individual who had been previously flung away bore a face full of jealousy, especially upon hearing that Li Shoucai intended to recommend Qin Shou to the Purple Sun sect. His envy nearly drove him to madness. Qin Shou cast a fleeting glance at that individual, etching his features in a memory before turning his attention back to Li Shoucai at his feet. What is your decision? Li Shoucai urged earnestly, his expression filled with sincerity. Say the word, and I will take you back to the Purple Sun immortal sect at once. With your talent, I am certain that under the sect's tutelage, you will soon become a formidable force. Seeing Qin Shou's gaze upon him, Li Shoucai hurriedly continued, his face brimming with sincerity. After all that had been said, he could not believe that Qin Shou would remain unmoved. Yet, as Qin Shou regarded the earnest countenance of Li Shoucai, a peculiar smile emerged upon his face. Joining the Purple Sun sect is unnecessary. However, I have a small favor to ask of you. Upon hearing Qin Shou's refusal, Li Shoucai's expression immediately shifted. He was left stunned when he realized he was being asked for help. His gaze fixated on Qin Shou, his silence betraying a mix of suspicion and disbelief. The ascenders and disciples of the Purple Sun sect surrounding them shared similar confusion, astonished that Qin Shou had declined the opportunity to join the sect. Truly ungrateful. Does he believe he can still command the winds and reigns upon reaching the upper realm? Any random cultivator here could easily crush him. The envious ascender, upon hearing Qin Shou's rebuff, displayed a glint of delight in his eyes, followed by a disdainful scoff. The nearby ascenders exchanged puzzled glances at this individual, discreetly stepping back. What is it that you require of me? I shall assist you in any way within my power. Li Shoucai finally spoke, his demeanor grave. It's nothing of great consequence. Qin Shou chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire mining site, lingering on the faces of the sect disciples before finally settling on Li Shoucai. A chilling tone emanated from him as he declared, "Robbery. Hand over all the extracted celestial sources." Chapter 127. Seizing the Celestial Veins. Arrival of the Purple Sun Sect's experts. What did you say? Robbery? The air suddenly fell silent. Li Shoucai's eyes widened in disbelief. Robbery? Surely he had not misheard. A mere cultivator who had just ascended from the lower realm dared to rob them? To rob the Purple Sun Sect? His incredulity was mirrored on the faces of the disciples present, as well as the Ascender miners, all equally astonished. They stared blankly at Qin Shou, momentarily at a loss for words. You have 3 breaths to open your inner world and surrender the celestial sources. After 3 breaths. Death. Qin Shou's expression remained frigid, devoid of any hint of jest. You young fool, do not deceive yourself. This mountain range is cloaked in a great formation. Without the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, escape is impossible. Even if you were to receive the celestial sources, you could never depart. The opportunity one promised you to join the Purple Sun Sect is already an immense favor, Li Shoucai implored anxiously. 1 breath. Qin Shou replied coolly. Were it not for the concern that forcibly breaching the opponent's inner world would obliterate the celestial sources, he would not waste his breath. You. Li Shoucai's expression darkened, but the next moment he let out a cold snort. Humph. The heavenly immortal experts of the Purple Sun Sect are en route. You still have time to relent. Otherwise, under the hands of the heavenly immortal, there will be no escape for you. If you cease your actions, perhaps you might truly be granted entry into the sect. At that moment, Li Shoucai's expression turned sinister, shedding the sincerity he previously exhibited. Long before the suppression took place, he discreetly informed the sect that powerful beings would soon arrive. His previous half-truths and attempts to engage Qin Shou, inviting him to join the sect, were merely tactics to buy time for the imminent arrival of the sect's stronger members. However, Qin Shou remained unfazed by the blatant threats. With a chilling demeanor, he uttered 2 words, 2 breaths. Accompanying his words was a palpable aura of icy menace that began to permeate the air. Li Shoucai's expression changed drastically, panic flooding his eyes. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by a thunderous shout. Empty bravado. I do not believe you would dare to act. If you harm Senior Brother Li, the elders of the sect will not spare you upon their arrival. A young disciple stepped forward, pointing at Qin Shou with a voice steeped in cold authority. Qin Shou abruptly turned, his icy gaze locking onto the speaker. In the next moment, a resounding clap echoed as he struck out, a surge of ethereal energy coalescing into a colossal golden hand that forcefully slammed the disciple to the ground. The earth trembled, and with a deafening roar, terrifying fissures erupted across the ground. As the dust settled, the disciple had vanished, leaving behind a massive indentation in the earth, stained with deep crimson. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Whether they were ascenders or disciples of the Purple Sun Sect, all instinctively recoiled in fear. They could scarcely believe that Qin Shou had the audacity to kill, and without a shred of hesitation. Casting a glance at the onlookers, Qin Shou withdrew his hand and turned his indifferent gaze towards Li Shoucai. 3 breaths. His voice was frigid, sending shivers down spines. However, no sooner had Qin Shou spoken than Li Shoucai began to wail. Wait, I will give it to you. His face was a mask of terror as he hastily opened his inner world. A black ring floated forth. Gazing at the ring, Li Shoucai's expression soured. This was a storage ring entrusted to him by the sect for the temporary safekeeping of celestial resources, which he could only store within and was required to return once a month. Within this ring lay a month's worth of excavated celestial resources. Yet he had not had a chance to deliver it back to the sect. Losing such a substantial amount, he could already envision the severe consequences he would face. Nonetheless, Qin Shou paid no heed, reaching out to seize the ring. But he was not finished. Extending his other hand, he conjured a golden hand that plunged into Li Shoucai's inner world, swiftly extracting the remaining celestial resources within. Li Shoucai's face darkened, yet he could only watch helplessly, too afraid to utter a word of resistance. With the ring firmly grasped in his hand, Qin Shou's consciousness swept across it, instantly discerning the seal laid upon the ring. The seal was not particularly formidable, likely corresponding to the 5th or 6th level of true immortal. Without expending much effort, he broke through the seal and indeed discovered within it a source of immortal energy resembling a small mountain. The source could be exchanged for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he traded all the immortal energy. Ding. The host has traded 427,008 immortal sources. Consumed 390,000 immortal sources. Elevating cultivation to the peak of true immortal. The host retains 37,008 immortal sources. The next realm, celestial immortal, requires 1 million inferior immortal sources. As the system's voice faded, Qin Shou instantly felt his cultivation surging. Countless insights into immortal techniques surged in his mind, while his inner energy boiled. Yet he firmly suppressed it, concealing any outward manifestation. Peak true immortal. Qin Shou meticulously sensed the formidable power surging within him, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. The level of true immortal was still insufficient for his current aspirations. Contemplating this, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the mineral caves. Below, Li Shoucai noticed Qin Shou's gaze, his expression instantly transforming in alarm. Do you dare? If you damage the immortal vein, the Ziri sect will undoubtedly not spare you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, they will eradicate you. At this moment, he was too preoccupied with his own life being in Qin Shou's hands. He bellowed at Qin Shou, his voice filled with fury. Even the Ziri sect disciples who had previously retreated at a distance mustered their courage to surround Qin Shou. If these spiritual veins were destroyed, they would not be spared by their sect, even if they managed to leave this place alive. However, Qin Shou paid no heed to these individuals and proceeded directly towards the Immortal Veins cave. Along the way, both Ziri sect disciples and ascendant miners were effortlessly swept aside. Soon, he stood before a cavern. Wasting no time, he unleashed the full power of his peak true immortal cultivation, extending his massive hands toward the cave. In an instant, 2 enormous hands materialized from thin air, grasping the protruding cave. Thunderous roars echoed through the void, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to crack open in the ground, revealing terrifying dark crevices. A massive spiritual vein, exuding rich immortal energy, was slowly drawn from the depths. The vein was bound by several enormous chains that extended deep into the earth. As it ascended, it began to struggle violently, seemingly attempting to escape Qin Shou's grasp and burrow back underground. 10,000 immortals move mountains. Qin Shou snorted coldly, his aura becoming even more terrifying. Dense immortal energy emanated from him, coalescing into indistinct white figures. All the figures struck simultaneously, their combined might swiftly suppressing the spiritual vein and shattering the chains binding it. Just as Qin Shou secured the vein, a furious roar suddenly erupted from above. Bold! Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of my Zirai? Chapter 128, Slaying the Celestial Being. How audacious! A voice filled with fury reverberated through the air, and a figure descended from the heavens. An overwhelming aura pressed down, rendering the atmosphere thick and viscous. Quite prompt in arrival, Qin Shou maintained a tranquil expression as he gazed into the void above. There, an elder with gray hair hovered in the air, casting a disdainful glance upon him. It was Elder Situ. Excellent. Elder Situ has arrived. This fellow is doomed. Indeed, Elder Situ is a formidable celestial being and will undoubtedly crush this intruder from the lower realms. Around them, the disciples of Zirai looked up at the elder with faces alight with excitement. Their previous fear of Qin Shou transformed into unbridled hatred, revealing their murderous intent. Simultaneously, Li Shoucai, who was suppressed underground with only his head exposed, was filled with exhilaration as he shouted towards the gray-haired elder, Elder Situ, save me. In the air, Situ Ming heard Li Shoucai's voice, but merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his attention to Qin Shou with an expression of indifference. Peak of the true immortal realm. Young man, which sect do you belong to? Why do you dare to plunder the spiritual veins of my Zirai? Observing the chaotic scene around him, his rage was palpable, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. He discerned that Qin Shou was relatively young, yet had attained the peak of the true immortal realm. He might very well be a disciple from a prominent clan or sect. Zirai was merely a minor sect in the immortal realm, and some individuals were not to be trifled with. Which sect? Qin Shou regarded the elder with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Does he presume me to be a disciple of a major sect? Meanwhile, Li Shoucai, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of trepidation. Initially shocked by Qin Shou's cultivation, he then shouted towards Situ Ming, Elder Situ, he is an ascendant, not a being from the upper realm. You must kill him. He cannot be allowed to escape. Silence. Situ Ming suddenly turned, his icy gaze locking onto Li Shoucai. An ascendant? Which ascendant possesses the peak of the true immortal realm? Withdrawing his gaze, he again fixed it on Qin Shou, his voice cold as he continued. To brazenly plunder the spiritual veins of my Ziraizong without cause, should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, I fear you shall not depart unscathed today. He was still probing, seeking to ascertain whether Qin Shou was a disciple venturing out from a grand sect in the immortal realm. Reason? There is none. You need not continue your probing. I have no backing. Proceed. Qin Shou replied with a faint shake of his head. He harbored no fear in the presence of a celestial being, merely a fourth-level celestial being. Even with his current true immortal cultivation, he could suppress him. With that, he allowed no further opportunity for the elder to speak. Sanhua borrowed the path, an aura of terror rising from his body as he stepped forward, instantly appearing before his opponent, enveloped by a chilling presence. His palm radiated golden light, an infinite array of principles coalescing within his grasp. As he brought it down with force, "You wretched beast, you seek death." Situ Ming, sensing the overwhelming aura descending upon him, felt his countenance darken in an instant. A bone-chilling killing intent erupted from him as he raised his hand to intercept the descending palm of Qin Shou. Simultaneously, his other arm waved, summoning several ashen, foul-smelling killing swords that sliced through the air, aiming for Qin Shou's head. In a heartbeat, the two hands collided, unleashing a thunderous roar. The earth trembled. Horrific energy swept in all directions, reducing the surrounding peaks to dust. Oof! Qin Shou scoffed, remaining motionless. He raised his other hand, dispersing the several ashen swords with ease. Meanwhile, Situ Ming was forced down by the tremendous force, his steps leaving indentations in the void. How is this possible? Situ Ming steadied himself, his gaze fixed on Qin Shou, filled with astonishment. He was a fourth-realm celestial, yet he found himself at a disadvantage against a mere peak true immortal. Around them, disciples of the Purple Sun Sect and Ascension miners lay scattered, injured by the residual waves, some even lifeless. At that moment, their eyes were filled with horror as they gazed upon the two figures in the sky, particularly the disciples of the Purple Sun Sect, whose shock was indescribable. How could a fourth-realm celestial be outmatched by someone who had just ascended? Who exactly are you? Situ Ming, regaining his composure, regarded Qin Shou with grave seriousness. Ha! Qin Shou's eyes gleamed with mockery. It was indeed true that ascendants should not possess such formidable strength. However, a hanging force was different. It could indeed possess such power. Without further ado, his figure flickered and vanished from his position, reappearing before his adversary in an instant. A flash of red light illuminated his hand as an ominous blade manifested, exuding a sanguine aura as it struck downwards. The dense, foreboding energy swiftly pervaded the entire space. Oof. Do not think that just because you gained a slight advantage, you can afford to disregard my presence. A true immortal is always just a true immortal. Situ Ming bellowed, his eyes filled with rage as he beheld the incoming crimson blade. As an elder of his sect and a powerful celestial, he would not be easily intimidated. He immediately waved his hands, gray energy rising from him, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of dim light. Ultimately, all the gray light converged into a towering pillar, carrying the essence of decay, crashing towards the descending crimson blade. Boom! The gray pillar and the blade collided, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The void quaked, and amidst the clash, the crimson blade became tainted with the gray essence, seemingly decaying in an instant. Even the ethereal essence in the void has been tainted, as an overwhelming stench of decay envelopes Qin Shou. Ha ha, perish! Sneered Situ Ming, his laughter chilling to the bone. A mere true immortal dares to provoke me? This was his painstakingly cultivated celestial technique, capable of withering all life. Any being of the true immortal realm that came into contact would surely decay into nothingness, both body and soul. However, just as he awaited Qin Shou's dismal fate with a mocking grin, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From within the pervasive gray miasma, a more intense scarlet radiance erupted. The suffocatingly ominous aura surged forth, instantaneously devouring all traces of decay. In the blink of an eye, the void transformed into a sea of crimson. How can this be? Impossible, Situ Ming exclaimed, disbelief saturating his voice. The decaying essence he had cultivated for countless years was not something even higher-ranked cultivators could easily dismiss. How could it be shattered by a true immortal? There is nothing impossible, Qin Shou retorted coldly, as the ominous blade descended. Simultaneously, his vital energy surged, unleashing a devastating punch of the Heavenly Emperor. With a dual assault, the air trembled under the weight of his terrifying presence, the fabric of space warping dangerously. On the verge of collapse. Rip! Boom! The two strikes collided with Situ Ming, obliterating him in an instant. A mist of blood enveloped the area, painting the surroundings a deep scarlet. Fragments of shattered bones, empowered by the overwhelming force, became lethal projectiles, hurtling in every direction. A hapless individual in the distance was caught off guard, instantly transformed into a grotesque mass. Is he dead? Elder Situ has been annihilated, gasped the disciples of the Purple Sun sect, in shock. How can this be? It's over. They stared at the scene, dizzy and stunned, feeling as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Is this it? Their elder of the celestial realm was obliterated just like that? Above, Qin Shou stood resolutely, his blade in hand, dispersing the blossoms of enlightenment above his head. Emotionless, he surveyed the swirling blood mist, extending his hand to gather it. In an instant, all the blood coalesced into a crimson sphere in his grasp. After securing the celestial blood, his gaze slowly shifted downwards to the trembling individuals below. Chapter 129. Departure from Xianling City. W, what do you want? Stammered the anxious disciples of the Purple Sun sect beneath the mine, trembling under Qin Shou's piercing gaze. The more astute among them quickly opened their inner worlds, laying out all their resources before them. As one took the lead, the others hastily followed suit, presenting their most treasured possessions, hoping to secure their lives in exchange. This fellow cultivator, they must be eliminated. These upper realm cultivators regard us ascendants from the lower realm as nothing but tools. If captured upon ascent, we would be condemned to 1,000 years as mine slaves. Were it not for your formidable prowess, we might have met the same grim fate. Therefore, they cannot be spared. The previously envious ascendant miner suddenly stepped forward, his gaze directed at the disciples of the Zirai, brimming with animosity. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten that just moments ago, he had been contemplating how the formidable members of the Zirai would subdue Qin Shou, relegating him to the same fate as himself, a mere miner. The other ascendant miners around him also displayed palpable murderous intent, clearly wishing for Qin Shou to eliminate those Zirai disciples. Qin Shou regarded the speaker with narrowed eyes, and in the next instant, a subtle smile graced his lips. What is your name? The ascendant miner was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, I am Lu Chun. Qin Shou nodded and gestured towards the Zirai disciples. Very well, Lu Chun. You shall go and kill them. Ah, Lu Chun was dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Qin Shou would utter such words. If he possessed that kind of strength, he would not have been captured to toil in the mines. As he caught the predatory glances from the Zirai disciples, he felt utterly paralyzed. The surrounding ascendant miners fell silent, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Qin Shou's expression remained impassive as he scanned the crowd. Just as tension mounted in everyone's hearts, he withdrew his gaze and took a step forward, vanishing from sight. Huh? Everyone stared in astonishment at the space where Qin Shou had just stood. He left? Damn it, how could he leave? The ascendant miner's complexion changed dramatically, a wave of fear washing over him. Meanwhile, the Zirai disciples were filled with exhilaration, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. The demon is gone. We have been granted a second chance at life. Subsequently, the disciples turned their fierce gazes upon the ascendant miners, their eyes filled with malice. They dare to plot against us? Damn them! One exclaimed, his voice icy. The others, too, revealed their murderous intent. Without hesitation, the disciples unleashed their celestial techniques, charging towards the bewildered ascendant miners. Please do not kill us. I am willing to toil for the sect for a lifetime. Just spare my life. Chaos erupted among the ascendant miners. Some resisted, while others fled. The one who had urged Qin Shou to kill was the fastest to escape. However, how could they, having recently ascended and yet to transform their internal power into celestial energy, hope to evade capture? In mere moments, they were all mercilessly slaughtered, leaving only a scene drenched in crimson carnage. Bah, a bunch of wretches, thinking that fellow would save us? A disciple spat, surveying the remains strewn across the ground. He then turned to his fellow disciples. Brothers, with the spiritual veins destroyed and elders cities slain, we must return to the sect and report this matter to the sect leader. We must summon our ancestor to eradicate that villain. Indeed, we must ensure that scoundrel is killed. Someone echoed. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting an intense and unwavering murderous resolve. As they gathered, poised to embark with their magical artifact, a sudden hum reverberated through the void. The skies darkened ominously. What is happening? Everyone gazed upwards in astonishment. In the next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically, their pupils dilating in terror. Above them loomed a colossal hand, shrouded in an aura of annihilation, descending with dreadful force. Boom! Before they could even react, the immense hand crashed down. The ground quaked violently, leaving behind a massive handprint that could overshadow an entire mineral vein. Within that imprint, the disciples of the sect had vanished, replaced only by conspicuous clumps of crimson earth. 1,000 miles away, Qin Shou stood atop a mountain, his expression impassive as he withdrew his hand. After casting a deep glance towards the direction of the mineral vein, he turned and soared into the distance. Half an hour later, above the mineral vein, the void twisted and split open, revealing a stooped figure with flowing white hair. The figure surveyed the devastated mountains below, his face darkening ominously, especially upon witnessing the disappearance of the spiritual vein, his eyes flashing with a terrifying murderous intent. Damn it! They have slain the disciples of the Qingyun Sect and seized the spiritual vein. Even if I must scour the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down and exact my vengeance. The old man's voice was as cold as the ice of the abyss as he pressed down with his palm, utterly obliterating the mountains beneath. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the direction Qin Shou had departed, pursuing the lingering trace of aura. Days passed. In the city of Xianxia, Qin Shou marveled at the grandeur of the celestial city. Truly magnificent. In comparison, the great cities of the lower realms were but dust against the stars. Standing at the city gates, he beheld the towering walls that pierced the heavens, extending endlessly on either side. His heart stirred with awe. The city walls, composed of an unknown gray-white stone, bore the scars of countless battles, marked by deep gashes of blades and immense claw prints. Even dark, dried bloodstains were evident. Fandi exuding a sinistioha. As he stood beneath the walls, even Qin Shou felt a sense of insignificance, akin to an ant. Just as he approached the gates, preparing to enter, his gaze suddenly sharpened, drawn to a golden notice affixed beside the entrance. Qingyun Sect is recruiting disciples. Priority given to ascendants from the lower realms. Qingyun Sect? Qin Shou murmured to himself, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The Qingyun Sect recruits ascendants from the lower realms? He recalled that the celestial being who appeared on the path to immortality on Tiancang Continent was indeed a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. How unexpected that even without breaking through at the immortal gate, he had landed within the territory of the Qingyun Sect. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Haha, do you envy me, fellow Taoist? The Qingyun Sect. In the celestial realm of Haoyan, one of the 10 great sects is the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Regrettably, this esteemed sect only accepts newly ascended practitioners from the lower realms, paying no heed to true immortals like us from the higher realms. A deep, resonant voice arose from behind, laced with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou turned to see a remarkably robust and towering young man with a scruffy beard standing behind him, gazing enviously at the golden list upon the city wall. True, immortal peak? Qin Shou's eyes flickered as he discerned the other's cultivation level. The young man, noticing Qin Shou's gaze, broke into a grin and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Hua Dazwai. Pleased to meet you, fellow cultivator. Hua Dazwai. Qin Shou regarded the imposing figure, who towered over him, and nodded slightly. The name certainly suited the man's formidable presence. He returned the gesture. I am Qin Shou. Beast. This time, it was Hua Dazwai who was taken aback. In his 10,000 years of existence, he had never encountered such a peculiar name. However, being no ordinary individual, he quickly embraced it, laughing heartily. Haha, fellow beast, you honor me. Qin Shou observed the man's expression, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Though the name had an amusing ring to it, he was aware that the other had misunderstood. Yet he dismissed it, thinking, beast it is. Turning his gaze back to the golden list on the city wall, he inquired, "You mentioned that the Taishan Immortal Sect only accepts ascended practitioners from the lower realms. However, this list merely states that ascended individuals are given priority. It does not explicitly exclude those from the higher realms." Hua Dazwai glanced at the golden list and, after a moment of silence, replied, "That is merely a facade. If you wish to participate in the Taishan Immortal Sect's assessment, I advise against it. They truly only accept ascended practitioners from the lower realms, far beyond what is indicated on the list. Furthermore, even if you were to pass the assessment, it may not necessarily be a blessing." As he spoke the last words, the gravity of his expression deepened. "Oh, why is that?" Qin Shou's gaze sharpened, fixated on Hua Dazwai. "If you trust me, do not go," Hua Dazwai warned, his countenance serious. Qin Shou observed his demeanor and nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. "Fear not, fellow cultivator. You appear to be quite young, yet your cultivation has already reached the peak of true immortal. Your talent is indeed commendable. If you do not mind, you are welcome to visit my humble abode. Though my Hua family may not rival the Taishan Immortal Sect, we hold some influence within this immortal tomb city." After extending the invitation, Hua Dazwai regarded Qin Shou with sincerity. His approach was motivated by respect for Qin Shou's evident talent, as he sensed the youthful aura emanating from him, unmistakably under 10,000 years old. At such a tender age, possessing the peak cultivation of a true immortal, his talent is indeed formidable within the realm of immortals. What delights Hua Dazwai the most is forging connections with various prodigies. The Hua family? Qin Shou gazed at Hua Dazwai, and after a brief moment, he gently shook his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, my friend. However, as I am new to Xianling City, I wish to explore the sights of the city. Although the other party displayed goodwill, one must always remain cautious. Being a newcomer in the immortal realm, one's safety is paramount." Upon hearing Qin Shou's refusal, a flicker of disappointment crossed Hua Dazwai's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a mild smile. "In that case, I shall not press the matter. However, should you encounter any issues within the city, feel free to invoke the name of Hua Dazwai. I believe it can spare you some troubles." With that, he once again cupped his hands in respect towards Qin Shou, then strode confidently into the city. Second young master, at the city gate, a group of armored cultivators stood guard, their demeanor respectful upon seeing Hua Dazwai, not daring to impede his passage. Indeed, Hua Dazwai nodded lightly, an air of arrogance enveloping him, starkly contrasting with the amiable demeanor he had shown while conversing with Qin Shou. Qin Shou observed the departing figure of Hua Dazwai. Lost in thought, it appears that the Hua family wields considerable influence in this city. During his time at the city gate, he had witnessed numerous cultivators entering, all of whom were required to pay a fee of 1 Xianyuan. Yet, Hua Dazwai passed through without any hindrance, not only exempt from the entry fee, but also receiving a courteous regard from the city guards. Retracting his gaze, he turned his attention back to the golden list affixed to the wall, his expression growing slightly solemn. Although he had gleaned little information from Hua Dazwai, an unsettling intuition began to form within him. This golden list, posted by the Taishan Immortal Sect, likely pertains to him. Tiancang Immortal Sect, Qin Shou murmured, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. After a brief moment, he shook his head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts, and turned towards the city gate. Approaching the armored guards, he, like any ordinary person, produced a Xianyuan and handed it over. "My lord, you may enter directly." The guard promptly gestured, his face radiating respect. Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending that this was perhaps due to Hua Dazwai's influence. With a smile, he handed over the Xianyuan without uttering a word and proceeded into the city. He held no particular connection with Hua Dazwai and did not wish to incur a favor over a mere Xianyuan. Stepping into the city, he was greeted by a broad street paved with dark stone slabs. On either side of the street, numerous stalls were set up, resembling a bustling marketplace, displaying a plethora of resources essential for cultivation: elixirs, celestial herbs, ancient tomes, ores, and more. Many cultivators traversed the area, engaging in trade. Some even rode massive beasts, causing tremors to resonate through the ground as they walked along the center of the street. In an instant, the cacophony enveloped Qin Shou's ears entirely. Were there indeed mortals here? It seemed that aside from its grandeur, the heavenly realm bore little distinction from the lower realms. As Qin Shou surveyed the bustling crowd, he was momentarily taken aback. Among the throngs, only a fraction were cultivators, emanating a unique ethereal aura. The majority were at the flying immortal stage, with only a scant few attaining true immortal status. Yet, an overwhelming presence of mortals, devoid of any signs of cultivation, filled the streets. A mingling of celestial and mortal beings. Naturally, even those mortals who had never cultivated, immersed day and night in the nurturing celestial energies of this realm, possessed strength far superior to that of their counterparts in the lower realms. Any one of them, if placed in the lower realms, would be revered as a paragon of physical sanctity. While he contemplated the fortuitous existence of mortals in the heavenly realm, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Qin Shou furrowed his brow and turned his gaze to the right, where a delicate young maiden stood at a distance, observing him. Clad in a patched, coarse linen garment, she exuded a faint trace of celestial energy, yet was insufficient to reach the flying immortal stage. At that moment, upon meeting Qin Shou's gaze, she inexplicably trembled. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward and softly inquired, "Esteemed sir, is this your first visit to Xianling City? Do you require a guide? For just 10 pieces, or even 5 pieces of celestial essence, I can serve as your guide." Upon finishing her words, she looked up at Qin Shou with eager anticipation. Xianling City, within the Haotian celestial domain, was indeed a grand city, attracting countless cultivators daily, which in turn spawned various trades. Serving as guides for newcomers was one of the swiftest means for mortals and lower-tier cultivators to earn celestial essence. Lin Yuer was among them. Though as a mere mortal, she found herself at a disadvantage against her more capable peers. At times, she had even faced physical assaults from them. Today, fortune smiled upon her, as no competitors lingered nearby, allowing her the courage to venture forth. If she could accumulate a bit more celestial essence, she would be able to break through to the flying immortal stage and become an immortal with longevity. Qin Shou regarded the hopeful maiden before him, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Very well. Being newly arrived in Xianling City and unfamiliar with its intricacies, he indeed required a guide. With a flick of his wrist, he produced 5 pieces of celestial essence and handed them to her, stating, "Lead me to suitable lodgings. Should you guide me well, there shall be further rewards." "Thank you, esteemed sir." Lin Yuer's face brightened with joy. Accepting the celestial essence, she promptly moved ahead to lead the way. "Please follow me, my lord." Qin Shou nodded, trailing behind her into the city. After they departed, a moment later, an aged figure pierced through the void outside the city, casting a shadowy gaze upon the majestic celestial city. "Humph. You think that by slaying my sect's disciples and seizing my spiritual veins, hiding within this celestial city will spare you from my wrath?" Chapter 131. The ancestor of the Purple Sun sect arrives. Drunken Immortal Tower? Qin Shou stood before an opulent tavern, gazing at the throngs of patrons within, his brow slightly furrowed. He then turned his attention to Lin Yuer. "Did I not instruct you to lead me to a more secluded lodging? This is..." Qin Shou spoke with a hint of displeasure. Could it be that this young girl was merely a pawn of the tavern? He sought a tranquil refuge, free from disturbances, rather than a bustling establishment. Sensing the discontent in Qin Shou's tone, Lin Yuer's complexion paled, and she hurriedly clarified, "My lord, although the Drunken Immortal Tavern is indeed a tavern, the private rooms are spacious and undisturbed. Furthermore, it is owned by the city lord's estate, and no one dares to create trouble there, making it quite safe. You will also have the opportunity to savor the finest delicacies in Xianling City." "The city lord's estate?" Qin Shou responded with some surprise. If what she claimed were true, then this Drunken Immortal Tavern might indeed be a commendable choice. Nodding slightly, he refrained from further comment and proceeded into the tavern. Lin Yuer, relieved, quickly followed suit. As they entered, a server approached them with a welcoming demeanor. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to dine on? Our Drunken Immortal Tavern offers everything, from the flesh of formidable beasts to celestial herbal dishes and an array of exquisite elixirs. Not only do they tantalize the palate, but they also enhance one's vitality and cultivation." The server guided Qin Shou and Lin Yuer to an empty table, beaming as they introduced the menu. Presenting a jade plaque to Qin Shou, he announced, "This menu features our finest dishes." An attendant of the 5th level of the flying immortal realm, Qin Shou glanced at the server before accepting the jade plaque. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the names of the dishes inscribed upon it, he was captivated. Earth Dragon Herbal Dish. Nourishes yin and supplements yang, a treasure for men, priced at 1,000 inferior celestial sources. Cold-tossed 10,000-year celestial fruit. Consuming it enhances celestial energy. Priced at 1,300 inferior celestial sources. True immortal realm, flood dragon flesh. A potent elixir for vitality. Priced at 10,000 inferior celestial sources. 100 flower celestial brew. Brewed from celestial flowers and herbs over a millennium, it fortifies the spirit. Priced at 100,000 inferior celestial sources. Hiss. Even though Qin Shou had just plundered a celestial source mine, he could not help but draw a sharp breath at the sight of the jade menu. Indeed, it was worthy of being the estate of a city lord. Even the most affordable dish commanded a price of 1,000 inferior celestial sources. In that moment, he could not help but wonder again if his guide was merely a pawn of the tavern. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned with such trivial expenses, casually ordering several herbal dishes and barbecued beast flesh, totaling nearly 10,000 celestial sources. Prepare 2 rooms for me as well. Qin Shou instructed the server after placing his order. Certainly, my lord. The server, maintaining a professional smile, nodded slightly to Qin Shou before swiftly departing. After a brief wait, plates brimming with the rich essence of beast flesh and herbal dishes were presented before them. Indeed, the beast flesh from the flying immortal realm was extraordinary. Qin Shou's gaze shifted towards several plates, one of which held a roasted beast leg that emanated an exceptionally rich essence. This leg, a pinnacle delicacy of the Fei Xian realm, was worth 5,000 low-grade immortal sources. Lin Yue stood behind Qin Shou, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the array of dishes brought forth, nearly drooling in eagerness. Though she had seen such items before, she had never partaken in their delights. Observing her eager demeanor, Qin Shou couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to speak, his brow furrowed suddenly, and he lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the tavern. At that moment, a hunched figure stood at the door, fixating on him with a chilling stare. A shadow fell across Qin Shou's countenance as he sensed the frigid intent to kill emanating from the stranger. In the blink of an eye, golden light flashed in his eyes, revealing the entirety of the intruder's essence. Situ Haoran, one of the ancestors of the Ziraizong. Cultivation level, first stage of the Xianxia realm. Age, vitality waning, with little time left to live. The ancestor of the Ziraizong. A Xianxian, Qin Shou murmured to himself, noting the calmness etched on the stranger's face. At that moment, Situ Haoran stepped into the tavern, advancing directly towards Qin Shou, an aura of coldness enveloping the room. Instantly, all the cultivators and patrons within halted their activities, their gazes drawn toward Qin Shou. Some appeared astonished, while others bore expressions of mockery. Yet all shared a sense of anticipation akin to spectators at a performance. "You little bastard," he spat, his voice laced with venom. "You killed my Ziraizong disciple and plundered our spirit vein. I have pursued you relentlessly and finally found you." The frigid malevolence in Situ Haoran's demeanor was palpable. This little wretch had not only seized the sect's spirit vein, but had also caused the demise of his son, Situ Ming, leaving no trace of his remains. To let this adversary live would mean foregoing the opportunity to imprison his soul, subjecting him to the torment of soul refinement for countless eons. A fate befitting his seething rage. Chapter 132. Cultivation level raised again, second stage of the celestial immortal realm. "Kill me?" Qin Shou replied, his expression impassive as he rose slowly from his seat. Despite being merely at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, he faced the Xianxian without a trace of trepidation. Witnessing Qin Shou's demeanor, Situ Haoran's expression grew even more frigid. Yet, despite the murderous intent blazing in his eyes, he showed no inclination to act. At that moment, a voice devoid of warmth echoed through the air. "Fighting is prohibited within the confines of Xianling City." The voice resonated as a gray-haired elder materialized seemingly out of thin air, his presence overshadowing Situ Haoran's with an aura of formidable strength. It was Manager Wu, emerging from within the tavern. The patrons gazed in astonishment at the appearance of the elder. Manager Wu was the proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern and also served as the steward of the city lord's estate. Reputed to have reached a high level of Xianxian cultivation, his personal intervention in this dispute drew the attention of all, further confirming that Situ Haoran's cultivation must also be substantial, undoubtedly at least of the Xianxian realm. "Regardless of your grievances, the lord of the city has decreed that no conflict shall arise within the confines of Xianling City. Fellow cultivator, I urge you to temper your aura, otherwise, I shall be compelled to subdue you and turn you over to the city guards." Manager Wu's gaze swept across Qin Shou before finally landing on Situ Howren, his tone chillingly indifferent. As he spoke, a terrifying presence coalesced and bore down upon Situ Howren. A slight change flickered across Situ Howren's countenance, and he retreated several steps, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated wariness towards Manager Wu. Being merely at the first level of the Xianxia realm, he felt utterly powerless against someone at least at the 7th level. Ultimately, he could only cast a cold glance at Qin Shou before turning away. However, he did not leave the tavern. Instead, he seated himself at a nearby table, his icy gaze fixed unwaveringly on Qin Shou. Noticing this, Manager Wu furrowed his brow, but chose not to drive him away, as long as no violence ensued. Turning his attention to Qin Shou, he spoke in a measured tone. "Young man, refrain from causing disturbances in the city. Help may not always arrive in time." With that, his figure gradually faded away. Qin Shou observed the departure, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Help arriving in time? What should we do now, my lord?" At that moment, Lin Yuer's anxious voice broke through, her expression pale and panicked. Situ Howren sat at the adjacent table, his frigid stare sending a shiver down her spine, rendering her body somewhat rigid. "It's nothing." Qin Shou waved his hand, maintaining an air of calmness throughout. While his current strength may not suffice to slay a Xianxian, it was equally impossible for the other party to take his life. He beckoned Lin Yuer to sit, and with an untroubled demeanor, he began to savor the beast meat laid out on the table. His nonchalant attitude astonished the other diners in the tavern. The youth is far too naive. Even when death looms, he still finds time to relish his meal. Does he intend to remain in the city for eternity? Some patrons whispered among themselves, their expressions laced with derision. A few, being at the Tiancang realm, discerned Qin Shou's cultivation level, pinnacle of the Jinxin realm. Unless he chose to remain in Xianling City forever, he was undoubtedly doomed if pursued by Xianxian. Little beast, the city forbids violence, but I do not believe he can stay here indefinitely. Across the table, Situ Howren's gaze was as cold as ice, fixated intently on Qin Shou. To remain in Xianling City would require substantial resources. He doubted that Qin Shou possessed sufficient celestial essence to sustain himself therein. Once his resources were depleted, the moment he attempted to leave the city would mark his demise. These remarks were devoid of subtlety, clearly reaching Qin Shou's ears. Yet, he remained unfazed, seemingly an outsider as he leisurely savored the beast meat and medicinal soup before him. After a full 2.5 hours, he let out a satisfied belch and slowly rose to his feet, beckoning the waiter to guide him to his lodgings. Behind him, Lin Yuer was blushing fiercely, her body radiating an overwhelming vitality, though she had yet to reach the realm of the flying immortal. Merely tasting a small morsel of beast meat nearly overwhelmed her with its immense energy. Observing the two finally finish and rise, Situ Howren, who had been waiting silently nearby, wore a sullen expression and followed suit. At that moment, in a private room on a higher floor of the drunken immortal building, a voice spoke. "Young master, it seems your friend has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. That first-level Xian immortal appears to have set his sights firmly on him. Shall I intervene and deal with this Xian immortal?" It was Steward Wu, accompanied by a young man, both fixated on a luminous screen displaying the figures of Qin Shou and Situ Howren ascending the stairs. "No need," replied the young man. "Steward Wu, please investigate the backgrounds of these two. Additionally, ascertain whether the claims made by that Xian immortal hold any truth." Turning his head, his rugged face was adorned with stubble. "Understood, young master," Steward Wu nodded, his form dissipating from the room. After his departure, Hua Dachui's gaze returned to the screen, his expression intriguing. "My dear friend, how intriguing. A peak true immortal, maintaining such tranquility in the face of pressure from Xian immortal. My interest in you grows ever deeper." Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shou, under the guidance of the waiter, entered a modest guest room. The room was approximately 30 square meters, divided into a cultivation area and a resting space. Furthermore, it was fortified with defensive formations capable of withstanding assaults from true immortal-level powerhouses. 1,000 low-grade immortal sources per day. The quality is passable, Qin Shou mused, nodding slightly as he surveyed the room. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. "System, can you isolate this space to prevent any prying eyes?" He had sensed a hint of being observed while outside. Although he felt no malice, he wished to keep his subsequent actions private. Ding, space has been isolated. The room where the host resides is now a realm unto itself, forbidding any form of surveillance. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, in the private room, Hua Dachui's screen became enveloped in a thick haze, obscuring Qin Shou's figure from view. The space has been isolated? Hua Dachui's expression tightened, his gaze fixating on the misty screen, revealing a look of astonishment. This screen was a projection crafted by Steward Wu, a method employed by a peak Xian immortal. It had been blocked? I did not expect my dear friend to possess such abilities. Inside the room, Qin Shou sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the resting area, cradling a small luminous orb in his hands, within which a serpentine white dragon could be faintly discerned. System, trade this spiritual vein for immortal sources. Beep. The system detects that the spiritual vein has been exploited, its essence diminished, now valued at 4 million inferior celestial sources. 4 million. Qin Shou was not surprised upon hearing this. Typically, spiritual veins are categorized by size, and they contain spiritual stones, and celestial sources vary accordingly. But they generally do not exceed tens of millions. This particular celestial spiritual vein seems to have been mined for quite some time, even lacking some of its inherent spirituality, yet still holding a value of 4 million is quite commendable. All resources shall be devoted to enhancing cultivation. Beep. The host consumes 3 million inferior celestial sources, elevating cultivation to the second tier of the celestial realm. 1 million remains. To advance to the next tier, 3 million are required. The second tier of the celestial realm. A terrifying power surged within him like tumultuous waves. Qin Shou felt that if he were to confront Situ Ming of the celestial realm, he could easily crush him with a mere flick of his hand rather than expend effort to slay him. However, in light of such an enhancement, dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, and he furrowed his brow. Upon reaching the realm of immortals, the resources required for cultivation escalated significantly. Ascending from the peak of the true immortal realm to the second tier of the celestial realm with an entire spiritual vein was insufficient for him to take revenge on Situ Howren. It appears that alternative methods to acquire wealth must be contemplated. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with that guide to see if there are any opportunities in Xianling City to earn celestial sources. Resolute in his decision, Qin Shou retracted his aura and slowly closed his eyes to meditate. Chapter 133, The Stone Gamble. The following day, on the stone bed, Qin Shou gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. A new day begins the moment one awakens. Murmuring to himself, he rose directly and approached the door. Upon opening it, a petite figure immediately appeared before him. My lord, Lin Yue bowed in greeting to Qin Shou. Her demeanor was markedly more respectful than the previous day, and a hint of joy could be detected in her voice. After consuming a small morsel of beast meat yesterday, she had refined the potent essence within and successfully cultivated to the first tier of the flying immortal realm. Thus, her gratitude towards Qin Shou was immense. She had been waiting outside the door, ready to heed any directive from her esteemed lord. Qin Shou cast a glance at her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He was not particularly surprised that Lin Yue had reached the flying immortal realm overnight. After all, she was on the brink of a breakthrough. Having consumed the flesh and blood of a beast from the flying immortal realm, under the surge of abundant essence, not breaking through would indeed be remarkable. I wish to know if there are any places in Xianling City where one can quickly earn celestial sources, such as gambling houses, Qin Shou directly inquired. Gambling houses? Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback. Then her face displayed a contemplative expression. After a brief pause, as if a thought had struck her, she lifted her gaze to Qin Shou. Indeed, there are gambling houses in Xianling City, though the bets are placed on stones. Stones? Gambling on stones? Qin Shou was taken aback. Are there treasures hidden within these stones? This sounds somewhat familiar. It seems that in a previous life, there existed a gambling stone industry on that azure planet. In response to Qin Shou's inquiry, Lin Yue nodded earnestly, stating, "You are quite perceptive, my lord. Those stones are excavated from ancient battlefields by the city lord's estate and various prominent families. Some of these stones conceal treasures left behind from ancient times. It is said that there have been instances where one extracted the blood essence of celestial kings or the roots of immortal elixirs from these stones, leading to overnight wealth and causing a sensation throughout the immortal Ridge City. Even the city lord's estate sought to purchase them." As Lin Yue spoke, a flicker of envy and longing shone in her eyes. Clearly, she too harbored a deep fascination for this so-called gambling stone. Unfortunately, she had previously been an ordinary mortal. Not only was she unable to enter but even approaching that area would result in her being chased away. The blood essence of celestial kings and the roots of immortal elixirs. Upon hearing these two items, Qin Shou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each of these treasures could be exchanged for vast amounts of celestial essence, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Let's go. Take me to see. My lord. Do you truly wish to go? Lin Yuer hesitated, her expression revealing a mix of apprehension. What is it? Is there a problem? Qin Shou furrowed his brows. No. It is just that while many do indeed uncover treasures at the stone shops, countless others have lost their fortunes entirely. If my lord is merely indulging in a pastime, that is one matter. However, if you intend to amass a significant fortune through this, I fear Lin Yuer sought to caution Qin Shou against harboring such expectations. Those who entertained such notions invariably ended up destitute. Do not worry. Simply lead the way. Qin Shou waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. One must see for oneself before making any judgments. If it proves unworthy, I shall not squander my celestial essence. Seeing Qin Shou's determination, Lin Yuer chose not to press further. After nodding in affirmation, she guided him downstairs. She was merely a guide, offering her advice out of gratitude. After the two departed, a door not far from their floor suddenly swung open. Oomph. You little wretch, have you run out of celestial essence? Just wait until you gamble away all that you possess. Let us see how long you remain in this city. C2 Howren emerged from the room, casting a shadowy gaze in the direction of Qin Shou and Lin Yuer. He then followed closely, trailing behind them. This old scoundrel is truly relentless. Up ahead, Qin Shou sensed C2 Howren's pursuit, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Yet, he felt no concern, having reached the second level of the celestial immortal realm. Although he could not yet defeat the man, it was equally impossible for C2 Howren to eliminate him. Following Lin Yuer, the two continued deeper into the city. After traversing for nearly half an hour, a more prosperous and expansive street unfolded before them. Along this thoroughfare, there were no small stalls to be found. Only a series of shops selling celestial artifacts, elixirs, and various other wares. The two individuals ventured deeper, gradually revealing shop after shop filled with stones before their eyes. These were modest establishments, and I led the adult further in. The stone shops that were established by the affluent families of the town, rumored to offer greater chances of uncovering celestial treasures. Lin Yuer glanced at Qin Shou and respectfully spoke. You may lead the way. Qin Shou nodded in acknowledgement. After walking a while longer, they eventually paused before a store named Xianxia Stone Shop. Xianxia Stone Shop, Qin Shou exclaimed, his gaze catching the opulent decor of the grand stone establishment, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The entrance was adorned with numerous bizarrely shaped minerals, varying in size and color. Standing at the threshold, he was enveloped by an aura of wildness intertwined with a sinister chill, as if these stones had been unearthed from beneath a mound of corpses. This stone shop is operated by one of the prominent families in the city. If you wish, you may enter, Lin Yuer said respectfully, standing beside Qin Shou. She refrained from taking him to the stone shop established by the city lord, as the prices of the minerals there were considerably steeper. Qin Shou, unaware of Lin Yuer's thoughts, hesitated briefly before stepping forward. However, just as one foot was about to cross the threshold, a cold voice suddenly called out from the side, "Halt!" The abrupt command halted Qin Shou in his tracks as he turned to face the source of the voice. A middle-aged man, resembling a guard and with an expressionless demeanor, approached him. Is there a problem? Qin Shou furrowed his brow and inquired. Entry to Xianxia Stone Shop requires a verification of funds. The middle-aged guard replied flatly. Verification of funds? What does that entail? Qin Shou was taken aback, his frown deepening. A minimum of 10,000 low-grade celestial sources. If you do not possess this, I suggest you leave, for this shop is not meant for just anyone, the guard remarked with evident impatience. 10,000 low-grade celestial sources? Qin Shou's expression grew somewhat frosty at the guard's dismissive attitude. Nevertheless, in pursuit of entry, he remained silent, raising his hand to produce 10,000 low-grade celestial sources, which cascaded to the ground before the guard. He then regarded the guard with an impassive expression. Is this sufficient? The sound of celestial sources clattering to the ground immediately drew the attention of several cultivators nearby, who cast curious glances their way. You, the middle-aged guard, observing the celestial sources at his feet and feeling the weight of the peculiar stares from those around them, felt his countenance darken, sensing a deep humiliation. May I enter now? Qin Shou raised his voice, his indifferent gaze locking onto his opponent. You, The middle-aged guard felt an inexplicable surge of fear beneath Qin Shou's piercing stare, instinctively retreating a half-step. Oof. Qin Shou scoffed, withdrawing his gaze and striding directly into the stone pavilion, paying no heed to the celestial essence on the ground. As the middle-aged man watched Qin Shou depart, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of joy upon seeing the celestial essence left behind. He stepped forward, bending down to reach for it. However, someone was swifter than him. Lin Yuer swiftly scooped up all the celestial essence into her palm. She then turned to the middle-aged guard with a look of astonishment. "Uncle, this is my master's celestial essence. I can take it without troubling you." With that, she flashed an innocent smile and trotted after Qin Shou, celestial essence in hand. The middle-aged guard's body stiffened, still frozen in the pose of bending down, as he observed Lin Yuer's retreating figure towards the stone pavilion. His rigidity began to dissolve into tremors, his face flushing crimson. The gazes of those around him felt like needles piercing his skin, and a profound sense of humiliation surged within him, making him wish to explode on the spot. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with resentment as he muttered under his breath, hastily straightening up and striding away in haste. Meanwhile, inside the stone pavilion, Master! Lin Yuer caught up with Qin Shou, extending the celestial essence enveloped in a small space towards him. "Master, your celestial essence." This was Qin Shou's essence. She dared not claim it for herself. Qin Shou glanced at Lin Yuer, but did not accept the celestial essence she offered. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely 10,000 low-grade celestial essence. You may keep it. If you desire, you can use it to purchase some ores here." "Well, what?" Lin Yuer gasped, her body trembling in disbelief. Her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Qin Shou. "You don't want it? For yourself? That is 10,000 celestial essence." Such a quantity was something she had never encountered in her lifetime. "Master, are you truly giving this to me?" she asked uncertainly, her voice barely above a whisper. "What's the matter? Don't want it?" Qin Shou cast a bland glance at her. To her, 10,000 low-grade celestial essence seemed immense, yet for him, it was of little consequence. He aspired to elevate his cultivation, requiring at least 300,000. "Igriagis. I want it." "Thank you, master, thank you," Lin Yuer exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she hastily stored the celestial essence. A persistent glimmer of incredulous delight shone in her eyes throughout. Qin Shou merely smiled in response, then turned his attention to surveying the layout within the stone pavilion. The vast space was filled with an array of oddly shaped stones, ranging from the size of a fist to those as large as houses, carelessly strewn across the ground. Each stone bore a label indicating its price. Numerous cultivators wandered among the stones, scrutinizing them in hopes of selecting ores imbued with extraordinary treasures. The most modest of these ores commanded a price of no less than 10,000 low-grade celestial sources. Qin Shou cast a sweeping gaze around, only to discover that even the lowest-priced stones bore the staggering cost of 10,000 low-grade celestial sources. The higher-priced ones soared to 1,000,000, and not merely in low-grade sources, but in mid-grade ones. Furthermore, in the deeper recesses, even more precious stones radiated visible, enchanting light, suggesting their cost would be even more exorbitant. "Brother, it appears this is your first visit. Would you like me to recommend a few ores?" A voice suddenly broke through as Qin Shou assessed the surrounding stones. Qin Shou turned to follow the sound, and a young man emerged from behind a large stone. Clad in a moon-white robe, the youth possessed striking features, and as he gently waved a folding fan, an ethereal aura enveloped him. Noticing Qin Shou's gaze, he smiled, stowing away his fan and offering a respectful nod. "Apologies for my guard's earlier negligence. I would be delighted to recommend some stones for you. Of course, if you prefer not to, I shall not press the matter." The young man's voice was gentle as he approached Qin Shou. "Recommend ores to me?" Qin Shou's eyes narrowed slightly, observing the young man without uttering a word. From his previous remarks, it became apparent that this individual was likely the proprietor of the stone shop. However, despite the youth's genial demeanor, Qin Shou sensed a concealed nature lurking beneath that amiable facade. At that moment, murmurs from the surrounding crowd reached his ears. "It's young Master Wang Xian. He is personally recommending ores? That lad is fortunate. Young Master Wang possesses innate divine sight and has cultivated the art of source finding, allowing him to perceive the vast majority of ores. With his recommendation, that lad may not only achieve sudden wealth, but at the very least uncover some treasures." yielding a modest profit. I've heard young Master Wang has caught the attention of a certain elder from the Qin Celestial Sect. Once he breaks through to the celestial realm, he shall be taken under their wing as a disciple of the sect. Listening to the surrounding gossip, a subtle smile curved Wang Xian's lips. He turned his gaze back to Qin Shou, a fleeting flash of arrogance in his eyes, and remarked, "Brother, you've heard their words. Allow me to assist you in selecting an ore, and you need only purchase it. I assure you, you shall certainly uncover celestial treasures." His words dripped with sincerity, as if he were genuinely seeking to atone for his earlier transgression. Without further ado, he proceeded deeper into the shop where the stones were even more costly. Yet, Qin Shou remained steadfast, rooted in place. He had discerned a different implication in the young man's final statement. "You shall certainly uncover celestial treasures" did not guarantee that the treasure's worth would exceed the cost of the ore itself. What if the treasures unearthed were of lesser value than the celestial sources spent to procure the stone? Observing the young man venture further into the depths, his conviction regarding this notion only solidified. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host, do not panic. The system can grant you the ability to see through the stones, as long as you consume celestial essence. The system can assist you in perceiving the interior of the stones, starting with the consumption of 10,000 low-grade celestial essence each time." Chapter 135, Insight. A drop of essence concealed within the stone. Consuming celestial essence to see through the stones? Qin Shou felt a jolt at the words transmitted by the system, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. As he looked around at the stones once more, they transformed in his gaze into exquisite celestial treasures. This system is extraordinarily overpowered. At this moment, Wang Xian, who had already walked a distance, furrowed his brow upon noticing Qin Shou lagging behind and turned around. "What's the matter? Does this brother not trust me?" he asked, his tone noticeably tinged with dissatisfaction, or perhaps disdain. Seeing this, those around them began to murmur amongst themselves. "This kid truly lacks appreciation. Young Master Wang personally selected stones for him, an opportunity that others could only dream of. And he is still hesitating? How infuriating. If young Master Wang were willing to help me select stones, I would stake everything I have to buy them. Could it be that, as young Master Wang suggested, he lacks celestial essence? That 10,000 low-grade celestial essence at the entrance of the stone shop must be all he possesses. Ha! Young people are so concerned about appearances. Surely, he has worked hard to save a little celestial essence just to experience this world." Due to Wang Xian's words, several cultivators who had been selecting stones nearby ceased their activities and shifted their attention toward this unfolding scene. The gazes directed at Qin Shou were laced with jealousy and ridicule. They envied Qin Shou for having the opportunity for Wang Xian to select stones for him, while mocking him for lacking celestial essence and being unable to afford the stones here. "Humph, you little brat. Have you truly run out of celestial essence? I wonder how long you can remain in the city." Among the crowd, Situ Howren's eyes were cold and fixated on Qin Shou, as long as he followed the ladder. Waiting for his celestial essence to deplete before exiting the city, he could swiftly eliminate him. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Qin Shou remained unfazed. Although he indeed could not afford the deeper stones, it mattered not. With the system activated, he could acquire what he desired at minimal cost from this periphery. He cast his gaze toward Wang Xian and calmly stated, "There is no need to trouble young Master Wang with such trivial matters. I can select the stones myself." Selecting by oneself? Upon hearing this, not only Wang Xian, but also the cultivators around them were taken aback. This only further solidified their assumptions. Qin Shou lacked celestial essence and could not afford the stones here. Otherwise, why would he reject such a splendid opportunity? Hee. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. Wang Xian chuckled, though a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Choosing for oneself? Once again, an unsophisticated wild cultivator emerged from the shadows, utterly unacquainted with the world, even with his innate golden eyes and the art of source-seeking. Discerning the celestial treasures concealed within the stone would prove to be a formidable challenge. This unknown wild cultivator dared to select stones on his own? Qin Shou paid no heed to the disdainful glances cast by those around him, surveying the area before making his way directly to the array of or nearby. The contempt in the eyes of the onlookers intensified as they observed the direction he was heading, for it led him to the most inexpensive section of the stone market. Wang Xian, watching Qin Shou's retreating figure, could not suppress a low, mocking laugh. The reason the outer stones were so cheap was that they had already been scrutinized by the experts of the Wang family prior to their release. It was virtually certain that they contained nothing of value, which was why they had been placed for sale in the stone market. Not only the outer stones, but the entirety of the stone market had been subjected to this scrutiny. However, the deeper stones, which even the family's strongest could not penetrate, were sold to mitigate losses and to attract customers to the market. Naturally, the prices of those stones were exorbitant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shou stood before a pile of ore. The stones, varying in size and color, were haphazardly scattered on the ground. Some were marred by cracks and small holes, appearing utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from the stones found on the mountain outside. Without hesitation, he inquired within his mind, "System, how does one utilize the previously mentioned ability of clairvoyance?" Beep. The host must designate a specific stone, consuming celestial essence to immediately gain clairvoyance. Note: the amount of celestial essence consumed correlates with the size of the stone. Larger stones necessitate greater consumption. Must I select a stone myself? Qin Shou's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation. He had assumed that the clairvoyant ability obtained through consuming celestial essence would allow him to perceive all the stones within the market. The host is overthinking. Such good fortune does not exist. Even if the system could accomplish this, you lack the celestial essence required for such consumption. Very well. Qin Shou found himself without a counterargument. Centering his thoughts, he endeavored to extend his spiritual awareness toward a stone before him. Yet, at the moment of contact, an inexplicable force rebuffed him. Astonishingly, it could obstruct spiritual perception. Truly extraordinary. Qin Shou's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his awareness. No wonder this practice was termed stone gambling. These stones could even sever spiritual insights, making any further purchases a gamble indeed. These stones had been transported from ancient forbidden zones, steeped in the aura of battle, rendering spiritual penetration impossible. My prior promise remains intact. Should you reconsider, I can select a stone for you. However, this is contingent upon your possession of sufficient celestial essence to purchase it. Behind him, Wang Xian stepped closer, feigning goodwill while brimming with sarcasm. Ignoring his opponent, Qin Shou focused intently on the stones before him, and after a brief moment, he slowly closed his eyes. What is he up to? Is he giving up? How naive, indeed, are the youth of today. If one's consciousness could pierce through these stones, the stone shop would have long since gone out of business, and it would not still exist to this day. The onlookers around him began to mock as they witnessed Qin Shou close his eyes. However, in the next instant, all laughter ceased, and their eyes widened in astonishment. A peculiar aura emanated from Qin Shou, who remained with his eyes shut, yet a fissure appeared on his forehead, revealing a golden vertical pupil that gradually opened. A vertical pupil? Such an extraordinary aura from that golden eye. Is this a form of ocular technique? The crowd was left in awe of the vertical pupil on Qin Shou's forehead. Many among them practiced ocular techniques themselves, but they had only ever cultivated their existing pair of eyes and had never encountered a situation where a new eye was born. Furthermore, this golden vertical pupil seemed capable of seeing through all paths and truths. Disregarding the surrounding murmurs, Qin Shou held his breath and concentrated, his vertical pupil sweeping over the stones. Instantly, vivid images materialized in his mind. Although he could not see through completely, he discerned which stones concealed treasures. After examining all the stones in front of him and around, he found only a dozen or so that held hidden treasures. Quickly memorizing their locations, Qin Shou closed his vertical pupil and reopened his eyes. He then swiftly approached one of the taller stones. This stone, covered in cracks and pits, appeared inferior to the rubble by the roadside. Yet, in his earlier inspection, it had been the one radiating the most brilliance. System, I wish to see through this stone. Ding. The stone is of considerable size. Viewing requires the consumption of 100,000 low-grade celestial sources. As the system's notification faded, the scene before Qin Shou transformed instantly. In his vision, the stone gradually became transparent. At last, a fist-sized crimson jade appeared at the center of the stone. The jade, much like the stone itself, was riddled with small holes and pits. However, the insight was not yet complete. Within the jade lay a drop of crimson essence, exuding a terrifying aura of blood energy. Upon witnessing this, the scene abruptly reverted to its original form. I have made my choice. I want this one. Qin Shou blinked his slightly dry eyes and pointed at the stone, looking towards Wang Xian. This one? Wang Xian regarded Qin Shou with a perplexed expression. He too had examined this stone and deemed it largely worthless. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd of onlookers. This stone has no patterns and is covered in gas holes and cracks. It might have once contained a celestial treasure, but it has likely long since lost all its celestial energy. If it can still yield a treasure, I shall eat this stone myself. Chapter 136. Unveiling the Stone, the Blinding Crimson Light. Are you truly certain you wish to acquire this stone? Within the stone workshop, Wang Xian's gaze fixed upon Qin Shou, his eyes betraying an unusual glimmer. He had previously regarded this stone as mere refuse. Had anyone else desired to purchase it, he would have remained indifferent. Yet, Qin Shou's earlier methods had been astonishing. Those golden vertical pupils seemed capable of piercing through all facades. When those pupils opened, Wang Xian distinctly sensed his own golden eyes being suppressed, casting doubt upon his initial judgment. Could it be that this worthless stone concealed a celestial treasure? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Xian blinked, a hint of gold flickering in his eyes. Runes began to manifest within his pupils as he scrutinized the stone once more. However, no matter how he examined it, employing the source-seeking technique he had mastered, he could discern nothing extraordinary about the stone. What, young Master Wang, do you hesitate to part with this stone? Qin Shou observed Wang Xian's silence and his focused gaze on the stone, a cold smirk crossing his lips. At these words, the golden glow in Wang Xian's pupils dissipated instantaneously. His expression regained its composure as he turned to face Qin Shou. The Celestial Fate Stone Workshop is open for business. As long as you can afford the celestial source, you may take it. With that, he gestured to the side. Immediately, a middle-aged man, rotund and gleaming with oil, emerged from the crowd, hastening to Wang Xian's side. Young master, Zhou, this brother wishes to purchase this stone. Please handle the transaction, Wang Xian instructed, pointing towards the stone. Manager Zhou nodded respectfully, but his expression turned frosty as he regarded Qin Shou. This stone has been here for decades. Many masters have inspected it, claiming it harbors celestial treasures. Since you desire it, young brother, let us settle on 500,000 low-grade celestial sources. 500,000 low-grade celestial sources? Qin Shou's demeanor darkened upon hearing this, glancing at the stone labeled merely at 30,000 low-grade celestial sources. Was this an attempt to swindle him? The onlookers nearby could no longer contain themselves, murmuring in disbelief. This Zhou truly has no shame, asking for 500,000 for a worthless stone? It's sheer robbery. The audacity! Whoever claimed it concealed a celestial treasure must be blind. The whispers reached Qin Shou's ears, further chilling his expression. Meanwhile, Wang Xian remained impassive, tacitly endorsing manager Zhou's actions. What is it? Young brother, do you find the price excessive, or do you lack the requisite celestial sources? Zhou regarded Qin Shou with a hint of derision. Qin Shou's gaze turned icy as he shot a glance at Zhou, but the next moment, a smile broke forth. Merely 500,000 low-grade celestial sources. With a flourish of his hand, a cascade of celestial sources materialized from thin air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of celestial sources appeared before the crowd. Indeed, just 500,000 low-grade celestial sources. Compared to the precious essence concealed within the stones, it is utterly insignificant. His disdain stems solely from the unscrupulous tactics employed by the other party. Meanwhile, the steward Zhou gazed at the mountain of celestial sources before him, initially taken aback, then his face brightened with delight. His hands moved swiftly, promptly gathering all the celestial sources. Excellent, young brother. This stone is now yours, Zhou declared, a broad smile adorning his face. This worthless stone had languished in the market for decades, attracting no interest, and he had not anticipated encountering a naive fool willing to pay such a price. He had originally aimed to inflate the price, expecting Qin Shou to ultimately be unable to afford it, merely intending to humiliate him when he failed. Little did he expect that this foolish lad would indeed produce 500,000 celestial sources. Such unexpected fortune. At this moment, the onlookers regarded Qin Shou with a mixture of sympathy and condescension, akin to observing someone with diminished faculties. Some, with glimmering eyes, were already contemplating how to seize an opportunity to extract some celestial sources from him. Such simple-minded individuals with abundant wealth were their favorites. Any stone purchased within the marketplace is eligible for complimentary refining services. Young brother, shall we refine this stone here, or would you prefer to take it with you? Zhou inquired once more, his gaze tinged with mockery. He was eager to witness the expression on Qin Shou's face when the stone was cut open, revealing nothing inside. Likewise, the surrounding spectators shared this sentiment, relishing the unfolding drama. Qin Shou surveyed the crowd, noting the expressions etched on their faces. However, he remained unfazed and reached out, pulling the selected stone closer. "There's no need for assistance with the refinement. I can manage it myself." As he spoke, his palm pressed against the stone, and with a slight tremor, the air resonated with cracking sounds. The already fissured stone splintered further, and shards cascaded to the ground, transforming what had once been a towering stone into a heap of rubble in an instant. Zhou stared at the pile of debris, momentarily stunned. Typically, those who refined stones did so with utmost care, delicately chipping away, fearful of damaging any potential treasures within. As the steward, he had witnessed individuals attempting to refine stones without assistance, yet he had never encountered such a brazen approach. However, as he beheld the scattered fragments, a sense of inevitability washed over him. Perhaps the young man had discerned the stone's worthlessness, hence his brutal method of shattering it. The expenditure of celestial sources was likely merely for the sake of pride. At that moment, the onlookers also stared in disbelief at the rubble strewn across the ground. After a brief pause, someone snapped back to reality and turned his gaze toward Qin Shou, his eyes brimming with derision and contempt. "Indeed, it's worthless. What a waste of 500,000 low-grade celestial sources. He deserves it," a gaunt old man proclaimed loudly amidst the crowd, unabashed in his mockery. "I told you long ago, this stone could not possibly contain any treasure. If it did, I would eat it." Beside him, Wang Xian's gaze fell upon the scattered debris, and he secretly exhaled in relief. Earlier, he had doubted his judgment, but it now appeared that the other party was simply feigning understanding. Shaking his head to suppress his emotions, he stepped forward with a light chuckle, saying, "Hee, my dear brother, there is no need for disappointment. In the world of stone gambling, there are both wins and losses. A moment of misjudgment signifies nothing. There are other stones in the market, should you wish to explore further. Perhaps next time, you may unearth a treasure of celestial origin." While his words seemed to offer comfort, the undertone of mockery was unmistakable. However, Qin Shou merely cast a fleeting glance at him before bending down to lift a boulder the size of a human head. What is he doing? Is he still clinging to hope? Does he believe this fragment conceals a treasure? Qin Shou's actions instantly attracted the attention of those around him, prompting incredulous murmurs. Impossible. If that small stone could yield a celestial treasure, the old man would have consumed all the debris on the ground. It was the same emaciated elder who retorted with disdain. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Qin Shou cradled the boulder with a serious expression. He then raised his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, and a strand of celestial energy coalesced at his fingertips as he meticulously began to carve into the stone. A faint sound echoed as layers of stone skin peeled away. Observing Qin Shou's careful movements, the chatter around him gradually diminished, and all eyes focused on the stone he held. Could there truly be a treasure within? Though skepticism lingered in their hearts, a silent consensus emerged among the onlookers to refrain from speaking. Yet, as moments passed, and the boulder in Qin Shou's grasp diminished, soon becoming no larger than the size of a palm, restlessness returned among the crowd. "Merely a ruse. I told you, such refuse could never yield a celestial treasure." The frail old man could not help but interject, his expression one of anticipated certainty. Upon hearing him, those nearby shook their heads, disappointment etched upon their faces. Just moments ago, they had entertained a flicker of hope, but it now seemed that the young man was merely preserving his pride, unwilling to concede defeat. Just as they believed the outcome was sealed and prepared to disperse, Qin Shou made a swift motion, slicing away a thin layer of stone skin. In the next instant, a brilliant crimson light emanated from the stone, and a rich aura of celestial energy flooded the space. Chapter 137. The Blood of the Celestial Ape. Valued at 100,000 premium celestial sources. What? This is genuine celestial treasure. The dazzling red light, accompanied by the dense celestial aura, captivated everyone's attention within the stone market. Wang Xian's eyes suddenly ignited with fervent brilliance, fixated intently on the treasure in Qin Shou's hands. Those who had been preparing to leave now halted, their faces painted with astonishment. Qin Shou, gazing at the radiant red glow emerging from the stone, also breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Although he had previously examined it through the system, he still felt a tinge of uncertainty until he truly laid eyes upon it. Now, as he gazed at the corner of the stone revealing a deep crimson hue, he finally felt a sense of reassurance. Instantly, his hands moved with greater speed, and within mere breaths, he had stripped away all the stone skin. At last, a piece of crimson jade appeared in his grasp, just as seen through his earlier vision. The jade was only the size of a fist, adorned with numerous tiny pits. Holding it in his palm, it emanated a warm and comforting sensation. Could it be blood jade? How could this be? Such a seemingly worthless stone had unexpectedly yielded a celestial treasure, and moreover, blood jade? Among the onlookers, someone recognized the jade in Qin Shou's hand and exclaimed in astonishment. Blood jade? The others trembled at the mention. Blood jade, a rare celestial treasure, is formed only through the fortunate mingling of the essence of a powerful demon beast's blood with superior celestial sources over a prolonged period. The powerful demon beasts referred to here are not mere celestial beings, but must be at least of the rank of celestial lords. The preciousness of such essence and the resulting jade is beyond imagination. If refined, it could not only yield a vast amount of celestial spiritual energy, but also temper one's celestial body with its essence. Moreover, it might even allow one to glean a fragment of the innate divine abilities of the demon beast. However, just as everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, an untimely voice broke through. Blood jade is indeed a rare celestial treasure. Regrettably, due to the fissures on the source stone, the essence contained within the jade has dissipated, rendering it nearly worthless now. Wang Xian approached Qin Shou, his gaze fixed on the blood jade, an expression of calculated control playing on his face. The essence has been depleted? Wang Xian's words left everyone momentarily stunned. They focused intently on the blood jade in Qin Shou's hand, only to discover it was riddled with small holes. These were the marks left by the dissipated essence. Indeed, as the crowd gazed at the densely packed holes on the blood jade, expressions of regret washed over their faces. A few individuals, however, revealed glimmers of schadenfreude in their eyes. Just a blood jade devoid of essence. I knew this little wretch wouldn't have such luck. In a corner, Situ Howren sneered coldly, his face twisted with malevolence. Having lost 500,000 inferior celestial sources, he was eager to see how long this little wretch could remain in the city. Worthless jade? Qin Shou gazed at Wang Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with a sudden, firm grip on the blood jade, he crushed it. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering filled the air as the blood jade exploded. However, in the next moment, a fearsome roar reverberated through the space. A torrent of blood light erupted from Qin Shou's hand, revealing the silhouette of a colossal beast. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire stone workshop. What is this? A chilling aura enveloped the space, momentarily leaving all present in sheer terror. Under the weight of this oppressive force, it felt as though an ethereal mountain bore down upon them, akin to an invisible hand tightening around their throats. The sheer heaviness of this dread instilled a profound fear within their hearts. Fortunately, this overwhelming presence dissipated swiftly, along with the ominous shadow and the torrent of blood that accompanied it. When the crowd turned their gazes back to Qin Shou, they beheld a drop of blood, the size of a thumb, floating above his palm. Within that drop of blood, a faint silhouette of a beast could still be discerned. It was the image of a black divine ape, roaring towards the heavens, exuding an aura of formidable malevolence that could be felt even from a distance. Demonic beast's essence? To think that a drop of such blood could remain within the beast blood jade. What terrifying level of the demonic race must have left behind such a potent essence? The entire Immortal Fate stone workshop erupted in excitement, as every gaze fixated on the drop of blood held by Qin Shou. Impossible. How could such a treasure emerge from what was deemed waste? Wang Xian's complexion darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that the stone he deemed worthless could yield a drop of demonic blood, and of a demonic beast surpassing the immortal sovereign realm, no less. As Qin Shou cradled the essence in his palm, he felt the immense vitality hidden within, and a satisfied glimmer flickered in his eyes. 500,000 low-grade immortal sources. This was an immense fortune. System, how many immortal sources can this drop of blood be exchanged for? Thing, the essence of the peak immortal sovereign demonic beast, the remnant blood of the shattering heaven divine ape, has significantly lost its potency due to the passage of time. The system can offer 100,000 high-grade immortal sources for acquisition. 100,000 high-grade immortal sources? A tremor of astonishment coursed through Qin Shou. If converted to low-grade immortal sources, that would amount to a staggering 10 small targets. 500,000 for 10 small targets. What a tremendous bargain. In the midst of his musings, a voice suddenly broke through beside him. Brother, you truly possess incredible fortune, managing to uncover such a fine treasure on your first attempt. I am willing to offer 1,000 high-grade immortal sources for that drop of blood. Might you consider parting with it? Chapter 138, The Bet. 200,000 high-grade immortal sources. 1,000 high-grade immortal sources? Wang Xian's words rippled through the crowd, causing many expressions to shift. Their gazes towards Wang Xian were laced with a hint of disdain. Though they could not discern the exact nature of the demonic blood, they recognized that its origin was undoubtedly formidable. The pressure it had emanated earlier suggested it was worth far more than merely 1,000 high-grade immortal sources. Did Wang Xian intend to force a purchase, or did he think others were unaware? Alas, what a pity. In truth, I had already perceived the treasure concealed within that stone. It was merely my lack of sufficient immortal sources that prevented me from acquiring it. A gaunt old man squeezed through the crowd, his gaze fixed on the drop of blood in Qin Shou's hand, his expression one of profound regret. As soon as the old man finished speaking, several around him turned with looks of contempt. Just now it was this old fellow who was the most vocal, proclaiming that if he could unearth a celestial treasure, he would consume the entire stone. However, his demeanor has changed quite swiftly. Old Chun, if I recall correctly. Someone just mentioned that should that stone yield a celestial treasure, he would devour the entire rock. Do you know who that person was? A few could not contain their amusement and cast a sardonic glance at the elder. Yet, the elder feigned ignorance, turning his head from side to side, scanning the surroundings. Who said that? A good? How shameless. The crowd fell silent. Choosing to disregard the old man, they shifted their attention back to the duo in the arena. Qin Shou and Wang Xian. They all yearned to know whether the young man would sell his blood essence to young Master Wang Xian for the paltry sum of 10,000 superior celestial sources. At that moment, Qin Shou regarded the seemingly amiable Wang Xian with a cold smile. To think that one could purchase a drop of Celestial Sovereign's blood essence for merely 10,000 superior celestial sources, such an absurd calculation was laughable. He collected his blood essence into his inner world and calmly addressed Wang Xian. Young Master Wang, you jest. This drop of blood essence is at least from Celestial Sovereign Realm, and you offer 10,000 superior celestial sources? Are you mocking me? As Qin Shou spoke the last part, his expression turned frigid and his tone grew indifferent. What did you say? Wang Xian's expression darkened in an instant. As a scion of the Wang family, the second most affluent clan in Xianling City after the Lord S. Manor, and a prodigy who had touched the threshold of the celestial realm at such a young age, he was naturally endowed with golden eyes and unparalleled talent in source-seeking techniques. Always the center of admiration. When had he ever been treated with such blatant disrespect? However, Qin Shou was unyielding, ignoring Wang Xian's displeasure, and continued. If young Master Wang could present 200,000 superior celestial sources, I would gladly sell you the Celestial Sovereign's blood essence. Of course, if you lack such resources, we can negotiate the price. 200,000 superior celestial sources? Wang Xian's countenance grew even more ominous. For mere drop of blood essence. Although it originated from Celestial Sovereign, much of its energy had dissipated over the years. 200,000 superior celestial sources. Was this friend jesting? Anger surged within Wang Xian, and he even addressed Qin Shou as friend. The onlookers' gazes towards Qin Shou shifted as well. This young man exhibited remarkable courage. He audaciously sought to extort Wang Xian, and right from the outset, he inflated the price 20-fold. Qin Shou sneered at Wang Xian, unfazed by the change in his tone. Instead, he remained composed and said, as I mentioned, if young Master Wang truly wishes to purchase it but cannot produce such resources, we can certainly negotiate. Negotiate? Wang Xian's lips twitched, and his expression turned utterly grim. As the esteemed young master of the Wang family, who owned the entire stone workshop, was it conceivable that he could not produce 200,000 superior celestial sources? These two words are nothing short of an affront to him, as well as an insult to the Wang family. Young man, your audacity knows no bounds. Does the Wang family lack the means to produce a mere 200,000 high-quality celestial sources? Behind Wang Xian, Steward Zhou stepped forward, directing an irate rebuke at Qin Shou. Nevertheless, Qin Shou merely cast a nonchalant glance at him before redirecting his attention back to Wang Xian. The disdain reflected in his gaze instantly shattered Steward Zhou's composure. A wave of intense anger surged within him, and just as he opened his mouth to scold, a hand interrupted him. Wang Xian gestured dismissively, sending Steward Zhou away. He then turned his cold gaze upon Qin Shou. "There is no need to provoke me," he stated. 200,000 high-quality celestial sources is trivial for the Wang family, yet that drop of essence blood is not worth such a price. With that, he shifted his tone. "It appears that you possess considerable skill in the art of source-seeking, able to identify stones containing celestial treasures at a glance in the outer regions. Why not wager with me? Should you emerge victorious, I shall gladly present you with 200,000 high-quality celestial sources. However, if fortune favors me and I win, you need only impart the eye technique you employed earlier to me. What say you?" Upon finishing, a faint smile returned to his face as he gently waved his folding fan, quietly observing Qin Shou. At this moment, the onlookers were taken aback by Wang Xian's proposition. A wager? 200,000 high-quality celestial sources, betting on that golden vertical pupil technique? They had all witnessed the prowess of Qin Shou's eye technique, capable of discerning hidden celestial treasures among what everyone else deemed worthless stones. This was ample evidence of the technique's remarkable efficacy. In contrast, 200,000 high-quality celestial sources was indeed negligible for the Wang family. Wagering such a sum for that technique was exceedingly advantageous. How about it, my friend? Or do you concede that you are inferior to me and fear the outcome? Should you prefer not to wager, I am willing to purchase your technique for celestial sources, provided the price is reasonable," Wang Xian declared confidently, pressing further as Qin Shou remained silent. He understood the value of that eye technique well. Acquiring it would bring immense benefits to the stone yard and the family. A wager? Qin Shou regarded Wang Xian with piercing eyes, a glimmer of sharpness shining within. He did not reject the proposal. Rather, he inquired directly, "What are the terms of the wager?" After all, he intended to continue opening stones, and this opportunity for 200,000 was too good to pass up. Upon hearing Qin Shou's agreement, Wang Xian's face visibly brightened with delight. He promptly stated, "We shall each select 3 pieces of stone. The one who uncovers the more valuable celestial treasure shall be the victor. Naturally, the value of each selected stone must not exceed 100,000 high-quality celestial sources." He then looked at Qin Shou, awaiting a response. 3 pieces of stone valued at 100,000 high-quality celestial sources? Qin Shou regarded him with an inward smirk. It appeared this fellow remained undeterred by the drop of Celestial Monarch's essence blood. However, he remained indifferent, nodding lightly. "All right, just as you said. Ha! My fellow Taoist is indeed straightforward." Wang Xian burst into hearty laughter, as if envisioning the moment he would triumph in the wager and acquire the mystical eye technique. He turned his gaze towards the onlookers surrounding them. "I ask all of you to witness the wager between me and this Taoist. Young Master Wang is too polite. Ha! It would be my honor to witness young Master Wang." Many among the crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions courteous, even somewhat flattering. Among them were formidable beings from the celestial immortal realm, who similarly bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Although some possessed greater cultivation, Wang Xian was backed by the Wang family, the second most powerful force in Xianling City. "That is splendid." Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention back to Qin Shou, gesturing invitingly. "Taoist, please." "Very well," Qin Shou replied without hesitation, striding directly towards the center of the stone pavilion. Given the agreement to select stones valued within 10,000 high-grade immortal sources, he had no intention of foolishly choosing from the outer refuse. Humph! Observing Qin Shou's retreating figure, Wang Xian let out a low, cold chuckle, then followed him into the central area. Chapter 139, Selecting Stones, the Deceptive Stone Pavilion. As Qin Shou approached this section, he was immediately engulfed by a chilling, sinister aura that seemed intent on invading his body. Qin Shou furrowed his brow, momentarily halting in surprise. At that moment, Wang Xian caught up, noticing Qin Shou standing at the boundary without stepping in, a smirk of derision creeping onto his face. He then feigned embarrassment, saying, "Haha, I forgot to mention to my fellow Taoists that the central area is thick with sinister energy. Be cautious not to let it invade your body." Qin Shou cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression impassive. In the next moment, he slightly trembled, his blood energy surging within, effectively sealing off all sinister forces. With a single step, he nonchalantly entered the area. Humph. Wang Xian's expression darkened at Qin Shou's blatant disregard for him. With a cold snort, he followed into the central zone. With no time to spare on Wang Xian, Qin Shou focused on the stones displayed around him. Compared to the outer section, the selection here was significantly reduced. Moreover, unlike the haphazard piles outside, each stone here was spaced several yards apart. The stones themselves exuded various strange auras, setting them apart from the ordinary ones outside. These source stones are indeed exorbitantly priced. Qin Shou gazed at the marked prices on the source stones, astonished. Among those he observed, the cheapest was marked at 5,000 high-grade source stones, while several in the center were priced no less than 100,000 exquisite immortal sources. Indeed, they were exquisite immortal sources. Young man, it would be wise for you to choose your stones with care. Those few pieces of material are beyond your means. Not only you, but even the masters of source hunting in the city would hesitate to make such a purchase. As the steward Zhou approached Qin Shou, he noticed the young man's gaze fixated on several massive stones in the center, and a mocking, disdainful expression crossed his face. What concern does a mere servant have in such matters? Qin Shou furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at steward Zhou, his face betraying evident displeasure. He then turned and walked directly toward another area. Zhou's frustration was palpable. A servant? As the manager of the Celestial Stone Workshop with the cultivation of the Celestial Realm, how could he be so insultingly labeled? Though it was the truth, who would dare to utter such words in his presence? Yet, he could only seethe with impotent rage. Fully aware that he lacked the bravery to confront Qin Shou, he could not and would not. Sensing the intense anger radiating from behind him, Qin Shou smirked inwardly. Taking a deep breath to center himself, his expression grew serious. In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes, an unusual aura enveloping him. A flash of golden light appeared, a fissure opening above his brow, revealing a golden vertical pupil once more. The Eye of the Great Path. This celestial technique had manifested in his mind after his breakthrough to the celestial realm. By merging his soul with the essence of the Great Path, he had condensed this celestial eye, capable of discerning all truths and unveiling hidden realities. He was unfamiliar with the methods of source hunting. Thus he would employ this eye to locate the source stones, just as he had done previously, before proceeding with his insights. Soon, as the celestial eye opened, a surge of rule-bound power flickered within it. Qin Shou's gaze swept across the various source stones, and an extraordinary force penetrated the surface of the stones, revealing their internal conditions before him. However, after surveying all the nearby stones, a change gradually overtook his expression. How unscrupulous! The majority are nothing but worthless stones. Qin Shou inwardly cursed. His eyes scanned the dozens of stones, discovering that fewer than 10 contained celestial treasures, while the remainder were mere refuse. Moreover, among those scant few, only 3 or 4 exuded a strong radiance, while the others glimmered faintly, suggesting they were not of great value. Opting not to select those few brightly shining stones, Qin Shou swiftly turned and proceeded toward another array of source stones. Here, no one can surpass me. Not far away. Wang Xian observed Qin Shou's movements as he meticulously examined the source stones, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Every stone in this workshop had been scrutinized by the powerful members of the Wang family before being placed here. He was well aware of which source stones concealed celestial treasures and which held even more potent and rare treasures. With an air of confidence, he stepped into the source stone area and, without much delay, selected 3 stones. One was an irregular stone the size of a head, adorned with peculiar black patterns, and the other was a towering stone pillar about 10 feet high that 2 people could barely encircle. There was also a grinding stone of considerable size, an oval stone sphere gleaming in pure silver. 3 pieces of stone in total, costing 29,000 high-grade celestial essence. Young Master Wang Xian is remarkably swift. Truly, he embodies the promising talents of a younger generation in Xianling City, with the potential to become a master of source hunting. At the edge of the central area, a large crowd gathered, keenly observing the actions of Qin Shou and Wang Xian. Witnessing Wang Xian's prompt selection of source stones, accompanied by an air of confidence, they began to shower him with praise. Of course, there were those privy to certain inside information, yet this did not deter their eagerness to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Qin Shou had perused the entirety of the available source stones in the area. after expending the last 400,000 low-grade celestial essence for the purpose of divination. He selected 3 promising stones. One was a palm-sized, seemingly ordinary stone. Another, the size of a grinding stone, was pale yellow and enveloped in a layer of tree roots. The last, a boulder large enough to resemble a small house, was dark red, as if stained with celestial blood, exuding a menacing aura. Ultimately, both individuals placed their chosen source stones on the ground. Instantly, the atmosphere within the stone workshop grew tense. Now that selections were made, it was time to unveil the stones. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wang Xian gazed confidently at the 3 stones selected by Qin Shou, his demeanor radiating assurance. Since we have made our selections, let us commence the unveiling, Wang Xian remarked with a calm smile, his confidence palpable, as though victory was assured. Just as Qin Shou was about to respond, an abrupt voice interjected. Hold on. Manager Zhou emerged from behind Wang Xian. A mocking smile etched on his face as he addressed Qin Shou. The 3 source stones you have chosen are valued at 27,000 high-grade celestial essence. You must first pay the celestial essence to purchase the stones before proceeding with the unveiling. With that, he turned to Wang Xian, offering a respectful bow, his expression one of deference. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of reluctance as he turned to Qin Shou. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Qin Shou observed the interplay between the two with a cold smile inwardly. From a moment, Wang Xian suggested that only stones valued at 1,000 high-grade celestial essence could be selected. He surmised that the latter was coveting the drop of celestial monarch's blood in his possession. It was merely a ploy to compel him, lacking sufficient celestial essence, to offer the celestial monarch's blood as a substitute. Though a flicker of anger stirred within him, it quickly dissipated upon gazing at the 3 stones he had chosen. In comparison to the treasures hidden within them, the celestial monarch's blood seemed less significant. With a deft motion of his hand, a crimson glow erupted, revealing the drop of celestial monarch's blood. Observing Qin Shou produce the blood, both Wang Xian and Manager Zhou exchanged glances of delight. Manager Zhou instinctively stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the drop of celestial monarch's blood. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with the essence of blood, a coarse voice resounded from outside. Hold on. Huh? The steward Zhou froze, his hands suspended in mid-air as he turned to glance behind him. Simultaneously, Qin Shou, Wang Xian, and the crowd of onlookers all shifted their gazes toward the source of the voice. A flicker of recognition crossed Qin Shou's eyes. This voice seemed familiar. Moments later, a formidable figure emerged from the periphery. Young Master Hua, what brings him here? The spectators outside were the first to notice the newcomer, exclaiming in astonishment. Hua Dazue, the second young master of the city lord's mansion. The Hua and Wang families, being the 2 most powerful clans in Xianling City, had long been embroiled in rivalry, with the Wang family seeking to usurp the Hua family's position as the ruling clan. Hence, the relationship between the 2 families was far from cordial, a fact that was no secret within the city. Why would the second young master of the Hua family appear at the Wang family stone workshop? Hua disregarded the bewildered stares of the crowd, parting them with ease as he strode confidently into the inner area. Hua Dazue, what brings you here? Wang Xian's expression darkened noticeably upon seeing Hua Dazue enter. Yet, Hua Dazue paid him no heed, making a beeline for Qin Shou. Witnessing this, Wang Xian's countenance soured even further. Qin Shou regarded the imposing youth approaching him, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. He had not anticipated that the individual he encountered casually at the city gate would turn out to be the young master of the city lord's mansion. Ha! Fellow beast friend, it has been a while. Hua Dazue exclaimed, arriving before Qin Shou and amiably patting him on the shoulder. Fellow Hua. Qin Shou's lips twitched slightly as he subtly stepped back. Hua Dazue, noticing Qin Shou's movement, remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, Wang Xian observed the 2 engaging in a familiar exchange, clearly feeling dismissed, his expression turning icy. He stepped forward, his foot striking the ground with a heavy thud as he shouted, Hua Brute, what brings you here? Are you looking to cause trouble? Upon hearing this, Hua Dazue finally turned his attention to Wang Xian. In an instant, the smile vanished from his face as he coldly replied, I simply cannot abide by your mistreatment of guests. 27,000 top-quality immortal sources, right? I shall cover this for my friend here. With that, he nonchalantly tossed a small pouch, which landed at Wang Xian's feet. Wang Xian's expression darkened further as he stared at the pouch. Fellow Huayu, Qin Shou regarded Hua Dazue with surprise. They had only met once and were hardly acquaintances. Yet he had not expected Hua Dazue to assist him in purchasing the source stones. The onlookers witnessing this scene were all visibly astonished. What? Young Master Hua actually covered this expense for that guy? Who would have thought he had ties to the city lord's mansion? Could it be that the city lord's residence has sent someone to disrupt the proceedings? The crowd's gaze turned to Hua Dazue and Qin Shou, their expressions revealing a sense of understanding. After all, these two families had not shied away from such antics in the past, often dispatching their adept source seekers to mine stones from each other's quarries, even stirring up trouble. Young Master, this. Steward Zhou glanced at the bag containing the celestial essence on the ground, then hesitantly looked towards Wang Xian. Since someone is willing to offer this celestial essence, then we shall accept it, Wang Xian replied coldly. Yes, young master, Steward Zhou nodded eagerly, then beckoned, retrieving the bag from the ground. Now, let us commence the stone deciphering. I shall go first, Wang Xian stated, his expression impassive. With that, he reached out, pulling a towering stone pillar, large enough for two to embrace, before him. He then conjured a small knife, about a foot in length, and struck down upon the stone pillar. A faint sound of splitting echoed as a large chunk of stone fell away. In an instant, the onlookers fixated their gazes on the pillar, their eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. There is no need for anxiety, my friend. It is merely over 20,000 superior celestial essence. Even if we were to lose, it would be of little consequence. Hua doesn't, comforted Qin Shou, his demeanor calm. To him, Wang Xian was the most formidable source seeker among the younger generation of Xianling City, surpassing even him. Moreover, this was the Wang family's quarry, and Wang Xian was well acquainted with the stones here. In contrast, Qin Shou, an outsider, likely had never practiced the art of source seeking and could not possibly triumph over his opponent. Upon hearing Hua Dazue's words, Qin Shou merely smiled faintly. Tension? Huh. Under the system scrutiny, he not only perceived the stone's interior, but also estimated the value of the celestial treasures contained within. How could he possibly lose? With unwavering tranquility, he watched Wang Xian decipher the stone before him. Seemingly influenced by Qin Shou's earlier stone deciphering, Wang Xian's actions appeared quite ruthless. In a brief span, the towering stone pillar had diminished to less than half its size, now standing at the height of a single person. As Wang Xian struck again, a palm-sized chunk of stone flaked off. Instantly, a milky white radiance seeped forth, saturating the space with an incredibly rich and pure essence of the celestial spirit. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on the emerging milky white hue. Is this superior celestial essence? No, it's not merely superior. It's of the utmost quality, someone exclaimed, having recognized the faint purple shimmer intertwined within the revealed essence. The presence of a purple luminescence within the celestial essence was the hallmark of the finest quality. Utmost quality celestial essence. Ha, splendid. Wang Xian's face lit up with excitement. He then lifted his gaze towards Qin Shou, a hint of provocation glimmering in his eyes. Qin Shou's gaze flickered momentarily, yet his countenance remained unchanged. Wang Xian continued to excavate the stone, albeit with considerably more caution, as layers of stone skin peeled away beneath his deft hands. An increasing number of celestial sources were laid bare, and the ethereal aura of celestial energy in the air grew ever more potent. Ultimately, the entire stone pillar was unveiled, adorned with a plethora of milky white celestial sources tinged with a delicate lavender hue, densely packed together. 13, 25, 100, so many exquisite celestial sources. The surrounding cultivators gazed upon the stone pillar, their eyes brimming with envy, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. Cursed be it. This source stone had once been in my possession, and I sensed it contained celestial treasures. Alas, I lack sufficient celestial sources to procure it. Now, how I lament. A voice of despair emerged. Some among them had frequently roamed the central region, and had even laid eyes upon this very pillar. Yet, whether due to its exorbitant price or uncertainty regarding the treasures it might harbor, they had refrained from purchasing it. Now, witnessing the pillar yield such an abundance of exquisite celestial sources, regret surged within them, their eyes rolling in frustration. At that moment, Wang Xian surveyed the celestial sources embedded in the pillar, a satisfied expression gracing his face. With a sweep of his consciousness, he swiftly calculated the number of celestial sources and then turned his gaze toward Qin Shou, speaking with a hint of pride. My friend, it is now your turn. This pillar contains 3,703 exquisite celestial sources. I hope you can unveil a treasure that rivals this. Very well, Qin Shou replied, nodding nonchalantly. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized gray stone soared into the air, landing gracefully in his grasp. Chapter 141, Spirit Essence, Suppressing Wang Xian. Inside the stone workshop, all eyes were fixated upon Qin Shou. To be precise, they were riveted on the stone he held. Do you think this young man can unveil a treasure comparable to young Master Wang Xian's celestial source pillar? Someone whispered. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the speaker. It's hard to say. Young Master Wang Xian has unveiled a pillar of exquisite celestial sources, a value too immense to match. It seems unlikely that a source stone costing less than 10,000 superior celestial sources could yield a treasure of similar caliber. One individual shook his head, convinced that Qin Shou would not prevail. Oof, that young wretch was merely fortunate. An outsider, perhaps experiencing source stone for the first time. How could he possibly unveil another treasure? It's likely that the 3 stones he chose are nothing but refuse. Among the crowd, Situ Howren snorted disdainfully, casting an icy gaze at Qin Shou. His intense emotions drew the attention of those nearby, who were puzzled by his vehement reaction. Brother, do you need me to assist you in excavating the stone? Huat Dachui suddenly inquired beside Qin Shou. No need, Qin Shou replied, shaking his head lightly. He then brought his fingers together, conjuring a small blade, and proceeded to carve into the stone in his hand. With a single stroke, he removed 1/3 of its volume. The crude methods employed caused every spectator's heart to skip a beat, fearing that the treasures hidden within might be obliterated with a single stroke. However, Qin Shou remained undeterred. With a swift motion, the palm-sized stone was reduced to merely the size of a fist. Ah, my friend, perhaps I should take over? Remarked Hua Daze, his heart racing, unable to contain himself any longer. From a distance, numerous onlookers among the cultivators voiced their agreement with Hua Daze's sentiment, feeling that if this continued, their own hearts might not withstand the tension. Yet, Qin Shou, unresponsive to Hua Daze's well-meaning suggestion, was confident. Having employed his system's ability to see through the stone, he was acutely aware of the location of the treasure within, and thus felt no fear of causing any harm. Rest assured, my friend, I shall exercise caution, he assured, raising his hand once more to carefully chip away at the stone. This time, however, his actions were markedly gentler. The ethereal blade of condensed spiritual energy glided softly across the surface of the stone, peeling away a small layer. Buzz! A delicate humming resonated through the air, followed by a sudden gust of wind. An aura of spiritual energy, richer and purer than even the finest celestial source, instantly filled the space. Hiss! Such dense spiritual energy. All eyes turned to the substance in Qin Shou's hand, their expressions filled with astonishment. What could it be? Wang Xian felt a nagging unease in his heart. The emanating spiritual energy was more than 100 times purer than that of the finest spirit stones. In the midst of this, Qin Shou felt the pure spiritual energy radiating from the source stone in his grasp, a smile gracing his features. With deft movements, he swiftly stripped away all the layers, revealing a viscous, milky white liquid the size of an infant's fist floating above his palm. The exquisitely pure spiritual energy emanated from this liquid. Could this be the essence of spirit? Someone exclaimed in sudden realization, staring at the milky substance in Qin Shou's hand. Indeed, it must be, as voices of excitement arose. The revelation of the spirit essence sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. Yet, Wang Xian's expression darkened at the thought. He gazed at Qin Shou with an increasingly grave countenance. The spirit essence was a treasure that could only be birthed from the finest celestial veins, valued at thousands or even millions of times more than the best celestial sources. Holding the spirit essence, Qin Shou turned his gaze towards Wang Xian, a faint smile playing on his lips. So what do you think, young Master Wang? How does this spirit essence compare to your esteemed celestial source column in value? Wang Xian's expression visibly soured. Before he could respond, however, the steward Zhou, standing nearby, spoke first. Stepping forward, he regarded Qin Shou with an impassive expression. While the spirit essence is indeed rare, the value of this small quantity is at most comparable to that of the young Master's celestial source column. Therefore, this round should be considered a draw. Draw? At this declaration, a hush fell over the surrounding crowd. The crowd turned their gazes towards Steward Zhou. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Though this cluster of spiritual essence was relatively small, its value was certainly incomparable to the mere 3,000 superior celestial sources atop the pillar. The audacity of Steward Zhou to speak such falsehoods was utterly intolerable. Yet, despite their disdain, none dared to voice their thoughts. However, there was one who did. Hua Dezhu stepped forward, his voice booming, "You blind fat pig. Do you truly believe this spiritual essence is worth only a little over 3,000 superior celestial sources? If that were the case, I would demand all the celestial sources in your stone workshop. If you cannot produce them, do not blame me for being impolite." With a fierce glare, he seemed ready to devour Zhou. Intimidated by this display of force, Steward Zhou fell silent. At that moment, Wang Xian, who had remained quiet until now, furrowed his brow and fixed a cold stare on Hua Dezhu, saying, "Hua Dezhu, this is my Wang family stone workshop, not your city lord's domain." He then turned his gaze to Qin Shou. "I concede this round. However, there are still 2 stones left to be unveiled, and the final outcome remains uncertain." Chapter 142, 12 Blood Beast Jades and 1 Egg. Inside the stone workshop, the process of stone unveiling continued. This time, both Qin Shou and Wang Xian acted simultaneously. Wang Xian unveiled the second stone, an oval-shaped silver rock, while Qin Shou chose a large stone resembling a grinding wheel, its surface adorned with several protrusions. Their techniques remained brutish, as they summoned small blades of energy in their palms and struck down upon the stones with fierce determination. No, rather than simply cutting, it was more akin to cleaving. Indeed, cleaving. The sheer force of their methods sent shivers down the spines of those present. What treasures will be revealed this time? Someone in the crowd ventured to ask, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene with a mixture of tension and curiosity. Others remained silent. Yet the anticipation in their gazes intensified. Having already unearthed a superior celestial source pillar and such a treasure as the spiritual essence, the remaining 4 stones could hardly disappoint. That wretched little beast. It must have been luck. Yes, certainly luck. This time, nothing of value will emerge. At the edge of the gathering, Situ Howren's countenance was dark, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Shou. If anyone in the crowd was truly anxious, it was undoubtedly him. Should Qin Shou win this wager, he would acquire a fortune in celestial sources sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime in Xianling City. This implied that Situ Howren might never have the opportunity to eliminate him, unless he was willing to perish alongside him. As this thought crossed his mind, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Beep. The system has detected that someone nearby harbors murderous intent towards the host. Please remain vigilant. In that moment, a voice resonated within Qin Shou's mind. Upon hearing this, he hesitated briefly in his actions before resuming his composure. He too sensed that murderous intent, and it was clear to him that it emanated from that old scoundrel, Situ Howren. However, he had no time to concern himself with him at present. Once the wager is won and a substantial amount of celestial essence is acquired, extinguishing that old scoundrel will merely be a trivial endeavor. Qin Shou focused his mind, his hands deftly continuing their work. As the stone diminished in size, his cutting motions gradually slowed. With a sharp slice, the stone skin fell away, revealing a glimmer of crimson light before his eyes. It was a fragment of blood-red jade, its surface gleaming and smooth, emanating a rich aura of celestial energy and sanguinescence. It has emerged. Is this the Blood Beast Jade? My heavens! Another piece of Blood Beast Jade has appeared, and it appears to be intact. A voice of astonishment rang out, eyes wide with envy and jealousy, fixated on the unveiled crimson glow. Blood Beast Jade yet again. How can this be? Situ Howren's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself, feeling the hope of eliminating this little wretch diminish further. At that moment, another wave of exclamations erupted. It has emerged. Young Master Wang Xian has also unveiled something. Indeed, amidst the gasps of awe, all eyes turned towards Wang Xian. Before him, the stone was reduced to a size slightly larger than a head. A fragment stripped away revealed a glimmer of icy blue, resembling an eggshell adorned with peculiar patterns. A chilling aura emanated from within, causing those nearby to involuntarily shudder. What is that? An egg? The crowd gazed at the exposed corner of the stone, expressions filled with doubt and intrigue. A beast egg? Qin Shou cast a glance at Wang Xian, who happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met, and without uttering a word, they resumed their tasks, hastening their movements. Within mere moments, Qin Shou completely extracted the treasures from the source stone. In his hands lay a total of 12 flawless blood beast jades, radiating an exceptionally potent vitality. Meanwhile, Wang Xian had uncovered a beast egg the size of a head. Icy blue with strange markings. 12 complete blood beast jades versus 1 beast egg. Who then is the true victor? The onlookers exchanged glances between the two, utterly uncertain how to assess the outcome. Situ Howren gazed at the beast egg, a look of delight crossing his face. He sensed a pulsating aura emanating from the egg. The owner of this egg must be significantly more powerful than he. As a practitioner at the immortal profound realm, that individual would likely be at the pinnacle of the immortal profound realm, or even a celestial lord. Contemplating this, he coldly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that beast egg must have been left by a formidable demon of the celestial lord realm. In comparison, a mere dozen blood beast jades are nothing but refuse." What? A beast egg left by a celestial lord beast? Upon hearing this, those nearby turned their gaze towards Situ Howren, expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. If it truly is an egg left by a celestial lord, it would indeed overshadow the blood beast jades. At this moment, as the crowd regarded Wang Xian, their eyes shimmered with deep envy. In the realm of the immortal sovereign, should the beast egg possess any semblance of life, its eventual hatching would herald the emergence of a formidable ally, capable of rejuvenating an entire clan. After all, the most potent force within the city of Xianling is merely the immortal sovereign level. Yet, unlike the fervent excitement of others, Wang Xian, cradling the beast egg, wore a countenance of discontent, even appearing somewhat grim. A lifeless egg? How could that be? Wang Xian murmured, failing to detect any hint of vitality emanating from the egg. It was evident that this beast egg was devoid of life and incapable of hatching. Furthermore, it was not produced by an immortal sovereign beast. The Wang family also harbored an immortal sovereign. He had sensed their aura before. The residual energy on this egg, while potent, fell short of that caliber. This was merely an egg left by a high-tier profound immortal beast, and alas, it was a dead egg. Young master. Behind Wang Xian, Steward Zhou's expression was gravely serious. He too recognized the egg's lifelessness, its value significantly diminished, possibly even inferior to the dozen or so blood jade pieces. Shall we consider this a draw? Wang Xian disregarded Steward Zhou, directing his gaze toward Qin Shou. Although the egg was indeed lifeless, the essence contained within remained intact. It was merely the embryo that had perished. Even with its reduced worth, it should still rival those blood jades. Very well. Let it be considered a draw. Qin Shou replied without dissent, nodding in agreement. The blood jades he had offered were merely ordinary, albeit intact. They lacked the essence of beast blood. A draw seemed reasonable enough. Yet, this decision left the onlookers utterly bewildered. How could it be a draw? The value of that beast egg undoubtedly surpassed that of the blood jades. What was going on? The crowd murmured, some glancing at Situ Howren, as it was he who had proclaimed that the egg belonged to an immortal sovereign beast. How could this be a draw? Situ Howren wore a befuddled expression, his demeanor darkening. If that little beast were to triumph, how would he exact his revenge? In the arena, Qin Shou cast a cold glance in Situ Howren's direction before retracting his gaze to the final stone he had chosen, the largest among them. It was as large as a house, its entire form a deep crimson, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. However, just as he approached the source stone, ready to reveal its contents, a sharp voice interrupted him. Wait. Qin Shou furrowed his brow and turned to face Wang Xian. Young Master Wang, is there something you wish to discuss? After a moment of silence, Wang Xian spoke with a measured tone. Regarding our wager, I have one more request. Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering. Could this individual be anticipating defeat and seeking to evade his obligations? Drawing a deep breath, he replied coolly, "Speak your mind. The wager between us, in addition to our previous agreement, stipulates that the losing party must surrender all the celestial treasures open today." Wang Xian spoke slowly, his voice imbued with formidable confidence. Chapter 143. The Emergence of the Celestial Sovereign. What? The losing side must relinquish all celestial treasures? Wang Xian's declaration instantly sparked a tumultuous uproar among those present. The sudden increase in stakes sent shockwaves through the crowd, their gazes toward Wang Xian filled with profound astonishment. Brother, think carefully, cautioned Qin Shou, his companion, Hua Tiju, with a grave expression. This was no trivial wager. Whether it was the spirit essence or beast blood jade, both were far from ordinary. A loss would incur substantial losses. After all, judging by the outcomes of the previous 2 rounds, Wang Xian was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, The audacity to propose such a wager at this moment indicated his confidence in ultimately overcoming Qin Shou in the final contest. Upon hearing Hua Daju's counsel, Qin Shou nodded in agreement. However, just as Hua Daju sighed in relief, believing Qin Shou would deliberate carefully, the next moment resonated with Qin Shou's affirmative response. All right, I accept. Qin Shou regarded Wang Xian with an impassive expression, yet excitement swelled within him. He had not anticipated that his opponent would willingly present him with such a grand gift. Very well, let us commence the stone opening. Witnessing Qin Shou's prompt acceptance, a cold smirk flickered across Wang Xian's eyes. The opponent had purchased 3 source stones for a mere 20,000 superior celestial sources, yet had unearthed spirit essence and a dozen beast blood jades. Should he allow the opponent to depart with them, the Celestial Fate Stone Workshop would undeniably incur significant losses. However, now that the opponent had consented to the wager, the situation became more manageable. As long as he triumphed, the Stone Workshop would suffer no loss. Brother Yu, Hua Daju began, yet ultimately refrained from further comment. Although he sensed the risks were considerable, this was ultimately Qin Shou's affair, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere excessively. Rest assured, Brother Hua, I am confident. Qin Shou smiled at Hua Daju before striding directly toward the massive source stone. As he approached the colossal boulder, the ominous aura intensified, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Gazing at the stone before him, his eyes sparkled with determination. In the next moment, he raised his palm, transforming it into a blade that descended with force. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated, shaking the very foundation of the stone workshop. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Although the previous 2 stone openings had been somewhat crude, they had at least been executed with careful cuts. What was this? A direct chop? Did he truly have no fear of destroying the treasures within? Even Hua Daju could not help but twitch slightly at the sight. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the enormous boulder was cleaved open, splitting apart with a great fissure. Immediately thereafter, a faint humming resonated in the minds of everyone present. Accompanying this was an aura of unfathomable ferocity and brutality. This terrifying presence swiftly enveloped the entire stone pavilion, leaving those present feeling as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon their chests, rendering their breaths labored. What on earth is happening? Such a dreadful force. What could it possibly be? Everyone recoiled in horror, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed towards the shattered stone mountain created by Qin Shou. Simultaneously, a venerable figure appeared silently beside Wang Xian. Great-grandfather? Wang Xian exclaimed, bowing respectfully to the suddenly emerged elder. Steward Zhou immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his expression one of reverence. Is that not the mountain-breaking immortal lord? A gasp of disbelief escaped the crowd as they recognized the old man's visage. Wang Bushing, the current patriarch's younger brother, an unmatched powerhouse at the first level of the immortal lord realm and the strongest guardian of the immortal fate stone pavilion. It was unexpected that this momentous occasion would rouse such a deity. Wang Bushing paid little heed to the onlookers. His gaze fixated upon the enormous source stone that lay shattered, his expression grave. How could this be? This stone harbors such a thing. Wang Bushing murmured to himself, then turned his attention to Qin Shou. Young friend, there is no need to continue unearthing this stone. You purchased these 3 source stones for 27,000 high-grade immortal essence. Allow my Wang family to offer you 30,000 top-grade immortal essence to redeem this stone. What say you? 30,000 top-grade immortal essence? A collective intake of breath echoed around them. Even Wang Xian and Deja could not hide their astonishment. Great-grandfather, my grandson has wagered with this individual. Should I win, all treasures unearthed will belong to me. If you desire them, I would gladly bestow them upon you. Wang Xian stepped forward, speaking softly. Even at this moment, he remained convinced of his victory in the wager. However, upon hearing this, Wang Bushing merely shook his head. Casting a glance at the unbroken black source stone in Wang Xian's possession, he remarked coolly, You have already lost this wager. What? My grandson has lost? Impossible. Wang Xian instinctively retorted, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had yet to unearth the stone. How could he have lost? The surrounding crowd shared his confusion, their gazes fixed on Wang Bushing. Without responding, Wang Bushing raised his hand and directly grasped the source stone. Bang! The stone shattered instantly, releasing a powerful surge of energy. Roar! A chilling howl reverberated through the air. Such terrifying energy, as Wang Xian sensed the dreadful essence permeating the space. A look of delight momentarily graced his features. Yet, before this joy could fully blossom, it was abruptly frozen upon his face. The essence quickly dissipated, leaving behind only a pool of viscous black liquid and some fragmented stones on the ground, emitting a pungent and foul odor. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the dark liquid, struggling to accept the reality before him. He had believed that he could conquer Qin Shou, yet what lay before him was merely a pool of lifeless waste blood. Wang Pasang also shook his head slightly. That blood might have held immense value in the past, but for reasons unknown, its essence had long since evaporated, rendering it useless. Retracting his gaze, he turned back to Qin Shou and remarked, "What say you? 30,000 prime celestial sources is quite a generous offer compared to what you have expended. Furthermore, your wager with Wang Xian still stands as a victory for you. The stakes shall not be diminished." He then regarded Qin Shou with an indifferent expression. "Huh." Qin Shou observed his counterpart with a cold sneer. This wager was inherently his victory. What did it mean to say he had won? Moreover, the contents within that stone were worth far more than 30,000 prime celestial sources. Just as he prepared to refuse, a voice rich with derision suddenly resonated through the space. "Heh, Wang Pasang, how shameless you are. You think 30,000 prime celestial sources can purchase the contents within? Are you underestimating the intelligence of this young lad?" Chapter 144. Two celestial lords compete, selling for 100,000 prime celestial sources. The voice, dripping with sarcasm, startled everyone present. Upon hearing it, Wang Pashang's expression darkened noticeably, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the empty space. In the next moment, a figure materialized before them. Clad in black, with white hair and beard, the imposing figure exuded a powerful presence, even without a particularly strong aura. It was Celestial Lord Hua Xian. Celestial Lord Hua Xian had arrived. What could possibly be within that stone to attract such a formidable force from the City Lord's mansion? This promised to be an intriguing spectacle. As the crowd recognized the robust elder, their expressions shifted and they gasped in astonishment. As seasoned practitioners who had frequented various stone markets, they were familiar with him. Hua Xian was a powerful figure from the Hua family of the City Lord's mansion, the guardian of the Hua family stone market on this street, a celestial lord of great renown. At that moment, Wang Pashang's demeanor grew exceedingly frosty. His gaze fixed on Hua Xian, he coldly inquired, "What do you mean by your earlier words?" Due to competition, the relationship between the Wang family and the City Lord's mansion, while not outright hostile, was certainly strained. The appearance of Hua Xian at this juncture filled him with a sense of foreboding. Hua Xian turned his attention to Wang Pasang, a hint of disdain gracing his features. He replied coolly, "What do you mean?" "Huh, Wang, old fool. To think you could purchase the contents within for a mere 30,000 prime celestial sources is utterly ludicrous." Wang Pashang's expression grew even colder at these words. His eyes fixated on Hua Xian as he retorted icily, "This matter concerns myself and this young friend. Moreover, I have not exerted any coercion. The principles of free trade dictate that even the City Lord's mansion cannot interfere." Hee. Hua Xian chuckled softly. "Old Wang, why the haste? I never said you couldn't engage in trade. However, as is customary in such transactions, the highest bidder shall prevail." With this, he turned to Qin Shou, offering a serene smile. "My City Lord's mansion is prepared to offer 100,000 premium immortal sources for this stone." 100,000 premium immortal sources? Qin Shou's eyes flickered, though he did not respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Hua Dezade beside him. The value of the contents within had already been appraised by the system at a mere 50,000 premium immortal sources. The City Lord's offer of 100,000 was beyond his expectations. Hua Dezade, sensing Qin Shou's gaze, merely smiled faintly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around them had erupted into a frenzy. The onlookers, fixated with greedy eyes akin to ravenous wolves, stared at Qin Shou. 100,000 premium immortal sources. Good heavens! If bestowed upon them, it would be a lifetime's wealth. They could even elevate their family to the status of a prominent clan in Xianling City. How could this be possible? What could possibly be inside that warranted such fierce contention between two immortal lords, reaching such astronomical sums? On the periphery, Situ Howren's eyes were nearly bulging. He had never witnessed 100,000 premium immortal sources in his life. His gaze fixed on Qin Shou, a trace of malice creeping into his expression. "What say you, young friend?" With a mere nod, "I can provide you with 100,000 premium immortal sources, and I will ensure your absolute safety within the city." Seeing Qin Shou remain silent, Hua Xian spoke again, casting a pointed glance at Wang Pasheng, his intentions unmistakable. Hua Xian, what do you mean? Wang Pasheng's expression darkened. The realization that his rival also coveted the item sparked a deep-seated resentment within him. As Qin Shou appeared poised to acquiesce, he hastily interjected, "Hold on. I offer 12,000 premium immortal sources. Young friend, this stone was originally purchased from my immortal source stone pavilion. Now, I wish to reclaim it at the price of 12,000 premium immortal sources. I hope you will ponder this carefully. From the realm of immortals, having more friends is far preferable to accumulating adversaries." With that, his gaze bore into Qin Shou, the underlying threat evident to even the most naive observer. The surroundings fell silent, all eyes now fixed on Qin Shou, eager to witness his decision. Even Hua Xian refrained from speaking. For him, 100,000 premium immortal sources already surpassed the value of the item. Any higher would render the deal unwise. Qin Shou's demeanor remained composed, his gaze shifting between Hua Xian and Wang Pasheng. After a brief moment, he focused on Wang Pasheng, eliciting a flicker of disappointment in Hua Xian's eyes. Yet, a smile immediately appeared on Wang Pasheng's face, clearly pleased with Qin Shou's choice. The onlookers exhibited expressions of agreement. After all, given the option between 100,000 and 120,000, they too would choose the latter. At that moment, Qin Shou's voice resonated. Senior Pasan is right. The more friends one has, the more paths one can take. Therefore, I shall sell this stone to Senior Hua. As Qin Shou concluded, his gaze abruptly shifted towards Hua Xian. Wang Pasan, having only heard the preceding words, wore a satisfied expression. However, the latter part of Qin Shou's statement caused his smile to falter, and his steps towards the source stone gradually retreated. Simultaneously, everyone present, including Hua Xian, looked at Qin Shou in astonishment, taken aback by his unexpected decision. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Young lad, you have a bright future ahead. After a moment of silence, Hua Xian burst into laughter, his gaze towards Qin Shou brimming with approval. To forego 120,000 prime immortal sources in favor of selling to himself for 100,000 was a significant sacrifice of 20,000. Such audacity in the face of a 20,000 difference was indeed remarkable. However, the joys and sorrows of individuals differ greatly. While Hua Xian rejoiced, Wang Pasheng's countenance darkened. His piercing gaze fixed on Qin Shou, his voice dripping with frost. "You dare to toy with me, boy?" Wang Pasheng seethed with anger. Since ascending to the status of a mortal monarch, he had never been subjected to such mockery. His cold stare carried a terrifying intent, manifesting as immense pressure that bore down upon Qin Shou. Chapter 145. The Corpse of the Heaven-Shaking Divine Ape, Qin Shou's Bountiful Harvest. A deep, resonant hum echoed through the air as the dreadful pressure warped the space around them. Just then, a formidable figure materialized out of thin air, positioning itself before Qin Shou. Old Wang, what are your intentions? This is a guest of my city lord's mansion. Do you wish to take action? Hua Xian's cold snort resounded like thunder, effortlessly dispelling the encroaching pressure. Observing this, Wang Pasheng refrained from further aggression, his icy glare still fixed on Qin Shou, who stepped out from behind Hua Xian to confront Wang Pasheng's frigid gaze, his expression unperturbed. "Since I have already purchased this stone, with the transaction settled, whatever is revealed from it belongs to me. Whom I choose to sell it to is surely of no concern to this immortal source stone pavilion. Senior, do you intend to resort to coercion? Or is there a rule within this pavilion stipulating that any treasures revealed must be sold to the pavilion?" As Qin Shou's words fell, the expressions of the onlookers noticeably shifted, their gazes towards Wang Pasheng tinged with curiosity. Indeed, the stone had already been purchased. Thus, any treasures revealed were of no business to the pavilion regarding to whom they could be sold. Now that the mountain immortal has intervened, is this not akin to coercive trading? Will such circumstances not eventually befall ourselves? What was once mere spectatorship has now transformed into a matter of personal stakes. Wang Pasheng has evidently grasped the implication behind Qin Shou's words, his countenance darkening in an instant. Should coercive trading be substantiated, it would spell a profound blow to the stone pavilion. I fear no one would dare to engage in stone gambling thereafter. Despite the fury boiling within him, he felt compelled to clarify. The immortal source stone pavilion does not engage in coercive trading, and I have no desire to act against you. Since you have resolved to sell the stone to the city lord's manor, proceed swiftly with the transaction and do not hinder others from selecting their stones. Having delivered this cold remark, his figure dissipated, leaving without a moment's hesitation. Out of sight, out of mind, he wished not to linger any longer. Qin Shou observed the departure of his adversary, a cold smile curling upon his lips. You do not wish to act against me? Ha, young friend, are you truly intent on selling the stone to me? A voice emerged from beside him, that of Hua Xian, who sought to confirm once more. You do not desire it, senior? Qin Shou retorted. 100,000 top-tier immortal sources already far exceeds the system's valuation. Although the Wang family offered 120,000 top-tier immortal sources, witnessing the other's demeanor, he'd rather forego 2,000 in profit. Want it? How could one not? Ha ha! Hua Xian laughed heartily, devoid of any semblance of an immortal superiority. As he spoke, he waved his hand, producing a mustard seed used for storage from the lower realms, which drifted towards Qin Shou. Qin Shou reached out to catch it, his consciousness sweeping over it momentarily, only for surprise to flicker in his eyes. He discovered that the immortal sources contained within were not 100,000, but rather 120,000. Hua Xian, perceiving the astonishment in Qin Shou's gaze, offered a faint smile. Young friend, should you sell the stone to me, I assure you that you shall not suffer any loss. With that, he turned his attention away from Qin Shou and began to stride slowly towards the massive source stone. The onlookers were instantly taken aback. Is he about to unveil the stone? They were intensely curious about what lay within, compelling two formidable immortal realm practitioners to compete fiercely, resulting in a staggering price of 100,000 top-tier immortal sources. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd, Hua Xian approached the source stone. He regarded the dark red, seemingly stained with celestial blood, colossal source stone with an unusual gaze. The Wang family is truly at a loss this time. He chuckled softly, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Soon after, he composed himself, his expression turning grave. Raising his palm, he gently pressed down upon the massive stone. Buzz, crackle. The space around them warped violently as the immense source stone crumbled beneath his hand, transforming into fine sand that flowed like water towards the ground. As the stone diminished in size, a figure seated in meditation gradually emerged before the crowd. Roar! A faint beastly roar echoed through the air, followed by an overwhelming aura of ferocity that instantaneously engulfed the entire stone pavilion. Oof! Despite the grim circumstances, unrest lingered. Hua Xian let out a cold snort, his palm turning to seal the space surrounding his figure in an instant. The terrifying aura that suffused the air receded like a tide. Was it a creature of the demon race? Could it be a demon lord? At that moment, the crowd finally discerned the appearance of the figure. It resembled a muscular ape, its body cloaked in a layer of jet black fur, towering even in a seated position at over 10 feet tall. Observant individuals noticed a finger-sized blood hole in the center of the ape's brow, seemingly inflicted by a powerful entity's single strike. A celestial being of the demon race. The earth-shattering divine ape was slain with a mere finger? Hua Xian gazed intently at the bloodied hole, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. The earth-shattering divine ape, a rare breed among the demon kind, was born at the level of a celestial being and could reach the realm of a celestial monarch in maturity, possessing immense strength capable of shaking the heavens. This specimen before him was evidently mature, and from the lingering aura, it was at least in the 5th tier of the celestial monarch realm. Such a formidable being had been effortlessly eliminated. How terrifying must its slayer be? A peak celestial monarch? Or perhaps? Hua Xian dared not ponder further. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head, casting aside the thought, and resumed his appraisal of the corpse before him, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. With the physical strength of this divine ape's corpse, refining it into a puppet to contend with a 1st-tier celestial monarch would pose little challenge. This was the very reason he sought to contend with Wang Panshan. It seemed Wang, too, harbored similar intentions. Unfortunately, his greed had unwittingly benefited Hua Xian. With a wave of his hand, he stored the corpse and turned to Qin Shou. Young friend, our transaction is complete. Would you care to examine the other source stones within this stone workshop? Shouldn't he catch your eye? I could assist you in acquiring them. Shall we split the celestial treasures that may be unearthed? As he spoke, Hua Xian's gaze sparkled with intensity, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. As the guardian of the Hua family stone workshop, he was naturally in competition with the Wang family's establishment. Due to his status, he seldom had the opportunity to gamble at the Xiangyun stone workshop. Now that he had chanced upon this opportunity, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it, especially against Wang, who he felt had been rather unscrupulous. Moreover, he sensed that this young man was extraordinary, likely proficient in the art of source seeking, and might indeed uncover something even more remarkable. Senior, you jest. I merely had the fortune of luck. I cannot guarantee a second occurrence of uncovering celestial treasures, Qin Shou replied, shaking his head slightly. The treasures he had revealed today had already left the Wang family at a significant loss. Should he attempt again? He feared it might frighten them into ceasing their business entirely. Seeing Qin Shou decline, Huaxian regarded it with indifference, merely nodding. In that case, I shall not linger. Should you find yourself with leisure, feel free to visit the city lord's residence. As the words fell, he waved his hand to lift the nearby flower hammer. Vanishing directly from a scene, Qin Shou observed the departure of the two, his expression somewhat peculiar. Retracting his gaze, he turned to Wang Xian, who stood not far away, and donned a benevolent smile. Young Master Wang Xian, I have triumphed. Should we not fulfill our wager? He had not forgotten the bet made between himself and Wang Xian. Wang Xian felt a tumult within, and upon hearing Qin Shou's voice again, his countenance darkened slightly. However, with so many witnesses present, he dared not renege. With a flick of his palm, he sent the celestial source stone pillar and the beast egg hurtling towards Qin Shou, without uttering another word. He turned and strode out of the stone pavilion. Yet, as Qin Shou observed Wang Xian's departure, he furrowed his brow. With a wave, he stored the stone pillar and egg, calling out, Wait, do you have further matters to discuss? Wang Xian abruptly turned, his gaze fierce as it bore into Qin Shou. Undeterred by Wang Xian's cold glare, Qin Shou calmly replied, Young Master Wang Xian, have you forgotten? There remains another wager. In the stone pavilion, Wang Xian's eyes fixed on Qin Shou, a fleeting chill crossing his expression, only to be replaced by an impassive demeanor. He then glanced at Steward Zhou beside him. Observing the situation, Steward Zhou reluctantly retrieved a pouch, tossing it towards Qin Shou. Qin Shou caught it, his consciousness swiftly scanning its contents. To the exact amount, there were 200,000 high-grade celestial sources. Seeing Qin Shou inspect the pouch, Wang Xian's already unsightly face grew even more grim. My friend, some actions may be excessive, potentially leading to unfavorable outcomes. It is wise to leave a margin for future encounters, lest they become too awkward. After delivering this remark, he turned and exited the stone pavilion. Qin Shou watched Wang Xian's retreating figure, his eyes flickering slightly, before he too made his way outside, choosing to disregard Wang Xian's overtly threatening words. As Qin Shou departed, the onlookers within the stone pavilion bore expressions of lingering curiosity. Among them, those of sharper intellect hurried towards the celestial source stones. Recalling some source stones previously examined by Qin Shou, they unhesitatingly made their purchases. Others, witnessing this, swiftly followed suit, pooling their resources to acquire them collectively. In no time, a frenzy of acquisition erupted within the stone pavilion. This is cursed. Steward Zhou observed this scene, his face flushing with anxiety. Should the stones purchased truly yield celestial treasures, the celestial source pavilion would incur substantial losses, and he would face the ire of the main house. Yet, despite his mounting distress, he could not impede the buyers. Otherwise, the celestial source pavilion would cease to conduct business altogether. However, not everyone was drawn into the frenzy of looting the source stones. Two figures had quietly slipped out of the stone workshop, stealthily trailing in the direction where Qin Shou had departed. The little wretch, having acquired such an abundance of exquisite celestial sources and treasures, must possess a life to enjoy them. Situ Howren followed closely behind Qin Shou, his gaze shrouded in shadows. Meanwhile, in another direction, a gaunt old man mingled with the crowd, also pursuing him. His eyes, either intentionally or inadvertently, lingered on Qin Shou, revealing an overwhelming greed. At the forefront, Qin Shou distinctly sensed these prying gazes, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. It seemed he had attracted considerable attention. My lord, perhaps we should head to the city lord's mansion? It will be much safer there. Beside him, Lin Yuer felt a chill envelop her, sensing the air had grown significantly colder. Although she did not perceive the scrutinizing gazes, she understood that the immense wealth her lord had acquired in the stone workshop would undoubtedly incite envy. Not to worry, merely some insignificant clowns, Qin Shou replied, his expression calm as he shook his head lightly. In his perception, the strongest among those trailing him barely reached the level of a profound immortal. This provided a perfect opportunity to resolve some troublesome matters. Seeing Qin Shou's demeanor, Lin Yuer chose to remain silent, silently hoping that those individuals would fear the city's law enforcement and refrain from taking action. She had no desire to leave. With the 10,000 low-grade celestial sources gifted by her lord, should she depart now, she would likely vanish without a trace in the next moment. Thus, the two continued their strides and soon returned to the inn where they were staying. It was only upon entering the inn that Lin Yuer felt a slight sigh of relief. She clasped her hands in respect towards Qin Shou, saying, "My lord, I shall return to my room now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, she hurriedly dashed into her chamber, activating the defensive barrier. Qin Shou watched her panicked demeanor with a faint smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of indifference as he turned and entered his own room. Inside, after requesting the system to isolate the surroundings, Qin Shou settled onto the stone bed. A flash of brilliance illuminated his hand as the mustard seed containing 120,000 exquisite celestial sources appeared before him. With a mere thought, he poured out the celestial sources, forming a small mountain before him. The rich celestial aura instantly filled the room, saturating the air to the point it was almost coalescing into celestial dew. System, how much cultivation can these exquisite celestial sources be exchanged for? Beep. The system has detected 120,000 exquisite celestial sources, with the host's current cultivation at the second level of the celestial immortal realm. Spending 104,542 exquisite celestial sources can elevate the cultivation to the fourth level of the celestial monarch realm. The next level, the fifth level of the celestial monarch realm, requires 50,000 exquisite celestial sources. Over 100,000 exquisite celestial sources. Qin Shou murmured to himself, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He then took out the spiritual essences, beast blood jade, and other items one by one. How many exquisite celestial sources can these be exchanged for? The system fell silent for a brief moment before the voice resounded once more. Ding! After scanning, the value of the spiritual essence is 8,000 supreme celestial sources, and the blood of the celestial lord is valued at 2,000 supreme celestial sources. 12 beast blood jades hold a worth of 6,000 supreme celestial sources. One beast egg is valued at 5,800 supreme celestial sources. The total value amounts to 21,800 supreme celestial sources. Is it merely over 20,000? Upon hearing the system's appraisal, Qin Shou shook his head, rendered speechless. Even with the addition of that celestial source pillar and 200,000 superior celestial sources, it still fell short. He had originally intended to swiftly elevate his cultivation to the fifth level of the celestial lord, but it now appeared he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Nevertheless, attaining the fourth level of the celestial lord was commendable in itself. With a wave of his hand, he stowed away several items and then spoke in a calm tone. System, consume supreme celestial sources to elevate my cultivation to the fourth level of the celestial lord. No sooner had he finished speaking than the supreme celestial sources before him diminished by more than half. Immediately, the system's voice echoed. The host has consumed 104,542 supreme celestial sources, elevating cultivation to the fourth level of the celestial lord. Boom! A terrifying roar resonated within him, as blood energy surged like a mighty river, erupting with a tremendous, thunderous sound. Golden light illuminated the entire room, and thick paths of Tao emerged around him, their formidable aura shattering the void. In an instant, everything tangible within the room was reduced to dust. Simultaneously, the inner world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. First, the space expanded at an astonishing pace, tenfold, 100-fold. Then, a gentle rain descended, and colossal mountain ranges erupted from the ground, with faint celestial aura rising from beneath. Patches of celestial herbs and spiritual medicines broke through the earth, swaying gracefully and emitting an extraordinary fragrance. The two divine trees also grew tremendously, reaping immense benefits from the world's expansion. They exuded a richer essence of life and the power of the world, nourishing this realm in return. What is transpiring? The world is expanding once more, and such a rich aura. No, this is not mere aura. Near the two divine trees, before a small courtyard, Qin Zhan, Qin Sha, and Qin Wudi stood in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the unfolding changes. Such transformations had occurred a few times previously, yet none compared to the current upheaval. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. Could it be that Qin Shou has once again broken through? Qin Wudi speculated, his eyes brimming with shock that refused to dissipate. Beside him, Qin Zhan and Qin Shou exchanged glances, suppressing their astonishment, and silently settled down in a lotus position, striving with all their might to absorb the celestial aura now permeating the space. They felt their cultivation was insufficient and wished to elevate themselves swiftly, not wanting to become a burden to Qin Shou. At this moment, in the external world, the atmosphere within the room fell into silence, all anomalies having dissipated, returning to tranquility. The fourth level of the Celestial Lord. In the midst of luminous divine light, Qin Shou suddenly raised 2 fingers and swept them through the space before him. With a sharp crack, the fabric of reality was torn apart, revealing a vibrant, multi-hued void within. A satisfied expression graced his face as he beheld the kaleidoscopic expanse. In the realm of the immortals, while practitioners at the profound immortal level could tear through shallow layers of space for travel, it was only those at the immortal monarch level who possessed the capability to rend the deeper voids, enabling them to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. After a brief moment, Qin Shou retracted his hand, and the rift in space swiftly mended itself. Exhaling deeply, he instructed the attendant to dispel the barrier isolating the space. His gaze pierced through the dimensional veil, observing the dimming sky outside the tavern. On this moonless night, when the winds howled and darkness reigned, it was the perfect time for chaos to unfold. Chapter 147. A single finger crushes an immortal monarch's artifact, stunning Situ Howren. Within a concealed chamber of the stone workshop established by the city lord, 2 figures stood facing each other. Dechue, how did you come to know that, young friend? Hua Xian inquired nonchalantly, regarding the imposing figure of Hua Dechue before him. His presence in the Wang family stone workshop was due to an invitation extended by Hua Dechue, replying to third uncle. I met that esteemed friend at the city gate. Hua Dechue responded with utmost respect, promptly recounting the circumstances of his acquaintance with Qin Shou. So, this young friend is an outsider, and without any sect affiliation? Hua Xian pondered, his eyes reflecting a contemplative glint upon hearing Hua Dechue's words. Indeed, Hua Dechue affirmed with a nod. After all, at that time, Qin Shou had been perusing the recruitment notice from the Taishan Immortal Sect, suggesting he was likely not a disciple of any sect. Pausing for a moment, Hua Dechue seemed to recall something, hesitatingly asking, Third uncle, given that this friend has acquired such wealth, it may attract unwanted attention. Can we offer him some assistance? Upon hearing this, Hua Xian fixed a deep gaze upon Hua Dechue, and after a moment he subtly nodded. It is permissible. I shall keep a watchful eye on that old fellow from the Wang family. As for other insignificant nuisances, I believe that young friend can manage on his own. He paused again before continuing, You should seek him out tomorrow. If he is unharmed, extend an invitation for him to accompany our family to that destination. Accompany our family to that destination? Hua Dechue's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming increasingly grave. It was evident that the place Hua Xian referred to was no ordinary locale. Meanwhile, within the tavern, Qin Shou sat quietly upon a stone bed, his aura subdued as he awaited patiently. Time flowed silently, and the sky outside succumbed to complete darkness. Even the full moon was obscured by ominous clouds, rendering the tavern eerily tranquil. Suddenly, Qin Shou opened his eyes and focused on the space before him. In the next moment, a gentle ripple emanated through the air, and an ethereal figure emerged from the void, transitioning from indistinctness to solid reality with remarkable swiftness. Ultimately, he transformed into an elderly man with a head full of white hair, stooping slightly as he entered. Ah, how tardy you are, old fellow. Qin Shou opened his eyes to regard the newcomer, his expression as serene as an ancient well. Before him stood none other than Situ Howren, the patriarch of the Purple Sun Sect, who had been trailing him with murderous intent. You young wretch, did you believe that remaining within the city would spare you from my wrath? Now, do you regret the slaughter of my disciples and the plundering of the celestial source vein? Situ Howren's gaze bore into Qin Shou, a ferocious killing intent simmering beneath the surface. Had he only slain a few disciples of the sect, he would not have traversed the space to pursue him. But the fact that this young wretch had also taken the life of his son was utterly unforgivable. Yet, in the face of Situ Howren's menacing demeanor, Qin Shou remained composed. He rose slowly from the stone bed, advancing step by step until he halted a yard in front of his adversary. With indifference, he remarked, Regret? Why should I feel regret? They merely received, they're just deserts. The Purple Sun Sect has enslaved descendants from the lower realms. Had it not been for his formidable strength, Would he be seated here? Perhaps he would still be laboring in the mines for them. Moreover, the other party had made the first move to kill him. He had merely retaliated in self-defense. At most, it could be deemed excessive self-defense. This young wretch, oblivious to his imminent demise, showed no signs of contrition. Situ Howren's expression darkened, his eyes fixated on Qin Shou, barely able to contain the murderous aura radiating from within him. Yet, in the end, he refrained from striking, inhaling deeply before coldly stating, "You, boy, hand over the 1,200,000 premium celestial sources, along with the several celestial treasures procured from the stone workshop, and I shall grant you a swift end. Do not harbor any illusions of rescue. I have sealed this space with a treasured artifact, and unless a celestial monarch arrives, no one will discover the circumstances here." His voice was frigid, tinged with an insatiable greed. Were it not for the immense wealth Qin Shou had acquired within the stone workshop, he would not have risked acting within the city. Now, all he needed was to seize that wealth, eliminate his adversary, and depart from the celestial tomb city. The vastness of the celestial realm. Who could ever locate him? Is that so? You have sealed the space with a treasured artifact? Qin Shou regarded Situ Howren, a mocking smile suddenly gracing his features. Before the other could comprehend his meaning, he raised his palm and pointed towards the space before him. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the space shattered like a broken mirror, fissures sprawling from his fingertip in countless directions. Subsequently, a terrifying aura flickered and vanished, as an ancient bronze mirror plummeted from the void. Thud! Boom! The mirror struck the ground, shattering into myriad fragments. Is this the treasured artifact to which you referred? Qin Shou withdrew his hand, casting a calm gaze upon Situ Howren. How could my Jinshu bronze mirror be in such a state? Situ Howren stood in shock, staring at the bronze mirror that lay in 1,000 shattered pieces on the ground, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, filled with astonishment. Did you shatter my treasured void copper mirror? How could you possibly break it? He raised his head, gazing at Qin Shou in disbelief. This copper mirror was a treasure of the Celestial Lord's caliber. Though somewhat flawed, it should not have been shattered by a mere celestial immortal. Could it be that the opponent concealed their true power? At that thought, his body trembled, and he turned to flee. In an instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Oof, you think you can escape? Qin Shou snorted coldly, stepping forth and appearing above the tavern, reaching out to grasp the void ahead. Chapter 148, demonstrating strength in the void above. The space shattered, and a figure was forcibly extracted from the broken dimension, suspended in midair. No, it's impossible. You're truly this powerful? Situ Howren's face turned ashen as he looked at Qin Shou, his eyes filled with horror. But then, as if recalling something, he shouted at Qin Shou, "Fighting is forbidden in Xianling City. If you dare to kill me, the law enforcement team will not let you go. Release me, and perhaps..." As Qin Shou listened to the man's desperate cries, he frowned. In the next moment, his hand suddenly clenched. Bang! An explosion echoed, and before Situ Howren could finish his words, he was crushed by an overwhelming force, exploding into a mist of blood in midair. What remained, a shimmering treasure light, was trapped in a small space and landed in Qin Shou's hand. The commotion instantly startled the entire Xianling city. Below, in the tavern, Manager Wu gazed through the void at Qin Shou, shock etched across his face. A celestial lord. That young man is actually a powerful cultivator at the celestial lord level? Manager Wu murmured, disbelief evident in his tone. After Qin Shou shattered the restraining artifact, he instantly captured the scene within the room. Simultaneously, the terrifying aura that flickered around Qin Shou made him realize that the young man was undoubtedly far more powerful than he. This kind of terrifying presence he had only sensed from the city lord. It was undoubtedly that of a celestial lord. Just as he struggled to calm the tumultuous waves within his heart, a change occurred in the void. Boldly, who dares to act recklessly in the city? A loud voice suddenly rang out, figures descending from all directions, surrounding Qin Shou in the center. Each of these individuals donned black armor and wielded long blades, emanating an intimidating aura. The weakest among them was at the celestial immortal realm, while the leading middle-aged man had even reached the profound immortal realm. At this moment, the middle-aged man glanced at the dissipating blood mist, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He sensed that the blood energy floating in the air belonged to a profound immortal. This indicated that the person before him could easily slay a profound immortal. In an instant, he felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. His gaze towards Qin Shou filled with vigilance. Yet, Despite his trepidation, he still questioned Qin Shou. Are you aware that the Lord's decree forbids fighting within the confines of Xianling City? Qin Shou cast a nonchalant glance at the speaker, retorting, I have not engaged in combat. I merely crushed an ant. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, was taken aback with indignation. Qin Shou's indifference felt like an affront to him. Just as he prepared to respond, a voice suddenly rang out from within the tavern below. Captain Zhao. Before the words had fully dissipated, an elderly man with graying hair emerged from the tavern, stepping into the air and landing in the arena. Chief Wu. Captain Zhao's expression brightened at the sight of the newcomer, and he inclined his head in greeting. He promptly added, Chief Wu, your arrival is timely. This individual has defied the decree and committed murder within the city. Let us join forces to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Chief Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and before Captain Zhao could finish, he admonished, silence. Captain Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the reprimand, his eyes wide as he regarded Chief Wu, his countenance darkening. Nevertheless, Chief Wu paid him no heed and approached Qin Shou, standing before him with a look of reverence. My lord, the drunken immortal tavern's inadequate defenses have allowed a rogue to disturb you. Please do not hold it against us. With that, he respectfully saluted Qin Shou and bowed his head, adopting a demeanor befitting a subordinate before a superior. Beside them, Captain Zhao was struck with alarm at this scene. He was acutely aware of Chief Wu's formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. The only reason for such deference could be a great practitioner of the immortal Lord realm, and he dared not imagine any other possibility. Furthermore, it was likely that this individual was no ordinary immortal lord. Contemplating this, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Had he acted earlier, he might very well be lying on the ground now. Qin Shou cast a sidelong glance at the perspiring Captain Zhao before redirecting his attention to Chief Wu before him. That rogue intruded upon my residence with the intent to assassinate me. My act of slaying him surely does not contravene the Lord's decree, does it? Although he deemed it unnecessary, he offered this explanation as the Lord's office sought to cultivate a good rapport with him, and he wished not to place them in a difficult position. My lord, you speak too gravely. I am aware of the circumstances. This rogue was the first to violate the decree and offend you. Thus his demise is of no consequence. Even without your intervention, the enforcement team would not have spared him. Your actions have indeed aided them. Chief Wu hastily gestured dismissively, his tone still laced with respect. Indeed. We are grateful for your assistance in capturing the rogue. Nearby, Captain Zhao nodded repeatedly, his face a mask of anxiety. He had come to understand the situation. It was that wretched scoundrel who had attempted to assassinate this esteemed figure, resulting in his own demise. Truly reckless. A mere profound, immortal daring to attack a great practitioner of the immortal Lord realm. His own death was one thing, but he nearly brought ruin upon me as well. At this moment, Commander Zhao could hardly contain his desire for Sidu Howren to return, so that he might exact vengeance once more. Meanwhile, Qin Shou observed the respectful demeanor of the two men and nodded slightly. Since you were aware of the circumstances, that is commendable. However, the villain does not stand alone. As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards the tavern below. Damn it, it's over. In the shadows scattered throughout the tavern, several figures felt a chill in their hearts. Just a single glance had unveiled the specter of death looming over them. These individuals had never anticipated that their avarice for wealth would lead them to attempt the robbery of a formidable immortal cultivator. Flee! Shouted a gaunt old man, his celestial prowess erupting as he vanished like a wraith, hastily retreating into the distance. The remaining few also unleashed their celestial abilities, scattering in all directions to escape. Qin Shou, observing their flight, refrained from intervening and instead turned his attention to Commander Zhao. Zhao, quick-witted, immediately grasped Qin Shou's intent and bellowed to the surrounding armored cultivators, "Bring back their corpses." It is a command. The group of armored cultivators nodded in acknowledgement, then dispersed to pursue the fleeing figures. Soon, distant sounds of combat reverberated through the air, yet these disturbances subsided in mere moments. Subsequently, numerous armored cultivators returned, each bearing a lifeless form devoid of any aura. "My lord, behold!" Commander Zhao gestured toward the retrieved bodies as he addressed Qin Shou. "You may dispose of them." Qin Shou replied with a glance at the corpses, waving his hand dismissively. "Yes, my lord." Commander Zhao responded with utmost respect, then turned his gaze toward the armored cultivators. Nodding slightly, understanding the unspoken command, the armored cultivators crushed the bodies to dust with a forceful motion. There is nothing further to attend to. You may disperse. I require rest, Qin Shou stated, casting a final glance at the two men before turning away, his figure dissipating into the void with a single step. As they watched Qin Shou vanish, both men breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing an immortal cultivator was indeed overwhelming. Commander Zhao, you should lead your men away. I must report this matter to the city lord, Elder Wu said, his eyes glinting as he spoke to Zhao before hastily departing. Had this been an unfamiliar immortal, he would not have felt such urgency. Yet this individual, clearly an immortal, had previously disguised himself as a celestial being and had established acquaintance with the young master. He deemed it prudent to inform the city lord of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Flower Family Stone Workshop, an immortal cultivator. I misjudged him. I never expected he concealed his true power. Hua Xian mused, withdrawing his gaze from the void. The commotion at the Drunken Immortal Tavern had certainly drawn his attention. The aura emanating from Qin Shou had left him profoundly astonished. After the shock, a peculiar glimmer appeared in his eyes. Perhaps, on this occasion, I have acquired a capable assistant to aid my family. Chapter 149. Have you heard of the celestial ancient battlefield? The following day, within the confines of the chamber, Qin Shou sat cross-legged upon the stone bed. His eyes gently closed. Around his form, countless golden runes floated in the air, while thick chains of order crisscrossed, sealing the entire room. Behind him, a vast, ethereal projection of a world was faintly discernible. This world was characterized by undulating mountains and lush greenery. At its center, two colossal divine trees towered skyward, resembling twin celestial pillars that seemed to support the entirety of this realm. With a deep breath, Qin Shou gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light fleetingly vanishing within them. All extraordinary phenomena dissipated, returning to tranquility. Having ascended to the celestial monarch realm, significant changes had also occurred within his inner world. Remarkable, Qin Shou mused, rising from the stone bed. During the course of that night, aside from familiarizing himself with his surging cultivation, he had also explored his inner world. At this moment, his inner realm had expanded from a mere hundreds of thousands of miles to an immense expanse of millions of miles. Furthermore, a faint trace of ethereal celestial energy had unexpectedly manifested within. It remained uncertain whether this energy was absorbed from the external realm or if it had spontaneously emerged. To enhance the concentration of celestial energy within, he had buried the 200,000 high-grade celestial sources acquired through wagering deep within his inner world. With the growth of my inner world, I can now wield some power of the cosmos. Qin Shou extended his palm, a subtle gray aura emerging. Boom! As this aura manifested, a terrifying rumble echoed through the void. Surrounding the gray essence, the fabric of space appeared to fracture, revealing dark streaks. Indeed, the power of the cosmos was formidable. Even a mere wisp could provoke such a tremendous upheaval. Should it evolve to its zenith, it might very well become a second celestial realm. As Qin Shou observed the commotion he had caused, a satisfied expression graced his countenance. He then clenched his palm, reintegrating the strand of world power back into his being. With the augmentation of world power, his combat prowess experienced yet another elevation. Although it was said that the higher one as cultivation, the more challenging it became to transcend realms in combat, he felt confident that, with his current cultivation of the fourth layer of Celestial Monarch, he could contend with even the pinnacle of that realm. Furthermore, once his inner world evolves to perfection and is capable of spontaneously generating celestial energy, he would possess an inexhaustible reservoir of celestial power. In such a scenario, even against an evenly matched adversary, he could outlast them. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, anticipation welled within him. Just then, he felt a slight furrow form upon his brow as his gaze turned towards the door. In the next moment, a voice resonated from outside. Fellow Taoist, this is Hua Xian. May we have an audience? Hua Xian? Qin Shou narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hand, causing the chamber door to open of its own accord. Outside stood two figures, Hua Zhe and the previously encountered Hua Xian. As the door swung open, both individuals fixed their eyes upon Qin Shou, their expressions varying. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Hua Xian's face before he quickly regained his composure. Beside him, Hua Dachui appeared somewhat reserved, his gaze flickering nervously. Prior to their meeting, Elder San had informed him that Qin Shou was a formidable figure at the Celestial Monarch level. Yet even now, he found himself struggling to acclimate to this revelation. Perhaps he had not anticipated that the person he had referred to as a fellow cultivator just the day before had suddenly ascended to such exalted heights. Hua Xiandao. Qin Shou approached, offering a respectful nod. His attention then shifted to Hua Dachui, a faint smile gracing his features. Dachidisht. Both Hua Xiandao and Hua Dachui were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Qin Shou's address. Once they regained their composure, Hua Dachui hastily waved his hand, anxiety evident on his face. Esteemed senior, just call me Dachui. Now that he was aware of Qin Shou's celestial status, he felt unworthy to address him as a fellow cultivator. Moreover, referring to Elder San as a fellow cultivator while considering himself the same felt rather dissonant. However, Qin Shou paid little heed to such formalities. Hua Dachui had been of considerable assistance to him, even if he felt he may not require it. He would not forget the aid he had received due to his newfound prowess. Turning his gaze back to Hua Xiandao, he smiled gently. Hua Xiandao, shall we each discuss our own matters? I trust you won't mind? Not at all. It is an honor for this young one to receive the favor of such a distinguished friend. Hua Xiandao chuckled, his expression nonchalant. He was eager for Qin Shou to forge a connection with the city Lord's mansion, enhancing their prospects for the impending discussions. Seeing this, Qin Shou smiled in return and stepped aside to allow them entry into the chamber. He then turned to Hua Xiandao, directly inquiring, Hua Xiandao, what brings you here? The old man has learned that you were affronted by some ruffians yesterday and came specifically to check on your well-being. It was merely a failure of the city guards. I hope you will not take it to heart, Hua Xiandao replied, a hint of regret on his face. Is that all? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Shou's eyes. This matter seemed tangential to the city Lord's mansion, even if there were prohibitions in the city. Encountering someone as reckless as Sidu Howren would render those rules moot. Shaking his head, he replied coolly, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Please speak candidly. Qin Shou harbored doubts about Hua Xiandao's motives, suspecting he would not have come in person for such a trivial matter. After a moment of silence, Hua Xiandao's expression grew earnest. He gazed intently at Qin Shou and said, you are correct. I do have another matter to discuss. As a master of source-seeking techniques, you must be familiar with the celestial ancient battlefield, yes? The celestial ancient battlefield? Qin Shou raised an eyebrow. You mean the site where source stones are excavated? He recalled Lin Yue mentioning that the source stones sold at various stone shops were purportedly unearthed from some ancient battlefield. However, he was uncertain if this was indeed the same place to which Hua Xiandao referred. Precisely, within Xianling City, all source stones originate from the celestial ancient battlefield. On that battlefield, countless opportunities abound. The prominent families of Xianling City periodically venture to the battleground in search of fortune and to excavate source stones. In a month, the appointed day to visit the Xian ancient battlefield will arrive, and I have come to invite you to join me, my friend. Hua Xian, with a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze intently on Qin Shou, awaiting his response. To be invited along? However, upon hearing this, Qin Shou fell silent, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He was not swayed by the allure of the grand opportunities mentioned. Opportunities rarely come so easily. Why would such fortune befall someone unconnected? With this thought, he raised his gaze towards Hua Xian and remarked, my friend, I fear the Xian ancient battlefield may not be an easy path. Upon hearing this, both Hua Xian and Hua Dazue displayed solemn expressions. After a moment, Hua Xian slowly nodded. You speak wisely. The Xian ancient battlefield is the site of a great conflict between the celestial realm and alien races. Although the battle has long since passed, the area has transformed into a perilous ground due to the numerous fallen cultivators. A malevolent aura has given rise to formidable evil entities that hunt down any cultivators who dare to enter, making it quite dangerous. Furthermore, the battlefield's spatial chaos still retains remnants of ancient laws, and a moment's carelessness could lead one into a foreign space, perhaps even to their doom. However, we shall confine ourselves to the outer regions, where the threats are considerably diminished. Hua Xian recounted all of this in detail, including the origins of the Xian ancient battlefield and the dangers it harbors, ensuring transparency to avoid any potential resentment. Should his companion decline the invitation, so be it. The battlefield of the celestial realm and alien races? Qin Shou furrowed his brow, a flash of astonishment crossing his features. Could it be that beyond the celestial realm, other powerful races exist, and that they pose a threat to the celestial domain? For reasons unknown, images from his journey along the celestial path surfaced in his mind, roads strewn with bone powder and the skeletal remains of unknown races. Are you unaware of the alien races? Xianxia observed Qin Shou's expression and realized he was likely unfamiliar with them. Before Qin Shou could respond, he continued, in truth, I know little about the alien races myself, having only perused some ancient texts. According to these records, a tidal surge occurs every million years within the chaos. During such times, alien races ride the tide to wage war against the celestial realm. Thus, each time the chaotic tide rises, the celestial realm faces immense peril. Chaotic tides. Alien races. Qin Shou murmured, the astonishment in his eyes intensifying. If what Xianxia asserted is indeed true, then does the celestial realm not endure calamity every million years? He began to comprehend why the Xian ancient battlefield yielded such a plethora of source stones imbued with celestial weapons. I fear that those celestial treasures might be remnants left behind by fallen cultivators from the Great War. He exhaled slowly, digesting all the information, before turning his gaze towards Xianxia. My friend Xianxia, I have another inquiry. As the rulers of Xianling City, surely there must be more than just you at the celestial monarch level? If so, why extend an invitation to me? Are you not concerned that I might seize the opportunities that rightfully belong to you? He found himself puzzled. As the dominators of a city, the Hua clan must possess numerous powerful members, certainly more than one celestial monarch. However, upon his words, the expressions of the two individuals across from him grew somber. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on Qin Shou. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed, Alas, since you have asked, I shall not shy away from the truth. Besides myself, the Hua clan indeed has two other celestial monarchs. However, during our last expedition to the celestial ancient battlefield, they recklessly ventured into the central region and encountered formidable, malevolent entities. Although they managed to escape by a stroke of luck, they suffered grievous injuries. Xianxia's voice carried a tone of resignation. It is precisely because of this that the authority of the city lord's mansion has diminished, allowing the Wang clan to grow restless, plotting to usurp our position. Now I understand. Qin Shou nodded thoughtfully. The fact that two celestial monarchs were severely wounded and barely made it back attests to the perilous nature of the celestial ancient battlefield. And this was merely the central region. What horrors lay within the core area? A grave seriousness flickered in Qin Shou's eyes as he began to take the matter earnestly. What do you propose, my friend? Would you be willing to accompany the city lord's mansion to the celestial ancient battlefield in a month's time? Rest assured, all opportunities you find on the battlefield will belong solely to you. The city lord's mansion shall not interfere. Moreover, we are prepared to offer you a substantial sum of celestial essence. However, should you encounter powerful malevolent entities, I sincerely hope you might lend your assistance within your capabilities. Xianxia inquired once more, urgency lacing his tone. My two brothers have suffered grave injuries, their souls fractured, and their condition is dire. This expedition to the celestial ancient battlefield is not merely to excavate source stones. I must find the spirit-nourishing flower to restore them. Yet, with my cultivation at the first level of celestial monarch, leading a large group into such peril would be difficult to manage. Hence my pressing need for a capable ally. Although he could not ascertain the exact level of Qin Shou's cultivation, he was certain that he surpassed him significantly. Having such an ally would greatly enhance the safety of their venture. In response to Xianxia's anxious gaze, Qin Shou pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. The allure of the celestial treasures left behind in the celestial ancient battlefield is indeed compelling. Should I acquire some valuable items, perhaps my cultivation could advance further. Furthermore, I am eager to witness the true horrors of the celestial ancient battlefield. Excellent. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Shou's agreement, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and erupted into laughter. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to sense something amiss and hastily stifled his mirth. Ah, my friend, forgive my laughter. In light of this, would you care to accompany me to the city lord's residence for a month? After that, we shall proceed directly to the ancient immortal battlefield. Qin Shou, upon hearing this, pondered briefly before nodding slightly. Very well. It provides an excellent opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the circumstances surrounding the ancient immortal battlefield. With little to pack, the trio exited the room. My lord. At the entrance stood Lin Yue, her head bowed. Upon seeing Qin Shou and his companions emerge, she hurried forward to pay her respects. Stealing a glance at Qin Shou, her eyes reflected profound reverence. She had witnessed the events of the previous night. Although unaware of Qin Shou's exact cultivation level, She could sense his overwhelming power. After all, how could even the city's guard dare to lay a hand on him? From this day forth, you need not guide me, Qin Shou announced, casting a glance at Lin Yuer before walking past her toward the tavern's exit. Lin Yuer watched his retreating figure, a hint of conflict crossing her features. In the next moment, she hurried after him, matching his pace. Is there something else? Qin Shou turned, regarding her with a detached gaze. My lord, may I accompany you? Lin Yuer summoned her courage to inquire, her expression betraying her apprehension as she awaited his response. Accompany me? Qin Shou furrowed his brow, then shook his head. You should focus on your own cultivation. I do not require anyone to follow me. He had even confined his father within the inner world, reluctant to let him emerge. How could he possibly take on another burden? But my lord, Lin Yuer began again, her face reflecting uncertainty. Qin Shou studied her intently, seemingly grasping her predicament. Rest assured, as long as you remain within the city, no one shall covet the celestial essence that resides within you. After imparting this assurance, he chose not to engage further. With a decisive stride, he faded from view. Behind him, Hua Xian cast a glance at Lin Yuer before departing with a formidable hammer. Yet, from a distance, a faint voice echoed through the air. Hammer, the stone workshop could indeed use assistance. If that young lady is willing, arrange for her to have a task there.